Su Chun, once a legendary supreme revered by all, now stood amid the ruins of a life shattered, his true love slain, his closest friends turned traitor, and his cherished pet beast slain. After 3 years of grueling cultivation, he finally held the supreme divine bone in his grasp. Once he refined it, his life-bound pet, the 36-winged doomsday black dragon, would ascend to an invincible realm capable of challenging the gods themselves. Overwhelmed, Su Chen stole a glance at the woman beside him, Gu Qingge, letting 1,000 unspoken feelings settle into a gentle gaze. Behind him came a low, unified chorus of congratulations. The presidents of the 10 great super guilds knelt in unison, respectfully hailing the Emperor Chen for obtaining the divine bone. Su Chen knew each of these supreme experts had been raised by his own hand, treated as brothers without the slightest slight. Yet just as he poured every ounce of focus into refining the bone, Mo Zhantian, Qin Guangwang, and the other top masters revealed their treachery. Summoning their life-bound beasts, they unleashed the 10 Fiends execution array with blinding speed, a wave of murderous intent lashing straight at Su Chen. Brother Chen, run! Terror and urgency flashed across Gu Qing's pale face. Without hesitation, she summoned her own life-bound pet, the Phoenix, and stepped in front of Su Chen, bearing the brunt of a force capable of rending the heavens. The 10 Fiends execution array, powered by the full might of the 10 super guilds, was far beyond what any ordinary being could resist. The Phoenix let out a mournful cry, and blood soaked Gu Qing's robes as her frail body collapsed into Su Chen's arms. Brother Chen, you've always protected me. This time, let me protect you. Her breath grew faint as life seeped away, her eyes dimming, her beauty fading. Su Chen's eyes nearly split with rage. A flood of grief and fury burst from him as he roared, his voice raw with anger and despair. I treated you like brothers, yet you plotted against me. All of you deserve to die. His boundless wrath shook the heavens. The 36-winged doomsday black dragon, swept up in its master's fury, bellowed to the skies. Its roar thundered through the stars, stunning even the 10 super fiend beasts. Their souls quaked, their eardrums ruptured, and countless elite war beasts died instantly. Alone and grief-stricken, the black dragon fought on. Facing a siege of 100,000 war beasts and 10 super fiends, it showed no fear, sweeping everything before it. The 10 masters turned ashen and, in desperation, sacrificed their beast's blood to drive the killing array to its peak. In the end, the black dragon slew 3 super fiend beasts and butchered 90,000 elites, yet it fell at last, outnumbered and unwilling. At that instant, Su Chen's eyes snapped open. A familiar yet alien scene greeted him, the shabby apartment he had rented 3 years ago when he first entered society. A battered alarm clock on the table read 2032, the dawn of the metaverse era, months before the global launch of the groundbreaking VRMMO Divine Pet. 3 years ago. Though shocked, Su Chen quickly steadied himself and accepted the impossible truth. He remembered well that Divine Pet would change humanity forever. In its later stages, reality and the game would merge. Humans would draw real power from the game, even bringing beasts and skills into the physical world. Yet, once the merge was complete, dying in game would mean death in reality, and endless fiend beasts would pour from the virtual world into the real one, plunging Earth into apocalypse. Given a second life, every past betrayal must be engraved in his heart. Faces of his former enemies Mo Zhantian, Qin Guangwang, and the rest rose in his mind. He swore to settle every score, sparing none. To change his fate, reach the pinnacle, and take revenge, he had to seize every advantage. He recalled the rumor that the Divine Pet Company had secretly scattered 10 supreme gift packs worldwide, each containing priceless treasures. Securing even one would give its owner an overwhelming head start when the servers opened. 3 of those packs were hidden inside Dragon Country, and one lay in the nearby metropolis of Magic City. Su Chen stood up decisively, hurried downstairs, and flagged a taxi, determined to head for Magic City at once. Brother, that's a 300-kilometer trip across city's fare will run 400 or 500, the driver warned. Su Chen handed over 5 crisp 100-yuan bills without hesitation. Keep the change. I need to be in Magic City within 2 hours. The driver, impressed by such forthright generosity, thumped his chest and promised to make it in time. What he failed to mention was that he had once been a championship-winning racecar driver, and today's road would feel like a triumphant return to the track. Seated in the back, eyes half closed, Su Chen found his thoughts drifting to Gu Qing's cool, breathtaking face. Gu Qingge, your company's headquarters is in Magic City too. As the CEO of the world-class luxury brand DK Group, are you at the office right now? He shook the thought away. This was no time for romance. He had to claim the supreme gift pack first, seize the initiative, and take control of his destiny. To win, he had to win from the very start. We're here. The taxi driver pulled off a stylish drift, bringing the car to a clean stop at a glowing intersection right outside the Shanghai bus terminal. Su Chen stepped out, unlocked a shared bike with a swipe of his phone, and slipped into a narrow alley beside the sidewalk. This was the slum district, rows of condemned buildings with peeling paint and crooked window frames. After weaving through 7 bins, he halted in front of a convenience store whose sign was missing a corner. A dim bulb flickered overhead. A chubby kid in a sweat-stained vest was eagerly handing the elderly shopkeeper a crumpled 5 yuan note. "Uncle, I want the newest Tiga card." "Here you go." The old man pocketed the money and pulled a brand new, plastic-wrapped card from a drawer. Chen's eyes narrowed. The pet company had hidden 10 Supreme packs in 10 unexpected places, and one of them lay inside this Ultraman Tiga card. A secret key worth hundreds of millions had just landed in the kid's hands. Masking his excitement, Chen stepped forward with a smile. "Nice card. Sell it to me?" The kid pointed at the shelf behind him. "Buy one over there. The store's got plenty." The shopkeeper chimed in. "I've got every other Ultraman card you could want." Chen remained firm. "I only want that Tiga card. They'll give you 50 yuan. 5 to 50, 10 times the price." The kid's eyes went wide. "You'll really pay 50? If he'd pay 50, why not 100? The kid licked his lips. "If you want this Tiga card, it's 100. Not a penny less. 100 it is. Deal." Chen produced a crisp bill. Afraid the buyer might change his mind, the kid grabbed the cash and bolted, disappearing at the end of the alley. Chen tore open the packet. A sleek amethyst-studded card gleamed in his palm, the activation key for a Supreme pack. A smile tugged at his lips. The first pack was his, and he already knew where the other 9 were hidden. Come launch day, he'd be miles ahead of every player. 3 months later, warm light bathed the living room. Chen cradled the latest VR helmet, while 10 amethyst cards lay neatly on the coffee table. He allowed himself a moment of triumph. 3 months of hunts and countless headaches, yet had secured every last Supreme pack key. This time, what could possibly stop him from reaching the summit of the world? A brilliant smile lit up Chen's face as he watched the minutes tick away. 3 hours until Divine Pets went live. 2 hours. 1 hour. Bang. Right on schedule, the game opened. Players surged into the servers like a tidal wave, and the login screen filled in an instant. Chen, however, gripped 10 violet gold diamond cards, and, the moment the loading bar appeared, logged in with lightning speed. In the real world, these cards were physical objects, yet their greatest secret was that they could be brought into the game without any limitation. The screen went black, then burst into light. The opening cinematic of Divine Pets began to play. The sea, the forest, a canyon, an abyss, one scene after another flashed by. Gentle waves parted around a glossy shelled sea turtle, its wide eyes innocently blinking. In a meadow, a fluffy hop rabbit stood upright, ears twitching as it leapt high. At a muddy bank, a snort boar exhaled hot air, its tusks glinting in the sun. Between the tides, a blue-scaled little mermaid rested gracefully on a reef. A narrator explained that Divine Pets was a fully immersive MMO built around companion creatures. The higher a pet's rank, the greater its intelligence. Players could command their pets in battle or channel their pets' power themselves, gaining combat strength far beyond ordinary humans. The cinematic ran 10 minutes, outlining the game world and pet mechanics. Having spent 3 years in this game in his past life, Chen knew it by heart and immediately tapped skip. As the light curtain vanished, he activated the first diamond card. Ding! You have activated a diamond card. Congratulations, you've received a Supreme gift pack. He opened it without hesitation, and golden light erupted. Congratulations. You've obtained Pet Egg One-Tail White Fox Ultra Rare. Item description: a mysterious infant fox bearing the bloodline of the 9-tailed divine fox. With proper care, it can assume human form and holds limitless potential. Before the excitement faded, Chen activated the remaining 9 diamond cards in one go. Ding! Congratulations, you've received a Supreme Lottery Pack Unlock at level 10. Ding! Congratulations, you've received a Supreme Lottery Pack Unlock at level 20. Ding! Congratulations, you've received a Supreme Lottery Pack Unlock at level 30. Just as in his previous life, only the first Supreme pack could be opened at level 1. Each additional pack unlocked every 10 levels, and the higher the requirement, the more outrageous the rewards inside. With that done, the talent selection screen popped up. Every player was granted a random exclusive talent that would decisively affect their pet's growth. Ding! Drawing your random talent. Light spun and finally landed on Inf grade talent, Predator. Predator. When your pet kills a monster, it recovers a small amount of HP. Chen frowned. This talent was almost useless. Its healing was minor and offered little late-game value. Even with his knowledge of hidden quests, artifacts, and mythical beasts, a poor talent would still cripple his future potential. At that moment, a sudden alert exploded in his ears. Ding! Due to the influence of the artifact Supreme Divine Bone, an unknown system error has occurred. You have obtained the God-tier talent, Infinite Evolution Plunder. The Infinite Plunder talent is ranked SSS. Effect 1, Force Plunder. Once every 24 hours he can randomly seize one ability from a target and make it his own. Effect 2, Kill Plunder. Any enemy he personally kills will surrender one random ability to him. Effect 3, Shared Plunder. Every stolen power is instantly copied to his pets, and may even unlock hidden bonuses. Effect 4 is still dormant, waiting to be discovered. The Supreme Divine Bone had followed him through reincarnation and awakened this top-tier SSS talent. Su Chen's pupils tightened. The artifact, gleaming gold in his inventory, was the Supreme Divine Bone itself. This bone can awaken a pet's ultimate divinity, turning it into a god-tier companion. Its value is beyond measure, worthy of guarding an entire nation. In 3 years, the beasts and deities from the game Divine Pets will tear through the dimensional wall and descend upon reality. Beasts can be held off, but the deities can level cities and nations. Only a pet fused with the Supreme Divine Bone can stand against them. Whoever owns the bone can become humanity's savior, wield supreme power, endless glory, vast riches, and countless admirers. The 10 great super guilds have coveted the bone for ages and now conspire to eliminate Su Chen. Feeling the surging divine energy within the bone, Su Chen's gaze grew steely. In this lifetime, he would raise the strongest divine pet, make the gods tremble, bring every race to its knees, and condemn those guild scum to eternal regret. Adventurer, please choose your in-game name. The guide's professional tone softened when she glimpsed Su Chen's commanding presence. Chen Emperor, he replied, then stepped into the novice village teleport array. Using only 10 supreme codes, he spent a little extra time on setup. When the light faded, he stood in a bustling novice village, surrounded by a cacophony of voices. Haha, I drew in a level talent pet strength boost. All my pets get 10% more strength. Every brute force beast is mine. I got pet constitution boost, 10% more toughness. Shell-armored pets are perfect for me. Holy crap, I actually pulled a level talent pet ice boost. Ice skills 20% stronger. Mine's pet healing boost, also level, 20% better heals. Big shots, please carry me. I'm doomed. My talent is pet drowsiness. Pets slowly regenerate HP only while they sleep and it's level, not a single combat bonus. After everyone finished drawing their talents, cheers and groans filled the air. Then a system banner appeared before every player. Announcement: this novice village contains 1,000 players. Level talents, 792. A-level talents, 190. Level talents, 16. Level or higher talents, 2. Whoa. An A-level talent is already incredible, and someone actually got level or above. Unbelievable. Only 16 out of every 1,000 people managed to pull a grade talent. With tens of billions on the planet, who could possibly land an SS grade? The electronic billboard in the square streamed live data, and the crowd burst into uproar. Forget SS grade, getting in a grade is rarer than a phoenix feather. With so many people worldwide, I doubt a single one will ever draw SSS. I'd be over the moon just to grab a grade. A grade? That's god tier. The chatter rolled through the square like a heat wave. Someone suddenly remembered something and craned his neck. Right. Who are the 2 legends in our village who drew grade? Come out and show yourselves. No sooner had he shouted than a chubby guy with the game ID Xiao Baowang elbowed his way to the center. Chest thrust out. He wore a grin he couldn't hide. Listen up, everyone. I accidentally drew a grade talent pet power rampage. My pet's strength jumps by 40%. The air seemed to explode. For a heartbeat, the square went silent. Then gasps echoed all around. Whoa. A grade boost is usually 30%, but he gets 40. Damn. My grade only gives me 10. He's 4 times stronger. Next to Xiao Baowang, my talent feels worthless. Basking in the praise, Xiao Baowang soaked up the spotlight. Someone flattered him. Big bro Xiao Baowang, please carry us. A girl squeezed into the front row, her voice syrupy. Brother Xiao Baowang, someone as powerful as you shouldn't be without a woman. I'd love to stay by your side. Compliments piled up until Xiao Baowang felt light enough to float. He shook his head, eyes gleaming. Heh, I've got more news. My cousin works at Penguin Group. They're pouring billions into a new guild for divine pets called Glory Alliance, and they personally invited me. I've already said yes. The crowd's envy and amazement climbed another notch. Penguin Group's the top dog in Longhua. Xiao Baowang's about to make it big. We won in 2, big bro. Xiao Baowang waved them off. Sorry, Glory Alliance only accepts talents grade and above. Groans and sighs spread through the square. Someone muttered, with Penguin Group backing them, Glory Alliance is destined to become a giant. At the back of the crowd, Su Chen had been silent. When he heard the name Glory Alliance, a chill flashed through his eyes. One of the 10 super guilds that ruined him in his previous life bore that very name. This time around, he held countless trump cards, starting with the SS grade talent head just drawn, Infinite Plunder Evolution. He intended to rip that rotten guild out by the roots and settle the blood debt. Watching the smug Xiao Baowang, Su Chen quietly squeezed through the throng. He reached the man's side, patted his shoulder, and spoke casually. Hey, brother, mind carrying me? Xiao Baowang didn't even lift his head, nostrils flaring. Plenty of people want to carry. Get in line. Su Chen's lips curved in a faint smile. A thought stirred, his talent humming to life. Infinite Plunder Evolution. Target, Xiao Baowang. A cold system prompt flashed before his eyes. Plunder successful. You have plundered Xiao Bawang's Crade Talent Pet Power Rampage. You have obtained Pet Power Rampage, Pet Strength 40. Xiao Bawang's talent has been downgraded to Grade Pet Strength Enhance. Big shot, little tyrant. Why don't you flash that crank talent of yours and let us bow down to you? The sudden jeer shattered the bustle of the novice village square. Little tyrant had always loved showing off, so he seized the moment, raised his hand, opened his status panel, and projected his talent onto a hovering hologram for everyone to see. He expected a tidal wave of praise. What he got was dead silence. A few seconds later, the crowd erupted. This is a drank talent. Fraud. I was ready to team up with you. D isn't terrible, but you lied to us. Poser. What a letdown. The abuse grew louder by the second. Little tyrant stood frozen, scalp tingling, and hurriedly checked his panel. Talent. Pet Strength Boost. Grade D. Effect. Increases pet strength by 20. What the hell? His voice shook. My crank talent is gone. Let me explain, there really was a crank. No matter how many times he refreshed, the only thing staring back at him was that glaring D. Nobody cared to listen. His legs turned to jelly. He collapsed onto the ground, disbelief written all over his face. Inside the village, his reputation crumbled in an instant, and he had no idea how to face the backers at Penguin Corporation who would believe his talent had mysteriously downgraded. Amid the noise, Chen slipped away with the flow of people and quietly headed outside the village. He hadn't expected his SS Shrank talent, Infinite Plunder Evolve, to be so overbearingable to seize another person's talent once every 24 hours without them even noticing. And this was only its initial form. Outside the novice village, grassy slopes met a riverbank where pippy pigs charged about, scattering solo players in every direction. Their thick hides shrugged off ordinary pets' attacks, so smarter players had begun recruiting teammates. Tibetan Mastiff Handler leading, need one more. Sea Turtle Pet here, solid tank, looking for group. Female Tiger Pet online, scrubs stay away. Female Tiger? That's just a she-tiger. Call my tiger a she-tiger again, and I'll let her bite you first. The fiery woman snapped. In a noisy corner, a majestic white tiger under the woman's command drove a few stray newbies into a frantic scramble. Chen couldn't be bothered with the pippy pig kill race. He hopped across the stones in the river and headed for the grove on the far bank. A woo! A snow-white fox, tail swaying proudly, trotted at his heel, earning gasps from nearby players. That white fox cub is adorable. Hey, little brother, wait up. The fiery beauty caught up, her proud figure bouncing as she ran, breath slightly quickened. She patted Chen's shoulder and flashed a dazzling smile. You're clearly different from those sleazy punks. Come on, big sis, will power level you. He glanced at her IDYing Huan. A slim waist, perfect curves, exquisite features, she was undeniably stunning. But he answered coolly, not interested. Chen wasn't the simping type. Leaving her with that icy remark, he walked away. He was headed for a place that hid an important secret quest, and there was no way he would let anyone else claim a share of the reward. Stupid guy. There must be high-level monsters in those woods. Huan stamped her foot. If you want to team up with his big sister, he's just marching off to die on his own. The moment Chen stepped into the little grove, a heavy stench of blood flooded his nostrils and made his chest tighten. Whoosh. The grass exploded as a gaunt, yet vicious, corrupted stray dog leaped out. Fresh blood still clung to its fangs, and its eerie green eyes locked onto Chen. Corrupted stray dog. Level, LV.3. Rank, Iron. Attack, 40. Health, 180. Skills, Pounce, Rend, Bloodthirsty Charge. Description, once a gentle domestic animal, it went berserk after infection by the dark plague. If you run into one, do not turn and flee, you'll never outrun it. Stand your ground and stare it down for as long as you can. At least you'll die with a shred of dignity. Ollie, this is your first fight, don't let me down. Ollie was a one-tailed white fox named by Chen himself. At the command, its narrow eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Hind legs coiled, it shot forward, slicing through the air toward the corrupted dog. 17, 16, 19. 3 crimson gashes appeared almost at once. By the time the stray dog realized what had happened, a third of its health was gone. Roar. Rage swelled its aura, and its fangs snapped at Alice's hind leg. The fox kicked off the ground, dodging the bite by a hair. Hit its waist-hard head, iron spine, tofu waist. Chen shouted. Ollie obeyed, sweeping sharp claws across the beast's flank. Rip. Brown-black fur tore away, and blood sprayed everywhere. 39. Weak point. 12. Bleeding. 12. 12. With its life draining fast, the stray dog's eyes turned blood red. It forced itself into a bloodthirsty charge, hurling its body forward. Ollie stayed calm and instantly cast its soul skill Intimidate. Intimidate, instant cast, guaranteed hit, immobilizes the target for a set duration. The lower the target's rank, the longer the stun. Extremely short cooldown. Red light flared in the fox's eyes. A bloody flash struck the dog midair, freezing it before it crashed to the ground. Kick it while it's down, finish it. 39. Weak point. 39. Weak point. 2 slashes ended the stray dog's life. Ding. Congratulations. Your pet one-tailed white fox, Ollie, has killed a LV.3 corrupted stray dog above its level. You and Ollie gain 30 base experience and an additional 6 bonus XP for the overlevel kill. Experience is split evenly between master and pet. Two gentle streams of energy drifted from the stray dog's corpse and flowed into Su Chen and Ollie. Su Chen felt his strength climb rapidly. Kill Plunder activated. You and Ollie each gain 2 strength. Ollie gains an additional 1 evolution point. Su Chen's heart leaped with joy. After killing just 1 corrupted wild dog, Alice's stat sheet had already gained 2 points of strength and 1 evolution point. Normally, a pet only accumulated evolution points by devouring outrageously priced rare herbs, and even then the boost was negligible. In this pet-centric MMO, everyone knew why such materials had been driven sky-high as a pet evolved, its power spiked, and new skills awakened. He opened the pet panel, and a translucent display filled with numbers sprang up. One-tailed white fox, Ollie ultra rare. Level, 136,100. Rank, Black Iron. Evolution points, 15. Base stats I. Attack 20, defense 8, HP 1, 20 mana 80. Base stats 2. Strength 10, Constitution 4, Agility 8, Intelligence 8. Skill, Intimidate LV.1. Owner, Chen. Equipment, none. Note 1. This special ultra-rare pet gains 15 free stat points per level that can be assigned to Strength, Agility, Constitution, or Intelligence. Ordinary pets receive only 5. Note 2. 1 Strength 1 Attack, 1 Constitution 10 HP 1 Defense 1 Magic Resist, 1 Intelligence 10 Mana 1 Spell Power. Agility affects attack speed, movement speed, and cast speed. Does the Plunder talent even have a cap? Su Chen mused. If not, for more corrupted wild dogs would give Ollie enough points to evolve. With this unlimited SS steer talent, his growth rate was basically cheating. Who could possibly keep up? He needed more beasts to test it. Before moving on, he cleared the loot. Ding. You picked up 3 copper coins. Ding. You picked up a piece of wolf hide. Ding. You picked up the black iron weapon Dogfang Dagger. Dogfang Dagger. Grade, Black Iron. Physical attack 3. Requirements, none. In Divine Pets Online, both players and pets can equip weapons. Su Chen eyed the dagger studded with canine teeth. Thinking of the dog's plague, he discarded the idea of using it himself and handed it to Ollie instead. The dagger dissolved into pure energy and merged with the white fox, granting Ollie an extra 3 attack. He then strode deeper into the forest to hunt more beasts. Suddenly, a young, tearful voice shattered the silence. Help, please, I don't want to die right after logging in. Piercing squeaks rose and fell. It sounded like a swarm of rats. Perfect. Rats came in packs, ideal for farming plunder stacks. Su Chen sprinted toward the noise without hesitation. In a shadow-dappled clearing, for corrupted giant rats were mauling a petite girl carrying a kitten pet. She looked about 15, her delicate face drained of color, legs quivering. The kitten in her arms screamed as the rats tore at it. Su Chen recognized her. She was the one, now trembling helplessly while her kitten wailed under the rats' assault. The moment Su Chen saw the girl's face, his heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, when his beloved Gu Qingge founded the Elegy Guild, this pink-haired lowly had been one of its core elites and was favored above all others. Yet here she was, trapped alone in a nest of corrupted giant rats, undeniably strange. Ollie could no longer hold back. After tasting battle against the rabid dogs, the white fox understood its benefits. It sprang into the air, claws flashing cold light, and slashed across a giant rat's spine. Splat! A wound burst open, blood fountained, and the damage indicator 23 floated overhead. The rat survived, but flew into a rage. Screech! The entire pack shrieked and surged towards Su Chen like a tide. The Lola's eyes lit up in hope, but when she saw only Su Chen, her face went pale. Big brother, run. There are too many of them, you can't win alone, she warned, although despair coiled in her heart. This kid's kind, she doesn't want to drag me down, Su Chen thought, his resolve to help now solid as iron. Compared with the wild wolves he faced earlier, these rats were weaker despite their numbers. With the beast-taming mastery had honed in his last life, they were no threat at all. Ollie, target their weak points. Su Chen ordered. A snow-white blur dove like lightning, claws ripping upward through a rat's skull. Flash. 47. Weak point. As the corpse hit the ground, system prompts rolled in. Congratulations. Your pet one-tailed white fox Ollie has defeated a LV3 corrupted giant rat above its level. You and Ollie gain 30 base EXP and 6 bonus EXP for the overlevel kill. Looting successful. You and Ollie each gain 2 agility. Ollie gains 1 evolution point. Those crisp chimes steadied Su Chen's heart, and Ollie darted through the swarm with renewed excitement. Every command Su Chen issued landed at just the right moment. Dodge here. Circle, there, keeping the fox clear of fangs and claws. Each counterattack struck dead center on a skull. In barely half a minute, 4 rat corpses littered the ground, their black blood stinking in the air. Ollie was spattered red, the contrast against its silver white fur stark. HH is incredible. The Lola's apricot eyes widened as she swallowed hard. Pets could be controlled like this? She had just witnessed a flawless hunting lesson, Su Chun and Ollie moving as though they shared a single mind. On now colored her gaze. More notifications streamed in. Congratulations. Your pet one-tailed white fox Ollie has defeated 3 LV3 corrupted giant rats above its level. You and Ollie gain 90 base EXP and 18 bonus EXP for the overlevel kills. Looting successful. You and Ollie gain 4 strength and 2 constitution. Ollie gains 3 evolution points. Suddenly, Alice first stood on end, arcs of spiritual energy crackling across its body. It collapsed into the blood-soaked dirt, limbs convulsing as it howled in pain. Is your pet sick? The lowly asked, kneeling beside it, worry written all over her face. Su Chen knew better. This was the prelude to evolution. All of a sudden, the aura around Ollie erupted. In the next instant, with a soft pop, a second snow-white fox tail sprouted from her back, shards of frost scattering like splintered ice. Congratulations. Ollie has evolved into a bronze-tier pet two-tailed snow fox. Alice's strength has increased by 10. Alice's constitution has increased by 10. Alice's agility has increased by 10. Alice's intelligence has increased by 10. Ollie has learned a new skill, Frost Force. Skill LV1 Frost Force. Alice attacks deal an extra 30 points of ice damage and reduce the target's attack speed and movement speed by 30. Su Chun read the system prompts, elated. This evolution had effectively slapped another 40 points of straight damage onto Alice's sheet, and with the slow effect, a sluggish boss would struggle to lay a finger on her. At the same time, both Su Chun and Ollie reach level 2. Players gain 1 point each in strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence per level, but Ollie, being an ultra-rare pet, received 15 free attribute points at once. Su Chun poured all 15 into strength. Combined with the 40% boost from the Strength Berserk talent, Alice's base damage rocketed to 91. He checked the battlefield spoils, 13 bronze coins, for giant rat pelts, a black iron hunter's hand crossbow, and a pair of black iron rat hide boots. Hunter's hand crossbow, attack 3, can switch to ranged mode. Rat hide boots, agility 2. The crossbow would bolster his kiting tools, so he equipped it immediately. As for speed-hungry Ollie, she slipped on the boots, her small paws sinking into the fur, every movement even lighter than before. I'm from the newbie village next door. I have to get through the forest to find my sister. Thanks for saving me, brother Chindi. The soft, childish thanks drew Su Chen's attention to the little girl's ID, Ing Shuang Shuang. That fiery older woman earlier seemed to be Ing Huan Huan. Could they really be twins? By the way, a Rat King boss just spawned to the east, Ing Shuang Shuang said, eyes bright. One party nearly got wiped. It's brutal. The tips on Mago if you like. Rat King boss, first kill on the server. Su Chen's heart pounded. If he secured that boss, the payout from his Infinite Plunder talent would double. Bidding Ing Shuang Shuang farewell, he sprinted east with Ollie. Grass brushed his bracers. Wind howled past his ears. Nearing the site, he heard a hoarse roar of anger. We found this boss first. We bled it down, and now you're stealing it. A cocky laugh cracked back. Whoever tags the boss owns it. Don't like it? Come fight us. Su Chen held his breath and stayed hidden, scanning the scene. Two parties faced off. The latecomers numbered more than 30, an intimidating force. The Rat King boss was under 20% health, its thick tail sweeping wide arcs. He waited, weighing the odds. Then a player snarled, server first kill rewards are huge. Brothers, wipe them out, and the boss is ours. The player known as Great Demon King was the ringleader of the mob that had swooped in to steal the kill. At his curt order, a dozen teammates lifted their hands, summoning circles of every hue flared, and rows of pets burst forth, instantly encircling the freelancers who were hammering the boss. Caught off guard, the scattered players had to pull their fire from the Rat King and scramble to protect themselves. Amid the chaos, the Rat King, hanging on by a sliver of health, finally caught a breath. With a shrill screech it spun around and bolted, triggering sprint. Its limbs blurred as afterimages flashed, and, in the blink of an eye, it shot past the crowd in a cloud of dust. Only then did the players react, cursing in unison. Damn it, the boss can run. Chase it, don't let someone else snag the kill. Great Demon King ground his teeth and waved his team forward, charging out of the clearing. None of them noticed the slender figure lurking in the shadows beneath the tree. Su Chun. He had been tailing the Rat King silently, locking onto it like a shadow. To him, the first kill mattered more than anything. Every turn, every burst of speed, he predicted in advance and stayed right on the boss tail. The chase lasted a full 5 minutes. After 7 sharp turns along a cliff wall, the Rat King slipped into a hidden cave. The entrance was so narrow a person had to crouch to fit. A system prompt appeared. Ding. You have entered a mysterious cavern. Unknown dangers and rewards lie ahead. Proceed with caution. Su Chen's heart pounded, but he decided in half a breath. Fortune favors the bold, let's do this. He ducked inside. The cavern was part of a high-level zone. Dark red stalactites hung overhead, frigid drafts poured through cracks, and damp stone pressed in on all sides. Cramped passages drastically slowed the Rat King, which limped forward, still bleeding. Go! Su Chen commanded mentally. His two-tailed snow fox, Ari, lunged. Frost-tipped claws glinted as she smashed a precise, heavy blow into the Rat King's skull. 183. Weak point hit. The Rat King howled and snapped back, fangs aimed at Ari's small frame. With a flick of her tails, an intimidate shockwave rippled out. The boss froze as though turned to stone. While it was stiff, Ari's frosted claws rained down. 182. Weak point hit. 184. Weak point hit. Seconds later, the Rat King crashed to the ground, crimson eyes locked in fury and regret. Su Chen hadn't lifted a finger. The perfect killsteal was done. Congratulations. Your pet two-tailed snow fox Ari has overleveled to defeat a LV.5 corrupted Rat King boss. You and Ari receive 150 base experience and an additional 45 overlevel experience. Pillage activated. Ari gains 5 evolution points. Ari has also stolen the boss lesser strength aptitude. It can even steal a boss aptitude. Su Chen's pupils narrowed. A boss special aptitude was as valuable as a player's innate talent. A lesser strength aptitude grants an extra 20 strength. Ari currently had 39 strength, which meant nearly 8 free attack points. As her level rose, the bonus would only grow more terrifying. She was only level 2, yet her damage already reached 99, and her evolution points had climbed to bronze tier, 530. At that moment, every player's screen was splashed with a golden banner. Congratulations! Player Chen Di has slain the corrupted Rat King boss and earned the server's first kill reward. Congratulations! Player Chen Di has slain the corrupted Rat King and secured the server's first boss kill. Rewards: 1,000 copper coins, 1,000 reputation, and a basic pet space expansion scroll. The golden banner flashed 3 times in a row, and the entire server erupted like a pot of boiling oil. Every chat channel lit up at once. I'm still running for my life from that PayPay pig, and someone already grabbed the first kill? I get the coins and rep, but what on earth is a basic pet space expansion scroll? Check the official guide. That thing lets you raise a second pet. 1 person, 2 pets. Combat power has to double, right? Double? Way too low. Controlling 2 pets in perfect sync will outdamage any 2 single pet players trying to team up. Chen Di is a beast. Envy, amazement, and jealousy flooded the chat, the name Chen Di filling every corner of the screen. Meanwhile, the player with the ID de Moang glared at the glowing banner overhead, his face darkening. He sent Chen Di a friend request, followed by a private message. Brother Chen Di, our team of dozens worked the Rat King down to a sliver. You just came in and finished it off. Hand over that basic pet space expansion scroll, and he'll give you 5,000 bucks. Su Chen snorted when he read the message. They tried to gank him, failed, and now wanted to play the victim. 5 grand for a scroll worth at least 100,000? Pathetic. He replied with a single word. Scram. Then he rejected the friend request. Seconds later, De Moang saw his PM icon flash and opened it eagerly. The other party replied to your message. Scram. The other party has declined your friend request. Rage exploded across his face, his pupils narrowing with murderous intent. Chen Di, you dare disrespect me? Him with the Penguin Group offend me, and you offend the entire Honor Alliance. He was none other than Little Tyrant's cousin, De Moang, holder of a crank talent. Su Chen, unfazed, immediately activated the scroll from the first kill reward. Congratulations. You've unlocked a second pet slot. Find another companion to fight by your side. A new pet dimension opened, and his combat power surged. As for De Moang's threat, Su Chen didn't care if enemies come. He'll meet force. With enough strength, anyone who seeks revenge will leave empty-handed or not leave at all. While clearing the battlefield, he scooped the glowing loot by the Rat King's corpse into his inventory. Received 52 copper coins, Rat King Hide 1, Poison-Edged Rat King Dagger 1, Rat Spirit Pendant 1, Poison-Edged Rat King Dagger, Bronze Grade, 5 physical attack, special effect poison. Venom Strike. Each attack has a 30 chance to poison the target, dealing 20 damage per second for 5 seconds. Mouse Spirit Pendant Bronze, Agility 3, Constitution 3. Su Chen wasted no time fitting both new items on Ollie, casually tossing the old Iron Dagger 3 attack into his pack. A faint shimmer swept across the interface. Attack rose by another 2 points, with the rest of his stats climbing in turn. Even as the first tremor rippled through the rock wall, the entire cavern lurched violently, loose stone raining down. A chill shot through Su Chen. A fearsome boss far beyond his imagination was closing in. Instinct screamed at him to retreat, yet as he turned, a ribbon of dark blue light leaked through a crack in the stone and caught his eye. Its source was a beast egg etched with cyan markings. About the size of a fist, the shell pulsed like a heartbeat, radiating potent life force. A pet egg, and an extraordinary one at that. Heat flared in Su Chen's eyes. With a few quick strides, he scooped the egg into his bag. Footsteps and thunderous crashes drew nearer. The boss could appear at any moment. Near the back of the cave, a narrow side passage opened. Without hesitation, Su Chen crouched and slipped inside. Few too close. Outside, roughly 40 or 50 meters away, he crouched behind a boulder and finally saw the creature that had stormed the caverna colossal Azure Serpent more than 10 meters long. Heavy scales blanketed its body, arcs of lightning crackling across them like chains. Wherever it slid, the ground blackened and cracked. Thunder Serpent King. Level. Rank. HP. Even its stats were hidden, its strength was obvious. Su Chun thanked his luck for not engaging it heat in, but what truly stunned him was the ancient, world-dominating aura coiling within the Serpenta draconic bloodline, fiercer and more bizarre than any had encountered in his last life. The realization struck him. The pet egg head just stolen was likely the Serpent King's offspring. The thought sent a rush of elation through him. He had only just unlocked a new pet slot, and already had acquired a top-tier egg gift from the heavens. Roar. The mountain shuddered, thunder boomed. From within the cave came the Serpent Kings, enraged his Sit had noticed its missing child, and was tearing the place apart. Su Chen didn't linger. Using the rocks and brush for cover, he sped away while fishing the egg from his pack for a closer look. Mysterious pet egg. Rank. Description. Contains a creature with an extraordinary bloodline that can evolve into an unimaginably powerful being. Watering the egg with dragon blood before hatching may awaken its incredible potential. Dragon blood before it hatches? Su Chen pondered grimly. How on earth was he supposed to get his hands on that? Dragon blood is an exceptionally rare material. The most direct way to obtain it is to slay a dragon, yet a single beat of a dragon's wings can level mountains and shatter cities. With Su Chen's current strength, such a feat is impossible, so after a brief pause he shook his head and decided to claim the hidden quest reward first. Back in the starter village, he headed straight to the tailor's shop. Brightly colored bolts of cloth, newly hung to dry, shimmered in the sunlight at the entrance. The proprietress stepped forward to greet him, about 30, shapely, every gesture radiating mature charm, and rumored to have stolen many a male player's heart. Hero, come in and have a look. These clothes are fresh stock, made from the finest fabric. You can't go adventuring without something that fits properly, can you? Her eyes sparkled, and her smile was warmly inviting. Su Chen knew from his previous life that she was notoriously flirtatious and constantly pursued, so he answered flatly, I'm here to turn in a quest. I heard you need enchanted giant rat hides. I have them. He placed a stack of pelts on the counter. The proprietress ran her fingers across them, her gaze softening. Excellent upgrade material. You'll get your reward right away. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have completed the tailor's hidden quest, collect enchanted giant rat hides. You receive 100 copper coins, 200 experience points, and a pair of fine rat skin greaves. A flash of white light signaled his experience bar filling, and he jumped to level 3. Fine rat skin greaves, bronze tier. Slot, legs. Move speed 5. Attack speed 5. The gear clearly focused on speed and its stats were solid, so he casually tossed the greaves to his pet, Ali. Next, Su Chun produced a heavy, ash gray hide, the pelt of the enchanted giant rat king. My goodness, that's the rat king's hide. You actually slew the rat king, what a blessing for the village. The proprietress exclaimed. Such bravery deserves an extra reward. Another cascade of system messages followed. Because you gave the rat king's hide to the tailor, her favor toward you has increased. You receive low-grade defense aptitude elixir for pets. A low-grade defense aptitude elixir. Su Chen's eyes lit up. On the market, a single vial could fetch 3,000 yuan and was hard to come by, so selling it never crossed his mind. He immediately fed it to Ali. The little fox tilted back its snowy neck, gulped the potion down, and let out a satisfied burp. Congratulations. Your pet, Ali, has acquired low-grade defense aptitude. Low-grade defense aptitude increases the pet's defense by 20. With its defense suddenly boosted, Ali's survivability improved visibly. The proprietress clicked her tongue in admiration at the agile white fox. No wonder you could kill that vile rat king. You have such a rare pet. Su Chen seized the chance to ask, Madam, do you know where I can find dragon blood? I have a pet egg that requires dragon blood to hatch. Dragon blood? In this tiny village? Something that valuable would never be found here. The proprietress shook her head. This response was no surprise to Su Chen. He hadn't held out much hope anyway. But then her tone shifted. A dragon once crashed behind the village, she said. Its remains enriched the mountain with, or veins, and hidden within them are the legendary dragon blood stone, top-tier materials for forging gear. Bring me a few, and you might be handsomely rewarded. Ding. The tailor shop proprietress has issued you a new hidden quest, collect dragon blood stones. Quest details. Travel to the dragon blood lode behind the village. The dragon's lingering power has spawned hordes of eerie undead that now occupy the mine. Quest reward. At least one piece of silver-grade equipment. The more dragon blood stones you gather, the richer the reward. Amen. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he accepted the quest without hesitation. He never would have guessed the back mountain was a dragon's burial ground. In his previous life, he had left the novice village too early, missing countless top-tier treasures and the impending war between light and darkness. A lone free player had once triggered the village's only hidden dark main storyline, advancing the plot for both factions and reaping hefty benefits. Yet that player had simply followed the script, walking away with less than a tenth of the quest's potential gains. Chen knew the mission offered massive room for maneuver. By acting as a double agent between light and darkness, he could squeeze rewards from both sides. The risk was high, but the payoff could be unimaginable. He decided to finish the Dragon Bloodstone quest first, then seize that unique hidden dark storyline the moment the mysterious NPC appeared in the village. With his plan set, Chen left the novice village and headed straight for the mountainside mine. The closer he drew, the thicker the spiritual energy felt, the land clearly nourished by the dragon's flesh and blood. Ancient trees blotted out the sky, their foliage lush and green. Deeper in the woods, the little fox on his shoulders sprawled lazily, refusing to budge. Come on, stretch your legs. Stay this lazy and you'll get fat. Chew. At the word fat, the white vixen jolted upright, sprang from his shoulder, and darted about. Chen chuckled. Apparently all girls fear gaining weight, even this female fox. Suddenly, a fiery, striking figure charged into view. It's her. Chen's heart skipped a beating. Huan. She and her sister Ing Shuang were famed as a dazzling pair. The elder bold and alluring, the younger sweet and pure. The younger sister was nowhere in sight now. Ing Huan's pet was a rare white tiger. Though a notch below Ali, it was still a rarity in the entire novice village. At the moment, Ing Huan radiated heroic vigor, her commanding presence impossible to ignore. She guided the white tiger in a fierce clash with a crystal scorpion, the battle raging at full intensity. Xiaobai, press the attack, finish it off. Ing Huan stood amid the shattered stones, pointing ahead as her pet white tiger lunged forward. The tiger hugged the ground, its snow-white coat sliced into shards of cold light by the dappled shadows. Its claws carved 4 clean furrows in the earth as it charged the LV5 crystal scorpion. The scorpion raised its stinger, a violet blue shell glinting with icy light, but each swipe of the tiger skimmed past the venomous barb by a hair, claw strikes spraying chips of stone. Leaning against a tree, Chen lifted an eyebrow. Ing Huan was every bit the seasoned player people claimed. Her beast control commands were smooth and precise. Under her guidance, the white tiger moved like a finely tuned war machine, each feint landing on the perfect beat. After a short skirmish, the scorpion's shell split open in several places, venom seeping from the cracks until the monster crashed to the ground and its health bar hit 0. A kill above her level success. Chen hadn't bothered masking his presence, and as the tiger withdrew its claws, he gave a quiet cough. Only then did Ing Huan notice him. She tilted her chin, her voice full of swagger. See that, little brother? LV5 monster or not, your big sister still soloed it. Chen almost laughed. Typical turn down a woman's party invite, and she's bound to show off the first chance she gets. Clearly she hadn't realized the man in front of her was Chen Di, whose first kill of a LV5 boss had just gone system-wide. If she had, she'd never brag about downing a mere LV5 mob. Your technique's solid, but you wasted too much time, Chen said calmly, pointing at the scorpion's corpse. Its weak spot is the abdomen hit that, and you ignore its defense and trigger a vulnerability break for double damage. What should have been a 30-second fight dragged on far too long. Ing Huan pursed her lips. Born into money and hailed as a gaming prodigy, she had topped countless leaderboards and left many elite male players in the dust. Being called out stung her ego. She crouched down, scooped up crystal shards, low-grade enhancement stones, and the rest of the loot, stuffed everything into her pack, and brushed the dust from her palms. Monsters weren't her real goal today. She was hunting treasure. She had paid a hefty bribe to the village chief and, during his drunken rambling, pried out a rumor about a hidden cache in the mountain behind the village. Time was short. She needed to start searching. But as she stepped away, the ground shuddered. Pebbles tumbled, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. A scorpion 3 times the previous size burst from the earth, dirt exploding as its tank-like body gleamed with crystalline light. The system panel flashed. Crystal Scorpion King. Level, LV8. Rank, Bronze. HP, 960. ATK, 180. Skills, Crystal Venom Sting, Crystal Carapace, Fearless Charge, Scorpion Tail Sweep. An LV8 boss? Ing Huan's face went white. Shed struggled with the LV5 mob. A bronze rank boss was in a different league entirely. With her current gear, she wouldn't last 3 seconds, let alone win. Forget the quest reward, we're out of here. She snapped, grabbing for Chen's sleeve. Chen didn't budge. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his boot, letting dust settle on the leather, his expression as calm as if he were admiring the scenery. Move it. If you don't run, your big sister really will leave you behind. Ing Huan stamped her foot, frantic. She had drawn the aggro and knew she was responsible, but she still urged him to flee first. No need. I've got this, Chen said evenly. A boss was the perfect fuel for his plunder talent, and Chen had no intention of letting this one slip away. The Crystal Scorpion King's eyes were bloodshot. Its massive body tore through the mineshaft, churning up a cutting wind as pincers, and Stinger charged straight for Su Chen. It lived by a single rule: behead every challenger. Ying Huan had just raised her hand to help when a string of absurd damage numbers exploded in the air, rooting her to the spot. The two-tailed snow fox in Su Chen's arms changed in an instant. A moment ago it had been lounging lazily. Now every hair bristled as a frigid, killing aura spread outward. It vaulted skyward, frosted claws flashing as they ripped across the crystal Scorpion King's belly. 204. Weak point strike. 20. Weapon poison. 20. One swipe erased nearly a third of the boss health bar. Even with the damage doubled for a weak point hit, a blow north of 200 still demanded more than 100 points of base attack. Ying Huan prided herself on her outrageous luck, yet even her top-tier white tiger barely boasted 40 attack. What grade was this snow fox? She stared at Su Chen in disbelief, while he remained composed, as though everything were unfolding exactly as had foreseen. The wounded Scorpion King shrieked, agony lighting its bloodlust. Its thick tail whipped out, Stinger slicing the air toward Ollie, a thrust potent enough to poison almost any player's pet. With a silent command from Su Chen, Ollie darted back, skimming the ground and narrowly dodging the toxic tail. Ying Huan, still frozen for half a beat, couldn't pull her white tiger clear. The stinger punched through the tiger's chest and abdomen, ringing a roar of pain. Xiao Bai. A sinister purple glow spread across the tiger's fur as venom invaded its body, its health plummeting before her eyes. If a pet dies, the lost experience, permanent stat drop, and hit to loyalty are a nightmare for any beastmaster. Ying Wanhuan's face went paper white as she sprinted toward her companion. Ollie, however, gave the boss no respite. It danced like an icy blade, claws slashing again and again. 203, 206, 204. The crystalline shell gleamed blue, defensive skills online, yet the Scorpion King still couldn't withstand the blizzard of strikes. At level 8 it was huge, but lumbering, no match for the snow fox's agility. After countless brushes with death in his previous life, Su Chen's pet control and battlefield awareness were second to none. Under his command, Ollie would never be touched by a mere level 8 boss. Moments later the Scorpion King's health bottomed out. Its colossal carapace split apart, and it collapsed in a heap. Congratulations. Your pet two-tailed snow fox, Ollie, has killed the level 8 boss Crystal Scorpion King while underleveled. You and Ollie gain 180 base experience and an additional 90 bonus experience. Congratulations. Ollie has reached level 3. Plunder activated. Ollie has obtained Plunder successful. Ollie has gained 5 evolution points. Ollie has also stolen the Crystal Scorpion King's Inferior Life Aptitude. Inferior Life Aptitude boosts her maximum HP by an extra 20. Pure energy flowed through the contract into Ollie's body, and Su Chen could clearly sense her aura swelling. Before he had time to celebrate, blinding white light erupted around the fox she was evolving again. Within that dazzling column, her claws grew sharper, her frame elongated into a sleek silhouette, and her presence climbed higher with every heartbeat. In just a few breaths, a third snow-white tail unfurled behind her, plush yet edged with frost. Congratulations. Ollie has evolved into a silver-grade pet three-tailed ice fox. Ollie's strength 15. Ollie's constitution 15. Ollie's agility 15. Ollie's intelligence 15. Ollie has learned a new skill, Phantom Blink. Skill LV1 Phantom Blink. Transforms into a phantom and can forcibly reposition up to 3 times in a row. After each blink, all skills instantly refresh their cooldowns. Forced movement means she can escape even while crowd-controlled, and the cooldown reset is downright terrifying once she learns apocalyptic forbidden spells. A single blink could let her cast one, then blink again and repeat, leaving almost no counterplay. This ability not only makes her nearly untouchable, it also pushes her future burst damage to the limit. When she eventually reaches 9 tails, she will take human form, a vision Su Chen could barely imagine. For now, he gazed at the radiant, snow-furred three-tailed ice fox, excitement rising in his chest. The status panel flashed. Three-tailed ice fox, Ollie ultra rare. Level, 32 45,500. Rank, silver 020. Primary stats, attack 87, defense 49, HP 474, mana 330. Secondary stats, strength 54, constitution 42, agility 49, intelligence 42. Aptitudes, inferior strength, inferior defense, inferior life. Skills, LV1 intimidate, LV1 frost power, LV1 phantom blink. Owner, Chen. Equipment, poison-tipped rat king dagger bronze, rat spirit pendant bronze, fine rat hide leggings bronze, rat hide boots iron. On day 1 of launch, Su Chen had already pushed his pet to silver grade. If that news broke, the player base would explode with envy. The feat only steeled his resolve. Make the 10 super guilds that betrayed him in his past life pay dearly. Find the lover fate had stolen from him. And 3 years from now, when game and reality merge, personally slaughter the beasts and gods that invade the real world, standing unchallenged atop every realm. Shaking off his thoughts, he scooped up every bit of loot the Crystal Scorpion King had dropped: 60 copper coins, a pet skill evolution stone, a Crystal Scorpion carapace jacket, and a vial of basic deadly poison antidote. The pet skill evolution stone can boost any of a pet's skills by 1 level. Su Chen traced the stone's icy blue veins with his thumb, weighing the options. Intimidate and Phantom Mirage would shine as late-game control, but what he needed right now was burst damage to clear mobs faster. He finally pressed the stone gently against Alice's forehead. Congratulations. After using the pet skill evolution stone, Alice's frost power has risen to LV2. LV2 frost power. Alice attacks deal an extra 40 ice damage and cut the target's attack and movement speed by 32. Compared with LV1, ice damage is up by 10 points and the slow by 2. Su Chen read the message and smiled in satisfaction. He then pulled out a Crystal Scorpion carapace jerkin bronze grade, defense 8, HP 50. The crystalline shell cast a cold gleam. He equipped it on Ollie without hesitation. Bolstering the pet's power came first, his own gear could wait. Next, a vial of basic venom antidote appeared in his palm. It cleanses up to 500 points of poison damage. Su Chen didn't need it, but Ying Huan certainly did. Her white tiger was barely breathing. If a pet dies, the penalty that follows is every player's nightmare. Ying Huan knelt beside the tiger, eyes red, her usual fiery pride replaced by raw anxiety. She looked utterly lost. Su Chen walked over and offered the antidote. Here, let your pet try this. She stared, checked the label, and her eyes lit up like rain in a drought. Brother, you're a lifesaver. Overjoyed, she jumped into Su Chen's arms and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Her generous curves almost squeezed the air from his lungs. Hey, big sis. I'm helping your pet, not asking to be smothered. No need to repay kindness with murder. Su Chen laughed, half pushing her away. Realizing her slip, Ying Huan flushed. Thank you. He'll save little white first. She hurried to the tiger and poured in the antidote. A green light flashed, and the tiger's fading life force steady edit was yanked back from the brink. Su Chen had stepped in because he knew Ying Huan, for all her pride, wasn't cruel. When the boss had struck, she hadn't left him to die. Besides, in his previous life the twin sisters Ying Huan and Ying Shuang had been elite members of Elegy, the guild founded by Gu Qingge. A single basic antidote was nothing to him. This place is too dangerous for you two. Take the tiger and get out of here. I've got other things to do. Su Chen slung his longbow over his back, ready to keep searching for dragon blood and the hidden darkness questline. Wait, I know where some treasure is buried nearby, Ying Huan suddenly said. Treasure? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had indeed heard that someone had dug up riches here in his previous life. He never imagined the real discoverer would be Ying Huan, nor that she would share the secret with him. If not for your antidote, my Xiaobai would have suffered a death penalty long ago, Ying Huan said, her gaze steady on Su Chen. You saved me at a critical moment, and that debt is worth more than 1 potion. Besides, without your kill on the boss, I never could have locked onto the treasure so quickly. As thanks, we split it 50-50. Warmth spread through Su Chen's chest. He hadn't expected the girl to be so straightforward. Ying Huan promptly produced a yellow treasure map, and using its precise markings they located the target in no time. After clearing the soil, an iron chest emerged. The moment the lid lifted, silver light slashed through the gloom. 2 pieces of silver grade gear lay inside. 1. Verdant Sprite's crown, silver grade, strength 8, agility 8, weak point damage 10. 2. Verdant Sprite's gown, silver grade, intelligence 8, constitution 8, health regeneration 10. Well, this green little hat is yours, Ying Huan said, handing the crown to Su Chen without hesitation. She slipped into the gown at once, the hem swaying as she spun with a bright smile. Little brother, how do I look? The emerald dress made her seem like a woodland sprite, untouched by dust. Su Chen, however, fixed on the stats. The crown was practically tailor-made for Ollie. It's just a green hat, Ollie. Be strong and wear it. He patted the pet's head and fastened the gear in place. Whimper whimper, Ollie bobbed like a pecking chick, eyes misty with gratitude. Its master always saved the best equipment for it, and it would never disappoint him. Once equipped, Ollie's strength jumped to 62, and its base damage soared to 135, delivering ferocious DPS. With the loot divided, the two went their separate ways. Su Chen delved deeper into the Dragonblood lode in search of Dragonblood stones, while Ying Huan returned to the village to turn in her quest. Watching Su Chen's figure recede, she curved her lips in a playful smile. Interesting little brother. Any man who catches my eye shouldn't dream of slipping from my grasp. Just then, her younger sister Ying Shuang pinged her in a private message. Sis, I've reached your starter village. I was nearly swarmed to death by giant rats on the way. If a handsome guy hadn't stepped in, I'd be dead, wah. In high spirits, Ying Huan teased as she typed, handsome and heroic? Sounds like true love. Did you pledge yourself on the spot? By the way, your big sister just met a pretty decent guy herself. Meanwhile, Su Chen had already stepped into the rear mountain lode. The farther he walked, the thicker the stench of decay grew. Dark mist coiled around him, dead trees sprawled across the path, and lifeless air pressed down from all sides. Warning, you have entered the cursed load. Dark mist reduces movement speed by 25%, and displacement skills are restricted. The moment Su Chen stepped into the murky fog, it felt like sinking into quicksand. Every stride was dragged to a crawl. Swallowed by the gray-black haze, he pulled up Ali's status screen to make sure Phantom Shift was still active. The confirmation proved Ithis darkness blocked ordinary movement, but couldn't touch forced displacement. A pet that could learn such a skill truly deserved the ultra-rare tag. With Su Chen in front and Ali trailing close behind, they moved on silent feet, senses stretched for the slightest disturbance. The winding mountain path lay in dead stillness. No monsters appeared. Instead, bleached bones kept jutting from the soil, glaring through the mist like mute warnings. Any regular player would have bolted, but Su Chen's nerves had been tempered on too many brushes with death to waver now. Before long, he found the quest item Dragon Blood, Oregon. A dark red crystal was embedded in the rock wall, only a fingernail's tip exposed. Su Chen drove his blade into the seam and pried the first chunk free. A deep hum rippled through the vein, dust exploding outward. Scattered bones jerked upright as if tugged by invisible strings. Hollow sockets flared with eerie green fire and locked onto Su Chen, like guards catching a thief in the act. In the next instant, 7 small skeletons raised bone blades and shields, let out rasping howls, and charged him like a tidal wave. Skeleton Warrior. Level 7. Rank Bronze. HP 720. Attack 160. Skills: Bone Slash, Shield Block, Undead Frenzy. Their stats were nowhere near the Crystal Scorpion Kings, yet 7 at once were still a lethal challenge for a level 3 player. If they spawned near a starter village, it would be a massacre. Su Chen didn't back down. Ali struck first. An icy blue blur flashed by, and her claws crashed into the nearest skeleton's skull. 135. The damage popped up without a weak point multiplier, and no poison prop dodging the bone blade. Ali kept tearing at the same target chest, neck. The gap where a navel would beavery hit landed for the same amount. 135. 135. 135. Only when the skeleton finally disintegrated did Su Chen accept there was no weak spot. These undead had no vitals and were immune to toxins. Congratulations. Your pet, three-tailed ice fox Ali, has slain a level 7 skeleton warrior above its grade. You and Ali gained 50 base experience and 20 bonus experience. The numbers were generous. Su Chen figured that once all 7 skeletons were down, both he and Ali would level up. Plunder activated. Plunder activated. You and Ali each gained 2 points of strength. Ali gains an additional evolution point. The 6 remaining skeleton warriors watched their comrade fall in an instant and let out shrill screams, their bone blades glowing blood red as they triggered Undead Frenzy. Undead Frenzy. Attack power and attack speed increase by 40, but incoming damage rises by 50. Swelling with murderous intent, the skeleton warriors swarmed forward, bone blades slicing through the fetid air, determined to hack Ali to pieces in honor of their fallen ally. Ali had no intention of giving them the chance. She activated Phantom Dash, blurred sideways to the party's flank, and raked her claws at a straggler. 206. 206. 206. The frenzy made the enemies fiercer but shattered their defenses. Each strike landed for 1.5 times damage, and within seconds the second skeleton warrior crumbled. Congratulations. Your pet three-tailed ice fox, Ali, has killed a level 7 skeleton warrior above its level. You and Ali receive 50 base experience and 20 bonus experience for an overlevel kill. Plunder activated. You and Ali each gain 2 points of agility. Ali gains an additional evolution point. Ali repeated the tactic, weaving in and out with Phantom Dash. Her claws became a blur, and the remaining 5 skeleton warriors fell with unwilling howls. Congratulations. Your pet three-tailed ice fox, Ali, has killed 5 level 7 skeleton warriors above its level. You and Ali received 250 base experience and 100 bonus experience for overlevel kills. Congratulations. You have reached level 4. Congratulations. Your pet, Ali, has reached level 4. Plunder activated. You and Ali each gain 4 points of constitution, 4 points of agility, and 2 points of strength. Ali gains an additional 5 evolution points. Following standard practice, Su Chen allocated all 15 newly acquired free attribute points to Ali's strength. Ali's attack power now stood at 160, her evolution points rose to 720, and her combat effectiveness soared. With the fight over, Su Chen swept up the spoils and chipped Dragon Blood Stone from the cavern walls. Gains: 22 copper coins, 1 bronze skeleton belt, 1 bronze skeleton pauldron, 36 pieces of Dragon Blood Stone. Skeleton belt bronze, intelligence 8, mana regeneration 10. Skeleton pauldron bronze, constitution 8, health regeneration 10. After equipping Ali with the 2 items, her 6 armor slots hat, shoulders, chest, leggings, belt, and boots were finally complete, leaving only her jewelry slot empty. Considering most players still let their pets run around naked, this setup was enough to make anyone jealous. Even a full set of black iron gear was hard to assemble in Pet Realm, thanks to its notoriously stingy drop rates. As for the 36 Dragon Bloodstones and what they might fetch in quest rewards, Chen kept that to himself for now. When everything was packed away, he headed deeper into the cave. Thick black mist clouded his vision, and even after walking for more than 10 minutes, he still hadn't reached the end. Incredibly, a faint dragon's roar echoed along the way. As Chen followed the sound deeper into the cavern, he reasoned that any place ringing with a dragon's cry must hold clues about the dragon kin, perhaps even the dragon blood he coveted. With that blood, the mysterious egg in his pack could finally hatch, granting him a second pet. No monsters impeded him, so he mined as he walked. Chunks of dragon blood broke free from the walls, their crimson shards glinting in the torchlight. After counting, he had packed exactly 147 pieces into his backpack. 30 minutes later, he reached the cave's end. A graveyard shrouded in dark red light sprawled before him, and the corpse of an enormous dragon lay cold and silent, its horns and scales steeped in death. Pacing beside the carcass was a creature covered in icy scales, dragging a thick iron chain that clanged against the stone. It was a newborn Corpse King, a branch of the undead. Ice-Scaled Corpse King. Level 9. Rank, Silver. HP, 1280. Attack, 240. Skills, Chain Bind, Blood Frenzy Assault, Ice Scale Hide, Frost Demon Slash. This is the Ice-Scaled Corpse King's domain. Intruders die? The creature rasped. Its blood-red eyes locked on Chen as it charged, swinging its heavy chain. Chen ordered Ollie to take the initiative. The fox girl raised a claw. Crimson lightning flashed Intimidate. The Corpse King froze. 60, 61, 63. 3 rapid slashes cut across its chest. The icy scales absorbed much of the damage. The lost HP was hardly fatal. Is that supposed to hurt? Feel my true power. The Corpse King snarled, slamming its chain. Ollie blurred aside, but the weapon curved as if guided, coiling around her waist and binding her. 120, 120, 120. With only 500 HP, she could not survive another blow. Agility won't save you, this move never misses. Now take my Blood Frenzy Assault. The monster raised a massive fist toward the captive Ollie. Enough talk. Chen snapped. Alice's body turned ethereal phantom blink LV1 activated. 3 rapid dashes freed her from the chain and refreshed all cooldowns. In the next instant she appeared behind the Corpse King, striking the only unscaled spot on its nape. 331. Weak point. 332. 335. Damage numbers erupted, startling even Chen. The green sprite crown's bonuses 8 strength and an extra 10 weak point damage let Ollie empty the Corpse King's health bar at once. Eyes wild, the dying monster tried to raise its arms for Frost Demon Slash, but before it could, Alice's final claw swipe ended it. Congratulations. Your pet, the 3-tailed ice fox Ollie, has defeated the silver tier boss LV.9 Ice-Scaled Corpse King while fighting above its level, earning you and Ollie 240 base experience and an extra 120 bonus experience. Plunder activated. Ollie gains 6 evolution points. Ollie has also plundered the boss Lesser Frost aptitude. Pet aptitudes, ranked from low to high, are weak, lesser, basic, intermediate, superior, and beyond. A Lesser Frost aptitude grants an additional 40 ice damage bonus. Alice's skill Frost Force already adds 40 points of ice damage to normal attacks, and the new aptitude contributes another 16 points outright. As Frost Force levels up and more ice skills are learned, the aptitude's benefits will keep scaling. The Ice-Scaled Corpse King dropped 72 copper coins and 2 silver items, the Ice Scale Hauberk and the Ice Scale Bracelet. Ice Scale Hauberk, Silver Tier, Defense 12, Health 100, Ice Resistance 10. Ice Scale Bracelet, Silver Tier, Strength 5, Intelligence 5, Ice Resistance 10. Chen brushed the ice shards from the hauberk and slung it over his shoulders at once. He then slipped the bracelet onto Alice's front paw. The shimmering scale stood out against the fox's fur. Not far away, a massive dragon corpse still lay sprawled across the desolate mountains, its cold scales reflecting a wan light in the wind. The immediate priority is to use the dragon's blood to nurture a second pet egg. Brother Dragon, forgive the intrusion. I need a bit of your blood to hatch a pet. May you smile on your journey beyond, Chen murmured, then pressed his dagger against the dragon's reverse scale and sliced it open. Thick crimson blood welled out. He collected a single drop and let it fall onto the egg in his arms. The shell glowed with a soft azure halo and trembled faintly. Holding his breath, Chen watched expectantly, but after 5 minutes the light faded, the tremor stopped, and no cracks appeared. A failed attempt? He frowned, then shook his head. The dose was too small. Scooping up a handful of blood, he poured it over the shell. The liquid was absorbed instantly, the egg shaking violently as the azure light flared anew. Congratulations. After absorbing 100 drops of dragon blood, your pet egg has undergone an incredible metamorphosis. The egg has advanced to bronze tier, gaining strength 10, constitution 10, agility 10, and intelligence 10. The pet egg has learned LV.1 lightning arrow. LV1 thunder arrow fires a lightning bolt that strikes a 3-meter radius, dealing 100 intelligence as lightning damage. Cooldown, 1 second. The system screen hovered on the prompt. Do you want to hatch this pet egg? Don't hatch it. Chen hit cancel without a second thought. If the more dragon blood the egg absorbed, the stronger the pet would be, he might as well go all out. He lifted a prepared bottle and poured out the dragon blood. The thick, mercury-like liquid quickly coated the entire egg. As the blood was devoured layer by layer, the shell blazed into a brilliant sphere of light, like a miniature thunder sun. Congratulations! Your pet egg absorbed 1,000 drops of dragon blood and underwent an incredible metamorphosis. Pet egg upgraded, silver tier. Attribute boost, strength 15, constitution 15, agility 15, intelligence 15. New skill. LV1 Twin Serpent Shade summons a serpent shadow clone with identical stats and skills. Cooldown, 120 seconds. The system prompt reappeared. Do you want to hatch it now? Don't hatch. A wilder idea flashed through Chen's mind. He turned to Ollie. How about getting one more teammate? The little fox yipped excitedly and nodded. The pair and the fox pushed the dragon's corpse into a natural stone pit nearby. With a crash of rocks, the massive body dropped to the bottom. Chen drew his blade and slashed open the thick arteries. Scarlet blood poured out, flooding the pit in an instant, its heavy sweetness filling the air. Only after the carcass shriveled like dried hide and the last drop of essence blood was forced out did he gently set the silver glowing egg into the pool. SSS the shell acted like a bottomless void, swallowing the entire pool of dragon blood in a heartbeat. When the tide receded, the egg began to tremble, cracks webbing across its surface. The power within could no longer be contained. Congratulations! Your pet egg absorbed 10,000 drops of dragon blood and underwent an incredible metamorphosis. Pet egg upgraded, gold tier. Attribute boost, strength 30, constitution 30, agility 30, intelligence 30. New skill. LV1 Explosive Thunder Orb spits a thunder orb that blasts a 10-meter radius, dealing 100 intelligence as lightning damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Clang. With a crisp snap, the egg shattered. A tiny jade green head emerged, its bright eyes darting curiously. It flicked a slender tongue and let out a soft woo. When Chen leaned closer, the head popped back into the shell like a startled child. So timid? Are you a lady serpent? With such a handsome master, shouldn't you be saying hello? Chen chuckled and pinched the little head. The fragments fell away, revealing a long emerald body with a gentle sheen that concealed a terrifying pressure mutant green serpent with an extraordinarily powerful bloodline. Congratulations! You have obtained a new pet Phantom Thunder Serpent. Phantom Thunder Serpent mutated, level 1, grade, gold 040. Base stats I, magic attack 65, defense 65, HP 650, mana 650. Base stats 2, strength 65, constitution 65, agility 65, intelligence 65. Skills, Thunderbolt LV. 1, Twin Serpent Shadow LV. 1, Explosive Thunder Orb LV1. Owner, Chen D. Equipment, none. The mutated Thunder Serpent, its veins pulsing with pure dragon blood, lay coiled in silence. Under flickering arcs of lightning, its tiny scales shone like polished metal, and its staggering potential was almost visible to the naked eye. With careful nurturing, it might one day evolve into a terror that would make the world tremble. The entire jar of dragon blood had paid off. The newly hatched little green snake hadn't just mutated, it had leaped straight to gold tier. Chen stared into its eyes, a flash of undisguised amazement passing through his own. He knew better than anyone that mutated pets were born prodigies. They learned skills at breakneck speed and could be molded into nearly anything. In his previous life, he had raised his companion serpent all the way into a 36-winged apocalypse black dragon. Only years later did he realize that true peak potential lay in Huaxiao bloodlines. A fully grown 5-clawed golden dragon was stronger than any Western WIRM. Now, thanks to its mutation, this oriental green snake had a chance to tread the path toward becoming a sacred Chinese dragon. A glance at its skill list told him everything. The little green snake was pure long-range artillery, spell machine gun. Thunderbolt, steady short-range fire with a brief cooldown. Explosive Thunder Orb, a wide-area nuke with higher damage and a longer cooldown. Twin Serpent Shadow, summons a duplicate identical to the original, instantly doubling its combat power. The three skills complemented one another almost perfectly. You're so green it's blinding, so Shaoqing it is. Regardless of the snake's resentful glare, Chen settled the name on the spot. Before leaving, he casually swept every dragon bloodstone from the tomb, cramming more than 1,000 pieces into his pack. He also pocketed the dragon's heart, bones, eyes, and other rare materials. The poor beast had first been murdered by the forces of darkness, only to have its remains scavenged by him, nothing left but a tragic memory. Laden with loot, Su Chen cheerfully led his 2 pets back to the Novice Village. Novice Village Tailor Shop. My heavens, dragon bloodstones are priceless, and you brought over 1,000? Don't tell me you stripped the entire vein in the hills. The proprietress stared at the mountain of gems, her jaw nearly on the floor. The stones covered the shop from wall to wall, a truly overwhelming sight. Congratulations. You have completed the tailor's hidden quest. Collect dragon bloodstones. Reward: 1,000 copper coins. Pet experience tome 500 EXP. Millennium withered wood staff silver. 500 pet EX, just what I needed. Su Chun immediately fed the tome to Xiaoqing. The book dissolved into pure energy and flooded into the snake. 2 brilliant beams of light burst from its body. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 2 and gained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 3 and gained 15 free attribute points. Including the points you'd saved, you dumped all 30 into intelligence without a second thought. The higher the stat, the harder a caster hits. A quest reward popped up, and a silver gleaming Millennium Deadwood staff appeared on the screen. Silver grade, intelligence 8, with a 10% chance to trigger double effect when casting. Perfect. If it procs on Twin Serpent Shadow, you get 2 snake clones at once, turning 1 Xiaoqing into 3 and tripling your theoretical damage. The system chimed again. Because you turned in more than 1,000 dragon bloodstones at once, you've triggered the seamstress hidden reward. Please choose. Option 1. Any 2 minor pet aptitude potions. Option 2. Any 1 lesser pet aptitude potion. They'll take 1 lesser intelligence aptitude potion, Su Chun said at once. A lesser potion costs at least 3 times more than a minor one, clearly the better deal, and it was perfect for Xiaoqing. He pried open the snake's jaws and poured the potion down. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has awakened a lesser intelligence aptitude. Effect: intelligence increased by an additional 40%. The stat skyrocketed. Barely an hour old, Xiaoqing now boasted 144 intelligence. Watching the numbers climb, Su Chun felt an indescribable thrill. Leaving the tailor's shop, he headed for the hidden dark quest coordinates. The moment he stepped outside, a bulky figure blocked the street. So you're Chen Di? Dared to steal my cousin's first kill, boss? Hand over the reward or forget about surviving in Divine Pets. It was Xiao Baowang, arms folded, arrogance written all over his face. Move. A good dog knows to stay out of the way. Whether I survive has nothing to do with you, Su Chen replied coolly. Courting death? Fine, I'll beat you till you drop a pet storage expansion scroll. Xiao Baowang roared and swung a massive fist at Su Chen's face. Su Chen's combat instincts were razor sharp. He tilted his head, letting the blow whistle past, then drove a powerful kick into Xiao Baowang's gut. The bully flew several meters, crashed into a stack of crates, and sent dust billowing. The commotion drew a crowd of players. Look, someone's actually thrashing Xiao Baowang. No way, his talents and pet are ridiculous. Who in this starter town can take him? Oh my god, it's Chen Di. So he's the one who scored the server's first boss kill. No wonder he can stomp Xiao Baowang. Sharing a starter town with the guy who took the server's first boss kill, I feel honored. All at once, the entire starter village erupted with noise. Players poured in from every direction until the square was packed several rows deep. Mention Xiao Baowang, and everyone thought of the resident tyrant. Countless solo players had suffered at his hands just days earlier. A rookie had spent ages whittling a monster down to a sliver of health, only for Xiao Baowang to swoop in, land a single blow, steal the loot and experience, and one-shot the poor newbie back to the respawn point. The victims had long simmered with anger, but never dared speak up. Now that Emperor Chen was willing to stand against him, they felt nothing but glee. Even those who had never been targeted had heard the stories and despised the bully. Xiao Baowang picked himself up, fury twisting into a crooked grin as he glared at Su Chen. You little punk, you've got some skills, they'll give you that, he snarled. But pet battles aren't about brute force, they're about power. Let me show you what real despair looks like. With a violent sweep of his pudgy hand, a burst of summoning light split the ground at the village gate. Boom. A massive earth rampage bear materialized, muscles corded, paws as wide as millstones. Every step made the earth thud, and it fixed Su Chen with a low, mocking growl. A ripple of gasps ran through the crowd. An earth rampage bared hats, a bronze tier pet. Someone exclaimed. No wonder he's been terrorizing everyone. He snagged a bronze on day 1. Poor Emperor Chen, another sighed. That bear's officially the strongest creature in the starter zone. Heads shook in unison, and sympathetic eyes turned towards Su Chen. Seeing their faces, Xiao Baowang swaggered even more. His earth rampage bear had never lost. In his mind, it was invincible here. So, tell me, he sneered, how would you like to die? The bear's eyes flashed with feral intent. It raised its millstone-sized paw and charged. As a bronze pet, its raw strength was staggering. Even without any unlocked skills, its lesser strength aptitude buff put its stats leagues above the iron tier pets most players owned. Xiao Baowang banked everything on one move, the bear's earth smash. If Su Chen took the hit, he was dead. What a nuisance, Chen said coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, a tiny jade-green serpent lifted its head and coiled in his palm. The little snake was shorter than his hand. Beside the three-turtle bear, it looked like an ant facing an elephant. Uffed. That toothpick of a snake couldn't even get stuck between the bear's teeth. Earth Rampage Bear, enjoy your spicy snake snack tonight. Xiao Baolang jeered. The little serpent seemed to understand the insult. Flames of anger lit its round eyes. It carried dragon blood and was a gold-tier mutant pet. How could it tolerate scorn from a mere bronze bear? Boom. The snake opened its jaws and spat a crackling orb of lightning that detonated against the bear's chest. A heartbeat later, everyone saw an unbelievable number flash in the air, 503. A massive damage number popped up over the Earthshaker bear's head. The rampaging beast had its chest punched through by an exploding lightning orb. Its huge body slid forward a few steps, never even brushing Chen's sleeve, before crashing to the ground. Don't shot, dead. Holy crap, what kind of busted damage is that? One skill, and the Earthshaker bear is toast? That pet's broken. Players gathered at the village gate exploded in uproar. The bear, long hailed as the starter zone's toughest pet, had been vaporized by Chen's companion in an instant. That green snake has to be silver grade, right? Anything that can nuke a bronze grade bear has to be at least silver. First day of the server, and he's already raised a silver pet. So jealous. Emperor Chen's handsome, and his pet's even scarier. Carry me, please. I'm cute, soft, and great at keeping beds warm. Voices of shock, envy, and worship piled up as the crowd surged towards Chen. System messages followed. Qing has slain the bronze grade pet, Earthshaker bear. Plunder activated. You and Qing each gain 2 constitution. Qing additionally acquires lesser strength aptitude. Earthshaker bear has lost its lesser strength aptitude and is downgraded to iron grade. Xiao Baolang stared at his fallen pet as if struck by lightning. Impossible. You've got to be hacking. I'm reporting you. Scattered snickers rose, quickly turning into a wave of mockery. High damage equals hacks, huh? Can't even come up with a decent excuse for losing. Pathetic. The Divine Pet Company ignored a joint letter from the top 10 families. Who do you think you are? If you could code cheats, the devs would hand you $10 billion. Give it a shot. Newbie Xiao Baolang had bullied seized the chance to hit back, their keyboard jabs turning his face dark. Pointing at Chen, Xiao Baolang roared, you killed my Earthshaker bear? You're finished. My cousin's bringing me into Glory Alliance. Let me go, or the guild will crush you. Humiliation twisted his features. With his bear instagibed, and its potential ruined, his pride lay in shreds. As long as Chen stayed in the starter village, he would never lift his head again. Hands behind his back, Chen stood tall, his icy eyes passing sentence. Threaten me? You're not qualified. Forget killing you. If your guild master, Emo Zhantian, shows up himself, he dies too. The killing intent in his gaze sent an immediate chill down Xiao Baoyang's spine. The little tyrant's swagger vanished in an instant. When Chen Dis lightning arrow turned his earth rampaging bear into a cloud of blood, only one thought remained: survive. Losing the bear had already cost him a fortune. If he died as well, he'd drop a level on the spot and might even be kicked out of the Glory League. His cousin, De Moang, had warned him, competition inside the league is brutal, fall behind, and you're out. If that happened, all those solo players had bullied would hunt him down every day for revenge. At the thought, Xiao Baoyang's face went gray. He clenched his teeth and chose to beg for his life. Chen Di, we don't have a real feud. How about we drop this? I'll wire you 100,000 yuan right now if you agree. He sounded earnest, as though he'd truly repented and wanted nothing but Chen's forgiveness. 100,000? Chen's lips curled into a frigid smile. So your life is worth only 100 grand? I don't need the money. I just want you dead. A newcomer might have been swayed, but Chen knew the danger. In his previous life, a rookie who sold a rare item to a mega guild for 10 times its value was found dead the next day. Chen had sworn vengeance against the 10 super guilds and would never risk exposing his real address for pocket change, least of all for a measly 100,000. Xiao Baoyang's pupils shrank. He doesn't care about 100 grand? Is he loaded? Thoughts flashed through his mind, and he upped the ante. 1 million. He'll give you a full million in cash if you'll let me go, big boss Chen Di. His tone dripped with flattery, but his heart bled. As the heir to a small conglomerate, he got only 300,000 or 400,000 a month. $1 million was his limit. Secretly, he vowed that if Chen accepted, he'd trace the account and ruin him if he had no backing. You could offer 100 million, and my answer would be the same: I'm taking your life. Chen's smile was dazzling, but to Xiao Baolang, it was the grin of a demon, merciless and final. A silent thunder arrow ripped through the air, followed by a low boom, and punched straight through Xiao Baoyang's forehead. 207. Critical hit. The crimson number floated as Xiao Baolang toppled over, dying in terror and disbelief. Your pet Xiaoqing has slain player Xiao Baolang. Evil value 10. You have plundered Xiao Baoyang's Drank talent. Pet strength boost. Because you already possess the Crank talent Pet Berserk strength, it has been enhanced. Pet strength 10. Current boost, 50. Xiao Bawang's talent has been plundered a second time and degraded to the E-rank talent pet strength enhancement. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, gasping. Good grief, just who is this Chen Di? He turned down a full million without batting an eye. The game's public chat exploded. Players flooded into the replay titled Green Serpent one-shots the Earthquake Bear, and the comment feed poured down like a waterfall. That serpent is hands down the best pet in the entire Serverno debate. I'm a newbie who got bullied by Little Tyrant. Watching him get wrecked today feels amazing. Emperor Chen is a legend goat. While the hype was still peaking, someone shouted, "Did anybody record that?" Emperor Chen's strike was so ruthless, and that serpent looked incredible. I did. 10 minutes in, and it's already at 100,000 views and 30,000 likes. That's nothing. My clip's on the trending list, and the comments are blowing up. Even the uploads are a battlefield. I'd better post mine too. Within minutes, every forum and video platform was plastered with the same headline. Green Serpent one-shots a bronze-tier Earthquake Bear. The footage showed Little Tyrant's smug grin and the bear's hulking frame shatter under the serpent's single, razor-sharp strike. Viewers went wild, and someone in the comments laid out a detailed list of Little Tyrant's bullying deeds, turning public opinion squarely against him. Then another bombshell hit. Little Tyrant had thrown down a cool million on the spot, begging Su Chen for mercy only to be refused. "I don't want your money. I want your head." That defiant line became an instant meme. Finally, justice. Su Chen's spine can't be bent by gold. That's a real man. Players roared across the forums. But the spotlight wasn't just on Su Chen. The serpent coiled around his arm made every player green with envy. Rich collectors swarmed his inbox, waving cash. "Emperor Chen, im invincible world, guild master of sovereign conquerors. He'll give you 3 million for that silver-tier serpent. Interested? 3 million for the server's only serpent? Dream on Tree 5. Someone jeered in chat. "If you're willing to sell, name any price under 10 million and I won't haggle." A new voice invitation popped up. "Emperor Chen, this is Mo Zhantian, guild master of Glory League. I'm not here to buy your pet. I want you in my guild. 30 million a year. Contract ready whenever you are." Friend request alerts chimed nonstop. Su Chen sat before the light screen, flicking them away one by one, blocking every buyer and guild recruiter except Mo Zhantian. When that familiar ID appeared, a glint of ice flashed in his eyes. Mo Zhantian, the celebrated young leader of Glory League. In Su Chen's previous life, after Su Chen claimed the top spot in Dragon Nation, he treated this little brother as a true friend. The devouring ant's evolution into a divine pet was thanks entirely to Su Chen's help. Mo Zhantian had taken advantage of their bond countless times, and Su Chen had always laughed it off. He never imagined that, to steal the supreme god bone, Mo Zhantian would leak Su Chen's discovery to the 9 super guilds. On the day the plot succeeded, both Su Chen and his beloved Gu Qingge were killed. "Mo Zhantian, I trusted you. Yet you conspired with 9 guilds to stab me in the back." The thought thudded in Su Chen's chest like a funeral drum. "You'll be the first to pay." Su Chen's gaze turned frosty, his killing intent surging. 5 minutes later, Xiao Bawang respawned at the revival point wearing nothing but his underwear. The price of death struck instantly. His level dropped, his pet's stats were gutted, and every piece of equipment dissolved into motes of light. Head meant to bleed Su Chen dry. Instead, had lost everything. Standing there, face dark as thunder, Xiao Bawang clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. "Damn you, Chen Di. I've been knocked down a level, and my Earth Rampage bear might be ruined too." Swallowing his fury, he opened the pet interface. A moment later, a crushing notice filled his screen. The Earth Rampage bear's attributes were largely wiped, and even its minor strength aptitude had vanished. A bronze-tier pet had plummeted to iron in a single death, half its value gone. The official site never said pets could lose their aptitude when they die. Xiao Bawang's chest heaved as his thoughts whirled. Is this a hidden penalty, or did Chen Di pull something? Grinding his teeth, he hissed, "Chen Di, just you wait." Refusing to give up, he opened his own character panel only to suffer an even harsher blow. His crank talent Berserk Power, which had already fallen to Drank Strength Boost after his last death, was now a rank minor Strength Boost, adding a mere 10 to pet strength. "It's over," him finished. His throat tightened, hatred swirling in his eyes so strongly it almost took shape. "Whether or not you caused this, Chen Di, I'll make sure you suffer more than I have. My cousin will avenge me." That obsessive thirst for revenge swallowed the last of his reason. Elsewhere, Su Chen hadn't expected Xiao Bawang's death to drop 2 surprisingly solid items. Custom Cashmere Boots Bronze, Agility 5, Movement Speed 10 in combat. Custom Cashmere Belt Bronze, Intelligence 5, Mana Regeneration 10. After Xiao Qing equipped them, her damage output jumped again, and Su Chen was in excellent spirits. Once the loot was sorted, he slipped into a quiet corner at the edge of the village. About 5 minutes later, a skeletal old beggar lurched into view. The man looked as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days. His stick-thin arms shook as he set a rusty iron bowl against the wall. Whenever a player passed, he rasped in a quavering voice, "Kind traveler, spare a few copper coins so this old man can buy a bite to eat." Nothing in the starter village spawns without a purpose. Players gathered quickly this had to be a hidden quest, maybe one with top-tier rewards. Since the beggar wanted money, they might as well toss in a few coppers and try their luck. With that, many players eagerly dropped coins into the old man's bowl. The player named Xiao Baikai stepped forward and tossed 10 copper coins into the old beggar's iron bowl, curious to see how the beggar would react. The beggar merely looked up, said a faint thank you, and then went back to counting the change, making no other move. Stingy, scoffed the nearby player Jin Qianbao. Thinking you can trigger a hidden quest with just 10 copper coins? No wonder he's ignoring you. With a grand gesture, he dumped in a full 500 copper coins. The clatter of metal against iron rang out, drawing gasps from the onlookers. The beggar gave Jin Qianbao a long, meaningful look and, with a wrinkled smile, said, "Thank you, generous sir. Sadly, I have no hidden quest for you." Laughter erupted around them. Huh, 500 coins for nothing. Seeing Jin Qianbao come up empty-handed, many players lost interest and drifted away. A few stubborn ones kept tossing money in, dreaming of a miracle, but every single one left disappointed. The last to try was Ying Huanhuan. Unwilling to give up, she gritted her teeth and threw in her entire fortune 1,000 copper coins, letting the beggar harvest yet another windfall. Watching him beam from ear to ear, she seethed, powerless to do anything about it. Outside the crowd, Su Chen had been squatting for some time, quietly tallying the total. 5 minutes later, he squeezed to the front and raised the coin in his hand. "Dude, don't do it." A player cried, trying to stop him. "That's like throwing a meat bun at a dog gone forever. I swear this beggar's just here to shake down newbies. He's almost at 10,000 coins and hasn't given out a single reward." "Yeah, total scam," another player growled. "I tossed in 300 coins and got nothing." 300? Ying Huanhuan rolled her eyes. "I dumped in 1,000 and didn't even get a pebble." "Oh, it's you, kid? Knowing you're about to get fleeced too makes me feel better." Huh. The jeers came in waves, but Su Chen ignored them. He flicked a single copper coin into the bowl. Clink, final, crisp sound rang out. A sharp light flashed in the beggar's eyes. He pocketed the coin at once, then fixed Su Chen with a broad, wrinkled grin. "Thank you, kind adventurer. With this last coin, I've reached exactly 10,000 today. As the lucky one, you deserve a reward." System messages flooded the screen. "Congratulations. You've completed the hidden quest. The lucky player who helped the beggar reach 10,000 copper coins. You receive 1,000 EXP, 1,000 dark reputation, greed ring gold, grade unique. Level up. Current level, 5. A greed ring?" Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Unique ring of greed. Grade, gold. Intelligence 10. Cast speed 12. Special skill greed. Killing a monster yields 20 more coins. Flavor text 1, money. I just want more money. Flavor text 2. If the ring evolves, it might trigger an unbelievable surprise. Because there was only one such item on the entire continent, its unique tag pushed the ring's value to the very ceiling of commandeer gear, keeping countless gold farming crews up at night. The twin boosts to intelligence and casting speed were a perfect fit for Su Chen's pet, a small green serpent. Without a second thought, he slipped the ring over the tip of its tail. Instantly, the snake's pupils gleamed, whirlpools of mana howled across its scales, and both its intellect and damage rose visibly. Coin drops from every kill jumped to a whole new level as well. Most important of all, Su Chen already knew how to evolve the ring. Once it succeeded, its stats would be enough to drive the entire server insane. After wrapping up a few loose ends, he set out to start the Ring of Greed's evolution journey himself. A system alert exploded in his ears. "You have gained 1,000 experience points at once." A pillar of light erupted around Su Chen, and his character shot up an entire level. Nearby players' eyes nearly fell out. "What the? 1,000 XP in one go?" He leveled instantly. "Crazy. I always thought that old beggar was a scam, but this hidden reward is nuts. We got robbed. We poured so much money in and never triggered anything. And he did it with a single copper coin?" The truth was just that absurd. Su Chen's final copper coin happened to bring the total to exactly 10,000, meeting the secret requirement and popping the reward. Everyone instantly realized their earlier generosity had only paved the way for this true luck god. While the crowd buzzed, the Ring of Greed hovered in Su Chen's palm, shimmering with flowing light. "That's a gold tier ring. Isn't it the first gold item on the server and with the unique tag, no less? Hey, big shot lucky king, I adore shiny rings. Give it to me, and it'll serve you for a month any way you like." The sultry offer made the air itself warm, but most players had their eyes glued to the ring's stats and that terrifying leveling speed. Anyone who could walk out wearing it would instantly become a legend. Just then, "Huh, little brother, you're Emperor Chen," a pleasant voice called out. Only now did Ying Huanhuan realize that the man who had triggered the hidden reward and casually saved her white tiger pet was the famed top ranker of Server 1, Emperor Chen himself. Handsome, powerful, and now crowned with outrageous luck, he ticked every box on her wish list. "Come on, add Big Sis as a friend." Ying Huanhuan waved excitedly. Her single line of recognition drew gasps all around. Players who had been losing their cool instantly gave up. The comparison competing with Emperor Chen's luck or strength was pure self-destruction. They could only admit it. The gap between them and the Emperor was simply too vast. Sure, someone just a bit better than Ayami can still feel a twinge of envy. In the newbie plaza, chatter flared nonstop, so hot it was about to crash the channel. Against Chen Di, who's light years ahead of us, we're simply not worthy of comparison. Who's Chen Di? Someone fill me in. Newbie alert. You don't know Chen Di? He's the guy who took every server-wide boss first kill. The buzz only grew louder. 1. Chen Di didn't just grab the first kill. 2. Xiao Bawang had been bullying the village with his bronze-tier Earthbreaker bear, but when he messed with Chen Di, a single bite from Chen Di's little green snake one-shot the bear. 3. With the bully gone, the whole village cheered. The more excited the players became, the more Ying Huan stole heated glances at Su Chen. She calculated silently. This rising star has to be claimed early. Once he turns into a top player, flocks of girls will circle him, and it'll be too late. Su Chen, however, paid no attention to the praise. He strolled to a corner by the village gate, where a ragged, old beggar crouched. Leaning down, Su Chen whispered, barely louder than a mosquito. Old sir, I've long been drawn to the darkness. May I pledge myself to the Lord of Undeath? The murmur hit the beggar like a muffled thunderclap because he was no ordinary beggar, but a sentry planted here by the undead sovereign. His eyes turned ice-cold. Murderous light stabbed from his cloudy pupils. With a sweep of his hand, gray fog surged. He seized Su Chen and slipped into another dimension. What the? There was someone like that hiding in the village? What did Chen Di whisper to him to make that freak go berserk? Many players who had envied Su Chen's hidden quest now gloated, convinced he was doomed. Su Chen opened his eyes. A chill, rotting stench filled his lungs. A gloomy graveyard unfolded before him, the undead aura thick enough to choke on. This is the Dragon Tomb Graveyard. Not far away lay the headless corpse of the Ice-Scaled Death Lord, its neck torn by Ali, black blood crusted thick. Beside it sprawled the dragon carcass Su Chen had drained and harvested, equally tragic. The beggar's rags were gone, replaced by a pitch-black necromancer's robe. Death staff in hand, he now radiated the power of a true undead archmage. Su Chen cast Identify, but the screen showed nothing but question marks. If I can't see a single stat, he's at least 10 levels above me. Warning bells rang in his head. This was an enemy he could not fight. Archmage Meng En's gaze was razor-sharp, killing intent almost tangible. Who are you, really? Su Chen drew a deep breath. His voice stayed calm, without the least servility. I'm just an ordinary human. The only difference is that my heart already belongs to the darkness. You're constrained in the novice village. Certain tasks are inconvenient for you. I can handle them in your stead. Su Chen spoke with quiet confidence. Su Chen looked perfectly calm, as if he had expected all of this. 3 years from now, monsters would invade reality, gods would descend, and humanity would be annihilated. Whether aligned with light or darkness, both factions were destined to slaughter humankind. Su Chen felt no loyalty to either side. He only wanted to emerge from this epic conflict as the ultimate winner, profiting from both camps and fleecing light and darkness alike. To do that, he had to win the trust of both factions and keep them dancing in the palm of his hand. How did you see through my disguise? The Lich Archmage Meng En asked. He raised his hand, and a circle of black mist snapped over Su Chen, the dark detection spell. After confirming that Su Chen held no trace of holy power and possessed only meager strength, Meng En relaxed slightly. That's not important, Su Chen replied sincerely. What matters is cooperation. You're hiding in this village for your own reasons and have no wish to expose yourself. I'm willing to serve. Meng En gave him a sidelong glance, weighing that pledge of loyalty. After a moment he snorted, flicked his sleeve, and a vial of blood-red liquid throbbing with necrotic energy arced through the air. Su Chen caught it cleanly. Lesser Vampiric Aptitude Elixir grants a pet the vampiric trait upon use. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Since acquiring the little green snake, his overall damage had soared, but Ali, as a melee fighter, desperately needed sustain. The vampiric trait would patch that weakness perfectly. He uncorked the vial at once and poured the elixir down Ali's throat. Congratulations. Your pet Ali has acquired Lesser Vampiric Aptitude. Lesser Vampiric Aptitude converts 10 of damage dealt into the pet's own health. Blackened sigils flickered over Ali's body, and his power spiked. Su Chen beamed. An interesting little creature, Meng En said approvingly, then his tone chilled. But a true dark heart isn't proven by words alone. There's a test. He lifted his hand, and a frigid wind howled past. Some damned thief sabotaged my plans while I was gathering intelligence in the village. If I catch him, I'll forge his bones into a skeleton and damn him for eternity. System prompt. Ding. Lich Archmage Meng En has given you a hidden quest. Unmask the saboteur. Quest description. Meng En intended to refine a dragon's corpse into an undead bone dragon. Recently, the dragon graveyard was raided. The corpse king and skeleton soldiers were slaughtered, and the dragon's remains were stolen, ruining the dark scheme. Track down the thief, retrieve the bones, and deliver them to Meng In for a generous reward. Su Chen's heart jolted. This quest had never appeared in the dark storyline of his previous life. Had taking the dragon bones himself forced the plot onto a new path? He glanced at the stack of otherwise useless dragon bones in his inventory and grinned. He certainly didn't mind trading that deadweight for a handsome reward. Judging by the undead archmage's temper, if he ever learned I almost sabotaged his plan, he'd probably refine me into a skeleton on the spot. Su Chen clicked his tongue, picturing the gruesome outcomes of such a fate. Account locked, stats wiped, or even worse, respawned as a system monster. None of those were remotely acceptable. If he wanted to keep the quest alive, he needed a scapegoat and fast. Quest accepted. Without hesitation, Su Chen confirmed the prompt and hurried out of the wind-whipped dragon graveyard. On the trek back to the starter village, he mulled over potential fall guys, calculations racing through his mind. The moment he crossed the village threshold, a chill mixed with the scent of damp earth hit his face. By the gate, the undead archmage Meng In had once again wrapped himself in a ragged gray robe and crouched in the shadows like a nondescript beggar. With white-streaked hair, a hunched back, and cloudy eyes, no player, even a seasoned NP, could ever link him to a world-shaking conspiracy. Su Chen scanned the crowd, still fretting over a scapegoat, when a hostile glare stabbed him like a needle. Turning, he spotted little tyrant gnashing his teeth, hatred thick in his voice. Cousin, that's Emperor Chen. He stole your first kill loot and nearly crippled me. The familiar voice made Su Chen's eyes brighten. Talk about a pillow arriving at nap time. He needed a fall guy, and little tyrant had delivered himself. He smoothed his expression, looking calm. Before little tyrant finished, the burly youth beside him stepped forward, blocking Su Chen's path with a single arm. Dressed in black armor and sporting razor-edged brows, he was none other than the neighboring village's player Great Devil, the one Su Chen had outpaced for the boss' first kill. Kid, I know your pets are strong, Great Devil rumbled, voice hard as iron. But when you offend the two of us, you offend the entire Glory Alliance. One last chance, hand over the first kill rewards and kneel to apologize, or we'll blacklist you and hunt you nonstop. So they were members of the Glory Alliance. Backed by the Penguin Group, its reach and resources dwarfed anything a solo player could muster. Su Chen weighed his odds. Right now, a heat and fight was suicide. He spread his hands with a helpless smile. I don't want trouble with the Glory Alliance. Unfortunately, I already used the pet storage expansion scroll. See for yourselves. Before the words faded, twin flashes of blue and white flared. A little white fox and a sleek green snake materialized at his sides, bright eyes and gleaming scales proving the scroll was gone for good. Fury almost solidified in Great Devil's gaze. That scroll was worth tens of millions and now it was unrecoverable. Murderous intent rolled off him in waves. If looks could kill, Su Chen would be dust. Su Chen stayed composed. If you were lone players like me, I wouldn't care. But the Glory Alliance is a titan I must respect. So I'd like to compensate you another way. The reasonable offer made Great Devil hesitate. He wanted Su Chen flayed, but the scroll was gone forever. If the kid could pay enough, another kind of vengeance might suffice. Compensate me? Great Devil sneered. With what? That scroll's worth tens of millions. Why should I believe you've got anything just as valuable? His icy stare cut Su Chen like a blade, convinced the kid was simply toying with him. I just triggered an insanely difficult hidden quest. The system actually wants me to find a dragon's remains. Su Chen stood beside the dilapidated teleport array in the starter village, replaying the days he had spent sprinting between Desolation Gorge, the Frost Graveyard, and Dragon Breath Peak. Dragon bones were unimaginably rare. To secure them, he had sacrificed almost all his grinding time. He had sifted through rubble, cut down roaming skeleton guards, and wrestled the Corpse King in a pitch-black cavern before finally smuggling the intact skeleton out. Now several levels behind the curve, Su Chen still believed the tougher the quest, the fatter the reward. With that thought in mind, he reluctantly drew the gray-white bones, still glinting with a frosty light, from his pack and held them out to the Demon King. Dragon bones? A hidden quest? The Demon King, who seconds earlier had been daydreaming about starter zone errands like kill chickens, catch dogs, jerked his head up. He stole a glance at the quest board, unable to believe that a rookie task could call for something this rare. Su Chen shoved the bones closer. A system prompt floated before them. Dragon's remains. Rarity, ultra-rare material. Description: bones left behind when a legendary dragon dies. Forged into a weapon, they will grant unbelievable power. The finished piece will be at least platinum grade. Hiss. The Demon King's eyes went round. Material that guaranteed a platinum tier weapon had never seen anything like it on any forum or at any auction house. Only now did he half believe that Su Chen's hidden quest might really be worth a fortune, perhaps even more tempting than a pet space expansion scroll. Reason quickly reeled him back. The quest is yours, so the reward is yours. How do I get my hands on it? He whispered, greed still thick in his voice, but urgency sharper. Su Chen laid everything out. Relax. The NPCs in Divine Pets are as smart as real players. They'll bring you along when I turn the quest in. Tell the NPC you scoured the place, killed hordes of skeletons, and the corpse king to collect these bones and that I did nothing. You'll be the one who helped, so the reward will be tagged to your name." He sounded sincere, but a trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. He hated to part with the bones, yet offending the Glory Alliance was even scarier. The Demon King listened, the flame of desire burning hotter and hotter. Off to the side, Xiao Baowang was already crimson with anger. He fired off a DM. "Cousin, you really believe Chindi will hand over such a priceless reward? He screwed me over. Even if he does pay, make sure he bleeds for it." The Demon King replied with a single line, "Relax. If he crosses me, he's dead. We take the reward first, then deal with him at our leisure." Outwardly, he wore a warm smile, clapping Su Chen on the shoulder. "Bro, hey, race your chance to make things right. Hand over the bones." He sounded like a comrade who had fought at Su Chen's side. Still uneasy, Su Chen confirmed, "That's a promise. Once you get the reward, we're even. I really don't want bad blood with the Glory Alliance." A promise from the Demon King is ironclad. He thumped his chest, words firm as stone, yet no one noticed the chill that flickered in his eyes. The trade window flashed, and the dragon's remains passed into the Demon King's hands. De Moong, visibly excited, packed away the dragon bones and insisted that Su Chen accompany him to turn in the quest. To make the spoils look legitimate, he even forced Su Chen to testify before the NPC that the bones were won only after he, De Moong, had slaughtered countless skeleton soldiers and corpse kings. Su Chen, looking uneasy, still nodded in agreement. The two hurried side by side to the ragged stall of the old beggar. Hearing that the hidden quest collect dragon bones could grant a game-breaking reward, Su Chen's cousin, Xiao Baowang, tagged along, eager to see the payoff for himself. Wearing a polite smile, Su Chen spoke first. "Sir, the dragon bones are in their hands." A glint flashed in the old beggar's eyes as his gaze settled on De Moong and Xiao Baowang. De Moong immediately dumped the bleached fragments onto the ground and snorted from above. "That's right, the dragon bones are here with me. I butchered hordes of skeletons and wiped out several corpse kings to haul back this precious material. If the reward isn't rich enough, I'd rather forge platinum gear with it myself than hand it over." He rattled the bones, their sharp clicks clearly meant to extort a heftier payment. The old beggar's expression darkened at once. "So, you really did take the dragon bones?" His raspy voice turned icy. "Seems I've hidden my identity too long, and you've forgotten the cruelty of the Lich Archmage, Meng Yin." Fury smoldered in his clouded eyes. "You dare sabotage my plan and then flaunt your loot before me? Unforgivable." With those words, his aura surged, and gray-black necrotic energy flooded the surroundings. A single wave of his hand conjured a massive claw of deathly power that clamped around De Moang's and Xiao Baowang's throats. Terror crawled up their spines. Held in a grip that could end them at any moment, both men broke into a cold sweat. Only then did De Moang realize it was all Su Chen's scheme. His teeth chattered with rage. Every pitfall had ever stepped into had been one of Su Chen's traps. He tried to expose Su Chen, but the latter bowed first. "My lord, soiling your noble hands with this trash would diminish the dignity of an archmage. Allow me to handle them." Before the sentence finished, Su Chen summoned Little Azure Snake and Ali. The two pets lunged from either side at De Moang and Xiao Baowang. Intimidate. Exploding Thunderball. Control flowed seamlessly into burst damage. 511. 513. 334. Critical hits to weak points. 3 crimson numbers flashed. Bound by the hand of death, the pair couldn't resist and were wiped out in an instant. Their bodies stiffened, crashing to the ground with faces frozen in disbelief and unwillingness. You have plundered De Moang's Crade Talent Pet Intelligence Evolution. You have acquired the Pet Intelligence Evolution Talent. Pet Intelligence 40. De Moang's talent has been downgraded to grade, Pet Intelligence Boost. No wonder they were brothers, even their talents were almost identical. Before the corpse at his feet had cooled, Su Chen caught a system prompt. Another crank talent, Pet Intelligence Evolution. The passive boosted Little Green Snake's intelligence and spell power by 40%, instantly adding 44 points to its stat screen, and the bonus would only scale higher as its base intelligence grew. The moment the hapless brothers hit the ground, a shower of light blossomed across the floor, revealing 5 glittering spoils. Su Chen crouched and gathered them one by one. Ding. You picked up a silver-grade Sage's Robe of Wisdom. Ding. You picked up a bronze-grade Silkworm Pauldrons. Ding. You picked up an ultra-rare material, Dragon Remains. Ding. You picked up 1,623 copper coins. Sage's Robe of Wisdom. Quality, silver. Stats, intelligence 10, defense 10. Special effects Sage's Aegis. When you take damage, there is a 10% chance to generate a shield. Shield value 300 100% of intelligence. No cooldown. Flavor text. The gods showered wisdom upon the world. Someone cleverly opened an umbrella. A silver piece quite generous for a demon king. Su Chen murmured, eyes gleaming. A shield with no cooldown meant back-to-back procs if luck held, turning the early game into an unkillable cockroach run. Pity the boss RNG was so bad. Otherwise, Little Green Snake's explosive thunder orb wouldn't have one-shot it. By habit, top-tier gear went to his pets first. The robe slipped over Little Green Snake, the fabric resizing into a snug azure cape. Intelligence and defense climbed in tandem on its panel. Silkworm pauldrons. Quality, bronze. Stats, Constitution 5, health regen 10%. Special effect rejuvenation. All shields and healing received 20%. The base stats were ordinary, but rejuvenation paired perfectly with the robe's shield made to order, really. Su-Chun equipped the pauldrons without hesitation. A quick check of the pet slots showed Little Green Snake still missing a helm, bottoms, bracers, necklace, and earrings, while Aline needed only a ring. Pet gear was rare. Top-tier pieces were almost mythical. Even with Su-Chin's insane drop luck, had barely scraped together most of 2 sets. Any other player would feel rich just completing half a set. As for the dragon remains, Su-Chun handed the fractured bone to the undead Grand Mage, Meng Yin. The black-robed wizard let a wisp of ghostly flame slide across his fingertips, eyes flashing with approval. Excellent. Your heart truly leans toward darkness. You have passed my test and earned my trust. However, forging a skeletal dragon still requires additional reagents. Meng Yin waved a hand, and a sickly green scroll unfurled in midair. We're missing a herb called Soul Return Grass. The village apothecary is said to know its whereabouts. Find him, bring me the grass, then meet me in the crypt behind the hill. I will be waiting. After the undead archmage finished speaking, he crushed a teleportation scroll and vanished. Pale blue light rippled outward like water, and the shredded scroll turned into glowing motes before fading away. Immediately afterward, a system notification popped up. Congratulations. You have completed the undead archmage's hidden quest. Unmask the saboteur of the dark scheme. You have received 2,000 copper coins, Pet EXP Scroll 1,000 EXP, Pet Skill Evolution Stone 1. New hidden quest unlocked. Find the soul returning herb. Reward, unknown. The payout was modest, but Su-Chin knew this was only the beginning of the dark quest chain. The real profits would come later. Without hesitation, he pulled out the faintly golden experience scroll and opened it. It dissolved into light and flowed into his little green snake. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 4 and gained 15 free attribute points. Next, he took the evolution stone and focused it on Xiaoqing's primary damage skill Lightning Arrow. Congratulations. Xiaoqing's Lightning Arrow has been upgraded to level 2, dealing an additional 20 damage. LV.2 Lightning Arrow fires a bolt of lightning at targets within 3 meters, dealing 100 INT lightning damage. Cooldown, 1 second. Training finished, Su-Chun closed the pet panel and headed straight for the nearest potion shop. As he pushed the door open, a strong herbal aroma greeted him, thin white steam curling in the air. Behind the counter, the shopkeeper was carefully stirring a mixture in a bronze cauldron that gurgled and bubbled. I heard you have soul-returning herb. Name your price, Su-Chun said bluntly. The shopkeeper kept stirring, not even glancing up. Everything else is for sale, but not that. The herb has been in my family for generations. No amount of money will buy it. Su-Chun had saved 4,000 or 5,000 copper coins and thought it would be enough, yet the answer was a flat refusal. He pressed on. Then what would you trade for it? I really need that herb. The shopkeeper sighed. If you're that desperate, do me a favor. My son went into Serpent Gorge to gather herbs 3 days ago and hasn't come back. He's probably in trouble. Find him for me. As soon as he finished, another system prompt appeared. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. Locate the apothecary's son. Quest objective. Enter Serpent Gorge and bring the shopkeeper's son home. Reward, unknown. Don't worry. He'll get him back, Su-Chin promised, patting his chest for emphasis. He also asked for some antidotes, and the shopkeeper, eager to save his son, handed over 5 bottles of basic detox potion, each filled with a cool, mint-scented green liquid. Stowing the potions, Su-Chun set off at once. Serpent Gorge was a hidden instance whose entrance appeared only after accepting the related quest, so the place was usually deserted. Su-Chun remembered that in his previous life, someone had found treasures worth a fortune here, and his hopes rose. As he stepped into the canyon, gray-green miasma drifted like smoke. Warning. You have entered Serpent Gorge. Poison gas active. You lose 10 HP per second. Su-Chin was prepared. He downed a detox potion, and his HP bar stabilized. He followed the winding path, boots crunching over gravel and dead leaves, while cold, watchful snake eyes glinted from the cliff walls on either side. Before long, he spotted a lone figure beset by a swarm of snakes. A teenage boy was cornered at the edge of a cliff, frantically swinging a sickle as he fought off a swarm of snakes. Level 8 valley vipers advanced with gaping jaws, layer after layer. The boy's plain iron blade could only scratch their scales, never landing a fatal blow. After a prolonged struggle, his face was a sickly mix of green and white. Poison spread through his veins, and he could barely stay upright. Su-Chun recognized him as the apothecary owner's son, the key target he had to rescue. Without hesitation, he summoned Ali and Xiaoqing. The snow-white three-tailed ice fox, Ali, flashed forward and drove a claw into the soft spot behind a viper's head. 420. Weak point strike. The snake snapped in two, its death cry lost in the wind. System prompt. Congratulations. Your pet three-tailed ice fox, Ali, has slain a level 8 valley viper above its own level. You and Ali gain 60 base experience and 24 bonus experience. Plunder activated. You and Ali each gain 2 strength. Ali gains 1 evolution point. The remaining vipers, enraged by their comrade's death, surged toward Ali. The fox darted among rocks and vines, drawing all their aggro and buying Xiaoqing a clear shot. The phantom thunder serpent, Xiaoqing, reared back, purple lightning crackling between its fangs. Explosive thunder orbs. 535. 535. 535. The chain of orbs detonated inside the pack, purple flashes and shattered scales filling the air. Several vipers fell dead on the spot. System prompt. Congratulations. Your pet phantom thunder serpent, Xiaoqing, has slain 5 level 8 valley vipers above its own level. You and Ali gain 300 base experience and 120 bonus experience. Plunder activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 6 intelligence, 2 strength, and 2 constitution. Xiaoqing gains 5 evolution points. Under the pet's alternating assaults, the vipers toppled like paper dolls. As Su Chen watched his party's stats climb, a thrill shot through him. SS-grade talent Infinite Plunder was truly dominant. Moments later, snake corpses littered the ravine. Ali and Xiaoqing were still mopping up stragglers, but the rescued boy finally collapsed against a blood-spattered rock, gazing at Su Chen with grateful eyes. Warrior, thank you for saving me. But the venom runs deepy, don't have long. Could I ask one last favor? The boy had to live. Without him, Su Chen would never obtain the soul return grass, and the hidden darkness quest would end before it began. Su Chen pulled out 2 basic antidotes, pried the boy's mouth open, and poured them down. Gulp gulp. Potion slid into his stomach, and the poison visibly receded. Color returned to his cheeks, and his breathing steadied. But the moment he recovered, he suddenly sprang up and dashed toward the cliff's edge, ready to jump. This was the deepest cliff in Serpent Gorge, almost 100 meters straight down, a fall that would shatter bones and end lives. Su Chen's heart clenched. He threw out an arm to block the boy who was about to leap, his voice low and sharp. Your father sent me to save you. Are you out of your mind? You'd die the moment you hit the bottom. The sheer rock face yawned like a giant maw, its depths swallowed by shadow. Su Chen sensed that whatever lay below was far from ordinary, otherwise the boy wouldn't be so desperate to risk everything. The boy gazed across the chasm, eyes suddenly bright with longing. On the opposite cliff, there's a red spider lily, he murmured. It's beautiful just like her. I want to pick it for the girl I love most. Su Chen let out a helpless laugh. So, the youngster was another hopeless romantic, willing to wager his life for a single smile. A flash of memory stabbed through him. The blood-soaked battle of his previous life, the 10 super guilds closing in, Guchinga stepping in front of him without hesitation. The boy's stubborn courage overlapped with that image, tightening Su Chen's chest. Even so, a 100-meter drop was too much, even for him. Fortunately, as a beastmaster, he had safer options. Stay put. I'll fetch the flower for you, Su Chen said quietly, then summoned his 3-tailed ice fox, Ali. Alice's fur gleamed like frost, her ice-blue eyes flashing as she bounded down the cliff, using the tangled vines as footholds. Jagged rocks jutted out everywhere, yet the lattice of vines formed a makeshift net. Graceful as a wisp of snow, Ali hugged the wall and reached the bottom in 5 minutes. The paler lily bloomed alone, petals thin as silk and glowing with an eerie luster. Ali had just extended her claws when a deafening hiss split the air. She whirled around a pitch-black serpent coiled in a crevice, slit pupils glinting, its tongue flicking toxic vapor into the air. Luckily, Su Chen had dosed her with antitoxin beforehand. She could endure the miasma for a while. This creature was clearly the ruler of Serpent Gorge, guardian of the lily for untold years. Valley Serpent King. Level, LV10. Rank, Silver. HP, 1360. ATK, 280. Skills, Venom Spray, Poison Fong, Tail Sweep, Merciless Constriction. A silver rank level 10 boss. Most people would have fled, but Ali refused to back down. Since Xiaoqing's arrival, most resources had gone to the new pet. Ali was determined to prove herself. Rah! She snarled, exploding forward, claws locked on the serpent's vulnerable throat. 425. Weak point. The serpent writhed in agony, jaws snapping in rage. Intimidate. Before it could strike, its body froze mid-coil. 425. 425. 2 more brutal slashes landed on the same spot. The serpent's eyes dimmed, its massive tail twitched, then the creature crashed to the ground. Congratulations. Your pet, 3-tailed ice fox Ali has defeated the silver rank boss LV10 Valley Serpent King. You and Ali gain 300 base EXP and an additional 180 bonus EXP for the overlevel kill. Pillage activated. Ali gains 6 evolution points. Ollie has additionally plundered the boss' basic Venom Infusion trait. So it's only a basic aptitude? The thought had barely sparked in Su Chen's mind when another burst of dazzling light erupted in front of him. Congratulations. Your pet Ollie has reached level 5 and gained 15 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he dumped all 15 points into strength. The Valley Serpent King's corpse crumbled away, and to everyone's surprise, not a single gold coin dropped, only a ring. Ding. You've picked up a gold-grade item, Venom Ring. Another gold ring? Su Chen's eyes lit up. In Divine Pets, top-tier gear almost never drops, and leveling is painfully slow. These two notorious money pits set the game apart from those flashy titles, where one swing deals 99,999 damage. The harder it is to level, the greater the sense of superiority for high-level players and their companions. Every single level means a tangible boost to base stats, access to stronger equipment and skills, and even exclusive story quests. Because everyone levels slowly, anyone who wants to stand above the crowd has to climb faster than the rest. It's the same with elite gear. Sheer scarcity lets any piece fetch a fortune on the market if you can find a seller at all. Venom Ring. Rarity, gold. Strength 10. Attack speed 12. Special effect virulence. Poison damage you deal is increased by 20. Simple, blunt, and extremely effective. Many players consider virulence mediocre, but Su Chen hadn't forgotten that Ollie had just acquired basic Venom Infusion. Basic Venom Infusion, the first primary aptitude stolen with his SS grade talent. Infinite Plunder ranks above lesser and weak aptitudes. Effect. Normal attacks and skills inflict venom, dealing 50 poison damage per second for 10 seconds. Stacks with other poisons. One hit meant an extra 500 damage, and because it's stacked with other toxins, the potential was frightening. Alice Weapon, the venom-coated dagger, already had a 30 chance to add 20 poison damage per second. Combined with the aptitude, that became 70 damage per second. Tack on the ring's 20 boost, and it climbed to 84 per second, lasting a full 10 seconds. Su Chen glanced at Alice's stats, just 4 more evolution points, and she could evolve again. The panel clearly stated, once she became a 9-tailed celestial fox, she could assume human form. Considering her current breathtaking fox features, it was easy to imagine how stunning she would be then. Deep in the ravine, crimson spider lilies still bloomed like spilled blood. Ollie padded forward lightly, stretched out a soft pink paw, and delicately plucked one. Its enchanting fragrance drifted through the air, making the heart tremble. Ollie had finished her mission and was about to climb back up the cliff to her master's side. Suddenly, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Something felt off. If Snake Valley really hid treasure, gaming logic said it had to be near the boss. As a beast master, he and his pet shared a mental link that allowed not only direct conversation, but also her point of view. Ollie, take another lap around the area. I refuse to believe there's nothing here, Su Chen ordered telepathically. Fine, fine. Stop nagging, master. Ollie replied with mock arrogance, flicked her tail, and began a systematic sweep of the canyon. She poked into cracks, lifted vines, and prowled through caves, leaving no inch unchecked. After a full hour, her cute little paws were caked with wet mud, yet she came back empty-handed. Bad master. Making me dig non-stop. I am more exhausted than after slaughtering 30 monsters. Ollie groused, cheeks puffed out in protest. Su Chen was just as puzzled. If the Serpent King was the boss, where else could the loot be if not in a cave? Could it be inside its stomach? The idea flashed through his mind, making his eyes light up. Ollie, cut open its belly and see what pops out. Tired as she was, Ollie obeyed. She hopped beside the massive corpse, noticing that the belly was slightly distended, as if hiding something. Zip her razor claws tore through flesh, splitting the giant snake in two. A moment later, the system alert chimed. Ding. You have discovered a treasure inside the serpent. Pet possession. Skill type, ultra rare. Effect. Your pet can merge with you, granting all of its stats, skills, and an additional special ability. Description. Beast masters are always fragile? Not anymore. Learn this skill and become a true powerhouse. Su Chen's eyes blazed. Others might not grasp the value of this skill book, but as a former top player, he knew that pet possession was the beast master's undisputed god skill. It was so rare that even in the late game, only a handful of players ever obtained it. With it, a beast master would have no weak points. Merge with a flying pet, and you can soar through the skies. Merge with an aquatic pet, and you can dive to the ocean floor, hunting treasures unreachable by ordinary adventurers. Merge with a god-tier pet, and you'll share its immortal lifespan, stepping onto the path of eternal life. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this skill could become. The further the game progressed, and the stronger and more diverse the pets grew, the more unbelievable the power a player could unleash with it. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he noticed a pet possession skill book hidden inside the Serpent King's belly. In his past life, he had spent ages just trying to track down a rumor of this book. On the open market, a single copy could easily fetch 100 million, and almost no one would ever put one up for sale, let alone find 2 of them. Now the pages lay quietly before him, their worth beyond measure. Ollie, this is all thanks to you. Su Chun rubbed the soft head of the snow-white little fox, elated. Oh whoa, remember me first whenever you find something good, master? Ollie flicked her 9 tails with smug satisfaction, her sweet voice full of pride. Before she finished, the little green snake beside her raised its head and flicked its tongue, unwilling to be outdone. Sister Ollie, you earned the credit this time, but I won't lose. One day I'll do even greater deeds for master and win more of his favor. Determination sparked in its round eyes. The cliff was sheer, yet Ollie moved nimbly, hopping up the crevices and reaching the top in moments. Su Chin immediately opened the skill book. Learn skill, pet possession. The pages dissolved into streaks of golden light and sank into his body. Congratulations. You have mastered a new skill, pet possession ultra rare. You may choose any pet to fuse with at will. Su Chin nodded in satisfaction. This wasn't the best time to test the move. There would be plenty of chances later. He walked over to the young man and handed him the blood-red Manjusaka flower. The boy's hands trembled as if he were holding an unrivaled treasure, his eyes shining. Thank you, honored warrior. Before you escort me out, I must express my deepest gratitude. Ding. You have given the long-desired Manjusaka to the boy. In return, he has rewarded you with Strength Stone 5, Constitution Stone 5, Strength Stone. Each stone grants a pet 1 strength. Constitution Stone. Each stone grants a pet 1 constitution. What a pleasant surprise. Su Chun threw all 10 attribute stones onto Ollie. Congratulations. After fusing 10 attribute stones, your pet Ollie gains Strength 5, Constitution 5. The boy suddenly clutched the flower and looked up pleadingly. Warrior, could you please deliver this Manjusaka to Miss Xiao Yun in the village and convey my feelings for her? Confessions are best done in person, Su Chin reminded him. I don't have the courage. The boy lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Su Chun rubbed his forehead. A second later, the system prompt appeared. Ding. You have received a hidden quest. Deliver the Manjusaka to Xiao Yun on behalf of Zhou Mo and convey his love. Quest reward: 1000 EXP, Pet EXP Book 1000 EXP2, Copper Coins 2400. The reward was generous and the trip was short, only a fool would refuse. Su Chun accepted at once, escorted Zhou Mo safely back to the village, and then headed straight for Xiao Yun's home on the east side. When he arrived at the marked location, he saw 2 women standing in the courtyard. One of the women was mature and alluring, and Su Chun felt he had seen her somewhere before. A closer look revealed she was the proprietress of the tailor's shop. Her hair was piled high in an elegant chignon, a touch of rouge warmed her cheeks, and the curve of her slim waist and full hips could be glimpsed beneath the fabric. Standing beside her was a young girl with clear eyes and skin, like porcelain, and innocent face still untouched by the world, yet made all the more striking by the freshness of youth. Warrior, how did you find your way here? The proprietress broke into a radiant smile and swayed toward him. From their first meeting, she had sensed that Su Chun was no ordinary man, and ever since she had showered him with concern and attention more eager than she gave any other player, even hinting at deeper intentions. Pulling the girl to her side, she beamed. Sweet daughter, this is the brave warrior I've told you about. He slew the mighty giant rat king the very day he arrived in the Villahea, true hero in his youth. Wow, big brother, you're incredible. You have to visit Xiao Yun more often, the girl said, tilting her delicate face up at him, eyes brimming with admiration. Mother says that in troubled times a girl should marry a strong warrior for protection. Su Chin found himself speechless. The proprietress' reasoning wasn't entirely wrong, but what if the warrior turned out to be a heartless scoundrel? He mused that the proprietress had such a beautiful daughter, yet he had never seen her husband. Perhaps she herself had been hurt by such a man and now risked letting her daughter repeat the mistake. Ahem, I'm here to turn in a quest, Su Chun said, gathering his thoughts. Zhou Mo nearly threw himself off a cliff to pick this bien flower and asked me to deliver it to you. Zhou Mo? Uncle Zhou's son from the potion shop? Xiao Yun took the flower, inhaled its scent, and gave a faint smile. Please tell him he's a good man, but too ordinary for me. The flower is lovely, though, so I'll keep it. Ding. You have received Xiao Yun's response. She has refused the confession you delivered for Zhou Mo. Because the confession failed, you receive only half of the quest reward. Ding. You gain 1000 experience points, 1 pet experience book worth 1000 points, and 1200 copper coins. No wonder the reward was generous now. Su Chun understood it had been a gimmick all along. Xiao Yun revered strength and was never going to accept Zhou Mo's timid yet sincere feelings. Still, half the reward was quite good for a mere delivery job. Since you won't accept Zhou Mo's feelings, I have other matters to attend to, so we'll take my leave, he said, turning away once the reward was in hand. Big brother, wait. Xiao Yun called after him, her voice urgent. Su Chin stopped and turned back, wondering if this might be a hidden quest. Blushing fiercely, Xiao Yun cradled the bien flower in both hands and spoke in a voice barely louder than a whisper. This bien flower I'd like to give it to you myself. Her blush spread to her ears, and the composure she'd shown moments ago was nowhere to be seen. Ding. Xiao Yun has confessed her love to you and wants to give you the Bien flower. Do you accept her affection? 1. Accept her affection. Xiao Yun's favor 100, and she will obey your every word. As the tailor shop proprietor's son-in-law, you will receive 50% of the shop's profits. 2. Decline her affection. You may trigger an important hidden quest. Su Chen froze for an instant. He lifted his gaze and studied Xiao Yun closely. The girl's delicate features resembled the innkeeper's, yet she carried an extra spark of vitality and purity. Her youthful innocence and stunning beauty coexisted, calling to mind the line. At 16 her charm can topple fools, a sword at her waist to strike them down. With a girl like this, it was no wonder Zhou Mo had lost his senses. As for half the tailor shop's profits, that was pocket change in a starter village nothing Su Chen cared about. His true choice lay between the hidden quest and Xiao Yun. An ordinary player might accept her confession on impulse, but Su Chen had lived through this world once before. He knew that what you can't have always seems best. Refusal was often where the story really began, and it explained why declining her love unlocked the hidden quest. Having figured it out, he gently patted Xiao Yun's shoulder and met her eyes with tenderness. Xiao Yun, I never thought you'd confess first. Honestly, I should have told you I loved you. Xiao Yun's body trembled, her eyes sparkling with joy. Really? Brother Chen, from now on you belong to Xiao Yun. Su Chen shook his head with a sigh. I wish it were that simple, but I'm not strong enough to protect you yet. Give me some time. When I'm stronger, he'll come back to keep you safe. Brother Chen, I'm willing to go with you. Take me wherever you go. The girl's heart swelled. She hadn't expected Su Chen to be both strong and considerate. Xiao Yun, the world is dangerous right now. Staying in the village is safest for you. I won't be so selfish as to drag you into danger. His voice was firm, leaving no room for argument. Emotions surged. Xiao Yun swallowed back tears and spoke softly. Brother Chen, 5 kilometers west of the village is a demon cavern rumored to hide treasure. My father died there 3 months ago. Could you retrieve his keepsake for me? Ding. You have triggered Xiao Yun's hidden quest. Retrieve her father's relic. Quest description. Venture into the subterranean demon cavern and investigate. Extraordinary treasure is rumored to lie within. Quest rewards. 1,500 experience points, 1,000 copper coins, and 1 piece of gold-grade equipment. He had not only activated a hidden quest, but also deepened Xiao Yun's affection. Su Chen grinned to himself. Consider it done. Watching the reluctant Xiao Yun and her mother disappear from sight, he once again set off to grind dungeons. The subterranean demon cavern was a hidden quest instance. Its monsters offered far greater experience, and loot though the challenge would be just as high. The demon pit lay 5 kilometers from the village, across a vast plain stalked by blood-crazed jackals. To countless rookies, these beasts were a waking nightmare. So many players and pets had perished between those fangs that the villagers now treated the plain as forbidden ground. For Su Chen and his 2 companions, however, the jackals were nothing more than a fleeting obstacle. Advancing shoulder to shoulder, Ali and Xiao Qing swept through the grass like a storm. Entire packs dropped in their wake, blood and frost mingling into a crimson, icy trail. Congratulations. Your pet 3-tailed ice fox, Ali has slain 6 level 9 bloodthirsty jackals. You and Ali gained 420 base EXP and 168 bonus EXP. Pillage triggered. You and Ali each receive 6 strength, for agility, 2 constitution. Ali gains an additional 6 evolution points. System chimes rang one after another. Before they even reached the demon pit, Ali's evolution bar had maxed out, ushering in a dramatic transformation. Congratulations. Ali has evolved into a gold-grade pet 4-tailed frost fox. Ali's strength 30. Ali's constitution 30. Ali's agility 30. Ali's intelligence 30. Ali has learned a new skill, Frost Triple Slash. Skill Frost Triple Slash. Ali blinks behind the target and strikes 3 times. The first blow deals 100 attack damage, the second 200, the third 300, each hit stronger than the last. 4-tailed frost fox, Ali ultra rare. Level 5. Grade, gold 040. Primary stats. Attack, 229. Defense, 69. HP, 870. Mana, 570. Secondary stats. Strength, 132. Constitution, 59. Agility, 68. Intelligence, 45. Aptitudes. Basic Venom, low strength, low defense, low vitality. Skills. Intimidate LV1, Power of Frost LV2, Phantom Blink LV1, Frost Triple Slash LV1. Owner, Chen D. Equipment. 1. Ring of Venom Gold. 2. Emerald Sprite Crown Silver. 3. Ice Scale Bracelet Silver. 4. Mouse King's Poison Dagger Bronze. 5. Rat Spirit Pendant Bronze. 6. Crystal Scorpion Coat Bronze. 7. Fine Rat Hide Greaves Bronze. 8. Skull Belt Bronze. 9. Skull Pauldrons Bronze. 10. Rat Hide Boots Iron. After evolving, Ali's silhouette grew even more graceful. Frost rhymed her claws, and 4 snow-white tails fanned out behind her. She looked like a flawless jade maiden, yet radiated the innate pressure of her nine-tailed fox lineage. Every breath carried biting cold, chilling the very air. Her new frost triple slash was downright savage. Blink behind an enemy, unleash a three-part combo, and the final strike alone hits for triple damage. Land all three, and the total output soars to 6 times her attack power. The most important thing is that Ollie now has Phantom Blink. Once she activates it, every ability goes straight off cooldown, letting her fire off Frost Triple Strike again and again, pushing her damage ceiling to a whole new level. After evolving, both Ollie and Xiaoqing have reached gold tier. Ollie excels at close-range burst and single-target kills, while Xiaoqing specializes in long-range magic damage and wide-area wipes. In Su Chen's starter village, either pet alone is practically unbeatable. If the news got out, countless jealous players would come running. With his 2 sidekicks in tow, Su Chen crossed the sand-scoured Chiling Plain and reached the Dishua Demon Grotto. A dull gray energy shrouded the entrance, and the darkness inside looked like an abyss ready to swallow everything. The moment he stepped through, a chilling system alert blared in his ears. Warning: this instance is classified as extremely dangerous. Your current level is only 5. Enter at your own risk. Recommendation: reach level 10 and form a party before entering. Su Chen didn't even lift an eyelid. Those warnings were for regular players, not for him. The Dishua Grotto plunged endlessly downward, harboring all manner of dark creatures, undead, revenants, liches. Some say certain grottos pierce straight into the subterranean realm of shadows, where peril and fortune coexist. The deeper he went, the darker it became. Soon he couldn't see his own hand. Luckily, serpents are born with night vision, and through their bond Xiaoqing shared her sight directly with Su Chen, letting him navigate the gloom with ease. The trio followed a winding tunnel for about 5 minutes before an ear-splitting screech ripped through the silence. Scree-scree. Swarms of burrow beetles burst from the soil. Their compound eyes gleamed coldly, and their spiked carapaces formed a dense wall that blocked the path. A quick scan told Su Chen there were at least 30 of them, far deadlier than any wandering beast topside. Dungeon Burrow Beetle. Level: 10. Rank: Silver. Health: 980. Attack: 270. Abilities: Burrow, Spiked Shell, Razor Mandibles. Every single one was a level 10 silver monster. No wonder the system wanted level 10 parties to come here. Ordinary players would be shredded in seconds. The beetles charged without hesitation. Su Chen, however, felt his fighting spirit soar. These bugs were nothing but walking experience and stat points. Ollie hogged the spotlight earlier. Now it's my time to shine. Xiaoqing's wide eyes sparkled with determination. Arcs of icy white lightning danced along her flicking tongue. Explosive Thunder Orb. The blazing thunderburst sphere flared like a miniature sun, tearing the darkness apart and detonating in the middle of the cave beetle swarm. 535. 535. 535. Damage numbers spattered the air like a fiery rainstorm, and half the beetles' health vanished in an instant as their screeches echoed all around. Su Chen's pet, the Phantom Thunder Serpent Xiaoqing, wasn't about to waste such a perfect chance to mop up. A volley of thunder arrows rained down, each shot slamming into the beetles' vulnerable heads with surgical precision. 471. Weak point hit. 470. Weak point hit. 473. Weak point hit. Before the insects could so much as brush Su Chen's sleeve, they collapsed into heaps of shattered shell. System notification. Congratulations. Your pet Phantom Thunder Serpent Xiaoqing has slain 30 LV-10 cave beetles across levels. You and Xiaoqing gain 2,400 base EXP and an additional 1,200 overlevel bonus EXP. Pillage activated. You and Xiaoqing each receive 30 INT, 18 CON, and 12 AGI. Xiaoqing gains an extra 30 evolution points. Su Chen's pulse quickened. 30 evolution points in one go, just 10 more, and Xiaoqing could evolve into a platinum-grade pet. No one in his previous life had owned a platinum pet before level 10. A beam of leveling light followed immediately. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 6. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 7. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 5 and earned 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 6 and earned 15 free attribute points. In mere heartbeats, both Su Chen and Xiaoqing had gained 2 levels, and Xiaoqing's intelligence had jumped by 60 points to an impressive 195. The only disappointment was how poor these cave beetles were. A few scattered copper coins, not a single decent piece of gear. Kicking aside the insect corpses, Su Chen pressed deeper into the subterranean lair with Xiaoqing at his heels. Clang. Metal rang against metal up ahead, clear proof that someone else was locked in combat. Su Chen quickened his pace toward the sound. Is the heavens determined to end me? Lin say. I refuse to die like this. A man clad in animal hide was locked in a desperate struggle with a gigantic cave beetle. His left hand swung an iron axe while his right arm, severed by the beetle, bled profusely. Worse still, a black spike had pierced straight through his chest, flesh and blood gushing around it. Rather than finish its prey, the giant beetle toyed with him, lifting him again and again on its pincers, as though savoring his despair. An NPC in such dire straits? Su Chen mused. Saving him might trigger a hidden quest. Seeing the beetle raise its forelimbs for the killing blow, Su Chen gave a silent command, and Ali lunged forward in a single bound. The giant burrow beetle's stinger pressed against the man's throat, and death seemed inevitable. Intimidate. A deep command rang out. A blood-red bolt of light tore through the fog like thunder, pinning the hulking insect in place. In the next heartbeat, Alice's frost-edged claws flashed, the darkness swirled, and her strike slammed onto the beetle's thick head plate. 200. The crimson number blinked and vanished far from fatal. The beetle was sheathed in iron armor, its head no weaker than the rest. Still, the luckless man calling himself Lin Se had escaped death. Su Chen lifted a hand and cast Scout. Giant burrow beetle. Level 12. Rank Gold. HP 1840. Attack 360. Skills: Earthen Spike, Charge Assault, Iron Carapace, Shell Regeneration. More fresh, tender meat. Looks like you'll feast tonight, KH. The gold rank boss spoke with a chilling laugh, eyes gleaming. It fixed on Su Chen, drove its hind legs into the ground, and despite its bulk, shot forward like an arrow, ripping the air with a shrill whistle. Master, look out! Ali and Xiao Qing cried in unison, bursting forward half a beat too late. The stinger screamed through the air. Danger closed in, yet Su Chen's eyes stayed calm, a sly smile tugging at his lips. A peerless force in his previous life, he would not be cowed by a mere beetle. Ali fusion. Boom. Ali erupted in dazzling light, coiling like liquid fire, then shot into Su Chen as a blazing white beam. Instantly his stats Sergita-tipped talons sprouted from his fingers, for snow-white fox tails unfurled behind him, and a fearsome aura swept the field. As the beetle's stinger lunged for his chest, Su Chen vanished. The giant burrow beetle blinked, startled by the lost target. Triple frost slash. The frigid incantation echoed. 3 blades of biting cold cleaved from above, moving so fast they left afterimages, and smashed into the beetle's back. 200. 400. 600. Layer on layer of damage shredded its health bar in an instant. The assault was not over. 78. Poison tick. 78. Poison tick. Toxins seeped in, its life ebbing away, and the beetle's breath grew faint. Foolish human, you think you can kill me? Laughable. It roared, obsidian plates snapping shut, limbs and head retracted, forming a solid black iron ball. Iron Carapace reduces physical damage by 90. Shell Regeneration restores 10 HP per second while withdrawn. 184. 184. 184. Green numbers ticked up in rapid succession. The nearly dead giant burrow beetle let out a deep growl, and the battle turned on its head. The gigantic burrowing beetle curled itself beneath its armored plates, its physical defense soaring while its health recovered before Su Chen's eyes. But he had more than Ari to rely on. A low roll of thunder sounded as the phantom storm serpent, Xiao Qing, raised her head and exhaled. Cobalt arcs burst across the air in a crackling web. Unlike Ari's physical strikes, Xiao Qing's lightning ignored the beetle's absurdly high armor. 595. 295. 295. 3 barrel-thick bolts slammed into the beetle's iron-hard shell. Electricity flooded every crevice. The creature's screech cut short as its health bar dropped to 0. Congratulations. Your pet Phantom Storm Serpent, Xiao Qing, has killed an overlevel gold-tier boss LV-12 giant burrowing beetle. You and Xiao Qing gain 400 base experience and 200 bonus overlevel experience. Plunder activated. Xiao Qing gains 8 evolution points. Xiao Qing has additionally plundered the boss Medium Defense Aptitude. Medium Defense Aptitude. All incoming physical damage is reduced by 250 points. A flat 250-point reduction is terrifying at this stage. A 300 damage claw swipe from the boss would nick Xiao Qing for only 50 points, and any ordinary monster dealing less than 250 damage couldn't even scratch her scales. For a ranged caster, her survivability had just skyrocketed. Even better, when Su Chen activated Pet Possession, he would share every one of Xiao Qing's aptitudes and skills. Xiao Qing now lacked just 2 evolution points, but the cavern was already cleared. Su Chen stepped forward and scooped up the loot the beetle had dropped. Ding. You picked up gold-tier blood split earrings. Ding. You picked up gold-tier razor carapace greaves. Ding. You picked up rare 5-element aptitude stone metal. Ding. You picked up 724 copper coins. 2 gold items and 1 drop. Phenomenal luck for a boss of this tier. As usual, Su Chen checked their stats first. Gold-tier blood split earrings. Strength 16. Agility 12. Special effect blood split. For 5 seconds after activation, attack increases by 200, but you lose 100 HP per second. The earrings provide explosive damage, perfectly suiting Ari's role. With blood split active, her physical attack would leap from 255 to 455, a massive jump. The 100 HP drained each second would be mostly offset by her lesser lifesteal aptitude. Gold tier Razor Carapace Greaves. Vitality 14. Movement speed 10. Special effect Ironclad. After activation, all damage taken is reduced by 30 for 10 seconds. Ironclad stacks with defense aptitudes. With a 30 reduction plus medium defense aptitude, Xiaoqing would be a mage in a tank's body. Picture a ranged caster standing toe-to-toe with a boss, hurling spells without a care. Hard to believe? That's the reality now. She's a tank-type magic pet. Keeping the greaves for Xiaoqing was the obvious choice. When Su Chen's gaze settled on the last treasure, a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. Suspended in the beam of light was a gold crystal no bigger than a fingernail. Rare 5-element aptitude stone, metal. Quantity, 15. Description: collect the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth stones to let a pet randomly awaken a top-tier aptitude. Pet aptitudes rank from lowest to highest. Weak, lesser, basic, intermediate, high. Top tier stands 2 full grades above intermediate, boosting overall strength by several times. If he wanted to reach that level, he had to track down the other 4 stones. An ambitious new goal that instantly took root in Su Chen's mind. He pocketed the crystal and turned to the nearby NPC, Lin Se. Lin Se was drenched in blood, his chest rising and falling weakly as he leaned against the cave wall, clinging to life. He seemed to know the end was near, yet he fixed his eyes on Su Chen, a complex light flickering within them. Truly, heroes emerge young, Lin Se rasped, unable to hide his astonishment. The creature I fought tooth and nail just to hold back, you slew it, as though it were nothing. Su Chen hurried over, crouched, and examined his wounds, only to find they were far beyond the help of basic healing potions. Is there anything I can do for you? He asked with a frown. Lin Se managed a painful smile and, with a bloodstained hand, gripped Su Chen's wrist. My time is short. I have a beautiful wife and a sweet daughter. In this chaotic world, they'll be alone and helpless. I beg you look after them when I'm gone. They'll give you everything I own in return. As his plea ended, a pale gold system notice chimed. Ding. Lin Se has given you a special hidden quest. Care for Xiao Yun and her mother after his death. Quest rewards: 3,000 copper coins, 1,000 point pet XP stone, rare 5-element aptitude stone, wood, frostbound greatsword. Gold tier. So he's Xiao Yun's father. Su Chen realized, momentarily amused by how neatly the quest connected. The rewards were too tempting to refuse, and he nodded without hesitation. You have my word, you'll be safe with me. Relieved, Lin Se let go. He bit his fingertip, wrote a trembling farewell letter in blood, placed it in Su Chen's hands, and closed his eyes for the last time. Another system notice appeared. Ding. You have received 3,000 copper coins, 1,000 point pet XP stone, rare 5-element aptitude stone, wood, frostbound greatsword. Gold tier. With 2 aptitude stones secured, Su Chen was now 25 of the way to unlocking a top-tier pet, and the thought set his heart racing. Ollie, his pet, still needed a few hundred XP to level up, so Su Chen slapped the 1,000 point XP stone onto the fox's forehead. Congratulations. Your pet Ollie has reached level 6 and gained 15 free attribute points. As usual, he poured all 15 points into strength. Next, Su Chen inspected the new weapon. Gold tier, frostbound greatsword. Strength 20. Weak point damage 20. Special effect endless frost. After dealing damage, 10 chance to trigger a miniature blizzard, striking all nearby enemies for 100 ice damage and slowing them by 30. The stats were extraordinary. Without hesitation, Su Chen replaced Alice Bronze tier Venom-Forged dagger with the frostbound greatsword. After taking care of everything else, Su Chen hoisted Lin Se's body onto his back and headed toward the village. Lin Se had been a tall, powerfully built man, weighing close to 190 pounds. The journey left Su Chen's shoulders burning and his breath heavy, yet he pushed on, even mulling over whether he should tame a bear someday. A bear could tank in battle and haul heavy loads far more practical than the weightless white fox in his arms or the palm-sized green snake coiled in his sleeve. Still, it was only a passing thought. His real criteria for a pet remained the same: potential, strength, female, and above all good looks. 10 minutes later, he laid Lin Se's body at the feet of Keqing and her daughter, Xiao Yun, and handed them a blood-stained letter. When they unfolded the page, the words emerged beneath a veil of crimson. Keqing, Xiao Yun, I didn't make it home alive. In these chaotic times, you need someone you can rely on. I've asked this young brother to protect you. From now on, follow his lead. Every line stabbed like a needle. Xiao Yun burst into tears, her slender shoulders trembling, while Keqing fought to remain composed, her eyes already swollen and red. After they finished burying Lin Se, both women turned to Su Chen. To Xiao Yun, he was a savior. Tender feelings had begun to sprout in her heart. Keqing, a few years older yet still striking, saw that Su Chen was no ordinary man. If they clung to him, mother and daughter might find a new future. The heat of their gaze made Su Chen's heart skip, but duty called. Wait for me, he said solemnly. Once I settle a few matters, I'll come back for you. We'll leave this village together and head for the prefectural city. With the promise in Lin Ses' letter and Su Chen's own vow, the two women offered no objection, only reluctant farewells. Outside the village gate, Su Chen made straight for the potion shop. As soon as he pushed open the door, the proprietor hurried over, gratitude written all over his face. Hero, thank you for rescuing my son. A single reviving herb is nowhere near enough. Please accept this as well. Ding. Hidden quest completed. Recover the potion shop owner's son. Quest rewards. Reviving herb 1. Pet skill evolution stone 1. 1000 EXP. 1500 copper. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current level 8. On the spot, Su Chen decided to apply the evolution stone to Ali's Frost Triple Slash, his strongest single target burst skill and a must for boss fights. Ding. You used a pet evolution stone. Ali's Frost Triple Slash has been upgraded to level 2. All 3 strikes now deal 20 more damage. Level 2 Frost Triple Slash. Ali teleports behind the target and delivers 3 lightning-fast strikes. First strike, 120 attack damage. Second strike, 220. Third strike, 320. With that done, it was time to visit the Lich Archmage and turn in the dark hidden quest. Su Chen left the village and headed for the dragon graveyard. Skirting the outer ridge of the mountains, he caught a familiar aura. The Crystal Scorpion King he had slain earlier had respawned. With his SS strength talent, Infinite Plunder, a boss like this was practically a free pet upgrade kit. He could never have too many. Qing, focus fire, he ordered. Qing lifted her staff. Lightning gathered in a heartbeat, and thunder arrows poured out like a machine gun, driving the Crystal Scorpion King back step after step. Once beaten by Su Chen, the boss now had no chance to retaliate. Its health was dropping visibly. Just as Qing was about to land the killing blow, a fireball exploded from the distance. Boom. 107. The first fireball sheared off nearly 1/6 of Su Chen's HP. Wind blades and earth arrows followed. System messages flooded his view. Ding. You have been maliciously attacked by Glory Xiaoyu. Ding. You have been maliciously attacked by Glory Tianxi. Ding. You have been maliciously attacked by Glory Buge. The ambush was perfectly timed. The boss had a sliver of health left, and Su Chen was an easy target. 2 birds with 1 stone. 126. 138. 2 more hits slammed into him, leaving his HP hanging by a thread. Without the constitution boost from Infinite Plunder, his near-naked gear would have gotten him one shot. A glance at their IDs confirmed they were Glory Alliance members. The Guild Strike team had arrived. Normal pets could never hit that hard. These players were prepared. Su Chen's eyes turned icy. Glory Alliance time to settle the debt early. Qing merge. At his shout, Qing's body erupted in lightning and dissolved into a blinding stream of white light that surged into him. A moment later, he stood wreathed in flames of energy, inheriting all of Qing's stats and skills, including medium defense aptitude. Reduces incoming damage by 250 points. Attacks barely clearing 100 couldn't even scratch him now. Hidden in the bushes, the 3 ambushers assumed he was giving up, trying to save his pet before dying. Grinning, they strolled into the open, planning to capture him alive for some fun. They had barely shown themselves when the sight before them chilled their blood. Su Chen flipped his palm, and the spectral maw of a giant serpent burst into view. Bolts of lightning rained down like a furious storm, tearing through the murky ceiling of the cavern and carving blinding arcs of electricity. With his newly fused mid-tier defense talent, Su Chen completely ignored the 3 players in front of him. The blood-soaked Crystal Scorpion King was the only target that mattered. Claim the boss first, then deal with those trash. That was the safest order. Congratulations. Your pet Phantom Thunder Serpent, Xiao Qing, has killed an LV-8 Crystal Scorpion King boss above its level. You and Xiao Qing gain 180 base EXP and an extra 32 over-level EXP. Congratulations. Xiao Qing has reached level 7 and earned 15 free attribute points. Plunder activated. Xiao Qing gains 5 evolution points. Xiao Qing has additionally plundered the boss Minor Life Aptitude. Minor Life Aptitude increases max HP by 20. System messages flooded Su Chen's display. It was the exact same aptitude Ali had gained when she killed this boss before Minor Life Aptitude. Even though it was the lowest life grade talent, Xiao Qing's HP shot up by nearly 200 points, an undeniable windfall. And as her base health continued to rise, that 20% bonus would only look more absurd. At the same time, Xiao Qing's evolution bar filled. Thunder poured along the contract link into Su Chen's body. He couldn't yet see her new form, but the surge in her stats was impossible to miss. Congratulations. Xiao Qing has evolved to a platinum tier pet Thunderwing Serpent King. Xiao Qing STR 60. Xiao Qing CON 60. Xiao Qing AGI 60. Xiao Qing INT 60. Xiao Qing has learned a new skill, Wings of Thunder. LV, 1 Wings of Thunder. Xiaoqing condenses lightning into twin wings, dealing 120 magic attack as lightning damage to a target and granting the ability to fly. She actually learned to fly. Su Chen's eyes blazed with joy. Thanks to pet possession, if his pet could fly, so could he, meaning greater survivability, vastly faster travel, and free access to those hidden ruins and treasure sites buried in his past life memories. Manifest Wings of Thunder. With a thought, a pair of thunder wings burst open behind him, crackling with runes that flickered in and out of view. He gave one powerful beat, shattering the air into a vacuum vortex, and rocketed upward dozens of meters. Looking down, the 3 ambushers were no bigger than ants, their terror plainly visible. Suspended in midair, lightning swirling around him, Su Chen seemed a god of thunder descended. Oppressive clouds of static filled the cavern, and blue arcs danced across the stone walls. What the hell? Emperor Chen is actually airborne? That's insane. Those wings look amazing. What kind of god-tier skill is that? The trio stared up in disbelief. They were all players, yet Su Chen could kill a boss unaided and now soared above them, while they still slogged along on foot with their pets. The shock and imbalance in their hearts finally erupted. Are we even playing the same game? We sweat to raise our pets, and you fly around like some divine being? Hurry up and kill him. He's got wings. If we wait any longer, he'll fly away. The shrill command echoed over the empty ruins. Jolted from their stupor, the 3 players finally remembered their real assignment: assassinate. Su Chen launched another attack. High above, Su Chen surveyed the ground, his eyes cold as winter stars. The white wings on his back beat softly, the very image of a sky-born executioner. Fireball, Windblade, Earth Arrow. Each pet spat out its signature spell. Flame, gust, and stone blended into a triple-colored torrent that slammed towards Su Chen's chest. 1. Force damage 1. Force damage 1. The numbers burst in midair, but still couldn't pierce the flickering corona of lightning around Su Chen, shaving off only 3 miserable points. Are we nuts? Even a boss can't nullify all our skills. A minute ago we were hitting hard. Why are we scratching him now? What kind of monster did we provoke? They stared at one another, faces ash gray. Thoughts of death penalties, level loss, and stat decay churned in their heads. Dying here would drop them from the elite bracket and might even get them kicked out of the Glory Alliance. The prospect of losing the guild's protection and their favorite pastime of extorting newbies made their scalps tingle. All 3 dropped to their knees at once. Emperor Chen, spare us. It was all the Moang's idea. He paid each of us 10 grand to come from the next village and jump you. They kowtowed frantically, hoping to shift the blame onto the instigator. Su Chen's gaze stayed glacial. Glory Alliance trash, I'm leaving none of you alive. Die. His wings unfurled like a sword of judgment, cleaving the sky. An instant later, torrents of lightning poured down. 612. 613. 617. Scarlet numbers flashed. Plasma crackled, tearing their bodies apart. Their screams vanished in the thunder. Just before darkness claimed them, they heard Su Chen's voice, cold enough to freeze bone. Tell your master Emo Jiantian to wash his neck and wait, I'm coming for him. They were forced offline before the resurrection beacon could even flare. In real life, they bolted to Penguin Tower and shoved the death recording in front of Emo Jiantian. Guildmaster, Emperor Chen dared to insult you. You can't let him get away with this. On the 39th floor of Penguin Group, the lavish office blazed with light. Emo Jiantian reclined on a deerskin sofa, replaying the footage again and again, his face dark as a moonless night. Few short-sighted fools, he growled. That man is a genuine top-tier expert, someone who could one day rule the leaderboards. I could have recruited him into my ranks. Because of you idiots we offended Chen Di, and now he loathes Glory Guild. Do you realize you just cost us a top-tier recruit? Emo Zanshin's voice sliced through the conference room like an icy blade, and the temperature seemed to plunge. He flung up a handbang. The phone containing the battle footage shattered at the trio's feet. Splinters of plastic skittered across the floor, the sharp crack making the 3 men clap their hands over their ears. They'll give you 10 million in cash. Take it and beg Chen Di to forgive you. If he agrees to join Glory Guild, you'll be heroes. If he doesn't, get the hell out of Glory Guild and out of Penguin Group for good. The murderous chill in his tone felt almost solid. Yeah, sir. Well, go find Chen Di right now and apologize. The 3 men, pale and sweating, scrambled out of the office, their footsteps a frantic mess in the hallway. Deep inside the secret realm, system alerts chimed one after another in Su Chen's ears. You have plundered Glory Tiansis Crade Talent Pet Movement Acceleration. Pet Movement Acceleration Crade. Increases pet movement speed by 20. He glanced at the stats panel. Both Ali and Xiaoqing got the 20% speed boost, their newfound agility making it visibly easier to dodge the boss skills. The only downside was that the bonus didn't affect Xiaoqing's flight speed. He would need a separate flying trait for that. 2 more prompts followed. You have plundered Glory Xiao Yes Crade Talent Pet Intelligence Enhancement. You have plundered Glory Buges Crade Talent Pet Intelligence Enhancement. The system message continued. After losing their talents, Glory Xiaoyu, Glory Tianxi, and Glory Buge have all been downgraded from grade to grade. Su Chen froze for a moment. He had already stolen the same talent from the Great Demon King once before, now he had it 3 more times. Would something new happen? Because you have accumulated pet intelligence enhancement 3 times, the talent is evolving. Congratulations. Evolution successful. You have obtained a new grade talent Pet Intelligence Overdrive. Pet Intelligence Overdrive boosts the original 40 intelligence bonus to 80. The text flashed, and his eyes shot to the stat panel. Xiaoqing's intelligence soared from 297 to 416, sending her damage potential through the roof. After a brief thrill, he crouched to collect the loot drops from the Crystal Scorpion King, mixed with the gear that spilled when the 3 Glory members died. They had recalled their pets at the last second, so the beasts were fine, but their own equipment had scattered everywhere. Ding. You picked up Silver Grade, Fearless Iron Boots of the Hero. Ding. You picked up Bronze Grade, Crafted Wolfskin Pauldrons. Ding. You picked up Bronze Grade, Crafted Wolfskin Greaves. Ding. You picked up Bronze Grade, Snowflake Bronze Earrings. Ding. You picked up Bronze Grade, Purple Copper Bracelet. Ding. You picked up 1,246 copper coins. There was plenty of gear, but most of it was low-level junk. The moment the stat window for those silver-gleaming heroic iron boots appeared, however, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Silver Grade, Hero's Fearless Iron Boots. Agility 10. Movement Speed 12. Special Effect Fearless Hero. When HP drops below 50, damage dealt is increased by 50. The stats were crystal clear, and after only a few seconds Su Chen knew the boots were made for Ollie. The extra agility meant faster movement and attack speed, while Fearless Hero would let her push her DPS to the limit in close quarters. As long as she kept her health hovering around 50%, her farming efficiency would skyrocket. By comparison, Xiaoqing's medium defense aptitude made most starter zone monsters unable to pierce her scales, so putting the effect on her would be a waste. Su Chen immediately swapped Alice Iron Grade, Rathhide Boots for the Silver Grade, Hero's Fearless Iron Boots, bumping her agility up by 8 points. The ambush a moment ago had been a wake-up call. Pets weren't the only ones who needed gear, couldn't afford to run around half-naked either. He donned the remaining 5 bronze pieces himself, breastplate, gauntlets, greaves, pauldrons, and belt, each one pushing his defense and HP visibly higher. He had no intention of getting one-shot before he merged Xiaoqing's defensive stats. With the gearing frenzy over, Su Chen remembered that Xiaoqing had just evolved mid-battle, and he hadn't yet checked her new stats. A thought summoned the full panel. Thunderwing Serpent King mutated. Level 7. Rank Platinum 380. Base stats: Spell Power 255, Defense 187, HP 970, Mana 780. Base stats: Intelligence 255, Constitution 167, Agility 145, Strength 135. Skills: Thunder Arrow LV. 2. Twin Serpent Shadow LV. 1. Explosive Thunder Orb LV. 1. Wings of Thunder LV1. Owner: Chen Emperor. Aptitudes: Medium Defense, Lesser Intelligence, Poor Strength, Poor Vitality. Equipment: Greedy Ring Gold, Millennium Withered Wood Staff Silver, Sage's Wisdom Robe Silver, Silkworm Fleece, Spalder's Bronze, Fine Cashmere Boots Bronze, Fine Cashmere Belt Bronze. Description: A mutated Serpent King infused with pure dragon blood and boundless potential. With proper cultivation, it may evolve into an unimaginably powerful being. One evolution had vaulted her straight into the Serpent King category, a leap that would make even veteran players gasp. In Divine Pets, a bound companion stayed with its player for life, so choosing wisely was crucial. Serpents were prized because they could become pythons, then jiaos, and eventually dragons. When Su Chen summoned Xiaoqing, she now stretched half a meter long. Her jade-green scales gleamed with a metallic luster, faint arcs of lightning danced over her sleek body, and a regal aura radiated from her enough to make any low-tier monster tremble. In these early days, when even silver-grade pets were rare, this was likely the first platinum-grade companion in the entire server. If word got out, the forums and guild channels would explode. Su Chen, however, had no plans to flaunt it. For now, the only thing that mattered was pressing on with the Necrolord's hidden dark storyline quest. This mission is monumental, big enough to sway the entire Divine Pet world's future war. What he really wants is to walk the knife edge between light and darkness, the consummate double agent who siphons resources and intel from both sides and milks them dry. Completing the Lich Archmage's hidden quest is merely the opening move in his grand design. Only when he grows strong enough to upend the world can he take revenge on the 10 super guilds and wipe them out at the roots. More importantly, a staggering secret lies buried within the game. In 3 years, gods and beast tides will descend upon Earth. He must defend humanity's only home, forge the path of the supreme champion, and make every race bow before him. The thought set Su Chen's fighting spirit ablaze. He strode toward the great hall at the heart of the dragon's tomb. The monsters along the way barely slowed him down. A cluster of crystalline scorpions had just crawled from the sand when Xiaoqing casually launched 3 lightning arrows, blue-white flashes reducing them to charred shards. The level 5 creatures offered little experience, yet still nudged Xiaoqing's evolution meter and intelligence upward. 5 minutes later he reached the main chamber. Jagged gray-white pillars speared toward the ceiling, eerie blue flames flickered in wall sconces, and necrotic miasma curled through the air. Archmage of the Dead, Meng Un, was already waiting. A flicker of anticipation crossed the hollows of his gaunt eyes when he saw Su Chen. You're finally here. I've waited so long. Do you have the soul return grass? Su Chen's lips curved. He opened his palm and offered a crimson sprig. Meng Un cradled the herb, inhaled its scent, and a long-suppressed joy flared in his eyes. It really is soul return grass. At last, the undead bone dragon will be born by my own hand. System, congratulations. You have completed Archmage Meng Un's hidden quest. Retrieve the soul return grass. Rewards: 2000 XP, Pet Skill Evolution Stone 2, Gold Tier Necklace, Soul of the Undead. Ding. You have reached level 9. All base attributes 1. Hidden quest rewards were getting sweeter, and Su Chen was pleased. 2 evolution stones and a gold necklace definitely worth it. Time to put good steel where it counts. Thunder Wings is a powerful skill Xiaoqing would normally learn only at platinum rank. It grants flight and continuous lightning damage. Upgrading it now would yield the greatest return. System, you used 1 pet skill evolution stone. Thunder Wings has been upgraded to level 2. Flight speed 10, bombardment damage 15. System, you used 1 pet skill evolution stone. Thunder Wings has been upgraded to level 3. Flight speed 10, bombardment damage 15. When Thunder Wings LV3 activated, twin pinions of crackling lightning unfurled behind Xiaoqing, blue-white arcs dancing with a rolling boom. The skill now dealt 300-150 magic attack as lightning damage and granted unrestricted flight. The 2 upgrades had raised flight speed by 20 and skill damage by 30, a result that left Su Chen thoroughly satisfied. Finally, he turned his attention to the gold tier necklace, Soul of the Undead. Gold tier Soul of the Undead necklace. Intelligence 20. Health 600. Level requirement 10. Special effect Soul Detonation. Enemies you kill explode on death, dealing 500 plus 100 of your spell power as dark damage to all foes within 10 meters. The first time Su Chen laid eyes on the dark gold necklace, he immediately sensed that its base stats eclipsed any gear he had found before an outright leap of 20 intelligence and 600 health. The special effect, Soul Detonation, was downright brutal. If a pack of monsters bunched together, killing just one would trigger a chain of explosions that could wipe them out in an instant. Even a boss surrounded by adds would struggle to survive a barrage of corpse blasts set off by its own minions. No wonder the artifact could only be equipped at level 10. Unfortunately, Xiaoqing was only level 7 right now, and Su Chen would have to find a way to power level her so she could put on the gold tier Soul of the Undead necklace as soon as possible. At that moment, the Lich Archmage Meng Un raised his bone staff and tossed a sprig of soul-returning grass into the dragon's corpse. His hoarse, fervent prayer echoed through the cold, hollow altar. Great Lord of the Undead, Sovereign of the Netherworld, every cycle of reincarnation bends to your will. Among the countless spirits of the underworld, only you reign supreme. I, the Lich Archmage Meng Un, am your devoted servant. With this offering, grant me the primal power of undeath. Reforge these withered dragon bones and forge a mighty bone dragon, that its body might carry your august will. As his prayer ended, a torrent of sinister necrotic energy surged from the depths of the dark altar, drawn by the bone staff into the dragon's remains. The bleached skeleton began to writhe, the shreds of flesh were devoured completely, and a ghastly white light rose from the bones, which finally metamorphosed into an undead bone dragon. Pale witch fire ignited within the bone dragon's hollow eye sockets. It looked down at Meng Un like the very incarnation of the undead lord's will. Meng Un, this dragon's body is incomplete. I can wield no more than 100 millionth of my true power. I must devour more humans to recover, but that will not deter my crusade against the forces of light. Convey my will to the vampire witch and have her descend at once. The nearby village is to be wiped out first. A chill wave of pressure accompanied the words, and the undead lord tore open the void and vanished. Before he left, he cast a long, meaningful look at Su Chen, as though hiding some secret intent. Su Chen's eyes turned cold as he stared at the bone dragon that carried the undead lord's will, his fists clenching white inside his sleeves. 3 years from now, humanity would face a cataclysm, and the undead lord would be one of its chief architects. An endless undead horde would trample cities under his command, and hundreds of millions would perish beneath their iron tread. But now Su Chen held one crucial piece of information. The undead lord's strength at the moment was only 100 millionth of his peak. They had to destroy the undead sovereign before he fully recovered, or humanity would face extinction in 3 years. To do that, Chen first needed the faction's trust both to obtain resources and to lay the groundwork for a decisive strike. With that in mind, he suppressed his killing intent and focused on strengthening himself. Chen looked up at the undead archmage Meng En, a devout, deferential smile appearing on his face. Master Meng En, it is my honor to share faith in the undead sovereign with you. Let me serve at your command. Meng En narrowed his eyes, a hint of appreciation in his gaze. In his view, this young human was efficient and thorough. Every assignment had been handled flawlessly. For subordinates of that caliber, he never stinted on rewards. With a wave of his sleeve, a gray-white vial floated through the air and landed in Chen's palm. Ding! Undead Archmage Meng En has rewarded you with a bottle of mid-grade Undead Aptitude Potion. Chen examined the vial. Mid-grade Undead Aptitude Potion. After a pet drinks this, it is converted into an undead creature and gains 100 strength, 100 agility, 100 intelligence, and 100 constitution. In return, its flesh decays until only a pale skeleton remains. 100 points to every attributian enticing boost. When Xiaoqing had evolved to platinum rank, she had gained only 60 points total. One dose would push her to an entirely new level. Even so, reluctance flooded Chen. He could not bear to see either Xiaoqing or Ali turn into a lifeless skeleton. Ali might one day evolve into a graceful beauty. This potion would reduce her to bones. Xiaoqing, he hoped, would grow into an invincible 9-clawed golden dragon. How could he sacrifice that future for a mere 100 points? He slipped the potion away, then raised his head and spoke in a respectful yet firm tone. Master Meng En, may I exchange the reward? My pets aren't suited to becoming undead. Meng En's brows rose in mild surprise. The smile left his face as he replied evenly, if you want something stronger, complete the next task I give you. Finish it flawlessly, and you'll earn far richer prizes. Ding! You have triggered the Undead Archmage's hidden quest escort, the Vampire Witch's Descent. Quest objective: deliver the Undead Sovereign's order to destroy the novice village to the Vampire Witch and assist her in carrying out the annihilation. Quest reward: 3,000 experience points, a 3,000 point pet experience scroll, and 1 pet evolution elixir. A pet evolution elixir. Chen's eyes lit up immediately. A pet evolution potion can flood a companion with evolution points, making it an irresistible prize for any player. Leave it to me, Lord Mengda. Faced with such a generous bounty, Chen accepted the commission without a moment's hesitation. After leaving the dragon's tomb, he merged with Qing at a single thought. A pale blue aura raced across his skin, his stats climbing fast enough to see, and an overwhelming power burst from within. Yet Chen had no intention of fighting on the spot. He guided the lightning in his body, and in the next heartbeat violet electricity surged behind him, fanning out into a pair of dazzling thunder wings. With a slight beat of those wings, tiny arcs crackled through the air. He sprang upward, wings fully unfurled, shooting 100 meters into the sky before banking toward the novice village. This newfound ability to fly meant not a second had to be wasted. What once took half an hour now took less than 3 minutes. The village stockade and wooden arrow towers soon came into view. Along the way, players scattered across grasslands, riverbanks, and hills were busy farming monsters. When they saw the lightning-wreathed wings overhead, every one of them froze instinctively. Look up, those wings are glowing. They're crackling with lightning. That's insane. Why does he look so familiar? It's Chindi. He hasn't even left the novice village, and he's already oozing dominance. Chindi never disappoints. Absolute legend. Chen was only trying to get from A to B, yet he accidentally set the entire server buzzing. With the game still in its infancy, anyone sporting such flashy wings had to be either a hidden powerhouse or a top-tier whale, and admiration for that kind of player seemed to be built into everyone's DNA. Touching down, he strode through the busy stalls and smithies to the village square. An elderly man with a cane stood beside a statue. Though his silver hair was thinning and his back slightly hunched, his eyes were bright and his smile kindly. Brave one, I am the village chief, the old man said, voice soft yet clear. Will you lend us your strength? A system prompt chimed in Chen's ear. Ding. Hidden quest triggered. The Pippy pigs outside the village are becoming rampant. Slay 100 Pippy pigs to protect the village. Reward: 200 copper, 300 experience, and your choice of a bronze-grade weapon. This sort of simple subjugation quest was something any ordinary player could finish. Chen shook his head. A reward that small was hardly worth his time. He planned to head into the dark forest for a hidden quest. Stopping by the village chief was just a way to pick up an extra assignment and snag another reward. You actually intend to venture into the dark forest? The village chief's goat-like beard trembled, disbelief written across his face. The creatures there are far beyond ordinary horrors, and lately they've grown restless. Even seasoned warriors have fallen inside. Young hero, are you certain you want that quest? I'm sure of it. Facing danger without fear is the path to true strength. Chen's voice was resolute. Well said. Such spirit. The old chief laughed, stroking his beard, eyes gleaming with approval. Ding. The village chief admires you. Favorability 10. Quest rewards increased by 10% upon completion. Ding. You have triggered the chief's special hidden quest. Subdue the rampaging monsters in the Dark Forest. Quest objective. Slay at least 10 monsters in the Dark Forest and bring back their materials as proof. Base reward. 1,100 experience points, 1,100 pet EXP books, and 1 pet skill stone. The more monsters you defeat, the richer the bounty. The payoff looked great, especially the pet EXP books. If he could boost Xiaoqing to level 10 quickly, she could equip the gold-grade soul of the undead necklace. To stir up conflict between light and dark factions and squeeze out even more profit, he first had to strengthen himself. Quest accepted. Su Chen cut over to the courtyard on the village's western edge to check on Xiao Yun and her mother. The gate stood ajar, shrubs and flowers spilling through. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiao Yun squealed and threw herself into his arms, soft fragrance enveloping him as her slim arms cinched his waist. Brother Chen, you finally came. Mother's at the tailor shop, so it's just me. I wanted to see you, Su Chen said, ruffling her smooth, delicate cheek. Stay home and be good. They'll come back after I finish my quest. Ku Qing was mature and alluring, while Xiao Yun was innocent and adorable, each charming in her own way. You're the best, brother. Xiao Yun's eye sparkled. Rising on tiptoe, she pecked his cheek, then blushed crimson. Su Chen felt warmth spread across his face. Wait, did that girl just kiss me? When did NPCs get so forward? Xiao Yun's eyes flickered mischievously. By the way, we still have some stones father treasured. Mother says they're valuable. While she's out, I'll sneak them to you. She dashed inside, rummaged for a while, then returned with a bundle of colorful stones and pressed them into his hands. Ding. Xiao Yun has secretly given you part of her family's collection. Ding. You obtained 15 pet strength stones. Ding. You obtained 15 pet intelligence stones. Ding. You obtained 13 pet agility stones. Ding. You obtained 17 pet constitution stones. She really handed over that many attribute stones at once. Su Chen was taken aback. Strength and agility stones were ideal for Ollie, while intelligence and constitution stones suited Xiaoqing. So Su Chen finished the allocation after only a moment's thought. Ding. Your pet Ollie has consumed 28 attribute stones and gained 15 strength and 16 agility. Ding. Your pet Xiaoqing has consumed 32 attribute stones and gained 15 intelligence and 17 constitution. Closing the system panel, he chatted briefly with Xiao Yun, then turned away under her reluctant gaze and took the dirt road toward the dark forest. He had barely left the novice village's palisade when 3 figures burst from a corner and nearly collided with him: Glory Xiaoyu, Glory Buge, and Glory Tianxi, the same trio who had ambushed him, been killed in return, and then chewed out by Emojan Tian. Master, we finally found you. We've searched everywhere. Glory Xiaoyu rushed forward, his enthusiasm clearly forced. Su Chen's cold gaze swept over them, a sneer tugging at his lips. Looking for me? Didn't you die painfully enough last time? Care to repeat it? No, Brother Chen. We didn't recognize greatness when we saw it. Please, just pretend we don't exist, Glory Tianxi pleaded, forcing a smile. Their intentions were obvious. Emojan Tian had ordered them to recruit Su Chen into the Glory Alliance or be kicked out on the spot. For that slim chance at survival, they lowered themselves to the dust, yet still feared his power. The reason was clear. After Su Chen one-shot them, they resurrected to find that losing a level and an attribute point was minor. The real blow was their Beastmaster talent dropping from crank to drank. That penalty made them suspect Su Chen had used some terrifying trick, and it frightened them even more. If they failed to bring him in, they would be worthless and abandoned. If you want to live, get lost. A good dog stays out of my way. Su Chen's voice was soft, but glacial. Keeping up his forced grin, Glory Tianxi said, Brother, the Glory Alliance is backed by Penguin Group and destined to become a top super guild. Our leader invites you to join senior management from day one and an annual contract worth at least 10 million. The offer sounded generous, yet inside they were gnashing their teeth. A lost level could be regained, but a downgraded talent was crippling. They blamed Su Chen for that blow, but to survive they had to smile. They also knew that if Su Chen accepted, Emojan Tian would demand an immediate offline meeting supposedly to sign the contract. Actually to imprison Su Chen in some harsh corner of northern Myanmar and grind him around the clock for the Glory Alliance in Divine Pets. Emojan Tian was notorious for such double dealing, and Jiang Chun had been tortured for a mere verbal slight. Su Chen would fare no better. Watching their evasive eyes and fawning smiles, Su Chen easily saw through their plot. He understood Emojan Tian's plans for him all too well. The in-game cash-out system still isn't live, so if Su Chen wants Emojan Tian's 10 million in real money, he'll have to meet him face-to-face. That would expose his identity and leave him wide open to an offline ambush. Rather than gambling for that payout, he'd rather finish off the 3 players in front of him and bank their talents. Decision made, he swept a chilly glance over Rongyao Xiaoyu, Rongyao Tianxi, and Rongyao Buge, a frosty smile freezing on his lips. After you respawn, Tell Mo Jean Tian this glory alliance is too small to hold a god like me. His voice was low and clear. That two-faced old dog'll drag him back to level 0 sooner or later. The words hit them like a blast of Arctic air. Terror washed away their final sliver of hope. Qing merge. At the command, two massive wings of lightning flared from Su Chen's back. Violet-white arcs crackled, splitting into 3 bolts that hammered down with pinpoint accuracy. 705, 704, 709. The numbers exploded above their heads. Before they could so much as twitch, their avatars burst into white light and vanished. You have killed Rongyao Xiaoyu. Notoriety 10. You have killed Rongyao Tianxi. Notoriety 10. You have killed Rongyao Buj. Notoriety 10. His thunder wings folded away, and a faint black aura curled around the ID Chen Jia sign of rising notoriety. Too much of it makes NPCs hostile. In the capital, guards might even lock you up. On the flip side, high notoriety is the key to certain dark hidden quests, and those pay big. While Su Chen pondered how to stack more points, fresh system messages flooded in. You have plundered Rongyao Tianxis drank talent pet movement speed boost. You have plundered Rongyao Xiaoyu's drank talent pet intelligence boost. You have plundered Rongyao Bug's drank talent pet intelligence boost. You already possess the crank talent pet speed evolution. It has been enhanced, pet speed 5. Current total bonus, 25. You already possess the brank talent pet intelligence overdrive. It has been enhanced, pet intelligence 20. Current total bonus, 100. Rongyao Xiaoyu, Rongyao Tianxi, and Rongyao Buj have been plundered a second time. Their talents have dropped to a rank. Watching their remains dissipate into motes of light, Su Chen sneered, squeezed every last drop out of you waste not, want not. The double kill on Rongyao Xiaoyu and Rongyao Buj alone had given him a full 100 boost to pet intelligence. Shaoqing's spell power now stood at 300 terrifying output. Su Chen bent down, scooped up the loot nothing but bronze junk and shoved it into his pack, without even appraising it. With that, he turned and headed straight for the hidden quest in the dark forest. Su Chen arrived at the edge of the dark forest. The air reeked of blood, laced with the occasional screech of monstrous beasts, as though unseen claws were reaching out from the darkness. For the residents of the nearby starter villages, this was forbidden ground. A pitch-black veil draped the tree line, and everything beyond it promised death. Just as he lifted a foot toward the barrier, a crisp system prompt burst in his ear. Notice, the dark forest is a party dungeon. Team entry is recommended. While in a party, experience and drop rates are increased by 50%. He froze. A party bonus sounded great if only he ever played with anyone else. Where was he supposed to find teammates on short notice? With a shrug, he began circling the forest's perimeter. The dark forest sprawled across several zones, easily reached from a handful of starter villages, so players gathered here in droves. Marked by every major guild as the server's first true raid, it offered hefty world-first rewards on top of the normal boss loot, yet no team had cleared it. Outside the forest, a makeshift camp buzzed with activity, recruitment shouts echoing non-stop. Balong Guild seeks veterans for dark forest progression. Silver tier pets required. Leading with a silver tier steel bristle boar, need 1 high DPS caster pet, preferably silver tier. Cute girl looking for a carry. Bronze tier healer pet nature bee. Help me get the first clear, and I'll accompany you for a month. The moment Su Chen stepped into the camp, the deafening calls almost pushed him into the crowd. Anytime a high-power player appeared, parties swarmed to recruit them, and before he could choose a group, he was already surrounded. Whoa, Emperor Chen is here too. Gasps rippled through the camp. Balong Guild's leader, Yu Chongkong, elbowed to the front. Brother Emperor Chen, team up with us. You can have the main DPS slot and half the first clear loot. Join Dupo Guild instead, a recruiter on the opposite side yelled. You take 60% of the rewards, and we'll make you vice leader on the spot. Emperor Chen, lead Longting Guild into the raid and name your price, the third guild shouted, unwilling to be outbid. Offers piled up, each more extravagant than the last. Meanwhile, the other elite players who had been courted moments ago were abruptly ignored, leaving them embarrassed and bitter enough to scoff. Plenty of guilds have already failed in there. I'm not sure Emperor Chen can do any better. Even Mo Qingyun, the vice leader of Glory Alliance, wiped. Emperor Chen showing up doesn't guarantee a win. I watched Emperor Chen's clip on the forums. His serpent pet hits like a truck, so I'd say he's pretty capable. TCH. All he did was use that snake to take down a bronze tier earth brute bear. At most his pet is silver tier. What's so impressive about that? Someone immediately shot back. Even so, silver tier is already strong, isn't it? How many players actually own a silver tier pet right now? Another argued. Just lucky, that's all. Plenty of silver pets have died in the dark forest. So what if he made the trending list with that fight? Debate over Su Chen's strength split both the forum and the live audience in two. Well-established guild veterans still rated him highly, while self-styled elite players mocked him at every turn. Standing in the center of the hall, Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his icy gaze locking onto one particularly mouthy elite. Feeling the chill of that killing intent, The player snapped back. Think you're hot stuff? You're not better than me. Su Chen's lip curled in disdain as he swept his eyes over the taunters. His voice was flat. No offense to anyone in particular, every last one of you is trash. Silence fell like a hammer. The 5 loudest elites seethed, rage burning in their eyes. Chen, you're dead, roared the player named Guangao Wushuang. Duel. Loser kneels and apologizes on the spot. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. A duel? Don't flatter yourself. Come at me together. If any of you can make my pet lose even a single hit point, I'll admit defeat. The arrogance was breathtaking, but the confidence behind it was unmistakable, igniting the 5 at once. Too cocky. Let's teach him a lesson. Put him down and make him beg. The 5 elites summoned their pets, 2 thick-skinned tanks, 2 high-burst melee beasts, and a rare flying creature all silver tier. Though furious, they knew Su Chen's green serpent was no joke. None of them wanted to sacrifice their own companions, so they huddled for a quick strategy session. His serpent is high-damage magic. Its defense has to be low. Tanks up front, melee pets pinch from the sides, flyer dives from above. With that, the serpent's done for. They nodded in unison. Now that they'd chosen to fight together, retreat was no longer an option. If they lost, the consequences would be brutal. The moment Su Chen summoned Xiaoqing, the air around the arena seemed to snap taut. 5 elite players fixed him with icy stares and barked orders at their pets. 1. Long Jiu shouted, Gold Shell Turtle, put up your shield, get in there, and soak up the snake's damage. 2. Wuching Gu followed. Crystal Claw Crab, stay close. Pin that snake with your pincers. 3. Yao Naiwa, he raised his voice. Shadow Panther, charge. Rip that snake apart. 4. Huangzhan Tiao Jia clenched his fist and roared, Golden Mane Mastiff, flank from the right. Make it a clean kill. 5. Feng Chui Wuhan waved his hand. Thunder Sparrow, harass from range, keep the pressure on. The 5 pets lunged at Xiaoqing from every direction. Any one of them could have ruled the novice village. Together they formed a net of steel. Spectators drew sharp breaths, already declaring Su Chen's defeat in their minds. After all, how could a single pet take on 5 silver-grade beasts? Seeing their pets in formation, the 5 players jeered. We've woven an inescapable net, let's see you run now. Don't you dare recall your pet. If you're so cocky, stand your ground. Anyone who recalls their pet is a coward. Su Chen folded his arms, eyes full of disdain. I never planned on recalling her. Xiaoqing, show those 2 meat shield sandbags at the front what real power looks like. Coiled and fearless, Xiaoqing gathered a crackling sphere of blue-white lightning in her jaws, then unleashed it. Boom. The bolt tore through the air and crashed onto the leading gold shell turtle. 709. The turtle hadn't even grazed Xiaoqing's scales before it burst into white light, killed on the spot. Eyes nearly popped from their sockets. 700 damage in one hit. What kind of skill is that? Even a boss would lose half its health. Hold on me, gold shell turtle had a shield that absorbs 100 damage. How is it still one shot? Long Juyu's chest tightened. The immovable king had boasted about couldn't last a single exchange. A pleased smile tugged at Su Chen's lips as system messages rolled in. Xiaoqing has slain the silver-grade pet gold shell turtle. Plunder activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 2 points of constitution. Xiaoqing has additionally stolen a lesser defense aptitude. Xiaoqing already possesses a moderate defense aptitude. It is slightly enhanced and gains an extra 50 points of damage reduction. Current damage reduction, 300. Gold Shell Turtle's lesser defense aptitude has been downgraded to weak defense aptitude. In short, any attack dealing 300 damage or less would now do absolutely nothing to Xiaoqing. Still mourning his fallen pet, Long Juyue hadn't even noticed how crippled the turtle had become. He kept his gaze glued to the arena, eager to watch Xiaoqing get pummeled in revenge. Relax. He barked at his teammates after a deep breath. That move must be on cooldown, can't use it again right away. He'll still lose. Once my Crystal Claw Crab locks him down, you follow up, and we win this easily. He thrust out a finger toward the field. Crystal Claw Crab, charge, and vice grip. Wu Qingge let out a roar and ordered the Crystal Earth Crab to charge, its massive iron pincers slicing through the air with a harsh buzz. With a thought, Xiaoqing activated her innate skill, Twin Serpent Shade, her first time using it in real combat. A flash of emerald light, and a perfect duplicate of the green snake appeared on the flank, cold eyes glittering beneath ghostly scales. The clone reared back, lightning gathering in its throat. After a sharp crack, an explosive thunder orb streaked out. Boom. The orb struck the crab's shell dead center, black scorch lines racing across its carapace. 821. Even weaker than a golden armored tortoise, the crab's defense folded like wet paper. It convulsed once, flipped onto its back, and died miserably. Xiaoqing has slain the silver rank pet, Crystal Earth Crab. Plunder activated. You and Xiaoqing each gained 2 constitution points. Xiaoqing has additionally plundered a lesser vitality trait. Lesser vitality trait increases max HP by 20. The Crystal Earth Crab's vitality trait has dropped to weak after being plundered. The 5 elite players and every bystander around them were stunned. Emperor Chen's pet could split in two, and the clone's thunder orb hit just as hard as the original? Unbelievable. In an instant the fight flipped. What had been 5-0 was now effectively 3-0. Plus Su Chen himself one pet counted as 2. The clone fell briefly into post-ultimate fatigue, so the 3 remaining offensive pets still posed a threat. The elite player's eyes went frosty. A loss would be humiliating and simply wasn't allowed. Shadow Panther and Golden Tibetan Mastiff closed in on Xiaoqing. After that burst of damage, they assumed a glass cannon build one volley should finish her. They didn't dare hold back and immediately unleashed their strongest skills. Shadow Panther Shadow Assassination. Golden Tibetan Mastiff Rending Fangs. A black mist streaked past as the panther's claws flashed. The mastiff lunged, jaws agape, fangs gleaming. And then, 1. Forced damage. 1. Forced damage. The panther's claws slammed into what felt like a steel pillar, sending pain shooting up its forelegs. The mastiff had it worse, its teeth nearly cracked, yet Xiaoqing's jade green scales didn't show so much as a scratch. 2 silver rank pets had landed their best hits and still couldn't pierce the green snake's hide. Eyes widened all around just as the sky lit with blinding lightning. Thunder Feather Barrage. The Thunder Sparrow's feathers stood on end, each tipped with white-hot arcs, and every feather became an arrow aimed straight at Su Chen. The target wasn't the invincible snake, but its summoner. Wind in the grass, thunder in the east. Smart diversion. Another elite player murmured, nerves taut. It's on you now. Don't screw this up. That bold gambit rekindled hope in every elite player's heart. The Thunder Sparrow's lightning feather barrage delivers 5 consecutive hits, each topping 100 damage points. Once the sacrificial skill is unleashed, the bird falls into a short period of weakness, but Feng Shui Wuhan didn't care if it could take down the Emperor Chen. Any price was worth paying. With a grin, he started recording, already picturing his rise to fame. The very next second, every pair of eyes froze. A blinding corona of lightning burst around Su Chen. Thunder snaked across his body, as though a god had descended. He lifted his gaze, letting the arrows hammer his frame without stirring so much as a ripple. He stood exactly where he had been, his health bar utterly untouched. Whoa, the Thunder Sparrow's suicide finisher didn't chip a single point? Isn't this supposed to be a pet-raising game? How's his own defense maxed out too? The pet's invincible, the player's invincible. How are we supposed to win? Seriously, who is this Emperor Chen? He's going straight to the top of the rankings. Panic swept through the spectators. For the 5 elites facing Su Chen, the chill went bone deep. Their pride shattered, replaced by pure despair. Insane pet damage, unbreakable defense, and now Su Chen himself was a walking fortress. They had no angle of attack. I'm done. I surrender. Same here. I give up too. All 5 lowered their heads at once, arrogance gone. The 3 who still had pets felt a private surge of relief, praying only to escape alive and vowing never to cross Emperor Chen again. Su Chen chuckled. Who said I'm accepting your surrender? You chose to offend Minnow. You can all leave together. To the 5 players, that smile was colder than any demon's. Lightning purple wings flared open behind him, arcs crackling like 1,000 suns. He soared, the wings crashing down on the 3 remaining pets. 793, 782, 764. The silver tier pets never even made it back to their capsules. They were obliterated on the spot. Xiaoqing has slain 3 silver tier pets. Plunder activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 2 intelligence and 4 agility. Xiaoqing additionally plundered lesser lightning affinity lightning skill damage 20. Xiaoqing additionally plundered lesser movement affinity move speed 10. Xiaoqing additionally plundered lesser attack speed affinity attack speed 20. System messages flooded the screen. Feeling the surge of power shared with Xiaoqing, Su Chen could only revel in it. Nothing matched the thrill of growing stronger simply by claiming what others had. Su Chen glanced at Xiaoqing's status window. 3 new minor aptitudes had appeared on the screen. The first, Lightning Affinity, matched Xiaoqing's core element perfectly, as if it had been custom-made. The second was Movement Speed, a welcome boost for chasing, fleeing, and dodging. The last was Attack Speedless, useful to Xiaoqing but ideal for Ali. Xiaoqing's gain meant those unlucky pets had lost something in return, yet they had only themselves to blame for provoking him. The pets were gone, but their owners were still alive. Su Chen slowly lifted his head, his frigid eyes locking onto the 5 nearby players. The chill rolling off him felt almost palpable, making their scalps tingle. In their eyes, he was a demon wearing human skin. Run. The thought had barely surfaced when one of them yanked out a teleport scroll, trying to crush it. At that moment the sky flared white. A bolt of searing lightning crashed down with annihilating fury, striking all 5 at once. 792, 814, 796. The thunder had yet to fade when the 5 players toppled over together, terror and despair frozen on their faces, their bodies still poised to flee. You have stolen Long Juyu's Drank Talent, Earth-enhanced pets. You have stolen Wuqing Guest Drank Talent, Underwater Mobility Boost for pets. You have stolen Feng Shui Yuan's Drank Talent, Flight Speed Boost for pets. You have stolen Yi Ao Nai Wahi's crank talent. Pet movement speed evolution. You have stolen Quang Zhan Yi Tiao Jie's crank talent. Pet movement speed evolution. 5 prompts flashed across the interface. Su Chun was a little surprised. 3 of them had only drank talents. On reflection, it made insane his starter village only one other player besides himself had ever shown a crank talent. Across the entire region, crank talents were scarce enough that the Glory Alliance treated their holders as core members. He quickly checked the new abilities. Earth Enhancement and Underwater Speed meant little to his current lineup. Flight Speed Boost was decent. When Xiaoqing activated Thunder Wings, he would gain an extra 20% speed, and Su Chun could benefit too while hitching a ride. As for the 2 copies of Pet Movement Speed Evolution, he was weighing their worth when. Because you have accumulated 3 copies of Pet Movement Speed Evolution, the talent is evolving on its own. Congratulations. Evolution successful. You have obtained a new Brank talent, Pet Movement Speed Overdrive. Pet Movement Speed Overdrive raises the original 20 boost to 40. Delight flashed in Su Chen's eyes. For Ali, this was a game changer. Her already elusive movements would now be supercharged, making her nearly impossible to track. Pushing those thoughts aside, Su Chun strode over to the bodies and swept up every shimmering item on the ground. The team wipe had cost him 50 infamy, but the reward was clearly worth it. Ding. You picked up 5,642 copper coins. Ding. You picked up a silver grade item, Exquisite Sable Robe. Ding. You picked up a silver grade item, Shining Morganite Necklace. Ding. You picked up a bronze grade item, Deerskin Shorts. Ding. You picked up. Su Chen did a quick count and found 11 items in total. He crouched down and gathered the spoils one by one. Apart from the 2 pieces that gleamed with a silvery glow, the rest were bronze or iron tier. Silver gear was so scarce at this stage that it might as well be priceless, and he couldn't help wondering which 2 unlucky souls had dropped these treasures. He lifted the first silver item to eye level. Silver tier Exquisite Mink Robe. Defense 16. HP 210. Special effect Blessing in Disguise. When the player takes damage, there is a 30 chance to increase the physical damage of all carried pets by 100. Flavor text 1. Fortune is born of misfortune, and misfortune lurks within fortune. Flavor text 2. Taking a hit might not be such a bad thing after all. Interesting effect, but the wearer has to equip it personally, Su Chen muttered. He had wanted to save it for Xiaoqing, yet the rules forbade it, so he draped the robe over his own shoulders. The second silver item glowed faintly, yet radiated sharp intent. Silver tier Radiant Morganite Necklace. Intelligence 16. Casting Speed 20. Special effect Holy Light. Deals an additional 30 damage to Dark-type monsters. Flavor text. The Holy Light will purge every last shadow. Xiaoqing's necklace slot was still empty, so Su Chen clasped the Morganite around her neck. With Holy Light in hand, her damage against the creatures of the Dark Forest their next destination would spike dramatically. Of the 9 remaining items, he filled every gap in his own and his pet's loadouts, then tossed the surplus into his pack to unload at a stall later. Only then did he look around. The guild elites who had tried to recruit him earlier were staring at him as if their eyes were on fire. Chindi, that was insane. I always knew you were strong, but I didn't know you were this strong. Watching you solo 5 players in a clean sweep was downright scary. Chindi, join our guild and name your price. Anything short of guildmaster is yours. We at Overlord desperately need someone like you. Take the vice leader spot, and I'll wire you 10 million in cash right now. Big bro Chindi, please take me under your wing from now on, okay? Chindi, I'm sweet, obedient, and totally low maintenance. Let me join your party, and I'll fly out to meet you, promise. I'll keep you perfectly happy. Flattering offers and sky-high bids echoed from every direction, every gaze glued to Su Chun. Someone had started recording as soon as the fight began, and the Oniver Susfa video was already on every major forum. Within 10 minutes, it went viral, and the comments exploded. So handsome. Such a cool, aloof vibe. My perfect boyfriend, right here. Women really are shallow. Su Chun did another count. 11 items had dropped in total. People kept raving about his looks, but Chindi's power was the real nightmare fuel. That Emerald Serpent was monstrous in its own right. Yet what stunned everyone even more was that in a pet-centric MMO, the master himself could be this overpowered. This time he stepped into the arena, took on 5 challengers at once, and crushed them with almost casual ease. The footage was even more mind-blowing than his one-shot kill on the earth-shaking bear. The barrage of comments instantly filled with the same word goddear. Viewers swore Chindi was about to blow up again, and most felt again didn't cut, it was going to explode. Su Chen hardly talks but hits like a truck absolute boss. Divine Pets just launched, and it's already taken the world by storm. Corporations and old money families everywhere are throwing cash at it. At this rate, Chindi might outshine A-list celebrities. The comment threads skyrocketed, the simplest, rawest verdict spamming the screen. Chindi is OP. Within 30 minutes, Su Chen's latest battle clip topped every major trending list. On the 39th floor of Penguin Group's headquarters, an entire glass wall had become a high-definition projection screen, looping the fight. Arms crossed, Emo Gentian stared at Su Chen's image, eyes sharp as blades. Chindi, I never expected you to become this powerful, he said, voice low and precise. You refused to join the Glory Alliance and humiliated me in public. No one defies me. On screen, the giant jade serpent swept its tail, obliterating 5 opponents before they could blink. Veins bulged on Emo Zanshin's clenched fists. You're strong, but I have trump cards. If I can't use you, I'll snuff you out. He hurled his brand new iPhone to the floor. It hit with a crack, shattering across the ivory tiles. Su Chen, meanwhile, had no idea what kind of storm had stirred up. Minutes after the 5-0 match, major guilds flooded him with offers high salaries, elite resources, private training rooms. He turned them all down. Guild life meant leashes and orders, shackles he refused to wear in this life or the last. His next stop was the Dark Forest raid. He wanted maximum XP and loot without guild strings, so a temporary party would have to do. Scanning the crowd, he spotted a familiar lithe silhouetting Shuang Shuang. She wore a pale blue hunting outfit, the short blade at her waist catching the light. A few days earlier had saved her life. With her tip head secured the world-first boss kill, earned a rare pet space expansion scroll, and snagged the priceless egg that became the fearsome Azure. Without her, he would still be strong, but not strong enough to wipe the floor with 5 rivals. More importantly, in his previous life, Shuang Shuang had been an elite in Elegy, the guild founded by Gu Qingsong. She knew the secret hidden in the Dark Forest, and among these players, she was the one he trusted most. Su Chen stepped forward and stopped in front of her. His tone was calm, but direct. Shuang Shuang, want to team up for the Dark Forest? Her eyes widened. You're serious? My combat rating is average at best. I was just looking to leech some XP. You're way too strong, it'll slow you down. I only need someone to meet the group requirement and collect the team bonus, Su Chen said with a shrug. You look familiar, so I asked. If you're not interested, that's fine. She paused for half a heartbeat, then curved her lips in a playful smile. All right, big brother Chindi. Take me into the woods, just be gentle with me. We're heading into the Dark Forest, not some little grove. Su Chen shot her a look and strode toward the forest's shadowy edge. Come on, same difference. Shuang Shuang laughed, sent him a party invite, and hurried after him. Ding. Current party, 2 players. Bonus, 50 experience and loot. Confirm entry into the Dark Forest. Warning, extremely dangerous instance. First clear rewards available. Confirm. As party leader, Su Chen pressed the button without hesitation. A pitch-black portal flared with eerie light, and they stepped through almost together. When the swirling mist cleared, they were deep inside a random corner of the Dark Forest. Towering ancient trees rose on every side, their trunks wrapped in thorn-covered ghost vines that swayed in the wind. The scene looked calm, but the sweet metallic tang in the air hinted at hidden danger. Shuang Shuang glanced around. Twisted, uncanny plants were everywhere, yet not a single monster was in sight. Brother Su Chen, should we check ahead? She had just lifted her foot to scout when a sudden ripping sound tore through the air. The ghost vine coiled around a giant tree lashed out like a venomous snake, black tendrils bristling with barbs snapping toward them. Shuang Shuang went pale and cried out in alarm. Look out! Su Chen had been ready. He sent his summoned beast, Ali, streaking forward to shield her. Bang! Claws and vine collided. A red 109 floated above Ali, while the ghost vine lost 359 HP and recoiled. Shuang Shuang finally caught her breath and shot Su Chen a grateful look. The vine wasn't finished. Su Chen raised a hand and cast Identify. Ghost Vine. Level, 12. Rank, Silver. HP, 1440. Attack, 210. Skills, Vine Bind, Toxic Infection, Severed Burst. Plant-type monsters don't hit hard, but their poison is nasty. Ali's health ticked down again, the blood seeping from its wounds turning inky black. 109, 109 kept flashing above its head. Su Chen frowned. Kitty Purification. Shuang Shuang summoned a milk-white kitten. With a chubby paw, it swept out a holy light that poured into Ali. Prompt. All negative effects removed. Defense 30. Duration, 10 seconds. The poison vanished instantly. A pale radiance wrapped around Ali, who let out a low growl and charged the ghost vine. Plant monsters have no weak points, so critical doubles won't trigger, but enough raw damage will still do the job. Ice Fang triple slash. Ali blinked from sight. An instant later, it materialized behind the ghost vine. Claws wreathed in biting frost slammed into the ghost vine at lightning speed. 420, 640, 960. 3 brutal hits landed in rapid succession, shattering the vine monster before it could react. Shattered tendrils spat out a pulse of eerie black light. Ali fall back. Su Chen barked. A streak of white flashed as the four-tailed frost fox, Ali, blinked several meters away. An instant later, boom. The remaining vines erupted into a rain of searing black embers and vanished into ash. System notification. Congratulations. Your pet four-tailed frost fox, Ali has defeated LV-12 Ghost Vine across levels. You and Ali gain 100 base EXP, 30 overlevel bonus EXP, and 50 party bonus EXP. Plunder triggered. You and Ali each gain 2 strength. Ali gains 1 evolution point. Chen crouched and swept the dropped bronze grade gear, a few hundred copper coins, and the ghost vine remains proof for the dark forest quest into his backpack. Shuang had watched Chen solo 5 Snake Kings before, yet seeing the ghost vine vaporize in a heartbeat still left her stunned. What amazed her even more was that this four-tailed fox clearly wasn't the same pet as the previous Snake King. Brother Emperor Chen was commanding 2 terrifying summons at once. The realization filled her gaze with even deeper admiration and trust. Chen walked at the front, eyes sharp, scanning every twitch of foliage while Ing followed close behind. After only a few dozen meters, his foot sank into a curtain-thick mat of white spiderweb. These webs are packed tight. There must be a nest nearby, he muttered, instantly on guard. The ground split open and countless black shapes with crimson markings burst out, surrounding them. Forest Demon Spider. Level, 13. Rank, Silver. HP, 1,540. ATK, 240. Skills, Web Snare, Silk Shot, Heaven Net Trap. Each spider was on par with the Ghost Vine in raw power, but sheer numbers gave them the edge. In a blink, at least 40 huge arachnids lunged, serrated limbs slashing. Chen raised a hand. Little Azure Snake Summon. A green blur appeared, and Twin Serpent activated. 2 identical azure snakes hovered side by side, electric arcs dancing across their scales. Explosive Thunder Orb. Lightning Arrow. Wings of Storm. Every spell was cast in stereo, twin blasts thundering into the densest cluster of spiders. 872. 872. 792. 792. Brilliant lightning turned the forest white with glare. Screeches overlapped as each forest demon spider convulsed, charred, and collapsed, littering the ground with smoking carcasses. Their many eyes were filled with confusion and terror. The humans wandering in before had been feeble, hardly worth noting. Why was this enemy's power so overwhelming? The forest demon spiders weren't wiped out in a single blow, but every skill blast carved away more than half their health, and none of them survived Shao Qing's second strike. Pale blue lightning streaked through the horde, sharp screeches rising and falling in waves as black and green spider corpses piled up. The air filled with a mix of scorched grime and sickly sweetness. Congratulations. Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Shao Qing, has overleveled and slain 42 LV 13 forest demon spiders. You and Shao Qing receive 4,200 base EXP, an extra 1,680 overlevel EXP, and another 2,100 party instance EXP. Pillage activated. You and Shao Qing each gain 28 intelligence, 22 constitution, 20 agility, and 14 strength. Shao Qing gains an additional 42 evolution points. Light flared around the pair as the familiar level up chimes rang out in quick succession. Ding. You've reached level 10. All 4 base attributes 1. Ding. You've reached level 11. All 4 base attributes 1. Ding. Pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Shao Qing, has reached level 8. Free attributes 15. Ding. Pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Shao Qing, has reached level 9. Free attributes 15. In mere moments, Chen and Shao Qing both climbed 2 levels. The party instance bonus was brutally efficient. 1 more level and Shao Qing could equip the gold-grade soul of the undead necklace. With pillage and level-up stacking, the serpent banked a clean 58 intelligence, sending its damage soaring once again. More importantly, this kill spree filled its evolution bar halfway. Only a short step remained before it reached diamond grade. Chen's surprise didn't end there. As the 40-plus spiders fell, the drop rate spiked. Metal clinked across the ground and multicolored light pillars rose in dense clusters, coating the grass in a jeweled rain. Shuang stared at the loot-strewn field without a trace of greed. Chen had carried the entire fight, and she was thrilled just to share the EXP. In under 30 minutes, her level rocketed from 4 to 7, elevating her from a nobody to a top-tier player. The delight in her eyes was impossible to hide. Chen bent down to collect the spoils one by one. Ding. You picked up 6,924 copper. Ding. You picked up Pet Skill Evolution Stone 1. Ding. You picked up Silver-grade Shimmering Spider Silk Greaves. Ding. You picked up Kill Token, Spider Compound I-42. Ding. You picked up a second Pet Skill Evolution Stone. Such rare resources usually drop only from bosses. Finding one before even meeting the boss was an unexpected windfall. Without hesitation, Chen fed 1 stone to Shao Qing, unlocking its talent. Ding. You used a Pet Skill Evolution Stone to upgrade Thunderwing Serpent King skill Wings of Thunder to level 4. While active, flight speed increases by 10, and the wing strike's damage gains an additional 15 boost. Skill, Wings of Thunder, level 4. A pair of wings forged from pure lightning unfurls behind Shao Qing, dealing 165% of her spell power as lightning damage and granting her the power of flight. Chen studied the panel with satisfaction. After the upgrade, the wings had stretched from half a meter to nearly a full meter, crackling arcs dancing along their feathers. The larger wingspan translated directly into a burst of speed, explaining why her dives now packed so much more force. A piece of loot tumbled from the Pylia silver grade item called Shimmering Spider Silk Greaves. Stats: Constitution 17, Agility 13. Special effect: Spider Silk Bind. Launches a web forward. If it hits, the target is immobilized for 2.5 seconds. 1 minute cooldown. They looked ordinary, but that control effect was priceless. Chen equipped them on Ali at once, tossing her old bronze staghide trousers into his pack. When Spider Silk Bind chained into Alice's own Intimidate, the resulting lockdown could decide any team fight. Monsters here pay out too well to rush the boss, Chen muttered, issuing new orders. He and Ing Shuang began circling the forest's edge with a single goal clear every square inch of the map. Soon 5 forest venom lizards crawled out of the undergrowth, fangs glistening with poison and scales clattering. As long as they kept their distance, the creatures posed little threat. 694, 792, 876. Xiaoqing banked overhead, gathering lightning in her jaws before firing 3 bolts that punched clean through the lizard's thick hides. With her power climbing each battle, mowing down these regular mobs had become almost effortless. System notification. Congratulations. Your pet, Thunderwing Serpent King Xiaoqing, has slain 5 level 13 forest venom lizards. You and Xiaoqing receive 500 base experience, 100 bonus overlevel experience, and an additional 250 party instance experience. Pillage activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain Intelligence 6, Constitution 2, Agility 2. Xiaoqing gains an extra 5 evolution points. Chen swept the dropped items into his bag, looking relaxed. Ing Shuang beamed. Getting free experience with no risk felt almost criminal, and she hoped Chen would scour the entire forest. He glanced at the village elder's hidden quest. Suppress the monsters rampaging in the dark forest. Reward scales with the number of kills. Current progress, 4810. 48 kills were nowhere near enough intended to wipe the forest clean. For the next hour, man, fox, and serpent darted through the shadows. Lightning and flame intertwined. Shrieks and shattered scales filled the air, and both the quest tracker and their experience bars soared. Ali quietly reached level 8, while Xiaoqing's man over 2,000 points finally bottomed out, forcing the team to rely on Ali's close quarters fighting. Fortunately, the fox had racked up a mountain of attribute points and evolution energy during the spree. Ali's evolution gauge now stood at 36 out of 40, only 4 points shy of her next breakthrough. Ali and Xiaoqing had already wiped out every monster on the dark forest's outskirts. Only then did Chen, reluctant to leave the carnage behind, leading Shuang toward the forest's depths, treading over scattered remains. The canopy thickened until not a sliver of light could slip through, and the air grew heavy with the coppery stench of blood. With every step, that sickly sweetness intensified. Chen frowned, pushed aside dangling vines, and kept following the scent. Ing Shuang clung to his arm, her face ghost white, terrified they would lose each other in the darkness. How many people had to die to make it smell like this? Her voice trembled. At least 100, Chen judged quietly. And they're not all players. The villagers nearby are probably the real victims. Villagers? She blinked in disbelief. They treat this place as forbidden land. Who would come in here? Most likely they were dragged in. His words had barely faded when a thunderous crash split the forest. Ing Shuang jolted. A huge shadow tore through the Brisha nightmarish creature stitched together from corpses. It had 3 adult heads, 9 arms, and 12 legs, every inch crisscrossed with sutures. 2 male faces and 1 female face glared with scarlet eyes, fangs jutting past their lips, saliva dripping in thick strands. Humans. Perfect, delivered right to us. Look at that soft skin. The queen will be delighted. I found them first, the credit is mine. Shut it, you hag. Sharing a body with you disgusts me. Enough. Capture them alive. Then well divide the reward. The 3 heads argued, but quickly agreed on catching the prey, and the monster lunged. Ing Shuang's heart pounded. Yet Chen, who had seen far worse in his previous life, remained composed. He raised a hand and cast Identify. Stitched Abomination. Level, 15. Rank, Platinum. HP, 4,260. Attack, 719. Skills, Brutal Charge, Earth Shatter, Death Denial. No wonder no one's ever cleared the dark forest, Chen muttered. A level 15, Platinum rank boss hiding in here. Over 4,000 health, far stronger than the smaller boss they'd faced earlier, and its attack was terrifying. Worse, this thing clearly wasn't the forest's real master. The queen it mentioned, could she be the vampire witch I'm looking for? The idea flashed through his mind. Wait, take me to your master. Chen tried to speak. The abomination ignored him. 3 pairs of blood-red eyes gleamed with killing intent as its hulking mass bore down like a landslide. Intimidate. Ali sensed the danger to his master. His eyes flared crimson, and a surge of psychic force struck the abomination's mind like invisible needles. Art, filthy fox. The corpse-stitched abomination clutched its skull as a spike of agony shot through its brain. It froze, threw back its head, and roared in fury, then broke free of the stun in less than a heartbeat and lunged straight for Ali. Against most enemies, intimidation held them for 2 or 3 full seconds. But this high-level creature shrugged it off instantly. Suchan realized the gap in rank had shortened the control time. The only fix was to keep leveling the skill. In that split second, web entanglement. Xiaoqing flicked out a strand of silk from midair. The snowy threads cascaded down like a net and wrapped around the abomination, pinning it on the spot. Ali darted in, a blue-white blur streaking to the monster's back. Frost triple slash. A wave of polar chill burst out as her claws whistled through the air, hacking at the 3 hideous heads in rapid succession. 329, 659, 991. All 3 blood-red numbers popped up at once, and the heads went flying. Yet the headless brute didn't fall. 9 muscular arms bulged with veins and lashed out wildly. Groundquake. Boom. A shockwave rolled out like a solid wall. Ali was blasted several meters away, losing more than half her health in an instant. 679. That's the terror of a platinum-grade boss. One more swing, and Ali would be shredded. Healing light. Adding Shuang's urgent call, her pet kitten raised a paw and released a soft white halo that washed over Ali. 212. 212. Her health finally steadied. Xiaoqing pressed the assault. Explosive thunder orb. Lightning arrow. Wings of lightning. 3 streaks of electricity lit up the night sky, thunderclaps echoing overhead. 796. 847. 678. Caught in the crisscrossing bolts, the headless abomination staggered, clinging to a thread of life. Then a drum-like rumble rose from its chest. It pounded its torso as if rousing some dark force. Death defiance. 444. 444. 444. Its health surged back. Su Chen's gaze hardened. No more chances. Ali phantom blink. A flash of blue light, and she appeared directly above the monster. Skills refreshed. Frost triple slash fell again. 329. 659. 991. Blades of frost poured down like a waterfall, carving the hulking body into chunks. The corpse hit the ground with a dull thud and lay still. Congratulations. Your pet 4-tailed frost fox, Ali, has slain the LV-15 platinum-grade boss corpse-stitched abomination while underleveled. You and Ali receive 600 base experience plus 240 bonus experience. Plunder activated. Ali gains 10 evolution points. Ali has additionally plundered the boss moderate regeneration trait. Moderate regeneration, when HP falls below 50, restores 200 HP per second for 10 seconds. Su Chen's eyes lit up. 12,000 health in 10 seconds. With Ali's current max HP, just over 1,000, it was practically a second life. Su Chen barely had time to celebrate before Ali exploded in a blinding flash of light. The dazzling radiance burst through the blood-red haze of the dark forest, illuminating the entire ruin. In that pillar of white, Alice's aura surged. Its bones seemed reshaped by an unseen force. Muscles grew sleek, and its steps became so light it nearly floated. An instant later, whoosh, a 5th nimble tail unfurled behind it. Boom. Right on cue, the system prompt rang out. Congratulations. Ali has evolved into a platinum-grade pet 5-tailed spirit fox. Alice strength 60. Alice constitution 60. Alice agility 60. Alice intelligence 60. Ali has learned a new skill, Shadow Rush. Shadow Rush LV.1. Ali turns invisible, movement speed 100. The next attack breaks stealth and deals 1,100 attack as physical damage. This stealth cannot be revealed by detection skills. A special stealth skill? Su Chen's eyes gleamed, and he immediately opened Alice's status panel. 5-tailed spirit fox, Ali ultra rare. Level 8. Grade, platinum 680. Primary stats. Attack, 369. Defense, 173. HP, 1,590. MP, 950. Secondary stats. Strength, 369. Constitution, 139. Agility, 168. Intelligence, 95. Aptitudes. Moderate regeneration, basic venom, weak strength, weak defense, weak vitality. Skills. Intimidate LV.1, Frost Force LV.2, Phantom Blink LV.1, Triple Frost / LV.3, Shadow Rush LV.1. Owner, Emperor Chen. Equipment. Frost Snow Greatsword Gold. Bloodrend Earrings Gold. Venom Ring Gold. Emerald Pixie Crown Silver. Ice Scale Bracelet Silver. Hero's Fearless Boots Silver. Shining Spider Silk Leggings Silver. Rat Spirit Pendant Bronze. Crystal Scorpion Armor Bronze. Skull Belt Bronze. Skull Pauldrons Bronze. This Dark Forest run isn't even finished, and the loot's already insane, Su Chen thought. Shadow Rush could deliver a lethal opening strike and let Ollie slip behind enemy lines, sneak into a powerful boss lair to steal rare loot or pet eggs, infiltrate the dark or light faction vaults and empty treasures hoarded for millennia, even blend into the Honor Alliance Hall and assassinate Demon Cleaver Tion in plain sight. With such high-burst stealth, Ollie was every player's nightmare. They'd be wiped out before they could summon their own pets. While these thoughts raced, Su Chun strode to the corpse-stitched monstrosity's remains and scooped up the scattered loot. Ding. You picked up gold-grade Shadow of Darkness belt. Ding. You picked up gold-grade Dark Thorn pauldrons. Ding. You picked up rare 5-element aptitude Stone Earth. Ding. You picked up quest token, Heart of the Corpse-stitched monster rare. Ding. You picked up 2,469 copper. 2 pieces of gold gear. Wasting no time, Su Chen opened their stat windows. Gold-grade Shadow of Darkness belt. Strength 21. Constitution 21. Attack speed 18. Item special effect Shadow of Darkness. While you remain undetected, your damage is increased by 60. Next came the gold tier Darkthorn Spaulders, boasting strength 20, agility 23, movement speed 12, and the Darkthorn effect while stealth. Your next attack stuns the enemy for 1.5 seconds. For most pets, stealth bonuses are practically useless, but Ali had just learned invisibility, making the extra damage and crowd control a perfect fit. Su Chen swapped her gear without a second thought. The bronze equipment disappeared, golden light wrapped around Ali, and her stats skyrocketed. Strength, agility, and constitution each jumped by double digits. With a flick of her snowy tail, she crouched low, radiating lethal intent. The third drop, a rare 5-element aptitude stone, Earth, made Su Chen's heart race. A stitched corpse monster had dropped an earth stone. He now had metal, wood, and earth. Only water and fire remained. Collect all 5 and he could roll for a top-tier aptitude to full grades above a medium talent. The prospect thrilled him. Right? I still haven't opened my level 10 Supreme pack. He slapped his forehead. Before launch, he had snatched every Supreme code the 10 megaguilds fought over, redeeming 10 packs at once. The first pack, unlocked at level 1, had already given him the flawless pet a listening, limitless, and able to transform into a beast girl. What wonders lay inside the level 10 pack? He pulled the silver and gold icon from his inventory and tapped it. Ding. Congratulations, you have opened the level 10 Supreme pack. You have obtained the hidden class change scroll, Guardian Deity of Humanity. Guardian Deity mission. Protect Earth at all costs. Any action that weakens the light or dark factions grants special rewards. Notice, among Earth's 10 billion people, only one guardian deity exists. The moment the messages filled his screen, Su Chen's eyes sparkled. No wonder the megaguilds rose so fast in his previous life. The Supreme packs hid game-breaking rewards. And this was only the second pack. What unimaginable treasures awaited in the rest? Guardian Deity of Humanity. This isn't just a class. It's a duty to safeguard the future. He accepted the change without hesitation. Ding. Class change successful. You are now a god-tier hidden class, Guardian Deity of Humanity. Ding. Strength 50. Ding. Constitution 50. Ding. Strength 50. Ding. Constitution 50. Ding. You have received 3 pet skill evolution stones. 50 points to every attribute just for a class change? Su Chen froze, the numbers flashing like molten gold before his eyes, too generous to feel real. Even more heart-stopping were the 3 pet skill evolution stones that came with the reward. Items this rare could raise a pet's skill ceiling, and he had just scored 3 at once. After a moment's thought, he fed all 3 stones to his fox companion, Ari. Ding. You have consumed a pet skill evolution stone. Ari's Shadow Dash has been upgraded to level 2. Movement speed while stealth 20, damage 200. Ding. You have consumed a pet skill evolution stone. Ari's Shadow Dash has been upgraded to level 3. Movement speed while stealth 20, damage 200. Ding. You have consumed a pet skill evolution stone. Ari's Shadow Dash has been upgraded to level 4. Movement speed while stealth 20, damage 200. The skill panel refreshed instantly. Shadow Dash LV.4. Ari enters stealth, increasing movement speed by 160. Her next attack breaks stealth and deals 1,600 ATK as physical damage. This stealth cannot be dispelled by detection skills. A terrifying 260 movement speed in stealth, followed by a first strike that could hit for well over 2,000 damage. Ordinary players wouldn't even see it coming, and low-tier bosses would vanish on the spot. Satisfied, Su Chen closed the panel. Beside him, Ing Shuang was already wide-eyed. She wasn't just shocked by Ari's stats, she was stunned by her own leveling speed 3 levels in under half an hour. If word got out, even the tycoon players who hired entire squads to pad the knife would be floored. Knife padding meant paying a small army to whittle monsters down to a sliver of health, then delivering the finishing blow yourself to claim 50 of the total experience. It was usually the priciest yet quickest way to grind, and stilling Shuang's gains just by tagging along with Su Chen left those whales in the dust. Brother Emperor Chen, you're incredible. am sticking with you from now on. If I weren't still underage, I'd repay you with my body." Her bright eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration. Did I really waste my past life? Chen complained inwardly. Since when are girls this straightforward? Her bluntness caught him completely off guard. Just then, a system banner swept across the screens of hundreds of millions of players. Global announcement. Players Emperor Chen and Ing Shuang have achieved the first clear of the dungeon and earned Pet Experience Stone 2 1000 EXP each, Random Platinum Grade Equipment 1, Backpack Expansion Scroll 30 slots 1. The first banner had barely faded when a second and third followed in quick succession, spamming the feed. In that instant, the entire game world erupted. Player chat channels exploded like a thunderclap. Nowadays, every raid starts with at least 30 people, right? Clearing Dark Forest with just 2 players? Did I read that right? Nope, you didn't misread it. If it were anyone else, I'd doubt it. But once I saw Chindi's name, it all made sense. Exactly. If someone else had grabbed the server first reward, I might be jealous. But if Chindi's the one who did it, I can't even feel envy. In short, there's an unbridgeable gap between mortals and gods. Is Chindi getting lazy? It took him this long to snag the first clear? Lazy my foot. He duoed Dark Forest with a girl. Trust me, running with a girl is harder than soloing any day. Watch it, misogyny alert. Keep it up, and my lawyer will be in touch. Whoa, even the feminists are here. With a swing that stiff, I'm starting to think you're actually one of us. Forget all that. Chindi is awesome. End of story. Colored messages flooded the chat window, nearly filling the screen. The channel was a noisy whirlwind. Just then, a pop-up in the center of Chen's display caught his eye. Ding. Player Ing Shuang has given you Pet EXP Stone 1000 points too. Ding. Player Ing Shuang has given you Platinum Grade Endless Frost Leg Guards. Ding. Player Ing Shuang has given you Bag Expansion Scroll 30 slots. Chen glanced at the elf girl beside him. What's all this? Ing Shuang beamed. Brother Chen, I'm already grateful you took me through Dark Forest. The first clear rewards are yours by right. I'm just returning them to their owner. Chen's opinion of her rose instantly. Any one of these items would spark a frenzy among normal players, yet she handed everything back without hesitation. Deal. If you ever need anything, just ask. They'll help if I can. He thumped his chest in promise. Great. I plan to keep leeching EXP off you, you know. She winked playfully. At Chen's cue, she blinked out of the dungeon. Once the exit fell silent, Chen started sorting through the server first rewards. Besides the items Shuang had returned, had earned an identical set double loot that nearly overflowed his inventory. Ding. Your pet, Thunderwing Serpent King Xiaoqing, consumed 4 pet EXP stones and gained 4000 EXP. Congratulations. Thunderwing Serpent King Xiaoqing has reached level 10 and earned 15 free attribute points. Xiaoqing finally hit 10. Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately equipped the golden grade soul of the undead necklace on the serpent. The stat sheet refreshed. Intelligence 20, HP 600. Xiaoqing's aura visibly surged. Next, he turned to the bag expansion scrolls. Ding. You used a bag expansion scroll and gained 30 additional inventory slots. Ding. You used a bag expansion scroll and gained 30 additional inventory slots. The 2 prompts flashed in quick succession, doubling his storage and lifting his spirits. In just a few minutes, had secured the first clear, pocketed 2 sets of top-tier loot, and boosted both his combat power and carrying capacity. Most players' backpacks hold only 50 slots, and once they're full, nothing else will fit. Loose materials, gear, potions, and scrolls already fight for space, and Chen was still carting around 8 supreme gift packs, each occupying a precious slot. With the limited room completely jammed, he had to toss random odds and ends every time he wanted to pick up loot, which was downright painful. So when the system announced backpack space 60, it felt as though the clouds parted. His available slots had more than doubled, and the dread of emergency cleanups vanished in an instant. He was elated. After arranging the extra space, Chen turned to the real prize: 2 pieces of platinum grade gear. Platinum Endless Frost Greaves. Spell damage 25. Health 800. Physical defense 30. Level requirement 10. Special. Incoming ice damage 150. Equipment effect Frost Shield. When hit, the attacker's attack and movement speed are reduced by 30 for 5 seconds. Platinum Dark Tianyu Circlet. Spell damage 28. Mana 1000. Magic defense 30. Level requirement 10. Special. Incoming dark damage 150. Equipment effect Umbral Blindness. When hit, 25 chance to blind the attacker for 5 seconds. Blinded enemies miss all basic attacks. Both items were clearly tailor-made for Xiaoqing. The circlet's dark damage reduction, combined with her middling defensive aptitude, could shave off a total of 450 points of dark damage in a single blow. Chen could already picture it. When the dark faction stormed the city, Xiaoqing would stand on the front line like a mobile cannon, untouchable and unleashing full firepower sight that would be absolutely breathtaking. Although the Dark Forest dungeon had been cleared, that didn't mean it held no more secrets. The hidden quest given by the undead Archmage Mon Into locate the vampire which pointed deeper into the woods. Su Chen pressed on, following a path where shadows intertwined. Suddenly the scenery shifted. An ancient castle loomed ahead, its spires swarmed by black bats. From deep within came a clear, lilting female voice, melancholic, almost icy. Driven by curiosity, he pushed open the heavy doors. Blood-red steps snaked upward between grotesquely twisted statues, torches casting crimson light on the stone walls. At the top of the staircase sat a lavish throne. Reclining on it was a breathtaking woman, mature and seductive. Even more horrifying, her slender pale fingers were idly playing with a sheet of human skin, and intact face peeled from a living victim, the blood still wet and glistening. Sensing his presence, she lifted her gaze. Her violet pupils churned like vortices, cold, yet mesmerizing. A human? Reaching this place is no small feat, she drawled, tinged with curiosity. The man before her showed neither shock nor fear. This was the very vampire which the undead archmage had spoken of. Su Chen remained calm, his breathing steady, and his composure sparked a flicker of amusement in her eyes. Her smile hadn't yet faded when she shot forward like an arrow. The witch's smile was as lovely as ever, but her figure blurred into motion, lunging straight at Su Chen with lethal speed. Su Chen knew exactly who she was, and her strength was far beyond anything he could hope to match. The vampire witch advanced at a measured pace, the hem of her violet-black cloak billowing as the air around them turned icy and still. According to intelligence from his previous life, she possessed at least peak diamond-level combat power enough to annihilate an entire city with a single strike. Su Chen's chest tightened, yet he forced calm into his voice and shouted, "Wait. I was sent by the Lord of the Undead to find you." The Lord of the Undead? The witch halted, surprise flashing across her flawless face. "He's here? Impossible. Why should I believe you?" Su Chen lifted his hands to signal he meant no harm and spoke quickly. Arch-necromancer Meng In used a dragon's corpse as a sacrificial vessel, forged it into a bone dragon, and channeled the undead sovereign's will through it. The witch narrowed her eyes and tapped her chin. "That does sound plausible. Very well, what does the sovereign want from me?" "He wants you to destroy a village 30 kilometers west of the Dark Forest, a rookie settlement." Su Chen gave the coordinates without hesitation. It was not his own village but the one where Glory Alliance had gathered most of its members. He had already chosen his rationale. The vampire which could obliterate a novice village effortlessly. In his previous life, she had butchered his settlement, costing every player a level and countless pets their lives. Since he couldn't avert the disaster, he would redirect it onto Glory Alliance. Nearly 99% of Glory Alliance's core players were stationed in that village. The less talented were forced into mining and logging, while those with some ability had been bribed or coerced by Mo Jean Tian into 30-year contracts little better than slavery. If the village fell, the guild would be crippled. "Tell the undead sovereign not to worry," the witch said, brushing a lock of silver hair behind her ear as a cold smile curved her lips. "Give me 3 days. I'll go there myself and strangle every human inside. And if you put in a good word for me with the sovereign, I wouldn't mind letting you experience what it feels like to be my man. How about it?" Before her words had faded, she appeared beside him like a phantom. Slender fingers clamped onto Su Chen's shoulder, and her lithe body pinned him to the ground. A rich, coppery scent of blood flooded his senses. Her bewitching smile hovered inches from his face. Though immobilized, Su Chen shook his head. "Not interested. I don't like being under a woman's heel." "Not interested? That isn't your decision to make." Purple light rippled through her eyes, a seductive vortex that clawed at Su Chen's soul, trying to bend him to her will. Ding. The vampire which is attempting to dominate your mind. Your divine artifact, the Supreme God Bone, has been activated. Choose one of the following. Option 1. Pretend to be controlled and comply with the vampire witch's demands. Unexpected benefits may await you. Option 2. Resist her influence and risk provoking her wrath, facing unimaginable consequences. Su Chen's heart lurched. The vampire witch Scarlet served under the Lord of the Undead, spending her days among frigid corpses and creaking skeletons. People said women couldn't bear loneliness, how much truer for a witch. Thanks to a vampire's unique physique, she could directly siphon human life essence, unraveling another's lifespan and strength to prolong her own life and magnify her power. In short, she did crave his body, but what she truly coveted was the richer energy coursing within it. Reborn once already, Su Chen saw straight through the situation. With enough strength, what woman was out of reach? In the doomsday future when the gods invaded, even the most exalted celebrities and pampered heiresses would shiver at the edge of death. For the shelter of the powerful, they would gladly offer their own bodies. The current quest, he realized, was a death trap, either annihilation of his soul or being drained until nothing remained. No wonder every player who had triggered it in his previous life had vanished without a trace. Since either outcome spelled death, he might as well brandish the grandest threat he had. In a low voice he said, "Scarlet, the great lord of the undead sees everything. I am his envoy if I die by your hand. Can you guarantee he won't punish you?" "Punishment? Scarlet flinched, instantly sobered. The young man before her was strikingly handsome, and she hadn't absorbed a mortal male's essence in ages, so wicked thoughts had risen. Yet if he could withstand her hypnotic gaze, the Lord of the Undead had surely armed him with a trump card. I overstepped. Please, kind envoy, don't hold it against me. The vampire witch's aura collapsed. Head bowed. She apologized meekly. Su Chun pressed a hand to his forehead, a hint of pain coloring his brow. Ah, your scare left me a touch disoriented. Do you have anything here that can fortify one's constitution? Impossible. You resisted my charm. How could you be suffering? Scarlet stared, puzzled. Su Chun sighed. In that case, you'll have to report directly to the Lord of the Undead and let him render judgment. So you're extorting me. Realization dawned on Scarlet. Her pretty face darkened. At last she gritted her teeth, produced a treasure from her bosom, and flung it at Su Chen's feet. Ding! You have obtained a rare treasure. Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life. When you or your pet deal damage to an enemy, that damage is converted into life energy stored in the fountain. You may spend this stored life energy at any time to heal yourself or your pet. Current life energy, 0100000. Su Chen picked up the Fountain of Life and skimmed its description, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. This was a real prize. The Fountain of Life can restore both his and his pet's health anywhere, anytime. It heals instantly, taking a sliver of life straight back to full. Even more outrageous, it stores 100,000 health points, has no cooldown, and can be used endlessly. As long as Su Chen isn't killed in a single blow, he and his pet are virtually immortal. Yet he still wasn't satisfied. Remembering the massive dark faction invasion 3 years in the future, a chill flickered across Su Chen's face. If he didn't bleed Scarlet dry now, she would lead the slaughter of Earth when the war arrived. He set aside his appreciation of her beauty and prepared to keep extorting her. Though Scarlet looked like a stunning woman in her early 30s, she had lived for more than a millennium, sustaining herself by draining the essence of countless human men. She was a vampiric witch and a trusted lieutenant of the dark faction. Su Chen knew this well, so he felt no guilt in blackmailing her. You bastard. Frost flashed in Scarlet's eyes as she flicked a jade green vial from her storage ring. She ground her teeth. An Elven King bloodline elixir, will that satisfy you? It's a supreme bloodline left from the ancient war between gods and demons. Drink it, and your vitality may rival that of a true Elven King. If even this isn't enough, I'd rather face the undead overlord's wrath than let you push me further. In truth, it was her most precious treasure. If her vampiric blood hadn't been incompatible with the elixir, she would never have handed it to the scoundrel before her. Ding! You have obtained the ultra-rare item, Elven King Bloodline Elixir. The system prompt exploded in Su Chen's ears. Elven King Bloodline Elixir. Upon consumption, inherit the mighty bloodline of the ancient Elven King and gain unimaginable power. Su Chen's heart trembled. Reborn, he understood the worth of an ultra-rare bloodline elixir better than anyone. A single bloodline potion could cost 1,000 times more than other items of the same tier, because once it merged with your body, you permanently inherited the race's talents and abilities. Among elves, apart from the Elven King, almost all were female, slender, graceful, breathtakingly beautiful, and blessed with near-eternal lifespans. 3 years from now, when the game merged with reality, players would bring everything into the real world. If he fused the Elven King bloodline in advance, his life would become virtually limitless. That alone would drive countless tycoons mad. Excellent. Su Chen stowed the elixir and flashed a brilliant smile. He'll be sure to speak well of you to the undead overlord. With that, he stepped forward, gently lifted Scarlet's pale hand, and placed a light kiss on the back of it. The cool, silky touch against his lips matched the crafty gleam in his eyes. If you are going to shear a sheep, you may as well leave it bald. Ding! Active plunder talent has been activated. You have plundered. You have stolen the high-grade pet vitality trait from the blood witch Scarlet. You may assign this high-grade pet vitality trait to any pet. High-grade pet vitality trait. HP increased by an additional 100. A high-grade vitality trait. Su Chen's heart gave a hard thump, joy nearly spilling from his eyes. A moment ago had noticed the active skill of his SS tier talent. Infinite Plunder had come off cooldown, so had immediately decided to snatch Scarlet's trait. The talent had 2 modes, active plunder and kill plunder, and the former carried a full 24-hour cooldown. It had been exactly a day since Head robbed Little Overlord of his tire talent at login. This high-grade pet vitality trait was the first high-tier trait Head ever laid hands on. It would flat-out double a pet's health. He pulled up the pet panel. The fox girl, Ali, showed low-grade vitality trait, while the winged serpent Xiaoqing had only lesser vitality trait. Giving the upgrade to Ali was clearly the best deal. Ding! You have upgraded Ali's low-grade pet vitality trait to high-grade. Ali's bonus HP has risen from 10 to 100. Su Chen grinned ear to ear now. That was pure profit. Before Scarlet could react, he whirled around and bolted. Once the witch realized her trait was gone, she would explode with fury and chase him to the ends of the earth. Leaving the gloomy castle behind, he summoned Shaoqing. Lightning-wreathed wings unfurled, and he soared into the sky, fleeing at top speed. 5 minutes later, he dismissed the wings and touched down above the beginner village. The gate was still teeming with fresh players, each brimming with anticipation for the adventure ahead. None of them knew Su Chen had just diverted a calamity powerful enough to level the village, quietly steering it toward another newbie zone packed with Honor League members. With a pleasant smile, Su Chen headed for the central plaza. There the old village chief stood surrounded by rookies, solemnly handing out starter quests. Young warrior, could it be you've already finished the task I gave you? The chief's once cloudy eyes lit up the moment he saw Su Chen. He actually pushed through the crowd to greet him, voice loaded with expectation. The surrounding players were dumbfounded. Why was the normally tight-lipped NPC treating another player so warmly? The difference was outrageous. Before anyone could figure it out, Su Chen flicked his wrist. The mouth of his backpack yawned open, spilling out a waist-high pile of loot. Hearts of Forest, Venom Lizards 15. Vines of Ghost, Ivy 28. Compound Eyes of Forest Demon Spiders, 42 pairs. Heart of the Corpse Stitched Abomination Boss 1. The absurd haul left both the chief and the players speechless. Warrior, you gathered all this from the Dark Forest? Don't tell me you cleared the entire place. The chief's voice shook. For centuries the Dark Forest had plagued the village with monsters. Now it was clean, thanks to the young warrior before him. The chief clasped his hands repeatedly, eyes moist with gratitude. The monsters of the Dark Forest have tormented us for hundreds of years. From this day forward, we can finally live in peace. All because of you. Brave warrior, you must accept the village's reward. The village elder's emotions surged, and even the hand gripping his cane wouldn't stop trembling. Ding. Congratulations, you've completed the village chief's special hidden quest. Subdue the rampaging monsters in the Dark Forest. Quest reward, 1,100 experience points, 1,100 pet EXP scroll, 1 pet skill stone. A brilliant white beam cascaded over Su Chen. Ding. You've reached level 12 and gained 1 point in each of the 4 core attributes. After leveling up, he flipped open the 100-point pet EXP scroll and assigned it to Ali on the spot. As a single target burst pet, Ali couldn't clear mobs as fast as the AO efficacious Shaoqing, but she outperformed him whenever a boss showed up. Ding. Your pet, Ali, used an EXP scroll and gained 1,100 experience points. Congratulations. Ali has reached level 9 and obtained 15 free attribute points. By long-standing tradition, all 15 points went straight into strength. The stat panel refreshed at once. Ali's attack jumped to 407, enough to dominate any pet in the starter village. Damage secured. Su Chen fed the pet skill evolution stone to Ali's soul control ability stun. In a boss fight, even a tenth of a second of crowd control could decide the outcome. Ding. You consumed a pet skill evolution stone and raised Ali's stun to level 2. Stun duration increased by 20. A quick mental calculation told Su Chen that the original 2 to 3 second control window had just gained at least half a second, potentially life-saving at a critical moment. The village elder's eyes shone with gratitude. Brave warrior, because you exceeded expectations, I'm granting you a special reward in addition to the standard one. Ding. The village elder has granted you extra quest rewards. Reputation 1,500. Title, Redeemer of the Village. Redeemer of the Village. Rarity, rare. Strength, 25. Intelligence, 25. Constitution, 25. Agility, 25. Attack speed, 10. Cast speed, 10. Movement speed, 10. Title effect. Within the village, damage, defense, and movement speed 30. No death penalties while in the village. The unexpected rare title made Su Chen's eyes light up. Titles were scarce and could only be equipped by players, never pets. The all-round stat boost plus extra movement speed was a godsend at his current stage. Quest turned in, Su Chen closed the interface and walked away, leaving a crowd of stunned rookies in his wake. Wait, I just remembered. That guy was Chen Di from the forums, the one everyone's talking about. No way, that was Chen Di. I spawned in the same starter village as Chen Di. I'm so lucky. Darn it. Chen dissed my idol, and I forgot to ask for an autograph. Only then did the novices realize that the legendary Chen Di they all admired had been standing right beside them. After turning in the old village chief's quest, Su Chen was supposed to head for the dragon's tomb and claim his reward from the grand necromancer Meng Yin, but he decided against it. His reason was simple. Beyond settling accounts with the Glory Alliance for their ambush, he needed to weaken if not utterly destroy the light and dark factions. If those two powers remained unchallenged, humanity would face extinction in 3 years. Su Chen's SS-grade talent, Infinite Plunder, gave him limitless potential, yet the gods of light and darkness were so powerful they could crush him with a mere flick of a finger. He never planned to confront them head-on. Instead, he would slip between the two camps, sowing discord, provoking clashes, and fanning the flames of war. While they tore each other apart, he would quietly strip them of resources and build his own strength. That was the true path to victory. Scarlet's destruction of the starter village had only lit the fuse. He had to keep escalating the conflict until peace was no longer an option. Inspired, he summoned Shao Qing to merge with him. Lightning exploded behind him, forming a pair of thunderous wings more than 3 meters long. Thunder boomed and wind howled as Su Chen rose into the sky, heading straight for the village's western edge. From above, the world spread out beneath him. Snow-white birds glided at his side. Distant grasslands rang with the roars of savage beasts. Below, players and monsters clashed at sword's length, blades flashing and blood spraying. Every scene was vivid, a reminder of how real divine pets the game hailed as humanity's second world truly was. Mid-flight, he remembered the Elf King bloodline elixir he had extorted from the vampire witch Scarlet. Without hesitation, he retrieved the vial, uncorked it, and downed it in several gulps. Boom. Scalding energy flooded his limbs like molten lava. Su Chen convulsed. Muscles and bones cracked. His blood roared like liquid iron, and he felt his body vault toward a higher life form. Congratulations. You have consumed the Elf King bloodline elixir. Your ordinary human bloodline has been transformed into the Elf King bloodline. Ding. Your HP has increased by 1,000 points. Ding. Due to the Elf King bloodline, damage taken from light attributes is reduced by 1,000 points. Ding. Due to the Elf King bloodline, damage taken from dark attributes is reduced by 1,000 points. Ding. You have learned the Elf King skill, Cooldown Aura. Cooldown Aura, an aura that reduces all pet skill cooldowns by 30. Ding. You have learned the Elf King skill, the Elf King's Curse. Curse of the Elven King. You may afflict any target, reducing their strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility by 50%. Cooldown, 24 hours. After drinking the Elven King bloodline potion, his health jumped by a full 1,000 points. The faint green liquid slid down his throat, and Su Chen felt vitality flood his body as his life total climbed by exactly 1,000. At the same time, a thin film of intertwined gold and obsidian light surfaced beneath his skin, the passive effect that blocks 1,000 points of light and dark damage. The math was simple. If a light or dark-based attack dealt 1,500 damage, only 500 would get through. With Shao Qing's solid defensive stats and his own sturdy armor, attacks of that caliber would not even dent his plating. A grin tugged at Su Chen's lips. With this mitigation, he could face both the light and dark factions without hesitation and even exploit the edge to farm their high-tier dungeons. His memories from a previous life told him those instances hid game-breaking rewards, even legendary artifacts and mythical pet eggs. Su Chen had yet to realize the bloodline evolution had also transformed his appearance. Elves were famed for their beauty, and an Elven King was rarer still. His features sharpened, his eyes shimmered like stars, and his frame grew taller and more commanding, every gesture carrying a natural regal pressure. Roughly 10 minutes later, he folded his thunder wings and touched down beside a clear spring screened by shrubs. Cool mist brushed his cheeks as he followed the water inwards. In his past life, a rookie who stumbled in here had triggered a hidden main quest for the Light faction. This time, Su Chen meant to claim it first, securing the trust of both camps and paving the way to final victory. At the far end of the pool, the ripples mirrored a slender figure. The girl's hair tumbled in a golden cascade. Her skin was pale as new snow. Long, graceful legs shimmered beneath the surface. She had perfect curves with no excess flesh, her classic Western features lending an exotic allure. Yet the gaping wound in her chest and the blood streaking her body had pushed her to death's edge. Without the faint glow of holy magic holding her together, she would already have perished. Footsteps crunched softly over the spring's murmur. The girl tightened her sacred staff, her voice hoarse yet edged with killing intent. Filth of the dark faction. Even if I die today, I'll take you with me. Su Chen stepped from the shadows and spoke calmly. You've got the wrong man. I'm just passing through, not a thief of the dark faction. She remained wary, the staff's tip trembling. Yet when her gaze took in his face, her eyes widened in shock. Had she not seen him with her own eyes, the girl would never have believed it. A man so breathtakingly handsome actually existed. Shafts of golden sunlight slipped through the treetops, dappling his shoulders and tracing the chiseled lines of his profile. Every feature, every nuance of bearing, was flawless enough to steal one's breath. Yet her emerald eyes remained icy. Good looks alone did not prove allegiance to the light. Many beings in the dark faction were equally stunning. A fact Alice, saintess of the Morningstar Sanctuary, knew all too well. Su Chen's objective today was this very girl for the moment, blood-spattered and standing her ground. The Morningstar Sanctuary served the Temple of Light, making it part of the Light Camp, and Alice was hailed as the dawn of the gods. While tracing the source of a necromancer uprising, she had been ambushed by powerful undead. At death's door, she triggered a random teleport scroll and landed in this forest. Her body was laced with wounds, her golden ceremonial robe soaked in dark red blood, and her mana nearly spent. The holy light she could summon now flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to wink out at any moment. Su Chen knew perfectly well that in her half-dead state, he could finish her off and leave no trace. but that would bring only a moment's thrill and scant reward. Far better to play the long game, use the quests and clues buried in the saintess fate to pry open the light camp and fuel the war between light and dark. He intended to fleece both sides, not just the dark. I wandered in by accident. No offense meant, Su Chen said with a casual shrug, then turned as though to leave. Sometimes loosening the reins worked better than driving prey into a corner. Sure enough, a weak yet urgent call came from behind him. It seems I misjudged you. Warrior, please wait, I need your help. Alice's chest heaved, her fading hope barely alive. She clearly saw Su Chen as her final lifeline. Ding. The Morningstar Saintess has issued a hidden quest. Gather sacred healing herbs. Quest details. The Morningstar Saintess is on the brink of death and requires the energy of sacred healing herbs to heal. Collect 40 herbs and return them to her. Reward: 500 quest experience, 500 copper coins, and 300 light camp reputation. Su Chen frowned. A few hundred experience points and copper coins? The light camp really was stingy. Ignoring the quest prompt, he looked up and asked coldly, "Is that all a Saintess of the Morningstar Sanctuary can offer?" Anger flashed across Alice's pale face. "I am the Saintess of the Morningstar. As a citizen of the light camp, you are duty-bound to aid me." "Sorry, I don't work for free," Su Chen replied, shaking his head without hesitation. "If you help me, the star god will favor you in the future," Alice said helplessly, offering nothing but hollow promises. Su Chen gave a cold laugh. "Doesn't sound sincere. Goodbye." He turned to leave. Ding. If you gather enough sacred healing herbs for the Dawn Saintess, she will additionally grant you a vial of Water of Light. Water of Light grants your pet the light attribute. If the pet already possesses that attribute, its potential and power will increase dramatically. The item might be worth a small fortune, but Su Chen had no use for it right now. Ollie was an ice-type pet and Xiaoqing a thunder-type. Their evolution paths were clearly laid out on the panel. One sip of the Water of Light would force those paths off course, an instant power spike at the cost of all future potential. For a light-type creature, however, that same water would be nothing short of miraculous. Su Chen recalled a rumor circling through the Morningstar Sanctum. Somewhere in the treasury lay an angel's egg, said to hatch into a stunningly beautiful female angel with extraordinary gifts. If he used Alice Shadow Dash to sneak in, he might spirit the egg into his dimensional backpack without anyone noticing. Pulling his thoughts back, he studied the Morningstar Saintess before him. Besides the Water of Light, what else are you offering? No matter how tight-fisted she was, she wouldn't send him away empty-handed. Su Chen knew this charming saintess would one day stand against humankind. Sparing her now would be cruelty to everyone else. He had to play his part, take every reward he could, and worm his way into her ranks. "Do my bidding, and it'll give you something better," the saintess said, her tone like ice after catching the greed in his eyes. "Your Holiness, it's not that I want help, me strength is simply limited right now," Su Chen replied with a helpless shrug. "Greedy wretch. Fine, take this, but you'd better deliver." Gritting her teeth, she pulled a pale violet vial from her sleeve and tossed it over. Dinga system prompt rang in his ears. "The Morningstar Saintess has given you a high-grade pet attack speed elixir." High-grade. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This rare potion could raise Alice damage ceiling in one shot. The faster the attacks, the higher the DPS. Without hesitation, he summoned Ollie, and the snow-white fox tipped back its head, draining the vial. "Congratulations. Your pet Ollie has awakened high-grade attack speed aptitude." Numbers flickered on the panel. Attack speed up 100%. Muscle lines on Alice's forepaws smoothed out, frost gathering on razor-sharp claws. Double the speed. Sheer bliss. Alice, the saintess, turned pale and spoke quickly. "Saint Heal herb grows in the frozen peaks. Bring it back soon, or I won't last." "Relax. Pay me enough and the herb is yours," Su Chen promised, thumping his chest. If not for a hidden quest and future plans, he wouldn't bother saving her. But Alice was the spark that would ignite a full-scale war between light and dark factions. She couldn't die not yet. Besides, the vampire witch Scarlet had surely noticed he stole her aptitude and wouldn't let it slide. Shoving the Morningstar Saintess into Scarlet's line of fire later sounded like a perfect diversion. All Su Chen had to do now was weave both the vampire witch and the Dawn Saintess step by step into his own web. Su Chen summoned Xiaoqing to merge with him, twin wings of thunder flashing into existence on his back as he rocketed west toward the polar snow range. The range stretched for hundreds of miles, and year-round flurries pummeled his face like knife points, driving the chill straight into his bones. He forced his way through the gale for a full 20 minutes before the outlines of the snow-laden ridges finally surfaced in the blizzard. Because the mountains lay far from the newbie village, no human player had ever set foot here. The whole region was an unopened treasure map. Any step might reveal an unknown trove. Treasure, however, always comes hand in hand with danger. The range was home to an ugly race called trolls. Bad-tempered and brutally strong, they ate human flesh, served the dark faction, and their vast numbers occasionally produced terrifying chieftains. Warning: you have entered the polar snow range. Extreme cold reduces movement speed by 35. The alert blinked the moment he crossed the boundary. Su Chen felt the frigid air clamp down on his joints. Even the beat of his thunder wings stuttered. Still, the upgraded skill remained faster than a standard flight spell despite the penalty. Circling high overhead, he raked the blanketed ground with his gaze, searching for the holy healing herb his quest required. After a long sweep, he had yet to spot a single blade. Su Chen's brows knitted. Whoosh! A shrill whistle sliced through the snowfall. 139. An ice-tipped spear ripped the white curtain apart and pierced his right arm. Fortunately, Shaoqing's medium defense rating absorbed most of the impact. Wretched outsider. This is the Great Troll tribe's territory. You'll make a fine supper. A troll emerged from the swirling snow, grinning savagely as it lobbed a barrage of spears. Troll. Level 14. Rank Gold. HP 1960. Attack 439. Skills: Berserk, Sprint, Ice Armor. Just a regular troll dare seek death? Su Chen's eyes went cold. He raised a hand, unleashing a fan of lightning arrows. Purple sparks erupted into a net, every bolt smashing into the troll's vulnerable head. 860. Weak spot. 860. Weak spot. 860. Weak spot. Arg. The troll shrieked and crashed to the ground, its scalding blood freezing the instant it met the air. Congratulations. Your pet, Thunderwing Serpent King Shaoqing, has killed a level 14 troll across levels. You and Shaoqing gain 120 base experience and 24 bonus cross-level experience. Plunder triggered both you and Shaoqing gained 2 intelligence. Shaoqing gains 1 evolution point. Su Chen folded his thunder wings and dropped onto the snow, quickly sifting through the loot scattered around the corpse. Ding. You picked up gold-grade frost strike boots. Ding. You picked up a basic cold resistance potion. Ding. You picked up 1 holy healing herb. Ding. You picked up a mysterious letter. Ding. You picked up 239 copper coins. The coins weren't much, but a gold-grade item was a welcome bonus. Gold-grade frost strike boots. Health 550. Agility 25. Reduces ice damage taken by 100. Required level 10. Special effect Frost Shield. When you cast a spell on an enemy, you have a chance to gain a frost shield that absorbs 540 damage. When the shield breaks, it releases an icy breath that slows all nearby enemies by 65 for 3 seconds. You can't last long in a blizzard without a pair of insulated boots. Su Chen pulled out the gold-tier Frost Assault boots and skimmed their stat panel. The numbers were average, but the attached frost shield was priceless once triggered. It offered solid protection, and when it burst it drenched nearby enemies, slashing their movement speed by 65 for a full 3 seconds. For a boss, that's sort of slow mint standing still. Nice. With that verdict, Su Chen swapped the boots onto Shaoqing, replacing her regular bronze ankle boots. The upgrade nudged her defense upward and eased the strain on her health bar. Basic cold resistance potion. Remove slow effects caused by harsh snow and ice for 3 hours. The blizzard raged, the wind sharp as blades. Su Chen brushed the frost from the vial and drained it in one gulp. Ding. You have consumed a basic cold resistance potion. All slow effects have been removed. The mechanical prompt chimed, and his sluggish movements instantly felt lighter. Holding a stem of sacred healing grass, he muttered, "The Dawnstar Saintess is daylight robbery 40 herbs for a single heal. A frost troll drops only 1. Am I supposed to wipe out 40 trolls on this frozen plain? Even tracking a single troll was a chore, let alone killing dozens." Still, the quest was the quest, and he swallowed his complaints. After sorting through the loot, Su Chen discovered one last Itema letter. The envelope was smeared with grease and blood, its wax seal cracked in the cold. He pried it open and unfolded the paper. Jagged characters of the Dark Realm sprawled across the page, the troll's crude handwriting like knife gouges. "Great Lord of Demons, the undead sovereign has awakened and is plotting something vast. He even tried to recruit me. I pretended to agree and learned his first move. Wipe out a village, pin the blame on you, and draw the Holy Light Temple's wrath to your doorstep." At that line, everything clicked for Su Chen. The undead sovereign and the demon lord were both high-ranking leaders of the dark faction. Outwardly allies, they were in fact rivals, forever scheming against each other. By destroying the novice village, the undead sovereign planned to frame the demon lord. With the Holy Pope's vengeful nature, the Holy Light Temple would march its entire army into demon lands the moment the village fell, forcing the demons to pay dearly. The result? All-out war between the Demon Legion and the Holy Light Temple, while the undead sovereign reaped the spoils. 1. Slip behind the front lines and plunder the Holy Light Temple. 2. Amass treasures and rapidly restore his strength. 3. Catapult himself to an even higher tier of power. That was exactly how events had played out in Su Chen's previous life. Back then, the undead sovereign, having just seized a skeletal dragon and still weakened, had leveraged this scheme to rise in force. The attack on the Star Saintess, the ensuing manhunt, every step had been part of his setup. Su Chen clenched the letter, his gaze turning icy. Now that he knew the plan, He would never let the undead sovereign succeed so easily. The treasury of the Temple of Light holds riches beyond imagination, enough to keep the Lord of the Undead scheming day and night. If those treasures fell into Su Chen's hands, he could use them to power up his pets, propelling his strength beyond anything ordinary. For now, his aim is to wreck the Undead Lord's plot, drag the shadowy mastermind down with him, steal the prize, and walk away with everything. He slipped the envelope that could decide the fate of all three factions into his jacket. Whichever side Demon Lord or Temple of Light received it, the Undead Sovereign's future would change dramatically. First, though, he had to gather 40 stalks of sacred healing herb within 7 days and revive the Dawnstar saintess before war broke out. Su Chen felt no fondness for her, but she was a key fulcrum before the clash of light and darkness. Once her value ran dry, he could deal with her at leisure. I need more sacred healing herbs. Where can I kill trolls quickly? He surveyed the land. Snow swirled across the mountain range, turning sky and earth the same icy blue. Not a single creature stirred. The lone sign of life was a line of giant footprints, nearly covered by fresh powder, the tracks of the troll he had just slain. Backtracking the prints might lead straight to the troll's lair. They usually hid their dens so well a blind search could take days, but this snow trail map pointed right to it. Heart lifted, Su Chen set off across the drifts. 10 minutes later, a dark opening surfaced in the snow. Wrapped in jagged rock and smothered by drifts, the lair was almost invisible. Su Chen crouched behind a ridge, watching through frosted branches. Outside the cave, 2 troll guards, swathed in furs and clutching wine jugs, gulped liquor to keep out the cold. Guard 1. This cursed weather-standing watch is torture. Guard 2. Quit whining. The chief says we're pulling out of the range. While he's counting the horde, we'd better shove a few goodies into our own pockets. Guard 1. The chief's pavilion is packed with treasure, that's for sure. The exchange made Su Chen's eyes gleam. Why not raid the troll's stash while he was at it? He raised a hand and released a silent probe of detection magic. Troll guard. Rank, Platinum. Level, 20. HP, 4,950. Attack, 1,020. Skills, Tower Shield Defense, Sweeping Blade, Frenzy. Level 20 Platinum. He could beat them heathen, but the moment he struck, the troll chief would be alerted and any chance to loot the horde would vanish. Better to slip in quietly. Ollie, possess me. With a thought he dismissed Shao Qing's spirit and let the fox spirit merge with him instead. The instant the fox shadow sank into his body, a sharp, predatory aura settled over him. Shadow Sprint activate. Su Chen's figure was swallowed by the gloom, and he vanished from sight. After activating his invisibility, Su Chen strode into the cave right under the noses of the 2 troll sentries. The moment he crossed the threshold, he heard them whispering. Did you hear that? Sounded like footsteps right beside me. One troll pricked up its pointed ears, glancing around suspiciously. Brother, you're drunk and hearing things. No one could slip past us. The other troll clapped him on the shoulder, raised a wine jug, and scanned the area, still seeing nothing. Must be the booze. Come on, drink with me. The guards lowered their vigilance and guzzled their liquor, the sound of swallowing echoing in the corridor. Su Chen let out a silent breath, lightened his steps, and pressed along the stone wall deeper into the lair. The belly of the mountain had been carved into a rough but spacious hall ablaze with torchlight. Hundreds of troll warriors dragged massive catapults, bundled arrows, and inspected hide armor, the din reverberating off the vaulted ceiling. Finally, we're getting out of this frozen wasteland, praised Chief Derek. It's been ages since I tasted human flesh. I'm going to gorge myself. Especially the women soft, tender, juicy, huh? Disgust flickered across Su Chen's face. These hideous brutes weren't just bloodthirsty. Tonight they would massacre a novice village, and tomorrow they might slaughter humans in reality. One day, he vowed, trolls like these would vanish for good. There was no point in waiting around. Fixing on the Redan black pavilion at the center of the hall, he slipped through the flap without a sound. Inside, the troll chief, several times larger than an ordinary troll, sat cross-legged, eyes half closed as if meditating. Jagged tusks jutted from a savage face, cords of muscle bulged beneath green skin. A full tiger pelt draped his shoulders, a steel battle axe at his waist glinted with icy light. At his feet rested a giant studded chest, faint golden light seeping through its seams. Su Chen's heartbeat quickened. That chest had to contain the chief's years of plunder. But the chief was only an arm's length away. If startled, Su Chen's invisibility would fail, and he would face a level 30 boss plus the thousands of troll warriors outside certain death. He could only wait. Fortunately, Shadow Glide had no time limit. He flattened himself in a corner, absolutely still. Minutes crawled by, over 20 of them. Time to see how the warriors are doing, the chief muttered. He pushed himself up, muscles rippling, stretched, and strode out of the pavilion. When the footsteps faded, a grin tugged at Su Chen's lips. He waited a few more seconds to be sure, then flashed to the crimson chest. Ding. You have discovered the troll chief's treasure chest. Open it. Open it now. Ding. You have discovered the rare 5-element aptitude. Water. Ding. You found an emerald-grade frost troll belt. Ding. You found emerald-grade frost troll pauldrons. Ding. You found 100 holy healing herbs. Ding. You found 4 skill evolution stones. Su Chen's eyes lit up at once. The black iron chest in the center of the troll chieftain's tent had spat out a haul this rich in a single burst. As soon as the notifications faded, he stuffed the rare 5-element aptitude, water, the 2 emerald-grade items, all 100 holy healing herbs, and the 4 skill evolution stones into his pack, without hesitation. Now he had collected 4 of the 5 elemental aptitudes: metal, wood, water, and earth. One last fire aptitude, and he could fuse them into a top-tier affinity. Emerald-grade gear sat a full tier above platinum, and with the game still in its early stages, any single piece was worth a fortune. The sheer magnitude of the loot sent Su Chen's heart racing. After tidying up, he meant to leave before the chieftain returned, but a slight recess in the wall behind the chest caught his eye: a hidden compartment. He shoved the chest aside and reached out, only to find the compartment sealed by a heavy iron lock. The key was almost certainly on the chieftain. The only way in was to break it. Su Chen knew smashing the lock would be loud, and the trolls outside would storm in the moment they heard. Even so, the opportunity was too tempting. Clenching his teeth, he decided to gamble. Frost triple slash. Icy power surged into his right hand. With Ari's aid, razor claws shot from his palm and slashed down, the air itself cracking. Bang. 1,840 stealth damage. 840. 1,260. 3 streaks of frozen light ripped a fist-sized hole in the lock, but failed to sever it completely. Almost at once, a thunderous roar shook the tent. Who is it? Who dares break into my war tent? Block every exit, I want him torn apart. Exposed. Run or push on. A split-second calculation, and Su Chen's eyes hardened. Push on. Switch companion. Shaoqing. Possess. Explosive thunder orb. Wings of lightning. Lightning arrow. Blinding bolts flashed, wild arcs of electricity lashing the battered lock. 960. 872. 579. Crack. The iron lock shattered into several pieces, and the compartment sprang open. Su Chen flung the panel aside, and the sight inside stole his breath. Within the cramped space lay a slender female elf. Her moon-white skin seemed to glow softly in the dim light. Her chest rose and fell gently beneath her snowy neck, proof she was still alive, yet her eyes remained closed, as though some power had sealed her in slumber. Ding. You have found the abducted elven princess Suashia, triggering the elves' special hidden quest. Quest description: the Demon Legion has raided the Elven Forest and kidnapped Princess Suashia. The devastated Elven Queen is searching for her daughter. If you can return the princess safely, she will reward you handsomely. Quest reward: 20,000 experience points, 300,000 copper coins, 100 random pet attribute stones, and 1 piece of diamond-grade equipment of your choice. Su Chen's eyes lit up. 300,000 copper coins, 20,000 XP, and 100 stones that would boost his pet's base stats by a full 100 points topped off with any diamond-grade item he liked. That payout was downright extravagant. He clenched his fists in excitement. When he had snuck into the troll lair alone, had assumed it was just another treasure hunt. By pure luck, he had triggered a hidden quest for the elves instead. He glanced around. A young girl lay curled up in a secret compartment, eyes closed and face deathly pale, yet strikingly beautiful. So this was the elven princess. No wonder she was so lovely, even half-grown. She was already a stunning beauty in the making. Su Chen gathered her into his arms. Her breathing was faint but steady. She was obviously drugged, and no amount of shouting would wake her. A petty thief thinks he can escape with the princess? Surrender and die. A rough bellow split the air as the tent's flap was ripped aside. The troll chieftain stormed in, tusks bared. Seeing Su Chen holding Princess Suashia, he raised his war axe, its cold edge flashing as it crashed towards Su Chen's face. I have zero intention of trading blows with you, big guy. They'll come back for your head when I'm strong enough. Su Chen sneered. Lightning wings unfurled behind him, crackling blue-white arcs shredding the air. He twisted aside at the last instant, the axe missing by a hair's breadth. Pushing off a wooden pillar, he shot out of the tent with the princess in tow like an arrow from the string. Outside, horns blared as waves of trolls poured forth, wielding spiked clubs, hammers, and spears, blocking every ground exit. Su Chen gave them no chance to close ranks. The lightning wings beat once, and he rocketed skyward, his figure cutting a streak across the night sky. With the chieftain's level and tier, the brute had tens of thousands of health at minimum, and a whole army at his back. A straight fight meant certain death. Airborne escape was the only sensible move. Damn it, you can fly? The troll chieftain roared, hurling his axe uselessly after the vanishing silhouette. How am I supposed to explain this to the demon lord? The demon lord had personally ordered him to guard the princess. The plot to coerce the peace-loving elves into the Dark Alliance rested on her capture. Now that she was gone, the plan was as good as ruined, and the chieftain felt cold dread creeping in. High above, the night wind howled in Su Chen's ears. Clutching Suashia tightly, he streaked past the outer sentry lines. Once clear of the encirclement, he pulled up his inventory mid-flight, hearts soaring. Freedom never felt so sweet. This haul is insane. Leaving the snow-frost mountains behind, he continued flying through the starlit sky, the rescued princess in his arms and his pack brimming with loot. Chen finally gathered 101 sacred healing herbs and clenched his pack with a satisfied grin, the cool medicinal scent wafting from each sprig. Sacred healing herb. Hand it to the Morningstar Saintess to claim the quest reward, or consume it to gain 10 permanent HP per herb. Just 40 herbs would mean a free 400-point boost to his max health. The thought of trading them in for a modest quest reward made his heart ache. Yet he steeled himself. Sometimes you have to spend big to win big. If the Morningstar Saintess could be leveraged, the payoff would far exceed 40 herbs. Decision made. He shoved 61 herbs into Xiaoqing's jaws. Ding. Xiaoqing has consumed 61 sacred healing herbs, increasing max HP by 610. Surging spirit energy lit the snake's scales with a gentle emerald glow, its body growing noticeably sturdier. Chen's plan was clear. Turn her into a tanky mage with high defense and huge health. Next, he weighed 4 skill evolution stones in his palm, then fed them all into Thunderwing. The skill had saved countless travel hours and opened danger zones no other player could reach. Its utility easily surpassed raw damage. Ding. You used 4 pet skill evolution stones. Thunderwing Serpent King's Lightning Wings has reached level 8. Flight speed 40. Lightning Wings strike damage 60. Lightning converged behind Xiaoqing, shaping twin wings that tore the air with a high-pitched crackle. A single level 8 wing strike now dealt over 1,000 lightning damage, stacking every second, while flight speed soared by 40, leaving only a blur in her wake. With all resources allocated, Chen turned to the main event. 2 pieces of emerald-grade gear. Emerald Belt of the Frost Troll. Strength 35. Constitution 35. Requires level 10. Special 1 Frost Amplification. Ice damage 15. Special 2 Frost Roar. Forces enemies within 10 m back and deals 500-100 physical attack as ice damage. Description: Frost will devour everything. Emerald Pauldrons of the Frost Troll. Strength 36. Agility 39. Requires level 10. Special 1 Frost Shelter. 15 ice damage taken, 25 ice control duration. Special 2 Frost Freeze. 10 chance when casting an ice skill to deal an extra 300 damage and freeze the target for 1.5s. Together, the 2 items granted a staggering 71 points of strength, plus 4 powerful special abilities. Equipment that comes with 2 skills is extremely rare. Even at the Jade tier, few items boast such a bonus. The moment Chen fitted Ollie with 2 almost perfectly matched Jade grade pieces, her status panel spiked strength, constitution, and agility all surged, and the 4 new skills sent her combat power through the roof. But when he glanced at the still unconscious Elven Princess Saxia in his arms, another headache surfaced. The hidden quest wasn't complete, so he couldn't leave the novice village yet, and he obviously couldn't carry the princess around forever. After a brief hesitation, inspiration struck. He abandoned his plan to visit the Morningstar Saintess, pivoted midair, and shot back toward the village on his upgraded thunder wings. The wings felt lighter and steadier than before. The air split with a shrill whistle, and the village gate appeared in less than 5 minutes. The instant Chen landed, the street erupted. Whoa, I didn't know perfection like that existed. Has to be an NP Klook at those ears. She's an elf. Human or elf. I'd give up 50 years of life to marry her. I was about to snatch her, then I realized that's Emperor Chen. Yeah, I like living. She's unreal. Even as a girl, I'm jealous. No wonder Emperor Chen ignores the fangirls compared to her. They're trash. Emperor Chen is the GOAT. Male players gasped. Female players stared, equal parts envy and awe. Chen paid no attention, holding Saxia steady as he strode straight into the tailor shop. The bell tinkled, and the curtain swished aside. Madame Kuching set down her silver needle, smiling warmly. Ah Chen, you're finally back. I can tell you've grown even stronger. But her gaze dropped to the elf in his arms, and her voice halted. She's breathtaking. Who is this fox spirit beauty? A flicker of wariness crossed her eyes, clearly afraid this stunning elf might steal Chen's heart. Chen laid Saxia gently on a pile of soft silk and got straight to the point. Hidden quest. I have to escort her back to the Elven Forest. I've still got business in the village, and it's awkward carrying her everywhere. Sister Kuching, could you look after her for a while? Kiking's tense expression eased. She fluttered her lashes at him and whispered earnestly. All right, but don't let outside women deceive you. Remember, only my daughter and I truly care about you and want to be with you. Got it. Proprietress Kuching lifted the sleeping elf princess from Chen's arms and gently laid the girl on the bedroom's soft, sinking bed. After making sure the princess was resting soundly, she straightened her collar and stepped out with a playful smile, her eyes rippling like spring water. Ah Chen, shall we talk inside? She said, taking Chen's hand and drawing him in with warm, supple fingers. In the bedroom, Princess Saxia still slept, her chest rising and falling with each quiet breath. Kiking's gaze settled on Chen, so intense it seemed ready to set the air alight. Is this really a good idea? Su Chen whispered, glancing at Saxia. She's right there on the bed. She's out cold. She won't wake up anytime soon. Su Keqing pouted, sliding onto his lap with serpentine grace. Come on, I've been thinking about you for ages. Their breaths mingled, heat building as fingers brushed and clothes loosened until a faint cough sounded behind them. Cough, where am I? A confused voice asked. Su Keqing froze. They turned to see Saxia sitting up, rubbing her eyes, clearly disoriented. Wasn't I imprisoned in the ogre's den? Sister, are you an ogre too? No, that can't be. Ogres are ugly. Calling me an ogre? What nerve? Su Keqing's face darkened. If it weren't for Ah Chun, I wouldn't have taken you in at all. Even now, with a nearly grown daughter, she still possessed the beauty that had once made her the village's brightest star, being likened to an ogre's stung. Realization dawned on Saxia. So you rescued me from the ogre's lair, brother? She thought a moment, then removed a sparkling necklace from her snow-white neck. I have nothing else to repay you with, so please take this. Ding. Because you rescued elf princess Saxia, she thanks you by gifting you Saxia's personal necklace. Emerald grade Saxia's personal necklace. Stats: Magic Defense 36. HP 1000. Reduces incoming fire damage by 150. Level requirement: 10. Equipment skill Nature's Blessing. When HP falls below 15, automatically triggers and grants immunity to all damage for 1.5 seconds. Su Chen weighed the necklace in his fingers, eyes gleaming. The defensive stats were superb, and the 1.5-second invulnerability was an outrageous lifesaver. With it, even an ambush would activate instant protection. Half a second was all he needed to let little Qing possess him, and, with her solid defenses, shrug off any lethal blow. Once Nature's Blessing triggered, killing him outright would be nearly impossible. Even breaking through his defenses would be a tall order. Even ambushed by other players or pitted against a boss as powerful as the undead overlord, this necklace ensured he couldn't be one-shot. 1.5 seconds of invincibility might sound brief, yet it was plenty of time for Su Chen to summon wings of thunder. Gilded blue feathers burst wide, hurling him skyward and a kilometer away in an instant. With that in mind, he clasped the emerald-grade Soja's personal necklace around his throat, letting the battered bronze chain clatter to the floor. The moment he made the switch, his defense value spiked, and his survivability nearly doubled. Wait, brother. Soja suddenly seized his arm, panic swirling in her eyes. A few of my closest sisters were captured by the Demon Legion as well. Before I blacked out, I heard the Demon Lord say they'd be taken to the zombie dungeon for a blood sacrifice. If we don't rescue them soon, they'll be dead. Ding. You have triggered the hidden quest: rescue the Elven sisters. Objective: travel to the zombie dungeon in the far west and free the captive elf sisters. Reward: 8,000 copper, 3,000 experience points, a 3,000 point pet experience book, and 1 diamond grade evolution stone. 8,000 copper, 3,000 XP, a free pet exp tome, and a stone that could bump an emerald item straight to diamond. Those rewards were downright generous. Su Chen slapped his chest. Count on me. They'll bring every last one of them home. Sisters by blood or by bond, he didn't care. For rewards like that, he'd make the trip no matter what. Quest accepted. Su Chen pocketed the discarded necklace and strode out, leaving only Su Keqing and the Elven princess in the tailor shop. Su Keqing shot Soja a side-eye, begging a man for help. Classic green tea move. Hemph, no way, she's stealing my man. She tilted her chin, mentally tagging the princess as a scheming elf. Soja wasn't the type to endure silent scorn. Sensing hostility, she coldly snorted back. A mere human girl dares challenge a noble elven princess? You think you can beat me? Their gazes clashed in midair, sparks flying. Whatever erupted after Su Chen's exit would have to wait for his return to be revealed. Leaving the tailor shop, Su Chen didn't head straight for the zombie dungeon. Instead, he stopped by the novice village marketplace. With the game only a few days old, most players barely understood its mechanics, meaning the occasional newbie might loot a treasure without recognizing its worth. A perfect time for bargain hunting. He visited an 8th level player's stall first, a row of rusty bronze gear complete garbage. Next, the second stall was slightly better, displaying a few silver items, yet they were still worse than the upgrade fodder stockpiled in his warehouse. Pass. He prowled through the entire market like a bloodhound, yet found nothing worthwhile until he reached the final booth in a shadowy corner. His eyes suddenly lit up, locking onto the solitary item at its center. Rare special equipment, disguise mask. It's actually a disguise mask. Su Chen's heart raced. Mask of disguise. Strength 15, intelligence 15, agility 15, constitution 15. Out of combat, movement speed 25. Equip skill disguise. Assume the appearance of any player or NPC undetected, up to 1 hour. Special equipment does not occupy a gear slot. A mere 15-point boost to all stats seemed ordinary, but the word special equipment marked its rarity and potential. What truly caught Su Chen's eye was the skill disguise. Most players struggled to use disguise effectively in real combat, yet Su Chen could maximize its value. 1. He could become a dark faction NPC, sneak into their territory, steal top-tier loot under the guards' noses, then slip away, leaving a wanted poster for the unlucky NPC. 2. He could impersonate any NPC to hand out hidden quests, directing players to strike at the 10 major super guilds or even spark an all-out war between the light and dark factions. The possibilities were dazzling. In the right hands, this mask was nothing short of a god-tier item. Chen looked up at the vendor, a level 9 female player with the ID Moon Jasmine. How much for the mask? He asked. 5,000 copper, non-negotiable, Moon Jasmine said, certain she was asking a premium price. Deal. He'll take it. Let's trade. Chen agreed without hesitation. 5,000 copper was dirt cheap given the potential windfall he envisioned. Moon Jasmine was about to send the trade request when an arrogant laugh sounded behind them. Well, if it isn't Emperor Chen browsing the stalls. 5,000 copper for a mask? He'll pay 10,000. The mask is mine. Chen's gaze chilled. The newcomer, ID Bloodsword, was a member of the Glory Alliance Guild. Chen had been searching for a chance to settle the score with Glory Alliance now. It had walked right up to him. He remembered Bloodsword clearly. In his previous life, the man was a famed powerhouse whose rank talent, Blood Fury Amplification, drove a target into Berserk mode 50 attack speed and 50 damage for 5 seconds, on a 3-hour cooldown. Though brief, that burst shredded early bosses and secured Bloodsword's position as core DPS in Glory Alliance. Unfortunately for him, today he had crossed paths with Chen. Moon Jasmine knew who Chen was, but business was business. Sorry, highest bidder wins, she said. If Emperor Chen can't top 10,000 copper, I have to sell to this gentleman. Chen turned to Bloodsword with a faint smile. If you're willing to pay for the mask, great, hold on to it for me. He'll be back to collect it very soon. Chen approached with a cold sneer, gave the man's shoulder a casual pat, and strode off without a backward glance. Mo Shuejian froze, then raised his voice in mockery. Huh. So this is the great Emperor, Chen, only good at talking big. I took the mask with ease, and all you can do is slink away. He watched Chen's retreating figure, eyes brimming with smug triumph, completely unaware that danger was already closing in. A crimson notification flickered across Chen's interface. You have plundered Mo Shuejian's grade talent Rage Amplification. You have acquired Rage Amplification. Designate any target. For the next 5 seconds, enter Berserk, attack speed 50, damage 50. Mo Shuejian's talent has been downgraded to Crapet Fury Boost. Chen let the data sink in, a cold curve lifting his lips. Upgrade talent, secure pure profit. Mo Shuejian would have to swallow the loss alone. Chen remembered well. Mo Shuejian wasn't a local player but a pathfinder sent by the Glory Alliance under Guild Master Mo Zhantian's orders. Since they'd come looking for trouble, perfect. Let Mo Shuejian keep the disguise mask for now, and put it up for bid. Chen would simply loot it when it dropped, saving himself 5,000 copper. More importantly, in 3 hours the Glory Alliance would spawn a platinum tier boss. In the last timeline they'd invited Chen to join the raid, only to pay him with a flimsy thanks and not a single reward. This time he'd steal the boss first, and make sure the disguise mask dropped as well. Just wait, Mo Shuejian. 3 hours from now, I'll give you a surprise. Chen muttered, then summoned lightning wings. Golden blue feathers unfurled behind him. He bent his knees and shot skyward like a bolt of lightning. Lightning wings were blindingly fast, at least 10 times quicker than an ordinary player on foot. In under 10 minutes, he was on the ground outside the zombie dungeon. The area was choked with weeds, the air rank with the stench of carrion. Villagers' corpses lay scattered, each bearing savage bite marks, some with great cavities ripped through their chests, others missing entire arms, still others with their eyes gouged out, the blood long dried to a black crust. Chen swept the scene, heart sinking. This was unmistakably the dark faction's handiwork. 3 years into the previous timeline, they had breached reality itself, turning whole towns into charnel houses. The memory hardened his gaze. This time, they'll wipe you out to the last. The vow had barely left his lips when a shrill screech sliced through the air. A blood-red shadow coalesced from the gloom and lunged, claws tearing at the wind, the tang of iron rushing straight for Chen's face. Human, become an offering for the blood ritual. It's a hungry ghoul. One glance was all Chen needed to identify the creature. It had once been a villager, but the plague had turned it into a thrall of the demon lord, surviving on the massacre of its own people. Now it stood before him as a level 15, platinum rank hungry ghoul with 2,840 HP, 679 physical attack, the passive spell rebuff that cuts spell damage by 35%, and skills such as Ravenous Bite, Corpse Feast, and Plague Venom. In short, it was starving, lethal, and anyone foolish enough to provoke it would be chewed into nothing. Spell damage reduced by 35%? Chen's lips curved. Ali, time to see your trump card. He had been training Ali carefully and had just outfitted her with 2 Jade-grade items. Her damage output had skyrocketed. The ghoul's bone-white fangs sliced through the air, nearly reaching Chen. In that split second, Ali triggered the frost roar attached to her jade-grade frost troll belt. A wave of frigid breath burst forth, forming an ear-splitting roar that condensed into a sapphire shockwave and slammed into the ghoul's decaying chest. 942. The ghoul hadn't even laid a claw on Su Chen before it was blasted back more than 30 feet, losing a third of its health in an instant. Cursed human, they'll die taking you with me. Its twisted face writhed as black plague toxins sprayed from its pores, and it charged again with a death wish. Plague venom, 300 damage per second for 5 seconds, permanently reduces constitution by 50. Su Chen could shrug off 1,500 damage, but a permanent loss of 50 constitution was unacceptable. He waved a hand. Ali, fall back. The next moment, he summoned Xiaoqing. If melee meant poison, he would burn it down from range. So what if it had 35% spell resistance? He would finish this with magic. Xiaoqing activated Twin Serpent Shade. 2 identical Azure-Scaled Serpent Kings materialized, for cold eyes crackling with electricity. Explosive Thunder Orb. Lightning Arrow. 726. 726. 419. 419. For bolts of lightning drilled through the ghoul, leaving its corpse charred and fissured. Death only means returning to the demon lord's embrace. The frenzied howl cut off as the body exploded into fragments and crashed to the ground. Completely brainwashed, Su Chen muttered, "Congratulations. Your pet Thunderwing Serpent King, Xiaoqing, has slain a level 15 hungry ghoul above its grade. You and Xiaoqing receive 150 base experience and an additional 45 overlevel experience. Plunder triggered. You and Xiaoqing each gain 3 constitution. Xiaoqing gains an additional 2 evolution points." A few seconds later, the plague miasma dispersed. Su Chen walked over, kicked the remains aside, and collected the drops. Ding. You picked up a pet skill evolution stone. Ding. You picked up 826 copper coins. A platinum rank monster might not be a boss, but still this kind of poverty? Su Chen couldn't help but crack a joke. The starving zombie in front of him was so broke it could barely gnaw on a scrap of flesh, yet it still managed to drop a pet skill evolution stone, an unexpectedly generous reward. Rolling the gem between his fingers, Su Chen mulled over which ability deserved the upgrade. His first instinct was still Thunder Wings, great value, faster escapes, and a hefty damage boost in combat. It seemed like the obvious choice. Then his gaze slid to Xiaoqing's skill, Twin Serpent Shadow, and a sudden thought struck him: could this stone double the number of clones she could summon? Right now, Twin Serpent Shadow could create only 1 duplicate, but that clone was as strong as the original. 2 Xiaoqing snakes meant a full 100% increase in damage. What if he could push the clone count to 3, 4, or even more? Besides, Xiaoqing was a female serpent with a trace of dragon blood. One day, she might take human form, maybe as stunning as Queen Medusa herself. If he maxed out the cloning skill by then, 1 activation would produce a legion of breathtaking beauties, all absolutely loyal to their master. The mere idea felt like a windfall. With that vision fixed in his mind, Thunder Wings immediately lost its shine. Su Chen pressed the evolution stone into Xiaoqing's Twin Serpent Shadow slot. Ding. Because Xiaoqing's Twin Serpent Shadow is a special skill, please choose an evolution path. Option 1. Create more clones. Spend 3 evolution stones to add 1 extra clone. Option 2. Make the clone stronger. Spend 1 evolution stone to boost clone base stats by 6. Once a path is chosen, it cannot be changed, and all future upgrades will follow that path. Su Chen did the math in a heartbeat. 1 additional clone meant another 100% damage boost, plus the special perks that might come with Xiaoqing's future transformation. A 6% stat bump felt paltry in comparison. The decision was obvious, locked in the first path. He would stash the stone for now and gather 2 more later. Decision made. He tucked the fluffy Ali under one arm, while Xiaoqing coiled obediently around his shoulder, and the trio headed straight for the depths of the zombie dungeon. The iron gate ahead was rust-eaten and pockmarked with dried, foul-smelling blood. "Master, allow me." Ali leapt from his arms, fox claws flashing with cold light as she slammed against the gate. Boom! Metal groaned, debris flew, and the entire door disintegrated into a shower of iron dust. "Oh no, please have mercy, it hurts." The moment they stepped into the dungeon, a young woman's plaintive cry echoed from somewhere deep inside. A chilling suspicion crept into Su Chen's mind. Holding his breath, he followed the piercing screams deeper into the dungeon. "Please have mercy." The woman's cries grew sharper, taut as a drawn bowstring against his chest, urging him to quicken his pace. Without warning, for mangled corpses sprawled across the corridor twitched, bones grinding with an ugly crack, then lunged like rabid hounds. Another pack of hungry ghouls. Su Chen's brow tightened. "Finish them fast, aunt, let the plague spread." Whoosh. Ali leapt from his arms, scarlet light flaring in her eyes. Her intimidate skill detonated, freezing all 4 ghouls on the spot. A moment later, razor-sharp claws wreathed in biting frost slashed down. Frost triple slash. 479. 958. 1437. 3 brutal strikes landed before the lead ghoul could react. It dropped instantly. Congratulations. Your pet, 5-tailed spirit fox, Ali, has defeated a level 15 hungry ghoul across tiers. You and Ali gain 150 base experience and 45 bonus experience. Pillage triggered. You and Ali each gain 3 strength. Ali gains an additional 2 evolution points. Chen glanced at the panel. Ali, level 9, 4, 1984, 500 XP. One more wave would push her over the edge. Again, Ali activated Phantom Blink, becoming a pale blue afterimage. All her cooldowns reset instantly. Intimidate. Frost triple slash. Shattering ice blades rained down, deleting a second ghoul. Skill description flashed across Chen's vision. LV1 Phantom Blink. Forces 3 consecutive dashes, refreshing all skill cooldowns after each dash. Second blink, another burst of frost and fear dropped the third ghoul. Third blink chained in. The last ghoul was shredded before it could even struggle. In the span of a heartbeat, all 4 hungry ghouls lay lifeless. Congratulations. Your pet, 5-tailed spirit fox, Ali, has defeated 3 level 15 hungry ghouls across tiers. You and Ali gain 450 base experience and 135 bonus experience. Congratulations. Ali has reached level 10 and receives 15 free attribute points. Pillage triggered. You and Ali each gain 3 strength, 3 agility, and 3 constitution. Ali gains an additional 6 evolution points. The loot they dropped gleamed across the floor, richer than before, yet the tortured screams from deeper within had grown faint and ragged. Someone was at the brink. Save her first. Chen's eyes hardened, turning from the spoils. Ali, possess. Shadow sprint, go. Ali dissolved into a swirl of dark energy that sank into his body, a smoky cloak of invisibility spreading outward. His steps lightened, speed surging like a gust of wind. He raced through the narrow, interlaced corridors for several heartbeats, then burst into the deepest chamber where a vast pool of blood waited before him. The pool of blood was thick with the stench of death, enough to send a chill through anyone who approached. This gruesome basin formed the heart of a demonic altar, built to honor the Lord of Demons. By means of blood sacrifices, it drew on the purest maiden blood and souls, granting the demon lord a constant surge of power. 2 stunningly beautiful elven women were restrained, wrists and ankles chained with heavy iron. Fresh blood dripped from the links into the pool, and the altar devoured their souls along with it. Though the sisters looked almost identical, their skin showed a striking contrast. The elder, with a mature, alluring aura, had porcelain-white skin, as pristine as a white lotus, yet her purity only invited profane thoughts. The younger retained a hint of innocence. Her dark complexion seemed veiled by midnight silk, and the torn black stockings that clung to her long legs added a provocative edge. Despite sharing the same face, one was a nature elf, and the other a dark night elf, races destined to be mortal enemies. How could they possibly be twins? Chen wondered, but rescue mattered more than riddles right now. Still hidden, Chen issued a quick command. Shao Qing, break the chains, save them. Oh well. Shao Qing's round head popped out from Chen's shoulder, and with a sharp cry, lightning wings snapped open behind it. A furious burst of electricity slammed into the iron shackles. Boom. The chains exploded. Freed at last, the twin elves went pale and clutched each other in panic. Chen hurried to calm them. Don't be afraid. Princess Soxia sent me to rescue you. Soxia sent you? She's already escaped? That's wonderful. The elder exclaimed, her fear dissolving into relief. Please, get us out of here, before we both die. The younger urged, voice trembling. Their faces were bloodless. They were clearly at their limit. Chen stepped onto the altar and reached out to pull them from the pool. Look out. The dark-skinned sister suddenly cried. A jolt of instinct shot through Chen. He twisted aside just in time. Whoosh. A blood-stained cleaver skimmed past his ear, the heat of it stinging his skin. A moment slower, and it would have split his skull. He whirled to face the assailant. The ogre butcher loomed into view, cleaver dripping, crimson eyes blazing with murderous rage. Filthy human, you dare disrupt the demon lord's sacrifice? I will take you alive and lay you before his greatness. Ogre butcher. Level, 18. Rank, Emerald tier boss. HP, 7,200. Attack, 1,329. Trait, blood supply regenerates 500 HP per second. Skills, cleaver throw, surge of power, blood sacrifice. An Emerald tier boss. Chen's eyes lit up with a searing blaze. Emerald meant lavish rewards. Yet the ogre butcher in front of him was a notorious wall-ski-high defense, a mountain of HP, and a horrifying passive that healed 500 health every second. If you couldn't one-shot it, that Regan would grind any party into dust. Even top guilds had wiped here. Too bad it had met Chen. Ali lunged first. The silver-gray fox blurred into a flash of icy lightning, frost-coated claws slamming straight into the ogre's skull. Frost triple slash. 479. 958. 1,437. A third of the boss health bar vanished in a heartbeat. Did you really think that could kill me? The ogre butcher snarled. Blood mist burst from its body, and the shredded half of its face squirmed and regrew under the crimson haze. 500. 500. Healing fast, huh? Let's see if I can drown you in damage. Su Chen smirked and gave a silent command. Xiaoqing, beast possession. A jade-green serpent spirit dissolved into mist and merged with him. Wings of thunder. Boom. Blinding white lightning exploded behind his shoulders. Wings 3 meters wide unfurled, crackling arcs turning Su Chen into a living thunder god. The air itself shook with the surge of power, etching his sharp features in electric blue. A short distance away, the elf twins stared, utterly spellbound. Oh my god, he's ridiculously handsome. I think I'm in love, that's literally my dream guy. Su Chen took to the sky, icy blue bolts dancing along the tips of his feathers. At the same time, he triggered his talent, Fury Amplification. Fury Amplification, all pet damage 50, attack speed 50, duration 5 seconds. The thunder wings morphed into colossal blades, each swing detonating the air with a sonic boom. 1722. 1722. 1722. The damage storm erased the boss final bar, 7,200 HP, crashed to zero, and the massive ogre collapsed with a quake. The elf's sisters stood frozen, staring at the fallen Hulk, forgetting even to breathe. System notification. Congratulations. Your pet, Thunderwinged Serpent King, Xiaoqing, has defeated the Emerald Tier boss LV-18 Ogre Butcher. You and Ali gain 800 base experience and an additional 480 overlevel bonus experience. A pillar of radiant light burst up from beneath Su Chen's feet. Congratulations. You have reached level 13, gaining 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 constitution, and 1 intelligence. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 11, gaining 15 free attribute points. Plunder activated. Xiaoqing receives 12 evolution points. Xiaoqing has stolen the high-grade vitality trait from the Ogre Butcher boss. The system notification detonated in Su Chen's ears like a clap of thunder. High-grade vitality meant a 100% boost to a pet's max HP. Ari already had one, and now Xiaoqing had snatched the same tier of trait. Su Chen's eyes lit up. The new trait fused instantly with Xiaoqing's bloodline. Pale aquamarine light raced across her scales, and in a heartbeat her health bar jumped by nearly 2,000 points, soaring from just over 1,000 to 147 while still wearing heavy defenses. She's become a real tanky, hard-hitting little monster. Su Chen barely had time to admire the numbers before an even more frightening aura gathered around her. Electric arcs danced along her body as her old snakeskin cracked and peeled away like dried bark. With every discarded layer, her frame thickened and lengthened. Fresh scales, translucent and light teal, shimmered with a cold luster, seductive yet deadly. Su Chen's heart raced. Molting Mint Evolution. Congratulations. Xiaoqing has evolved into an Emerald Tier pet Sky Blue Demon Python. Xiaoqing's strength has increased by 120. Xiaoqing's constitution has increased by 120. Xiaoqing's agility has increased by 120. Xiaoqing's intelligence has increased by 120. Xiaoqing has learned a new skill, Thunder Prison Calamity. New skill. Thunder Prison Calamity LV.1 centers on the caster, dealing 1,100% spell power as lightning damage per second to all enemies within a 50-meter radius and inflicting immobilize for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. A full area forbidden spell. Base damage alone was almost 2,000 per second, 6,000 over 3 seconds, plus a 3-second AoE immobilize. Su Chen did the math. With twin serpent shadows, both the body and its clone could cast simultaneously, instantly doubling the output to over 12,000 lightning damage. And if she gained more clones, 2, 3, or even hundreds, the storm would be unimaginable. Every basic stat had surged by 120 points, launching Xiaoqing's power to a new tier. Su Chen opened her updated panel. Sky Blue Demon Python Mutant. Level 11. Tier Emerald 5160. Core stats: I. Spell power 526. Defense 304. HP 3,267. Mana 3,180. Core stats: 2. Intelligence 439. Constitution 274. Agility 265. Strength 231. Known skills: Lightning Arrow LV.2. Twin Serpent Shadows LV.1. Explosive Thunder Orb LV.1. Wings of Thunder LV.8. Thunder Prison Calamity LV.1. Owner Chen D. Traits: High-grade Vitality, Mid-grade Defense, Low-grade Intelligence. Equipment: Endless Frost Greaves Platinum, Helm of Dark Aegis Platinum, Frostbite Boots Gold, Ring of Greed Gold, Soul of the Undead Necklace Gold, Millennium Deadwood Staff Silver, Sage's Wisdom Robe Silver, Purple Agate Bracelet Bronze, Silkworm Sand Spalders Bronze, Custom Angora Belt Bronze. Description: a sky blue demon python infused with pure dragon blood and limitless potential. With careful nurturing, it may one day evolve into a terrifying, world-shaking existence. After her latest evolution, Xiaoqing has shed the title of Serpent King and become a fully fledged demon python. Chen knows this is only the first step on her long, evolutionary road. Armed with the SS rank talent Unlimited Plunder, no one can predict how frightening the beautiful serpent will one day become. He reigns in his excitement, yet his thoughts drift far into the future. The moment the ogre butcher collapses, the ground erupts like a shower of fireworks, scattering loot in every direction. Chen's eyes flash. He strides forward and sweeps every last item into his bag. Ding. You picked up a rare 5-element aptitude. Fire. Ding. You picked up an emerald-grade soul leg guard of strength. Ding. You picked up an emerald-grade soul robe of constitution. Ding. You picked up an emerald-grade soul necklace of agility. Ding. You picked up 3,241 copper coins. Watching the messages cascade across his interface, Chen clenches his fist that has finally completed the set of rare wood, metal, water, fire, and earth aptitude stones. He hurriedly takes out 5 stones, each identical in shape, but glowing a different color, and lines them up on his palm. The moment they touch, the stones lock together like magnets. A brilliant 5-colored light bursts through the cracks, painting Chen's face in dazzling hues. Ding! You have collected all 5 rare 5-element aptitude stones. Would you like to fuse them into an exceptionally valuable Supreme Pet Aptitude Stone? Fuse. Chen answers without hesitation. Ding. Fusing fusion complete. You have obtained a Supreme Lucky Aptitude Stone. A Supreme Lucky Aptitude Stone increases a pet's luck by 300. The 300 freezes on the screen, and Chen's heart feels ready to burst from his chest. After living one life already, he understands the hidden value of luck among all attributes. It outranks strength, agility, and even aptitude itself. Yet ways to raise it are vanishingly rare. In his previous life, by the mid-game, every player coveted luck. Even a basic pet luck stone sold for millions in cash. Chen's rise to the top of Longwo's rankings had hinged on his pet black snake accidentally swallowing a medium luck stone, which triggered a secret evolution path, and eventually turned it into the terrifying 36-wing Doomsday Black Dragon King. The Supreme Stone now in his hand is 2 full tiers above medium, a boost so great numbers can hardly describe it. Then comes a thorny decision. Who deserves this Wonio-faken treasure? Should it go to Ali, the 5-tailed spirit fox who has been with him since the tutorial zone, or to Xiaoqing, the newly ascended demon python whose offense and defense already dwarf expectations? He paces back and forth. Ali's evolutionary line is steady. Every stage simply adds another tail and a surge of strength. Xiaoqing's potential is higher, yet her path overflows with uncertainty. At last he stops in front of Xiaoqing and presses the shining stone to her scaled forehead. His reasoning is simple. Ali is already reliable. Xiaoqing needs luck to weather the unknown. The stone's light sinks into her scales. A golden gleam flashes across her massive serpentine eyes, and faint clover-like sigils ripple over her body before vanishing. Chen draws a long breath, aware that the future may have just shifted in silence. Still, Xiaoqing's evolution remains unpredictable. Her ceiling is sky-high, but so is the risk she carries. It might evolve into the invincible Eternal Dragon Emperor, or it could take a wrong turn and become a 9-headed demon python that shines early and collapses later. The greater the risk, the more priceless a Supreme Pet Luck Stone becomes. Beep. Please choose the pet you wish to strengthen with the Supreme Luck Stone. I pick Xiaoqing, Chen answered without hesitation. Congratulations. Your pet, the sky blue demon python Xiaoqing, has received Supreme Luck Aptitude. Relieved, Chen turned his attention to the 3 pieces of emerald-grade gear in his inventory. 1. Emerald-grade leg guards of the Soul of Strength. Strength, 35. Physical attack, 47. Ice damage taken, 200. Required level, 10. Special skill Soul of Strength. After killing an enemy, strength increases by 100 for 10 minutes, does not stack. 2. Emerald Grade Robe of the Soul of Constitution. Constitution, 42. HP, 650. Fire damage taken, 200. Required level, 10. Special skill Soul of Constitution. After killing an enemy, Constitution increases by 100 for 10 minutes, does not stack. 3. Emerald Grade Necklace of the Soul of Agility. Attack speed 30. Casting speed 30. Movement speed 12. Wind damage taken 200. Special skill Soul of Agility. After killing an enemy, agility increases by 100 for 10 minutes, does not stack. The stats were clear at a glance and perfectly offset Alice's lack of supreme luck. Chen immediately swapped out her old bronze gear. Her attribute panel surged. She now wore 6 pieces of emerald grade equipment. The moment she killed even a low-level monster, her strength, constitution, and agility would each jump by 100 for 10 minutes, proof of her ferocious power. Gears sorted, Chen unfurled his thunder wings, lightning arcing around him as he swept above the blood pool. Come with me. I'm taking you to see Soxia. He leaned down and gently lifted the twin elf girls from the crimson water, cradling one on each arm. The bone-deep chill seeped through his clothes. When he looked down, dense black mist was already coiling around their long legs. What is this? Su Chen's heart tightened. The pool keeps draining our souls and blood essence. The black mist is eating into our bodies. We're at our limit. We won't last much longer, the older twin sighed, forcing a bitter smile. Su Chen stared at the creeping darkness, sympathy flickering in his eyes. Is there any way to save you? The fog crawled slowly toward their waists, its aura of death almost tangible. Only the power of holy light can stop it from spreading and restore our blood and souls, the younger twin whispered, her voice barely audible. But the people of the Temple of Light, they probably won't lift a finger for us. Her eyes dimmed in despair. The power of holy light? Su Chen mused for a moment, then said, if holy light can save you, the Starry Saint Force should work as well. After all, it's just another form of holy light. The elder twin elf bit her lip anxiously. Starry Saint Force could cure us, but the Morning Star Temple has always branded us as allies of darkness. They would never lift a finger for us. If Starry Saint Force is the cure, leave it to me. Su Chen's eyes lit up. He'll make the Morning Star Saintess heal you herself. Anyone else might have sounded like they were bragging, but because it was Su Chen, hope flared in the twins' eyes. Hero, if you can save us, our ancestral treasure will be yours. Ding. You have triggered a special hidden quest. Cure the twin elf sisters corrupted by demons. Reward. The twins' ancestral treasure quality unknown. An ancestral treasure? Su Chen's interest was piqued. He pulled 2 bronze-grade robes from his pack and tossed them over. Put these on first. You can't meet anyone looking like that. Only then did the two realize they were still naked after being pulled from the blood pool, their pointed ears flushing scarlet. Among elves, nature spirits must stay chaste. Any intimacy with a man binds them to serve him for life. Fortunately, the man before them showed not a hint of lust, which eased their minds considerably. The loose robes hid their delicate figures, but the demonic corruption inside them was still devouring their life force, leaving their breathing ever more labored. Hold on tight. We're getting out of here. Thunder wings beating, Su Chen swept the sisters into his arms, one on each side, and shot out of the dungeon. On the way, he didn't forget to scoop up the loot dropped by the 4 hungry zombies he had killed earlier. Ding. You picked up 2 pet skill evolution stones. Ding. You picked up 3 intermediate intelligence stones. Ding. You picked up 3 intermediate constitution stones. So broke you don't even drop gear. Typical hungry zombies, Su Chen muttered, then quickly put the stones to use. Ding. You consumed 3 intermediate intelligence stones, increasing pet Shaoqing's intelligence by 9. Ding. You consumed 3 intermediate constitution stones, increasing pet Shaoqing's stamina by 9. With just enough evolution stones, he immediately upgraded Shaoqing's twin serpent shadow. Ding. Because Shaoqing's twin serpent shadow is a special skill, please select an evolution path. Option 1, more clones. Consume 3 evolution stones to gain 1 additional clone. Option 2, stronger clones. Consume 1 evolution stone to raise clone base stats by 6. Su Chen chose option 1 without hesitation. Ding. You consumed 3 pet evolution stones and raised Shaoqing's twin serpent shadow to level 2. Clone capacity increased by 1. LV2 Twin Serpent Shadows summons 2 Serpent Shadow clones with the exact same attributes as the caster. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Nice, this level up practically doubled Shaoqing's combat power. In less than 5 minutes, Su Chen led the 2 elf sisters across the rocky forest floor and reached the cave where the Morning Star Saintess was recuperating. Dim light pooled around the entrance. The Saintess sat cross-legged on a stone bed, face ashen, yet eyes sharp. If you'd been any later, you'd be hauling out my corpse. Did you bring the holy rejuvenation herbs? Still as foul-tempered as ever. Su Chen met her glare, then produced 40 sprigs of the herb from his cloak. Fragrance flooded the cave. The herbs are here. If you want them, purge the death miasma from these 2 first. Only then did the Saintess notice the twin elves behind him. Jealousy flickered at their identical beauty, but the black mist coiling over their pale skin was devouring their lives, and one of them was a Dark Knight elf. Her gaze turned icy. No, I can save the wood elf, but I will never heal a Dark Knight elf. They defected to darkness and betrayed us. They'll only save one. Her tone left no room for negotiation. If Su Chen pressed the issue, she would sooner die than comply. Tears welled in the elder sister's eyes. Not every Dark Knight elf is evil. My sister was raised in the Elven forest. She has no ties to the dark powers. The Saintess flicked her sleeve, voice rigid. Dark Knight elves are vile by nature. How many of their women climbed into the beds of Dark Lords and became playthings? I'd rather kill 10,000 by mistake than spare a single servant of darkness. Su Chen chuckled softly. I've never thought the so-called light faction was full of saints. Your hypocrisy is all about recruiting bodies to fight the dark. If the light ever stands alone, humanity will end up as livestock. Eyes lowered, the Saintess spoke calmly yet coldly. If wiping out darkness requires it, Letting millions of humans serve as offerings to the light is an honor for them. Seeing her fanaticism, Chen struck where it hurt. Ever wonder why you're being hunted? Why they're injured? It's all part of a grand plan by the dark powers. Heal this Dark Knight elf, and you are letting go of a trivial threat. In return, they'll tell you the Necromancer Lord's real scheme, so you can crush it before it starts worth far more than what you'll spend here. The saintess pupils contracted. What? The dark powers are setting up a new plot? The Morningstar saintess fixed Chen with a hard stare. Are you serious? Chen's lips curved into an unhurried smile as he nodded. I know exactly what happens to anyone who tries to trick the Morningstar Sanctuary. Today, though, the trap is set for your sanctuary. If I don't pit you against yourselves, how am I supposed to profit? A cold light flashed in the saintess' eyes. After a brief pause, she lifted her staff. Fine, bring them here. But be warned, this is no small matter. If you've lied to me, both you and those two will be blacklisted by the sanctuary and hunted without end. Chen agreed at once. The twin elf sisters stepped forward on silent, snow-white toes, their faces tense yet hopeful. Starlight cascaded from the heavens. With a wave of her staff, the saintess summoned a torrent of shimmering stellar energy, a silver river swirling around the sisters. The radiance ripped through the black aura of death, nourishing their flesh and souls. Within moments, their pallor turned rosy and the dark mist vanished. They exchanged a glance, then knelt on one knee. Thank you, warrior, and thank you, Morningstar Saintess. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the special hidden quest, rescue the twin elf sisters corrupted by demons. Rewards: 3,000 experience points, 3,000 pet EXP stones, 2,000 copper coins, diamond tier Shadowbreak Shardblade. The words diamond tier equipment made Chen's eyes gleam. He quickly accepted the jagged, pitch-black dagger. Dark light flickered along its fractured edge, hinting at razor-sharp lethality. A status window appeared. Diamond tier Shadowbreak Shardblade. Physical attack 66. Attack speed 30. Weak point damage 30. Level requirement 10. Skill Shadow Veil. For 10 seconds after activation, evasion 30, and each attack deals an additional 666 dark damage. Description: a blade broken in an ancient divine war. If reforged, it may evolve into a weapon of unimaginable power. What a beast-perfect assassin gear. Thrilled, Chen swapped Ari's golden tier frost poison greatsword for the new dagger. The instant the change took effect, dark light exploded around Ari and her aura surged. Chen poured all 3,000 pet EXP stones into her. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 11 and gained 15 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Chen invested every point in strength. Suddenly the system chimed again. Ding. You are the first player in the Mount C Town zone to obtain diamond tier equipment. Equipment leaderboard for Mount C Town unlocked. Multiple pieces of your equipment qualify. Would you like your name displayed publicly? Mount C Town covers Chen's Novice Village, the Novice Village occupied by the Glory Alliance Guild, and more than a dozen surrounding starter villages. After a moment's thought, Chen answered with resolve. Show my name. From the moment he chose revenge, he had never planned to hide. Fame is power. One day the gods will invade reality, and legions of monsters will slaughter humanity. He cannot stand alone. Building his own faction has always been part of the plan. At that instant, a massive banner unfurled across every player's interface within Mount C Town. Ding. Player Chen D has obtained the first diamond grade item in the Shanghai Town zone, unlocking the Shanghai Town equipment leaderboard. Ding. Player Chen D has obtained the first diamond grade item in the Shanghai Town zone, unlocking the Shanghai Town equipment leaderboard. Ding. Player Chen D has obtained the first diamond grade item in the Shanghai Town zone, unlocking the Shanghai Town equipment leaderboard. Ding. Player Chen D has obtained the first diamond grade item in the Shanghai Town zone, unlocking the Shanghai Town equipment leaderboard. The system banner flashed 3 times, and 3 streaks of golden light ripped across the sky, like celebratory fireworks, exploding in every player's field of view. Anyone who saw it widened their eyes. Diamond grade gear? Are you kidding me? I blew my entire fortune just to get a silver piece, and he jumped straight to diamond? Silver, gold, platinum, emerald diamond sits at the very top. One item could buy a small city. The channel erupted with exclamations, each player repeating the same comparison. A single diamond item was worth 10,000 gold items. Heh, that's Chen D for you, my idol. He'll pay 8 million cash on the spot. Name your price if you're willing to sell. Chen D. Big bro, I don't need the gear, just carry me. Take me through a dungeon, and he'll do anything you want. In seconds the chat filled with purchase offers, party requests, and shameless bootlicking. While everyone else was still fighting over a single silver weapon, Chen had already lit up the sky with diamond-grade brilliance like factory workers scraping by on 3,000 a month, watching someone parachute in with 100 million. Envy, jealousy, and even hatred spread through the channel like wildfire. Songlong Prairie. A dark silhouette swept overhead. Controlling his black demon eagle, Mahjong Tian dived, crushed the Wolf King boss skull with one talon, and sent a spray of blood and loot across the grass. A gold-grade weapon gleamed in the pile. He picked it up and couldn't help smiling. The next second, a massive banner filled his vision. Congratulations, player Chen Di. The gold glow paled the instant the diamond blue appeared. The golden hilt in Mahjong Tian's hand suddenly felt weightless as he stared at the banner, breathing hard. Chen Di, you keep slapping me in the face. His eyes turned cold. If you're allowed to grow unchecked, where does that leave me, Mahjong Tian? Where does that leave the Glory Alliance? With his mind made up, he opened the world chat and fired off 100 golden megaphones in a row. Chen Di, do you dare face me in battle? Chen Di, do you dare face me in battle? Chen Di, do you dare face me in battle? He repeated the same challenge more than 100 times, flooding the entire channel with glowing text. Players' attention exploded moments after witnessing the birth of Diamond Gear. They were seeing the Glory Alliance's Guild Master issue an open challenge. On one side stood Chen Di, the newly acknowledged #1 expert of Shanghai Town. On the other stood Mahjong Tian, the overlord commanding a vast organization. The challenge didn't just set the chat ablaze, it ignited the official forums and every major video platform as well. Su Chen narrowed his eyes at Mo Zanshan's challenge message, a flash of killing intent flickering and fading just as quickly. A challenge? I haven't even gone looking for you, yet you come knocking at my door? Fine, I'll grant your wish. With a dismissive laugh, he opened the world channel and used his last global megaphone. His reply was short and razor-sharp. If you want to fight, then a fight it is. 8 simple words, crisp and decisive. Even through the synthetic voice of the channel, no one could miss his unwavering resolve. The message hit the player base like a boulder dropped into a still lake, sending shockwaves in every direction. Chen Di's power is the real deal. His little green snake can wipe out everything in a single move like something out of a myth. Mo Zhantian once tried to recruit him with a 1,000,000 credit signing bonus for the Glory Alliance. Chen Di turned them down without blinking and one-shotted the recruiters on the spot. Savage. The world channel scrolled so fast it was a blur. Old rumors resurfaced. The time a few top freelancers mocked Su Chen, only for him to solo all 5 of them before they could even cast a spell. Most of you don't know he's hiding a second pet, just as terrifying as the green snake. No wonder he doesn't take Mo Zhantian seriously. This fight's in the bag. Insane. I'm Alan on Chen Di with my eyes closed. On the official forum, someone launched a betting pool focused solely on Su Chen versus Mo Zhantian. The numbers jumped wildly, money backing Su Chen soaring sky-high. Newbies who had just logged in listened wide-eyed as veterans recounted Chen Di's exploits, marveling that every game had its legendary carrion divine pets was no exception. But worship was quickly met by skepticism. Please, Chen Di's just a lone wolf. Beating a few random players doesn't make him a god. What makes you think he can beat the Glory Alliance's guild master, Mo Zhantian? Naysayers rattled off statistics. Mo Zhantian leveled with 100 guildmates, softening monsters to a sliver of health, so he could land the killing blows and reap absurd experience. The guild had also funneled all top-tier pet gear onto him, forging a monster of a player. So what if Chen Di's strong? He's still only one man. Mo Zhantian carries the full weight of a super guild behind him. That narrative took root, and more players wavered. The odds stretched to a daunting 91% now believed Su Chen would lose. Inside Gu Corporation's skyscraper, Gu Qingga stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, scrolling through the forum. Her slender finger tapped the screen as she quietly reviewed both players' profiles. For reasons she couldn't name, Chen Di felt strangely familiar to her, as if they had crossed paths before. Every time Su Chen's tall silhouette appeared in a highlight video, she couldn't resist opening it and then watching it over and over. Gu Qingga clutched her phone, eyes locked on that calm, confident face, her heart tightening. Chen Di, we've never even met. So why am I so invested in you? As head of the Gu Corporation, she had beauty, pedigree, and a parade of admirers, some heir to fortunes worth tens of billions, yet no one had ever moved her. In the boardroom, she was an ice-cold goddess, forever out of reach. But the moment she saw Su Chen tilt his chin, those steady eyes shining, an indescribable flutter stirred in her chest. Recently, more and more players had started backing Demon Blade Tian, president of the Glory Alliance, and the odds on Su Chen were falling fast. In the public channel, people even tripped over themselves to flatter Demon Blade Tian. Reading their comments, Gu Qingga frowned. A dull ache spreading through her. Emperor Chen was about to stand alone against an entire mega guild. Buy every last pet coin on the market. Even if we have to pay extra, the more the better, she ordered at once. She swept up the currency purely to lift the wager on Su Chen, building an invisible bulwark for the man fighting by himself. Even if she could only help from the shadows, she wanted his back to stay ramrod straight. Then let our showdown be 3 days from now. Demon Blade Tian sheathed his sword and swept his gaze across the crowd, eyes blazing with confidence. So what if Emperor Chen was strong? Demon Blade Tian had his own lucky breaks and the full resources of the Glory Alliance behind him. More importantly, he had just accepted a hidden quest that would finish exactly 3 days later. Once he claimed the reward, his power would skyrocket, and defeating Emperor Chen would be effortless. At that moment, Su Chen opened the Shanghai Town Equipment leaderboard. The list was almost empty. Only his name hovered at the top. Shanghai Town Equipment leaderboard. First, Diamond Tier, Shadowed Severblade. Holder, Emperor Chen. Bonus, 10 damage while equipped. Second. Third. Note. Only diamond grade gear and above can appear on the list. Each listed item grants an additional damage bonus. Su Chen noticed that the Shadowed Severblade in Arishi's pet's equipment slot now glimmered with a faint golden aura, the visual cue for that bonus. As players grew stronger, more leaderboards would unlock pet, level, guild, reputation spreading from a single town to a city, a nation, and eventually the entire continent. With those tasks settled, Su Chen turned back to the saintess of Morningstar. He offered a faint smile and handed her 40 sprigs of sacred healing herb he had prepared in advance. Holy light bloomed in her palm as she refined the medicine. Color rushed back into her cheeks, and her aura steadied. Her expression hardened as she fixed her gaze on Su Chen. Now, will you tell me what the dark faction is plotting? Su Chen laid out the undead overlord's scheme in detail. 3 days from now, the undead overlord would send forces to destroy the nearby villages and pin the blame on the demon overlord, reaping a secret profit from the chaos. The Morningstar saintess frowned, a flicker of shock flashing in her golden eyes. So the Dark Lords aren't united after all. This territory belongs to the Light faction, and darkness will not be allowed to trespass. He'll report this to the Stellar Temple at once and summon reinforcements. If you learn anything else, tell me immediately. Ding. You have completed the Morningstar Saintess hidden quest. Gather sacred healing herb. Quest rewards: 500 experience, 500 copper coins, 300 light faction reputation, ultra rare treasure water of light. Su Chen studied the crystal vial, already forming a plan. The water of light could greatly strengthen a pet, but adding random attributes to an existing companion might derail its evolution. The safest approach was to hatch a pure light-type pet with it. Deep inside the Morningstar Temple's vault rested a light-type egg of remarkable potential, the ideal choice for his third companion. That egg was treated as a holy relic, so asking for it openly was impossible. Sooner or later he would have to slip into the temple and take it without a sound. For now, everything hinged on the battle between light and darkness in 3 days. Revealing the undead overlord's plot wasn't merely to save the twin elf girls. Su Chen aimed to provoke a direct clash between the two factions. If both sides crippled each other, he could step in and harvest the spoils. Let's go. They'll take you to see Princess Saxia. Su Chen allowed Qing to merge with him, and thunder wings unfurled. Lightning danced along the feathers as he cradled the weakened Shaili and Shalon and shot skyward. Wind roared past, and within 5 minutes he landed in front of the blacksmith's shop. He pushed the door open. The anvil was still warm when Princess Saxia hurried over. The moment she saw her long-lost sisters, joy and tears filled her emerald eyes. The 3 of them embraced tightly. Wonderful. Shaili, Shalon, were finally together again. Their complexions had brightened after treatment. The twins bowed deeply to Su Chen. We owe everything to this brave warrior. He rescued us from the zombie dungeon and persuaded the Morningstar Saintess to heal us. Without him, we would have perished. Princess Saxia turned to Su Chen, her gratitude deepening. Ding. You have completed Princess Saxia's hidden quest. Rescue the elf sisters. Quest rewards: 8,000 copper coins, 3,000 experience points, a 3,000 point pet experience scroll, and a diamond tier equipment evolution stone. The moment the text flashed across the screen, Su Chen flicked open his inventory. Ali, his 5-tailed spirit fox, was barely 2,000 experience short of leveling, so he slapped the scroll on her without a second thought. Congratulations. Your 5-tailed spirit fox, Ali, has reached level 12 and gained 15 free attribute points. As the notification chimed, Ali's tail swished and a bright aura blossomed around her. Su Chen, however, only had eyes for the rainbow glimmering diamond evolution stonian item that could force an emerald tier piece straight up to diamond, the very definition of priceless. After a brief pause, he selected the emerald tier soul of strength greaves from his pack. Ali's damage scaled with strength, and those greaves were the perfect fit. Ding. Are you sure you want to evolve the emerald tier soul of strength greaves with the diamond evolution stone? Confirm. Su Chen pressed the button without hesitation. A blinding diamond light swallowed the jade green greaves, reshaping them into a sleek silver-gray pair. Congratulations. Emerald tier soul of strength greaves have successfully evolved into diamond prime source of power greaves. Diamond prime source of power greaves. Strength 50-15. Physical attack 58-11. 300 ice damage taken. Level requirement 10. Special effect source of power. After killing a target, strength increases by 200-100 for 10 minutes non-stackable. With a single evolution, Ali's damage shot up by 127 points, and Su Chen nearly burst into applause. A moment later, the server-wide leaderboard refreshed. Shanghai Town Equipment Leaderboard. First, Diamond Prime Shadow Severblade owner, Chen. Reward: 10 damage to wearer. Second, Diamond Prime source of power Greaves owner. Chen D. Reward, 9 damage to wearer. Third, vacant diamond tier items, or higher only. A second diamond piece on the board meant another 9 damage boost for Ali and Su Chen's mood sword. He checked the timer just a few minutes before the player Bloodblade entered the dungeon to farm the hidden quest boss. That thief had swiped the camouflage mask, a key item for sneaking into Dawnstar Sanctuary to steal a high-potential pet egg. Gods patrolled every corner of the sanctuary. Ordinary stealth could be broken at any moment. Only this mask carried the hidden trait cannot be seen through. Bloodblade, you stole from Met his time you want walk away, Su Chen muttered, ice cold. He turned to the 3 elf princesses, the Socha sisters. Stay here for a few days. Once I'm done, he'll escort you back to the Elven forest. He was about to leave when the tailor shop's proprietress, Kaching, grabbed him and dragged him into a hidden back room. Bolts of cloth were stacked like mountains in the cramped space. Without a word, Kaching locked the door and pushed him farther inside. Su Chen's mind went blank. She's just an NPC for my quest, he thought, but Kaching ignored his protests and shoved him to the floor. An hour later, Su Chen staggered out of the secret chamber, one hand on the cold stone wall, his legs nearly giving way. Sweat still clung to his temples as he hurried into the apothecary on the corner, scooped up a handful of premium Shirtuandabuin pills, and shoved them into his mouth. Ding. You consumed 1 Shirtuandabuin. Stamina 10. Ding. You consumed 1 Shirtuandabuin. Stamina 10. Ding. You consumed 1 Shirtuandabuin. Stamina 10. Warmth spread through his body, and color returned to his face at last. He patted his still trembling legs and muttered, damn, women in their 30s are way too wild. The bout had dented his confidence, and he swore he'd get his pride back no one else would ever know, but he couldn't let it go. Maybe I should pick up a beast-type pet with ridiculous stamina for my 3rd slot, he thought. If I fuse with a male brute, maybe that kind of performance will get buffed too. The idea came and went in a flash. Pride matters, but I can't let it slow my growth, he told himself. Besides, I've got a thing about cleanliness. Doing it after merging with some beast just feels wrong. The shop was dimly lit. Su Chen tossed the empty vial into the recycler. The owner, who still remembered how Su Chen had saved his son years ago, gave him a worried look and said gently, son, you need some restraint. Women will slow you down. Su Chen shrugged and smiled. And if there are no women, what's the point of getting stronger? The old man almost blacked out on the spot. Thinking of his late wife and the folly of his own youth, he could only sigh. Fully recovered, Su Chen stepped outside, summoned Thunderwing, and shot into the sky wrapped in crackling light, heading for the fiery wastes. 5 minutes later, he hovered 100 meters up, spotting a magma fissure below where 7 players were hammering away at a mountain-sized crimson flamestone golem. The boss was level 18, platinum rank. Layers of rock armor made its defense absurd, and every swing of its massive arms sent gravel flying, but its lumbering speed was its only weakness. Su Chen recognized the raid leader, the one who'd stolen his disguised mask. Mo Xuejian. Mo Xuejian's pet was a gold-rank skeleton swordsman, a burst damage monster nearly unmatched at that level. Stone shell turtle, ironhide boar, hold aggro. Mo Xuejian barked while slashing with his blood-patterned longsword. Fong rat, flame chick, keep your rotation steady but don't overthreat. That boss will one-shot you. Croak frog, keep the buffs rolling. White sheep, top off the turtle and the boar. Stone shell turtle's carapace glowed earthen brown as it absorbed the golem's crushing fists. Ironhide boar snorted, bristles standing on end as it braced for the impact. Fong rat and flame chick darted in, sinking teeth into cracked rock and spitting flaming feathers at exposed seams. Behind them, Croak frog waved a short staff, green runes swirling over the party, while white sheep breathed a gentle milky light that mended the tank's wounds. As a mid-level officer in the Glory League, Mo Xuejian kept the rhythm tight. The formation held firm. The boss health bar dropped slowly but steadily. With no way to heal itself, the flamestone golem was doomed to be whittled down sooner or later. From high in the sky, Su Chenfei watched the scene unfold, determined not to let Mo Xuejian walk off with the boss that easily. He triggered the talent Frenzy Amplification. Designate any target, force it into a 5-second berserk state, boosting attack speed and damage by 50%. He had stolen the talent from Mo Xuejian, and the best part was that it worked on friend or foe alike. If the Flamestone boss went berserk out of nowhere, wouldn't Mo Xuejian be totally blindsided? The thought put a wicked smile on Su Chenfei's face. Frenzy Amplification, activate. Target, Flamestone Golem boss. A nearly invisible red beam shot out and sank into the golem's body. On the ground, Mo Xuejian was still hyping up his team. Keep it up, guys. At this rate, the boss is ours. I'll ask Boss Mahjong Tian for a bonus when we're done. Thanks, Sword Bro. Sword Bro, you rock. Fired up, the 6 players hit even harder, convinced the boss was already in the bag. Then, in the very next second, they all froze. Blood-red light flooded the golem's eyes, and its fist, aimed at the earth-shell tortoise, suddenly accelerated. A blow that used to leave only a shallow dent now caved the shell inward, flattening the tortoise instantly. Before its controller could react, the golem slammed down another punch, smashing the tortoise to pieces. Then it locked onto the ironhide boar, whose defense was much lower. Boom. One punch sent the boar flying dozens of meters, shattering a stone wall and killing it on impact. With both tank pets down, the enraged golem barreled into the cluster of squishy pets like a wolf among sheep. Every punch took out another target in a spray of blood. Mo Shuejian was completely dumbfounded. Staring at the buff icon above the boss head, he felt it looked disturbingly familiar. Sword bro, doesn't that look exactly like your frenzy amplification? Yeah, did you accidentally cast it on the boss? Mo Shuejian glared, face dark. I'm not that stupid. It has to be the golem's hidden skill. Even so, he was just as confused why had his grade talent suddenly slipped to Kraid? As their pets kept dropping, and even his skeleton swordsman was being chased through the streets, despair hit him hard. All units, fall back. The kill attempt's blown, run if you want to live. He bellowed. With frenzy amplification boosting it, the flamestone golem was like a rabid beast, hammering everything in sight. It was an absolute nightmare to behold. Su Chan watched as Mo Zuajian's team scattered under the flamestone golem boss onslaught, a triumphant grin tugging at his lips. Yet he knew full well that if the golem crushed every last one of them, he'd lose out on his plunder talent's reward. In a flash, he raised his hand and drew upon Shao Qing's strength. A surge of thunder erupted from his palm. Lightning arrow, 1398. Weak point critical 1398. Two violet bolts tore through the night like arrows, slamming straight into the flamestone golem. Its health plummeted before everyone's eyes. The giant that had been roaring and pounding after the players reeled backward beneath the lightning barrage, and the battle flipped on its head. Holy crap, Jian, you brought backup? Who can hit for over 1,000 in one shot? Is that some kind of god? Bloodied and bewildered, the 6 players gaped at Mo Shuejian, their resentment palpable. If Head had this kind of muscle, why hadn't he called sooner? Their pets had taken death penalties for nothing. Mo Shuejian was just as confused, hadn't summoned any help. He swept his gaze around, but saw no one. Then another radiant bolt crashed down from above. He looked up. High in the sky hovered a tall figure with wings of lightning. Each beat released a hail of crackling arrows. Majestic and terrifying, he looked every inch the god of thunder. Mo Zuajian's heart jolted. A hidden quest NPC? But that face. Emperor Chen. He squinted, finally recognizing him. Emperor Chen, help me kill the boss, and he'll give back the disguise mask. I just need the last hit for my hidden quest. Suspended in the air, Su Chen laughed coldly. If I wanted that mask, why would I bargain? The boss, the mask, and your lives'll take them all. As he spoke, the final lightning arrow slammed down, shattering the flamestone golem. Congratulations. Your pet, Thunderwing Serpent King Shao Qing has overleveled to kill the platinum boss LV-18 Flamestone Golem. You and Ali gained 700 base XP and 350 bonus XP. Congratulations. You've reached level 14. 1 STR, 1 AGI, 1 CON, 1 INT. Plunder activated. Shao Qing gains 10 evolution points. Shao Qing has additionally plundered the boss Advanced Defense trait. Advanced Defense reduces all incoming damage by 500. Dismissing the system prompts, Su Chun turned to Mo Zuajian's party, a sharp smile curving his lips. Now it's your turn. To them, the man who had erased the flamestone golem with a single gesture looked every bit an invincible god of thunder. Such an invincible force, yet it happened to be their sworn enemy, here to claim their lives. Emperor Chen, if you kill us, the Glory League will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Someone shrieked, panic and hatred mingling in the roar. That's right. Touch us, and Boss Missouri Jeantian will never let you go. 3 days from now he'll take your head and make you kneel in repentance. Hovering in midair, Su Chen slowly unfurled his thunderwrought wings. Violet blue arcs crackled between the feathers. He kept that faint smile. Is that so? He'll be waiting. To Mo Shuejian and his crew, the calm felt as icy as a demon studying its prey. Boom. A single sweep of his wings brought a cascade of lightning. The gold-tier pet skeleton swordsman, first in the path, never even raised its shield before the blast shredded it. Qing has slain the gold-tier pet skeleton swordsman. Plunder activated. You and Qing each gain 2 agility. Qing has additionally plundered medium movement aptitude. Medium movement aptitude passively grants 40 move speed. When triggered, the effect doubles for 10 seconds. The skeleton swordsman's medium movement aptitude has dropped to low. The lightning hadn't faded when Mo Zuajian's party scattered, but they could never outrun the hunter in the sky. Su Chun dove like a bolt, sword light and thunder twisting into a deadly ribbon behind him. Kill Plunder triggered. You have taken Mo Zuajian's Crank Talent Rage Amplification. Kill Plunder triggered. You have taken Mo Wooking's Drank Talent Pet HP Boost. Kill Plunder triggered. You have taken Mo Boomi's Drank Talent Pet HP Boost. Notifications piled up as the talents of all 7 players were stripped away. In total he seized Rage Amplification, Strength Boost, Healing Boost, Buff Yield Boost, and 3 copies of Pet HP Boost. 3 Pet HP Boost talents detected. Evolution in progress. Congratulations. Evolution complete. You have gained a new crank talent Massive Pet HP. Massive Pet HP. Pets gain an additional 40 maximum health. 4 new talents at once and 1 bump to crank. Su Chen was delighted. Poor Imo Shuejian had his Brank talent stolen and then, in death, downgraded to Drank. Utterly tragic. All 7 players were obliterated, and clusters of light burst from their corpses. As a mid-tier officer of the Glory League, Imo Shuejian dropped equipment and coins like a waterfall. Su Chen eyed the loot and mused, if I got a death-type item that boosts drop rate, sir. Better yet, the legendary death relic that forces enemies to drop everything, then when I wipe the top 10 super guilds, they'll leave them with nothing but their underwear. With that thought, he began gathering spoils. Purple-grade gear, coins, and the rare materials the Flamestone Golem boss had just dropped all vanished into his backpack. Heyray's hoping the disguise mask dropped. Otherwise, they'll have to waste time killing Imo Shuejian again. Ding. You have picked up a gold-grade item. Agile's Honor Pauldrons. Ding. You have picked up a gold-grade item. Instant Demise Belt. Ding. You have picked up a gold-grade item. Lapis Lazuli Bracelet. Ding. The chimes echoed over the ruins. Su Chen bent down and swept the pile of gear at his feet into his pack. Most of it was silver or bronze, but the 3 glittering gold pieces were the real prize. Given Bloodblade Guild's status in the Glory Alliance, it wasn't surprising they had a few gold items stashed away. This time, though, Su Chen walked off with all of them. Gold-grade Agile's Honor Pauldrons. Stats: Agility 39, Spell Damage 36. Passive: 18 movement speed during combat. Skill Honor of the Agile: for every 10 extra movement speed, gain 5 additional spell damage. Level requirement: 10. Xiaoqing already had decent base speed, so this skill would give her a hefty boost in spell damage. Without hesitation, Su Chen swapped out her bronze-grade Silkworm Pauldrons for the new gold ones, and her spell damage instantly shot up by nearly 100 points. Gold-grade Instant Demise Belt. Stats: Physical Defense 68, Spell Crit Chance 8, Spell Crit Damage 10. Skill: Instant Demise. If you kill an enemy within 3 seconds, their drop rate increases by 30 and their death penalty rises by 30. Level requirement: 10. To Su Chen, this was basically a budget version of a Death God's artifact. The next time he butchered Glory Alliance scum, not only would they drop more loot, they'd suffer harsher penalties. The extra crit chance and damage could also land a lethal blow at a crucial moment. Xiaoqing ditched her bronze-grade fine wool belt and strapped on the gold one, gaining rare spell crit stats and the Breath of Death effect in one shot. Gold-grade Lapis Lazuli Bracelet. Stats: Intelligence 42, Constitution 39, Agility 34, Strength 41. Level requirement: 10. Description: an unremarkable-looking bracelet that grants well-rounded attributes. Unassuming but solid, so Su Chen equipped it as well. From that moment on, Xiaoqing wore no bronze at all. Her worst gear was silver. When the gear juggling was done, Su Chen suddenly remembered the disguise mask. Had scooped up dozens of items at once and hadn't had time to check everything. After turning his pack inside out, he found the mask lying quietly in a corner. The moment he put it on, his ID and face were hidden, and he gained an extra 15 points each in intelligence, strength, agility, and constitution, an impressive bonus. Even better, another treasure had slipped into his inventory unnoticed. Pet Evolution Elixir Rare. Effect: grants a pet 30 evolution points when consumed. Now that was a real find. A single dose would slash a pet's evolution time. The potion was a prize drop from the Flamestone Golem boss. Xiaoqing had just reached the Emerald tier and still needed more than 100 evolution points, so Su Chen set her aside for now. Ollie was only 42 points short. After a moment's thought, Su Chen tossed the potion to Ollie. Alice's eyes lit up like a panda clutching fresh bamboo, like a squirrel finding a hoard of chestnuts. She tipped back her head and gulped the potion down. Ding. Your pet Ollie has consumed an evolution elixir and gained 30 evolution points. Current progress: 6880. Only 12 more points. Anticipation flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Then he remembered a hidden quest from the Lich Archmage also offered an identical elixir. With that in mind, he unfurled his wings and sped toward the dragon graveyard. Inside the catacombs, ranks of skeletal warriors continued to respawn. Su Chen skimmed past them, unwilling to provoke the Lich Archmage's ire without cause. Deep in the Great Hall, the gaunt figure of Archmage Meng hunched beneath a billowing black robe, a chill aura coiling around him like venomous snakes. His clouded eyes snapped open when he saw Su Chen, and a crushing pressure flooded the chamber. So you finally returned. Did you finish the task I gave you? As expected, the moment his value was in doubt, Meng N's facade cracked. Su Chen had long seen through both the light and dark factions, each one nastier than the last. He dealt with them only to meet his own ends. Unafraid, he met the pressure heat in. I have informed the Vampire Witch. She will destroy the starter village in 2 days. Meng N's expression eased. Good. I have another job for you. Congratulations. You have completed the hidden quest Summon the Vampire Witch from Lich Archmage Meng In. Rewards: 3000 EXP, 3000 Pet EXP Tomes, Evolution Elixir 1. Ding. Lich Archmage Meng In has issued a new hidden quest, Slaughter the Followers of Light. Quest details: Knights of the Light faction have been seen near the starter village and may have sensed our plans. Reconnoiter their forces. Rewards: for 1000 copper coins, for 1000 EXP, for 1000 Pet EXP stones, Pet Skill Evolution Stones 3. So the Dawn Saintess had already begun countering the Vampire Witch. Recon? Su Chen's lips curved in a sly grin intended to muddy these waters even further. He accepted the quest, but had no intention of simply spying for the Archmage. He immediately fed the 3,000 point Pet EXP tome to Xiaoqing. Ding. You used a Pet EXP tome on Xiaoqing and gained 3000 experience points. Congratulations. Your pet, Sky Azure Serpent Xiaoqing, has reached level 12 and earned 15 free attribute points. When the upgrade panel flashed, Su Chen dumped all 15 points into intelligence. The number climbed and settled at a new height. Finished with that, his eyes locked onto the bottle in his pack that emitted a soft, eerie glow. The Pet Evolution Elixir prepared especially for Ali. Ding. Your pet Ali consumed a Pet Evolution Elixir and gained 30 evolution points. Current evolution progress, 9880. Congratulations. Your pet Five-Tailed Spirit Fox Ali has reached maximum evolution points and is about to evolve. Before the notification ended, a blinding pillar of emerald light burst around Ali. Waves of energy swept outward, kicking dust into the air. A sixth lithe, seductive tail slowly unfurled from the base of her spine, swaying gracefully. The youthful contours of her face sharpened into mature, captivating beauty, and her bewitching violet eyes narrowed, as though one glance could steal a person's soul. Congratulations. Ali has evolved into an emerald-grade pet six-tailed mystic fox. Ali's strength, 120. Ali's constitution, 120. Ali's agility, 120. Ali's intelligence, 120. Ali has learned a new skill, Lethal Strike. Lethal Strike, LV1. After activation, your next basic attack or damaging skill deals double damage. Su Chen's eyes gleamed. The real terror of this skill was its stacking potential. Shadow Dash's opening blow already dealt 1,600 attack as physical damage. Paired with Lethal Strike, it would rocket to 3,200 attack. A boss with a glaring weak spot wouldn't even have time to howl before dropping. He quickly pulled up Ali's updated stats. Six-tailed Mystic Fox, Ali Ultra Rare. Level, 12. Grade, Emerald, 880. Primary stats, Attack 592, Defense 221 HP, 2,590 Mana 1,950. Secondary stats, Strength 563, Constitution, 197 Agility, 208 Intelligence, 165. Aptitudes, High Attack Speed, High Vitality, Medium Regeneration, Basic Venom, Low Strength, Low Defense. Skills, Intimidate LV2, Frost Power LV2, Phantom Blink LV1, Triple Frost, /LV3, Shadow Dash LV4, Lethal Strike LV1. Owner, Emperor Chen. Equipment, Gloomblade Diamond Basic, Greaves of the Power Source Diamond Basic, Necklace of Agile Spirit Emerald, Robe of Stalwart Spirit Emerald, Frost Troll Belt Emerald, Frost Troll Pauldrons Emerald, Bloodletting Earrings Gold, Ring of Venom Gold, Fearless Iron Boots of the Brave Gold, Verdant Fairy Crown Silver, Ice Scale Bracelet Silver. Every line of the panel screamed Assassination King. Its burst potential downright frightening. With that done, Su Chen turned to the undead archmage beside him. Lord Meng In, the mid-tier undead aptitude elixir you previously granted me isn't very useful. Could I exchange it for a different reward? He retrieved the underwhelming potion from his pack and offered it with both hands. From beneath his gray robe, Meng In glanced at the vial and sighed. I'm afraid I have nothing better to give you right now. Undead Archmage Moan's face darkened as he snatched the glowing, emerald potion of mid-tier undead aptitude from Su Chen without offering anything in return. A chill spread across Su Chen's palm, his gaze turning razor-sharp. The instant Moan's bony fingers brushed his hand, he activated his talent Infinite Plunder. You have stolen high-grade intelligence aptitude from Undead Archmage Moan. You may assign the high-grade intelligence aptitude to any pet. High-grade intelligence aptitude. Intelligence increased by an additional 80. The skill's cooldown had just ended, and Su Chen wasted no time locking onto Moan. A string of system prompts flashed, and the high-grade aptitude was Hisa Windfall from the heavens. Xiaoqing, this is your lucky break, he thought, transferring the stat at once. Ding. Xiaoqing's inferior intelligence aptitude has been upgraded to high-grade intelligence aptitude. Xiaoqing's bonus intelligence has risen from 20 to 80. Su Chen glanced at the pet Penella single upgrade had pushed Xiaoqing's spell attack up by nearly 300 points, breaking the 800 mark. Future damage output would be nothing short of explosive. No better treasure for Moan. Then the potion is mine. With a flick, Su Chun slid the vial back into his pouch. While Moan remained oblivious to the theft, Su Chun shot away like a streak of lightning. Before leaving, he brushed a hand across his mask, imprinting Moan's face on it, intended to use the disguise to inflame both factions and cash in handsomely. Bursting from the dragon graveyard, thunder wings unfurled behind him, carving a sapphire streak through the sky. Below, squads of radiant knights patrolled the starter village outskirts, holy emblems on their hammers glinting white in the sun. Su Chen knew they served the Dawn Saintess and had no desire to scout for Moan. Instead, he would make their feud burn even hotter. A cold smile tugged at his lips as he opened the mask interface. Ding. Do you wish to disguise yourself as the mysterious boss, Undead Archmage Moan? Confirm. Ding. You have used the disguise mask's special ability and taken on the appearance of Undead Archmage Moan. Please choose one of the following temporary effects. Option 1. All your attacks deal an additional 1,000 points of darkness damage. Option 2. Summon a powerful Necro Demon Blade that cleaves enemies, dealing 1,500 intelligence as darkness damage to all foes and applying Undead Enslave. Enemies killed by the blade rise as skeletal minions under your control. Option 3. Summon a mighty undead knight to fight for you. A level 30 platinum rank boss skilled in Death Charge, Massacre, and Self-Sacrifice, lasting up to 3 minutes before returning to the realm of the dead. Su Chun had no intention of following Archnecromancer Meng Yin's script. He wanted the two factions at each other's throats more than ever. He touched the disguise mask on his face. Inwardly startled, this thing hid a terrifying extra effect. The wearer could choose one of 3 skills and gain the Archnecromancer's power directly. Skill 1. Skill 2. Skill 3. Summon Undead Knight, shift all blame for killing an enforcer onto the Lord of the Undead. Each option was tempting, but Su Chen's real goal was to pin the murder of the Morningstar Knight on the Undead Lord, so the third choice was perfect. That's the one. The moment he decided, a fresh black summoning icon appeared before his eyes, its cold glow forming the words, Summon Undead Knight. Su Chun recited the incantation under his breath. The void darkened, gray-black necrotic energy roiled in midair, slicing space apart like razor blades. An instant later, a 10-meter-wide rift tore open with a dull boom, and a black-armored knight astride a skeletal steed emerged, lance in hand. Undead Knight Seti, ready to serve my master. Cold radiated from Seti like a tidal wave, murderous intent as fierce as a primordial beast. Yet before Su Chun, he bowed respectfully. The summoning contract named the one who brought him here as his lord. Su Chun glanced at the dozen Morningstar Knights patrolling outside the novice village and spoke in an icy tone. Kill them, all, leave one alive. As you command, my lord. Seti snarled, squeezed his steed's ribcage, and shot toward the patrol like a gray blur. Death Charge. His lance, wreathed in black mist, sliced through the air, trailing a gray-black tail several meters long. 3,924. 3,924. 3,924. Where the lance swept, several holy knights were flung from their mounts, armor shattering. Under attack. The saintess was right, the undead lord is really here. The remaining knights roared, eyes burning with hatred for undead creatures. Indoctrinated by the Morningstar Sanctuary, they would kill even their own parents if they turned to darkness. High above, Su Chun hovered on his wings, surveying the battlefield. He lifted one hand. Berserk amplification. A blood-red beam poured from his palm into Seti. The undead knight seemed ignited by fresh blood, his stats skyrocketing. Attack 50%, attack speed 50%. Seti squeezed his mount again and lunged, sweeping the lance. Clang. The dull crash exploded, flinging Morningstar Knights like rag dolls as a shockwave hurled up dust. 5,886. 5,886. 5,886. Massive damage numbers popped up. Knights who had once been formidable were reduced to torn armor and mangled bodies, dead where they fell. Though Seti wasn't top tier, his level 30 base stats were monstrous. With Berserk stacked on, he was a slaughter machine. System messages flooded the screen. Congratulations. Your summoned undead knight has slain 14 LV 18 Morningstar Knights. You gained 4,200 base experience. Congratulations. You have reached level 15 and receive 1 strength, 1 intelligence, 1 constitution, 1 agility. Su Chun clenched his fist. I have to level up fast. He still had 8 supreme packs in his inventory, and the next one could only be opened at level 20. He was already eager to see what unexpected treasure the next supreme pack might hold. Killenlet activated. Please choose a pet to receive the reward, the system chimed. Without hesitation, Su Chun made his choice. Xiao Qing. Ali had just evolved and would need more points, so he decided to push Xiao Qing up to diamond first. Congratulations. You and Xiao Qing each gained 27 intelligence, 9 constitution, 3 agility, and 3 strength. Xiao Qing receives an additional 28 evolution points. As the attributes flooded in, Su Chun felt his mind sharpen and his blood surge, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Under his orders, the undead knight deliberately held back, allowing the last Morningstar knight to escape and raise the alarm. Narrowing his eyes, Chen watched the rider flee, wondering what face the Morningstar saintess would pull when she learned the undead lord had butchered her temple knights with such abandon. Whatever. Let them tear each other apart, Chen snorted. Ding. You have altered the course of 2 great factions and earned 1,000 destiny points. Congratulations. You have advanced to Human Guardian God, Tier 2. Ding. Strength 100. Ding. Constitution 100. Ding. Intelligence 100. Ding. Agility 100. Ding. You have obtained an advanced pet space expansion scroll. A pillar of blazing white light burst from his body, ripples of air scattering the dust at his feet. Power surged through his meridians, and he was delighted to see the scroll etched with luminous seals appear in his hand. Ding. Use the advanced pet space expansion scroll to open your 3rd pet slot. Confirm, Chen answered without hesitation. Congratulations. Your 3rd pet slot has been unlocked. Go find your next companion. Once a contract was forged, it was almost impossible to break. Chen reminded himself that his 3rd pet had to be attractive, powerful, and preferably female. No rushing this decision. Elsewhere, the escaping Morningstar knight spat back, damned undead. The Morningstar temple will wipe you out. Then he spurred his horse toward the saintess. Everything was unfolding exactly as Chen had planned. With a beat of his wings, he drifted to the ground and surveyed the litter of corpses and weapons. Ding. You have picked up 5 pet skill evolution stones. Ding. You have picked up 9 advanced strength stones. Ding. You have picked up 7 advanced intelligence stones. Ding. You have picked up 4 advanced constitution stones. Ding. You have picked up 3 advanced agility stones. No equipment had dropped, but the permanent boost from the stones were worth far more. He gave the strength and agility stones to Ali and kept the intelligence and constitution stones for Xiaoqing. Ding. You used 12 attribute stones on Ali. She gains 18 strength and 6 agility. Ding. You used 11 attribute stones on Xiaoqing. She gains 14 intelligence and 8 constitution. At last, Chen fixed his gaze on the final 5 pet skill evolution stones. After a brief pause, he tossed 3 of them into Xiaoqing's twin serpent shadows. Ding. 3 pet skill evolution stones consumed. Twin Serpent Shadows has reached level 3, granting 1 additional clone. Level 3 Twin Serpent Shadows summons 3 Serpent Shadow clones at once. Every clone shares the original's attributes and skills. Cooldown, 120 seconds. With 3 clones plus the original, that meant 4 Xiaoqings attacking together. Just picturing the burst damage made Chen raise an eyebrow. 2 stones remained, so he fed them to another core skill. Ding. 2 pet skill evolution stones consumed. Thunder Wings has reached level 10. Flight speed rises by 20%, and the wing strike now deals 30% additional damage. Skill Thunder Wings level 10. Pure lightning forms a pair of wings on Xiaoqing's back. Each flap deals 250% magic attack as lightning damage and grants flight. At level 10, flight speed skyrockets by 300%. Given Xiaoqing's current 836 magic attack, every wing beat hits for 2,390 lightning damage, and Berserk would only push that number higher. So many Morningstar Knights died, and one Goth Morningstar Saintess is going to lose her temper. Smirking, Chen stowed the disguise mask and summoned the evolved Thunder Wings. Boom. Purple lightning gathered behind him, spreading into massive wings that ripped the air with a single shake. In a flash of violet, he streaked across the sky like a war god clad in thunder. Within seconds, he landed on the high ground where the Morningstar Saintess stood. The lone surviving Morningstar Knight, battered and bleeding, knelt before her and forced out a report. Saintess, that undead rider was outrageous. He ambushed the village and butchered more than 10 of our brothers. If the others hadn't died shielding me, I wouldn't have made it back. Seeing only one subordinate return in such a state, the Saintess' gaze turned icy. She raised her staff, and a pillar of blinding starlight fell. The holy light wrapped around the knight, mending split armor and closing wounds while his empty life bar refilled in seconds. Go to the cathedral and inform the bishop, she ordered, voice like frost. This debt will be paid in blood, or I will not rest. At once, the knight saluted and hurried off, his restored body still trembling. Free at last, the Saintess turned sharp eyes on Chen. Perfect timing. If the trash of the undead dares slaughter my knights, they'll make them pay dearly. Chen shrugged, careless yet faintly irreverent. Am happy to lend a hand provided the reward matches the job. The better the prize, the stronger my motivation. The Saintess of the Morning Star's eyes flashed with displeasure. In her mind, Chen was already branded as hopelessly greedy. Still, if she wanted to strike the undead hard, she had no choice but to tamp down her emotions. Her voice turned cold. I have a hidden quest. Will you take it? Ding. The Saintess of the Morning Star has issued a hidden quest. Vengeance on the undead. Quest description. The Saintess never forgives a slight. Acting as an envoy of the Morning Star Sanctuary, infiltrate the undead domain, slaughter its denizens, and bring their remains back to her. Quest rewards: 5,000 EXP, 5,000 pet EXP stones, 5,000 copper coins, and 1 top-tier pet aptitude stone. The more undead you kill, the greater the chance of extra rewards. The reward was so generous that even Chen was taken aback. He had only asked on a whim and never expected the saintess to dig this deep. Women blinded by hatred really are the craziest, he mused, and he rather liked that kind of craziness. Take these, she said. With a flick of her slender wrist, 2 beams of light cut through the air and landed in Chen's palm. Ding. You have obtained an undead domain teleport scroll. Ding. You have obtained a diamond tier intermediate stellar holy light sword temporary. When the sword materialized, a river of starlight flowed along its blade, drenching the walls in silver. Chen's eyes blazed, and his breath caught for a moment. Diamond tier intermediate stellar holy light sword. Strength 99. Physical attack 99. Attack speed 30. Basic attacks deal an additional 500 light damage. Requirement: level 10. Skill meteor shower. Create a 500-meter radius around yourself, bombarding the area with meteors for 10 seconds. Each meteor deals 3,100 of physical attack as light damage. Cooldown: 3 hours. The saintess tone was ice. Complete the quest, and the sword is yours. Fail, and I'll take it back myself. Chen only smirked. Once something this good is in my hands, you can forget about reclaiming it. He was already plotting, had planned to stir up trouble in the undead domain anyway. If the Morningstar Sanctuary wanted to shoulder the blame while he pocketed the gains, all the better. He pulled up the Shanghai Town Equipment rankings. Shanghai Town Equipment leaderboard. First, Diamond Tier Intermediate Stellar Holy Light Sword Owner, Emperor Chen. Bonus: Wearer's Damage 10. Second, Diamond Tier Primary Gloom Shattered Blade Owner, Emperor Chen. Bonus: Wearer's Damage 9. Third, Diamond Tier Primary Source of Strength Greaves Owner, Emperor Chen. Bonus: Wearer's Damage 8. The moment the leaderboard refreshed, countless players stared at it, eyes widening. The appearance of an intermediate diamond tier stellar holy light sword left everyone in shock. I'm a total newbie, so tell me, is this leaderboard built just for Chindi? Since Shanghai Town launched, only 3 diamond tier items have ever dropped, and every single one landed in Chindi's lap? This lightsaber, just the name sounds insane. Stick it on a physical type pet, and it'll be a monster. I've poured 10 million into this game, and still haven't touched a single piece of platinum. Yet he's rocking 3 diamonds? Bro, don't say a word, I'm about to lose it. Our company sent hundreds of people into divine pets, grinding for days, and we don't even know what platinum looks like. Now someone's already collected 3 diamonds? Within a day, the hashtag Chen pulls 3 diamond items hit the trending list. Shanghai Town has tens of thousands of players, yet right now, every one of them was glued to a single name, Chen. Envy, jealousy, and resentment exploded across the forums and global chat. Please, Chen D just stumbled onto some hidden quest or treasure. Everyone gets 5 minutes of fame, don't mistake it for forever. So what if he pops off early? The endgame still belongs to the mega guilds. He's a lone casual, a flea on an elephant. 1 and 5 might be fine, but only on the sand? Only on 10,000? Spit in the ocean and he drowns. Exactly, picking a fight with a mega guild is suicide. Mockery and doubt piled on, turning public opinion white hot. Chen quietly equipped the mid-diamond stellar holy light sword on Ari. The moment the blade slid home, starlight flashed in the pet's eyes and its aura skyrocketed. Before departing, he copied the Morningstar Saintess face onto his masquerade mask, pinched his fingers together, and activated the Necrolands teleport scroll. Ding. Use the Necrolands teleport scroll to travel to the Necrolands? Warning. Countless terrifying beings lurk within the Necrolands. Entering may expose you to unimaginable danger. Enter. Chen didn't hesitate. A cold, shadowy light burst from the scroll and swallowed him whole. The rending sensation of space made his stomach lurch, but the tempering of 3 past lives had long since taught him to stay calm. About 3 minutes later, he opened his eyes. A massive black city gate towered before him, its walls covered in vicious skull reliefs. Necrotic energy coiled between them, and the wind carried faint, ghostly wails that sent chills down his spine. Outside the gate stood a silent line of sentries. Chen scanned them. Every one was a skeleton pieced together from white bones. The lead guard was even more unsettling. A towering figure astride a black-scaled lizard, shoulders empty, head nowhere in sight. Yet eyes and a mouth were grotesquely embedded in its abdomina, headless horseman. Chen understood perfectly that charging in would guarantee a swarm of enemies. The necropolis hid terrible secrets, and any living creature that trespassed was cut down on sight. A straight attack was nothing but suicide, so after a moment's thought he chose the safest plan: pretend to be the Lich Archmage Meng In. Ding. You have activated the Mask of Disguise and taken the form of Archmage Meng On. Please select one of the following temporary effects. Option 1. Every attack deals an additional 1,000 points of dark damage. Option 2. Summon the Necroblade. dealing 1,500 of intelligence as dark damage to all enemies, and enslaving any who die, turning them into skeletal thralls. Option 3. Summon a level 30 platinum rank boss, the Undead Knight, who wields Death Charge, Massacre, and Self-Sacrifice. The knight remains for 3 minutes before returning to the realm of the dead. He'll take the first one, Su Chen answered without hesitation, determined to push his own damage to the limit. The skill took effect. Black mist poured from the mask and wrapped around him. Moments later, a gaunt, hollow-eyed elder stood where he had been. A voluminous black robe concealed the desiccated frame, and a bone staff carved with snarling skulls matched the original down to the knuckles. The disguise was so convincing that even Su Chen could barely tell it was a fake. Adopting Meng N's usual chill demeanor, he leaned on the staff and made his way toward the city gate. Halt! Identify yourself. A skeletal guard barked in a harsh, grating voice, raising its blade. Su Chen lifted his gaze, eyes cold and cruel. Use those empty sockets, you wretch. Delay the Lord of the Dead, and I'll throw you into the bone melt pit myself. The killing intent made the guard's skull tremble. Su Chen had visited the necropolis in a previous life. He knew that cowing these skeletons was the surest way to avoid suspicion. Before the guard could respond, a headless horseman galloped up. Recognizing the feared archmage, the rider grabbed the blocking skeleton and tossed it several meters aside. My apologies, Envoy Meng En. The city is on high alert, and we may have been discourteous. Open the gate at once for Lord Meng En. The great doors swung wide. Su Chen nodded faintly and walked straight in. Inside, the streets looked much like any human town flagstone roads. Rows of shops save for the passers-by, who were either rattling skeletons or shuffling zombies. A few hooded humans lurked among them, eyes vacant brainwashed followers of the Lord of the Dead. Shop windows displayed severed limbs, human skulls, and ritual tools, while a faint stench of decay drifted through the air, utterly unlike the smoke and spice of an ordinary market. Su Chen knew the Lord of the Dead was currently plotting against the Temple of Light on the front lines, leaving the palace largely undefended. A glint flashed in his eyes. If the master was away, why not plunder his lair? When the idea surfaced in Su Chen's mind, even he felt a jolt of unease. High risks usually promise spectacular rewards. The undead sovereign has survived for tens of thousands of years, and his palace must be crammed with treasures beyond imagination. With that thought, Su Chen followed the route locked in his memory and strode straight toward the central palace of the necropolis without hesitation. Outside the residence, a red-haired demoness blocked his way. Master Meng En, weren't you on a covert mission for the Light faction? Why have you returned so suddenly? Her name was Mei Yao. She was stunningly beautiful, but her heart was as venomous as a snake's, and she relished human flesh. Su Chen clearly remembered that 3 years from now her strength would skyrocket. She would invade Earth and wipe out an entire county's population. The sovereign has urgent business and asked me to return at once. Su Chen replied calmly. The sovereign sent you back? For what reason? Mei Yao narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Take me to the treasury. I need to select a few items for him. Su Chen said flatly. This way, but you'll need a key. The demon consort keeps it. Mei Yao turned and led him inside. The undead lord's palace was colossal, easily 10 times the size of the novice village. Patrol guards drifted through the dim corridors, but once they recognized Mei Yao and the archmage Meng En, they hurried past without question. When they reached an empty hall, Mei Yao abruptly halted. Her voice turned icy. You're not Meng En. The real Meng En would never ask where the treasury is, the one who manages it. She licked her crimson lips, murderous intent flaring. I lured you here because I'm hungry. Be a good meal, won't you? A bizarre surge of soul power slammed into Su Chen, trying to seize control of his body. Caught already? Su Chen's mind raced. Worst case scenario, I use Shadow Dash to slip away. But this woman will become a menace later. I should end her now while she's still weak. Ali, Pet Fusion. Phantom Blink. Light erupted. Su Chen shattered the charm and blurred into a streak of afterimages. Mei Yao Yifulan. Level, 20. Rank, low-tier diamond boss. HP, 8,100. ATK, 2,329. Trait Advanced Backstab. Attacks from an enemy's rear deal 100 extra damage. Skills, Blood Spike, Bewitching Eye, Aerial Pierce, Flesh Devourer. You broke my bewitching eye? Yifulan's gaze chilled. She sprang into the air, her nails morphing into crimson spikes that sliced toward the back of Su Chen's neck. Assassination? You're not even close. A faint smile tugged at Su Chen's lips. When the spike was a hair's breadth from his skin, he vanished. Where did he go? Yifulan's expression shifted, a cold dread crawled up her spine. Right behind you. Ice Burst Triple Slash. The celestial starlight sword blazed with holy radiance and biting frost. The first strike tore through the air and cleaved into the shoulder of the temptress Mei Yao Yifulan, and a crimson 842 floated above her. The second slash landed a heartbeat later, carving deep into her waist. 1,443. Moments before the third blow descended, The blade erupted in a blinding burst of icy light. Critical hit, double damage. For 1,087, the staggering numbers sent Mayao Yifulin reeling in panic. She spun around and bolted without thinking. Chen allowed her no respite. With the second phase of Phantom Blink, he appeared behind her in an instant, all cooldowns fully reset. The ice burst triple slash ripped through the air once more. 842. 1,442. Before the third value could even register, Mayao Yifulin's health bar hit 0 instant kill. System messages flashed across the screen. Congratulations. Your pet's six-tailed mystic fox, Ari, has defeated diamond rank boss LV20 Mayao Yifulin above her level. You and Ari gain 1,000 base experience and 500 bonus experience for the overlevel kill. Congratulations. Your pet Ari has reached level 13 and obtained 15 free attribute points. Following your allocation settings, all 15 points have been assigned to Strength. Plunder activated. Ari gains 15 evolution points. Ari has also plundered the boss superior strength aptitude doubles current strength. Strength surged by 80% in an instant, adding over 400 points of physical attack. Chen's eyes sparkled with barely contained joy. He knelt beside the corpse and swept the loot into his bag. Ding. You looted diamond rank blood crown of the seductress. Ding. You looted diamond rank blood soul bracelet. Ding. You looted map to Yifulin's private treasure vault. Ding. You looted 4,326 copper coins. At a glance, the diamond gear offered. 1. Diamond rank blood crown of the seductress. Physical attack 89. Constitution 69. Critical rate 10. Skill blood drain. Each attack deals an extra 400 damage and converts the same amount to health. Level requirement 10. 2. Diamond rank blood soul bracelet. Physical attack 77. Back attack critical rate 20. Back attack critical damage 25. Skill blood soul thrall. Attacks have a 10 chance to summon a blood soul thrall, locking onto the target, dealing 444 damage per second and slowing by 30 for 5 seconds. Level requirement 10. Both items fit Ari perfectly. Chen swapped out her silver rank emerald sprite crown and ice scale bracelet for the new diamond gear, nudging her damage even higher. He had just begun examining the map to Yifulin's private treasure vault when a furious shout echoed in the distance. The clash of weapons followed. Someone was attacking the palace. Intruders were to be slain on sight. The footsteps were getting dangerously close. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen activated Shadow Sprint, reduced Succubus Yifulin's corpse to ash, and faded from sight. Moments later, a squad of vampires' bloodstained wings unfurled, fangs glinting hurried in. Where is he? We clearly heard a fierce battle here. The guards scanned the area. The floor was spotless, the hall deserted. Narrow-eyed, the captain flared his nostrils and growled, I smell blood. He's hiding nearby. Search. Sir. With a rustle of crimson wings, a dozen vampires fanned out. The captain frowned. Where in the abyss did that rat vanish? Vampire Guard Captain. Level 22. Rank Diamond Tier Mid-Boss. Health 9,400. Attack 3,129. Trait Bloodsuck. Converts 50 of damage dealt into health. Skills Blood Shockwave, Hypnosis, Blood Burst, Blood Frenzy. Right behind you, pal. Chen's low chuckle exploded in the captain's ears. A frigid gleam flashed. The holy sword, sheathed in icy wind, cleaved down. Level 4 Shadow Sprint Reveal Strike Critical Hit. 5,332. Half his health vanished at once. Reeling from the pain, the captain fired off Hypnosis. Sleep, you need rest. A crushing drowsiness engulfed Chen. His eyelids were moments from sealing shut. No, I don't Phantom Blink. The teleport purged every control effect and reset all skills. Appearing at the captain's flank, Chen raised his blade. Goodbye Frost triple slash. 1,493. 2,559. 3,625. 3 arcs of swordlight merged into one. The captain's body shattered, dissolving into a storm of blood mist. Within the swirling crimson, a hideous face took shape, shrieking, wretched infiltrator. You dare invade the palace of the great undead sovereign? Even in death, I'll drag you with me. Blood burst. Boom. The mist detonated like a keg of powder. Chen blinked away, yet the shockwave still caught him. 2,938. If the aftershock hurt this much, a direct hit would have been lethal. Chen's heart pounded. No wonder they call him a mid-tier diamond boss. His death burst is terrifying. System notification. Congratulations. Your pet's six-tailed mystic fox, Ari, has defeated the diamond tier mid-boss LV-22 Vampire Guard Captain. You and Ari gain 1,200 base experience and an additional 740 bonus experience for the overlevel kill. Congratulations. You leveled up to 16, gaining 1 point each in strength, agility, constitution, and intelligence. System chimes followed in quick succession. Plunder successful. Ali gains 18 evolution points. Ali has also stolen the Vampire Guard Captain's Advanced Lifesteal trait. Advanced Lifesteal. 50 of all damage dealt is converted into your own HP. A spark of excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Ali now boasted 4 advanced traits: power, attack speed, vitality, and lifesteal. Her rank was still Emerald, but any pet of the same tier and level would be shredded the moment it faced her. After confirming the notifications, he strode to the center of the battlefield and gathered the loot scattered on the ground. Ding! You picked up a diamond mid-staff of blood sacrifice. Ding! You picked up a diamond low robe of blood reversal. Ding! You picked up skill evolution stone 3. Ding! You picked up 4,672 copper coins. Equipment appraisal. Diamond mid-staff of blood sacrifice. Spell power 109. Intelligence 81, about 81 additional spell power. HP 1099. Required level 10. Active skill blood sacrifice. Tag a target. All damage dealt to that enemy is increased by 50, and the extra damage is returned to you as HP. Su Chen arched a brow. Diamond gear really is a cut above. The base spell power alone tops 100. Add the intelligence bonus and you're looking at nearly 190 spell damage, plus a hefty slice of HP. For a magic tank pet, it's a dream come true. Slap blood sacrifice on a boss and you get a free 50% damage boost while siphoning life. Brutal. Diamond low robe of blood reversal. HP 1299. Defense 129. HP regen 150 seconds. Mana regen 100 seconds. Required level 10. Active skill blood reversal. For up to 10 seconds. Nearby enemies lose 500 HP per second. All of it is converted into your own HP. The effect ends early if you're crowd controlled. Su Chen eyed the robe with admiration. It was practically a mobile blood pump. High defense, massive health, accelerated regen, and blood reversal drains entire groups at once. One enemy over 10 seconds means 5,000 HP. 10 enemies means a staggering 50,000. His only regret was that Shao Qing's max HP wasn't yet high enough to capitalize on it fully, but handing this to a tank-type pet was a guaranteed win. He made the call on the spot. 1. Replace Shao Qing's silver tier millennial witheredwood staff with the diamond mid staff of blood sacrifice. 2. Replace Shao Qing's silver tier sage's wisdom robe with the diamond low robe of blood reversal. With that, Shao Qing's entire loadout was downright lavish. The lowest tier piece on her was now gold. It was the kind of gear most players wouldn't even dare to dream of. To the average player, gold tier gear is a once-in-a-lifetime find. But to Su Chen, it has already become the lowest acceptable standard. Not only is he fully outfitted in gold, or better, even his pets, Little Qing and Ali, start at gold and top out at mid-diamond. At this moment, the Shanghai Town Gear leaderboard was completely rewritten. First, mid-diamond, Stellar Holy Light Sword owner, Chen Emperor. Bonus, damage 10. Second, mid-diamond, Blood Sacrifice Staff owner, Chen Emperor. Bonus, damage 9. Third, early diamond, Blood Rewind Robe owner, Chen Emperor. Bonus, damage 8. Fourth, early diamond, Necklace of the Night Fiend owner, Demon/Sky. Bonus, damage 7. Fifth, early diamond, Blood Crown of the Enchantress owner, Chen Emperor. Bonus, damage 6. Sixth, early diamond, Gloomshard Broken Blade owner, Chen Emperor. Bonus, damage 5. Seventh, early diamond, Blood Soul Bracelet owner, Chen Emperor. Bonus, damage 4. Eighth, early diamond, Leg Guards of Primordial Strength owner, Chen Emperor. Bonus, damage 3. 7 diamond pieces now sat proudly on the board, giving Little Qing and Ali a terrifying boost to their damage. The real surprise was Demon/Sky's Necklace of the Night Fiend clawing its way into 4th place, stealing the 7 bonus that should have gone to Su Chen's team. But Su Chen had expected this. In his previous life, Demon/Sky had paid a staggering price for that necklace: 100 silver coins, a full million copper purchased from a mysterious merchant NPC. With gold drops still miserably low in the early game, that was an astronomical sum, and even the Glory Alliance's president nearly bankrupted himself to afford it. Worth every coin, the necklace boasts brutal stats and conceals a terrifying trump card skill that once had Su Chen drooling. Now, sitting 4th on the leaderboard with its 7 damage bonus, it's more alluring than ever. Can't afford it? Then it'll kill you till it drops, Su Chen murmured, eyes sharp as knives while he stared at the board. In 2 days, Demon/Sky would challenge him, handing Su Chen the perfect opportunity not just for revenge, but to steal the man's talent and use the Glory Alliance's leader as the first stepping stone on his path to the summit. Turning away, Su Chen focused on the 3 pet skill evolution stones in his hand. There was no need to hesitate. He would keep pushing Little Qing's Twin Serpent Shadow to the next level. Ding! You spent 3 evolution stones to raise Shao Qing's Twin Serpent Shadow to level 4, granting her 1 extra clone. Level 4 Twin Serpent Shadow summons 4 serpent clones identical to the pet in attributes and skills. Cooldown 120 seconds. At Su Chen's silent command, his staff tilted and an emerald python shadow tore through the air. Skill: activate Twin Serpent Shadow. The instant he spoke, Shao Qing's form flickered, and 4 perfect replicas materialized at her side. Without their mental link, even Chen wouldn't know which one was real. Sharing the same stats, skills, and damage as the original, the 5 serpents exuded a chilling aura. The sound of bursting blood alerted the guards. A dozen vampire sentries raced over, their icy gazes locking onto Chen. You must be a light faction spy. Why have you broken into the Necrolord's palace? Chen flashed a dazzling smile. Great timing. Xiaoqing, show them what a level 4 clone can do. Before the sentries could react, the 5 Xiaoqings lined up. Electricity surged between their scales, thunder cracking into solid arcs. Their jaws opened, and compressed lightning flooded out. Exploding thunder orb, lightning arrow, thunder prison cataclysm. 3 lines of lightning magic erupted at once, each spell firing 5 volleys. Damage numbers 2505, 2505, 2505 filled the air like spell-driven Gatling guns. Enemy attack arc. Curse you, the mighty Necrolord will never forgive this. Shrieks echoed through the hall. In mere heartbeats, 16 vampire sentries were torn to ash, leaving only scorched dust behind. System messages streaked across Chen's view. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has slain 16 LV-20 vampire sentries, gaining 6,400 base experience and 2,560 bonus overlevel experience. Congratulations. You have reached level 17, Strength 1, Intelligence 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 13. 15 free attribute points automatically allocated to intelligence. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 14. 15 free attribute points automatically allocated to intelligence. Congratulations. You and Xiaoqing have additionally gained Intelligence 30, Constitution 12, Agility 3, Strength 3. Xiaoqing has gained 32 evolution points. The sentry's bounty shot Chen up a level, while Xiaoqing jumped 2. Infinite Plunder's extra 30 intelligence translated into another 60 spell power SS rank talent truly bordered on absurd. With the guards gone, glittering loot lay strewn across the floor. Chen's eyes sparkled, and he stepped forward to collect itemly to hear a sultry, icy voice behind him. Oh, a man bearing the Elf King's blood. Stay where you are. Chen turned his head. A woman of about 25 or 26 stood before him. Burgundy hair tumbled to her waist, its tips stirring in the air. Her features were flawless, her waist slim, her legs impossibly long. Snow-white thighs were sheathed in black fishnet stockings, and razor-sharp stilettos glinted coldly against the dim floor. Seductive, provocative, and lethally dangerous. The system panel flickered up. Demon Consort Caddis. Rank. Level. Stats. Description: a mysterious woman lurking in the undead palace. Beneath her stunning beauty lies unfathomable power. Do not provoke her lightly. Not a single useful detail proof she was at least 10 levels above him. The moment their eyes met, Chen felt a blade at his throat, his sense of mortal danger skyrocketing. Run now? He triggered Shadow Dash without hesitation, turning incorporeal and plunging into the darkness at full speed. Oh, what an interesting little man. A lazy, sultry laugh drifted after him. I'm so lonely, and you haven't even shown me the joys of being a woman. How could I let you leave? Caddis raised a hand and squeezed the air. A dark magic eye opened overhead, its pale gold pupil locking onto Chen's path. An instant later, she blurred into motion, her long legs slicing a silver arc through the gloom. Bang! Chen's throat tightened as he was forced to a halt, the tip of her stiletto pressed against his neck, ready to slice at the slightest move. Her other leg hooked around his shoulders, a smile blossoming on her lips. Want to play hide and seek? I'll give you one more chance to run. How about it? Fine. Kill me and be done with it, he thought, shutting his eyes. He hurriedly recalled his pets to the contract space and waited for the end. Dying would only cost 1 level. As long as his pets survived, he could bear it. The mission for the Dawn Saintess was complete, and resurrecting in town would still leave him ahead. The only loss would be the Evelon treasure cache map in his bag, whose coordinates were here in the Necrolanche wouldn't be able to return anytime soon. But the icy blade never cut. Instead, warmth brushed his lips, something soft pressed against them. His eyes flew open. Caddis' breathtaking face was inches away, their breaths mingling. At the same time, a torrent of pure, majestic source energy poured from her body into his. Ding. You have received a source infusion from Demon Consort Caddis. Strength 100. Ding. You have received a source infusion from Demon Consort Caddis. Intelligence 100. Ding. Demon Consort Caddis has infused you with her source power. Constitution 100. Ding. Demon Consort Caddis has infused you with her source power. Agility 100. Ding. Demon Consort Caddis has infused you with her source power. Experience 10,000. Ding. Demon Consort Caddis has unlocked your latent potential. From now on, every time you level up, your attribute points will be doubled. A pale column of light shot from Caddis' palm and engulfed Chen. The moment the source power poured in, his flesh felt as if it were being tempered in dragon fire, and his bones hammered by an invisible smith. Every breath burned like molten iron. Congratulations. You've reached level 18 and gained 2 strength, 2 intelligence, 2 agility, and 2 constitution. When the glow faded, Su Chen glanced at his status panel. 100 to all attributes, 10,000 experience, and that blinding notice about doubled level up points. He stood frozen, then looked up at Demon Consort Goddess in disbelief. Is this a gift or a trap? Why are you helping me? He finally blurted. The palace's crystal fire lamps glimmered in Cadice's gold crimson eyes. She gave a languid, teasing laugh. I'm investing in a promising stock. The Necrolord has me imprisoned here, hoping I'll submit and become his woman. But I'm a face gone, and his mug makes me sick. Kill the Necrolord, and I walk free. Su Chen let out a bitter chuckle. I can't even beat you. How am I supposed to take down the Necrolord? Goddess brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, then tapped his chest with a finger to Falf playful, wholly certain. A woman's intuition says you'll someday surpass him. When that day comes, don't forget your big sister. If I do kill him, what's in it for me? Su Chen spread his hands. Her eyes lit up, voice low and smoky. How about me, body and soul? Hey, race a secret. The Necrolord doesn't just want my body. He craves the source power in my blood. With it, he could rebuild his flesh and skyrocket in strength. I've kept my purity and never bowed my head. Free me, and I'll teach you the dual furnace cultivation art. The gains are beyond anything you can imagine. Ding. Demon Consort Goddess has offered you an advanced hidden quest. Slay the Necrolord and rescue Demon Consort Goddess. Quest reward. Classified, but exceptionally generous. Su Chen hit accept without hesitation. 3 years from now, the Necrolord would bring catastrophe to the human world. Now, he had another reason to end that monster. Clenching his fists, he swore silently. Necrolord, the moment I'm strong enough, you're the first to die. Goddess watched him leave, black hair cascading over her shoulders. She called softly after him. While the Necrolord's away, if you can get the key from Steward Meng In, I can help you steal the palace treasures. The palace's treasure vault? Su Chen's eyes lit up. But to make a move, I'd have to kill Grand Necromancer Meng In first. Before leaving, Su Chen scooped up every bit of loot the vampire guards had dropped. Ding. You picked up 32 advanced pet attribute stones. Ding. You picked up 9,329 copper coins. Ding. You picked up an emerald grade bracelet of blood flood. Ding. You picked up an emerald grade necklace of blood frenzy. Ding. You picked up an emerald grade ring of blood roar. The scattered gear glimmered with a cold green sheen under the dim candlelight, and among the dozen or so items, only the 3 emerald accessories truly interested Su Chen. Each one offered huge bonuses to health and spell life, exactly what Xiaoqing lacked. He removed the gold grade necklace of undead souls, the gold grade lapis lazuli bracelet, and the gold grade ring of greed, then equipped the new emerald pieces. The moment the swap was complete, a mist of blood coalesced around Xiaoqing. Her maximum health surged, and her regeneration rate rose visibly. Next came the 32 advanced pet attribute stones. Each stone yields 2 random attribute points, so Su Chen split them evenly, half for Xiaoqing, half for Ali. Ding. Your pet Xiaoqing consumed 16 advanced pet attribute stones and gained 8 intelligence, 6 strength, 12 constitution, 6 agility. Ding. Your pet Ali consumed 16 advanced pet attribute stones and gained 14 strength, for intelligence, 8 constitution, 6 agility. Once the spoils were sorted, Su Chen nodded a farewell to Demon Queen Caddis, activated Shadow Sprint's invisibility, and slipped out of the Necropolis Palace, heading straight for the far north of the undead realm. As he raced along, he considered his next move. Shadow Sprint's stealth fooled most experts, but not someone like Caddisur, the undead sovereign. It had to be improved, and he saw 2 options. First, raise Shadow Sprint to level 20. At that point, its invisibility would make a qualitative leap, and the first strike after breaking stealth would hit far harder. Second, find rare items that boost stealth and pair them with the skill for an even cleaner approach. After weighing the options, he decided to push the skill to level 20 first. It was the safer bet. The far north of the undead realm was swept by howling winds and littered with broken headstones and white bones. A woman's wail echoed in the air, but it came from no living throat. The sound belonged to vengeful female spirits. This abandoned graveyard was their gathering place, and Su Chen had come to locate the treasure marked on Yifulan's secret cache map. He had barely set foot in the burial grounds when an icy chill rolled over him. A pack of female wraiths with twisted faces and razor-sharp nails had already locked onto his presence. Burial ground wraith. Level 21. Rank low diamond. Health 4,900. Attack 1,439. Trait Constitution drain. Each strike permanently steals 20 constitution. Skills rending claws, agonizing screech, death bite. System warning: constitution lost in this way cannot be recovered. Diamond rank wraith sand, 20 of them at that. Su Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. A ghost challenging a lightning mage was practically asking to die. With a flick of his wrist, azure light burst forth. Xiaoqing appeared. Twin serpent runes rippled outward, and 5 identical Xiaoqings materialized at once, arcs of electricity dancing over their translucent scales. The next instant, all 5 raised their heads in unison. Their ultimate move, Thunder Prison Cataclysm, erupted. Sapphire pillars of lightning crashed from the sky, crackling savagely as they swallowed the entire mass grave. 5010. Lightning counter Spectre, damage doubled. 5010. Damage doubled. 5010. Damage doubled. Crimson numbers flooded the screen. The 20 female specters were reduced to drifting ash before they could even scream. System messages thundered in succession. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has slain 20 LV.20 graveyard specters, gaining 6,400 base experience and an extra 2,560 overlevel bonus experience. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 15, gaining 15 free attribute points automatically allocated to intelligence. Congratulations. You and Xiaoqing have each gained 39 intelligence, 21 constitution, 18 agility, and 12 strength. Xiaoqing has additionally gained 40 evolution points. Chen glanced at the panel. Xiaoqing's evolution gauge read 129160, just 31 points short of the pivotal diamond tier. Once it crossed that threshold, its power would skyrocket, and he couldn't help picturing its future form. He turned his attention to the spoils. The graveyard was silent save for the crackle of residual current. No decent gear. Only a little over 8,000 copper coins and a field of dull blue stones. 20 more prompts popped up. Ding. You have picked up 1 pet skill evolution stone. So stingy. Chen muttered, but the thought of upgrading Ari's life-saving skill brightened his mood. He opened the pet interface and selected Ari's Shadow Dash. To him, this ability was more precious than any attack. In his previous life, the undead sovereign had used Soul Ren to secretly control top players and even seize dozens of human cities. If he could hide completely, he could disengage from that nightmare boss or sneak into hell-level dungeons to steal treasures from a boss lair. Ding. You have spent 16 pet skill evolution stones to raise Ari's Shadow Dash to level 20. While stealth, movement speed increases by 320 and damage increases by 3,200. The stats flickered. Shadow Dash LV.20. Effect. Ari enters stealth, increasing movement speed by 480. The next attack breaks stealth and deals 4,800 attack as physical damage. As Chen finished reviewing the numbers, another notification chimed. Ding. Shadow Dash has reached its maximum level and has automatically evolved into a stronger skill. Congratulations. You've unlocked a new skill, Void Dash. Void Dash LV. 1. When activated, Elise slips into complete nothingness. Movement speed skyrockets by 500, and his next strike ends the void, dealing an extra 5,100 attack power as physical damage. While dashing, he is intangible, invisible, and untouchable. No skin can find him, no attack can harm him, and even walls are as thin as air. So this is the evolved form of Shadow Sprint. Chen stared at the interface, his heart pounding. He could walk through walls, ignore all damage, and vanish without a trace, practically invincible. Even the undead overlord or the god of light couldn't touch him while he was in the void. He still couldn't beat those bosses hidden, but with this skill he was virtually unkillable. 4 pet skill evolution stones remained. Chen's first impulse was to keep leveling. Void Das hit was too strong to ignore. He tapped the icon, but a system prompt appeared. Not enough stones. Upgrading Void Dash requires 10 evolution stones. 10. Chen's eyelid twitched. Forget it. Rather than dumping stones into a bottomless pit, he might as well max out Twin Serpent Shadows. After weighing his options, he decided to invest in Xiaoqing, the green snake. Ding. You spent 3 pet evolution stones. Xiaoqing's Twin Serpent Shadows has reached LV 5. Clone count 1. Twin Serpent Shadows LV 5 summons 5 serpent clones, each inheriting all of the original stats and skills. Cooldown 120 seconds. 1 stone remained. Chen pocketed it, planning to save up 2 more before the next upgrade. With that settled, he followed the route marked on Evelyn's little treasure vault map, heading deeper into the graveyard of the forgotten. Cold winds carried broken whispers, and countless pairs of ghost green eyes watched from the dark. An adult male's strong yang energy made the female wraiths drool. If Chen hadn't vaporized 20 of them with a lightning strike moments earlier, they would have swarmed him and drained him dry. After roughly 5 minutes, he reached the place where Yin energy was strongest. A blood-red giant tree towered there, its branches twining upward like crimson pythons. Dark red sap oozed from the trunk, giving off a cold, sweet aroma laced with iron. Only by devouring massive Yin energy could such a monstrosity thrive. Looking up, Chen saw huge, jagged words carved into the bark. Touch this blood tree and you will bear a terrible curse. He glanced at the map. The treasure coordinates sat squarely beneath the roots. The meaning was clear: if he wanted the loot, he'd have to risk touching the tree. His hesitation lasted barely 2 seconds. No horse grows fat on tame grass, and no man grows rich without windfall loot. High risk, high reward. Gritting his teeth, Su Chun drew the starlight holy sword. The blade flashed with white fire, blasting away the surrounding mist. He took a deep breath and swung straight for the trunk. The instant the blade cut through the air, an icy chill raced down his spine, and a crushing dread flooded his chest. A heartbeat later, squelch. A claw of death, wrought from congealed blood, shot without warning towards Su Chen's back. Blood sprayed. 4,189. Spell critical. The near-fatal damage floated across his view. His chest tightened, and his screen almost went black. Battling the searing pain, he pressed himself against Ari's spine and instantly triggered Void Rush, his figure fading like mist and slipping into nothingness. He glanced back. A splash of crimson greeted him. A pale-faced woman in red hovered in midair, her fingertips still wet with his blood. Red-clad Wraith. Level, 23. Rank, Diamond Tier Boss. HP, 9,800. Attack, 1,929. Spell crit rate, 55. Innate trait, Blood Magic Physique spell crits deal triple damage. Skills, Death Claw, Blood Moon Cleave, Dance of Demise, Blood Rite Embrace, Blood Shadow Assassinate. No wonder that swipe almost one-shotted might was a triple crit, Su Chen muttered, his heart pounding. The Wraith shrieked, her voice as cold as ice. Thieving servant of light, how dare you covet the blood Bodhi tree? Show yourself and die. Her answer was a heavy slash that ripped out of the void. 6,198. The Wraith's face went ghastly white as her form wavered. Blood Rite Embrace. She blinked in front of Su Chen, arms spread wide, scarlet mist coiling around her, trying to drag him into the sacrificial rite. You will not harm my master. Thunder cracked as Azure Demon Serpent, Shao Qing, streaked through the air, lightning exploding around her scales. In a breath, 5 serpent shadows split off. The real body plus 6 images fanned out, locking onto the Wraith. Lightning arrow. Bolts of electricity turned into a storm of arrows, a point-blank Gatling barrage. 2,389. Lightning counters spirits damage doubled. 2,389. Damage doubled. 2,389. Damage doubled. Aya. Under the torrential volley, she had no chance to struggle. In the blink of an eye, she was riddled like a pin cushion, resentment surging yet powerless, her body crumpling to the ground. Congratulations. Your pet Azure Demon Serpent, Shao Qing, has slain the level 23 Diamond Tier boss Red-clad Wraith. You and Shao Qing gain 1,500 base experience and 750 bonus overlevel experience. Plunder successful. Shao Qing gains 20 evolution points. Shao Qing has additionally plundered the boss Advanced Spell Crit Boost Aptitude. Advanced Spell Crit Boost spell crits deal triple damage. Su Chen's eyes lit up. God tier aptitude. Too bad Shao Qing's spell crit rate is barely 20%. I need to stack that first. There are only 2 ways to raise spell crit rate. 1 gear. 2. More aptitude plundering. He turned toward the blood-red giant tree not far away, eyes blazing. Just what are you hiding beneath those roots? Loot first, then the tree. He strode toward the Wraith's corpse and flicked a finger. A system prompt popped up. Ding. You have picked up. Ding. You picked up 2 pet skill evolution stones. System prompts exploded one after another. Ding. You picked up 1 silver coin. Ding. You picked up diamond tier gear, Crimson Blood Mage Pauldrons. A diamond tier drop. Su Chen's eyes lit up like sparks. Diamond tier, Crimson Blood Mage Pauldrons. Spell attack 145. Spell defense 170. Spell crit rate 20. Required level 10. Gear skill Crimson Breath. After a spell crit, casting speed, movement speed, and attack speed are all increased by 40. An extra 20 crit combined with boosts to all 3 speeds practically divine gear. Without hesitation, Su Chen swapped out Shao Qing's old gold tier, Agile Honor Pauldrons. Congratulations. Your Crimson Blood Mage Pauldrons have taken the #1 spot on the Shanghai Town Gear leaderboard, granting a 10 total damage bonus. The new ranking pushed his Starlight Sacred Sword down 1 slot, but with another leaderboard item, overall damage still rose. That single silver coin might not look like much, yet it was worth a full 10,000 copper. The haul was anything but trivial. Su Chen glanced at the 2 softly glowing pet skill evolution stones in his hand together with the one he already carried. That made 3. Ding. You consumed 3 pet evolution stones and upgraded Shao Qing's twin serpent shadows to LV6. 1 additional clone unlocked. LV6 twin serpent shadows. Summon 6 serpent shadow clones with stats identical to the original and access to the same skills. Cooldown 120 seconds. With the loot sorted, Su Chen finally looked up at the blood-red giant tree. Malevolent energy coiled around its trunk, and its bleeding leaves radiated a chilling aura. He raised the Starlight Sacred Sword and slashed with full force at the roots. Boom. Starlight erupted. The massive tree shattered in a single blow. As it splintered, a sinister blood-red force shot along the blade and burrowed into his body. Ding! You forcibly destroyed the blood Bodhi tree and were marked by an unknown evil power. Buff obtained blood curse. Duration, unknown. Level 1. Description, you are marked by an unknown evil. Any dark faction player who kills you will receive a random reward. At the same time, the blood aura you carry decreases the movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed of all attackers by 30. Note, killing light faction enemies will raise the buff's level. Current progress, 01000. After reading the tooltip, Chen pulled a wry face. This is a curse. Anyone who attacks me gets their 3 speeds slashed by 30%. Sounds more like a built-in lifesaver. In the game, players choose a faction light, dark, or neutral once they reach level 10. Nearly everyone joins either light or dark, with very few opting for neutral. The reason was simple. Players from the light and dark factions could earn military merits by killing NPCs or players from the opposing side. The more merits you collected, the higher your rank, privileges, and resources climbed. With enough points, you could even become the ruler of your faction and command millions of NPC troops. Because of that, dark faction players poured in, hoping to rack up merits at Chen's expense, but in his eyes they were just volunteering to be slaughtered. Those thoughts flickered across his mind and vanished. What truly intrigued Chen was whatever lay buried beneath the blood Bodhi tree. He tightened his grip on the starlight holy sword, its silver blade slicing through the black soil like a plow, flinging earth in every direction. Ding! Through your vigorous digging, you have discovered an advanced pet evolution stone. Item, advanced pet evolution stone. Effect, grants 50 evolution points to a pet. Chen's eyes lit up. He had barely broken ground and already found something rare. Xiaoqing's current evolution points were 149160, only 11 short of metamorphosis. Without hesitation, he fed the stone to her. Ding! You consumed an advanced pet evolution stone. Sky-scaled demon python, Xiaoqing, gains 50 evolution points. Current evolution points, 199160. Ding! Xiaoqing's evolution points are full. Evolution in progress. A second later, a burst of violet lightning exploded from Xiaoqing's body. She began to shed, old green scales peeling away while new purple scales gleamed like armor. Dragon blood surged within her, fierce and pure, and her intellect soared. Congratulations! Xiaoqing has evolved into a diamond-grade pet violet thunder python king. Strength 240. Constitution 240. Agility 240. Intelligence 240. New skill learned. Thunder God's Shield. Skill Thunder God's Shield Level 1. Summon celestial lightning to form a shield that absorbs 10,100 intelligence and damage. While the shield holds, it deals 3,100 intelligence lightning damage per second to nearby enemies. 10,000 points of absorption plus massive AoE lightning. Chen pictured the scene. Once he linked souls with Xiaoqing and activated Thunder God's Shield, he could stand still while a whole alliance mob wailed on him, losing not a drop of health, while they were roasted to ash in an instant. Brutal, absolutely brutal. Xiaoqing's coiled tail twitched, her purple eyes flashing towards Chen. Master, one more evolution and I can take human form. I hope we'll be even more beautiful then, so I can serve you better. About to take shape? Chen studied her sinuous, captivating body, imagining that if she truly became human, she would be a peerless beauty, one with an exotic bloodline at that. Mutated Purple Lightning Python King, level 15, diamond rank low 39320. Primary stats, magic attack 1029, defense 1239, HP 7824, mana 10482. Secondary stats, intelligence 946, constitution 729, agility 691, strength 675. Skills, lightning arrow LV.2, twin serpent shadows LV.6, explosive thunder orb LV.1, wings of thunder LV.10, lightning prison doomsday LV.1, thunder god's shield LV.1. Owner, Chen D. Aptitudes, top tier luck, advanced magic crit damage, advanced vitality, advanced defense, advanced intelligence, mid-tier movement speed. Equipment, crimson blood pauldrons diamond high, sacrificial blood staff diamond mid, blood reversion robe diamond low, blood frenzy necklace emerald, blood tide bracelet emerald, endless frost greaves platinum, dark heaven circlet platinum, frost assault boots gold, blood roar ring emerald, instant death belt gold. Wreathed in violet lightning and faint dragon-like scales, the purple thunder python king lay coiled and motionless. Pure dragon blood pulsed through its veins, promising staggering potential. With careful nurturing, this creature could shed its skin and become something nightmarish, and all of this was merely the opening act, triggered the moment the black soil beneath the blood Bodhi tree was first disturbed. Chen tightened his grip on the starlight holy sword, the blade shimmering with pinpoints of starlight. Layer after layer of earth parted under his strikes, the damp smell of soil mixing with a faint metallic tang in the night air. The deeper he dug, the more an inexplicable instinct urged him onward. Something vital lay below. Each downward sweep sharpened that feeling, as though an unseen presence was calling to him. Ding! A system notification rang out. Through your relentless digging, you have discovered a rare, treasurian equipment fusion stone. Equipment fusion stone combines two items of the same type to create a stronger piece of gear. The name alone made Su Chen's eyes blaze with excitement. He understood its value. Typically, one higher tier item equaled 10 of the tier below, yet a fusion stone needed only 2 lower tier pieces to forge something superior. A single stone was often rarer than 8 diamond grade items combined. Ding! You have used an equipment fusion stone. Please select 2 items of the same type as fusion targets. Without hesitation, Su Chen chose Diamond mid-tier, Starlight Holy Sword. Diamond low-tier, Shadowed Broken Blade. Ding! The 2 weapons are of different quality. If you proceed, 75 chance to create a slightly stronger diamond mid-tier weapon, 24.9 chance to evolve it to diamond high-tier, 0.1 chance to evolve it to diamond apex tier. Continue with the fusion? Most likely he would end up with a marginally improved diamond weapon. The 24.9, let alone the 0.1 miracle, was little more than wishful thinking. Su Chen knew well that success depended not only on sheer luck, but also on the player's own luck stat. The higher the stat, the better the chance of breaking past the limit. He remembered a scene from his previous life. A player boasting a 90 success rate opened 10 loot boxes, pulled nothing each time, and finally exploded in rage, cursing on the spot. After running Aura Sight, I discovered that player's hidden luck was actually negative. Talk about a walking disaster. His luck couldn't be any worse. Sure, my own luck isn't great, but Xiaoqing possesses a superior luck trait. That trait is worth 10 times more than any other high-grade trait. I just need to see how much it can boost my fusion odds. The idea struck Su Chen at once. He summoned Xiaoqing, and with a crisp phoenix cry, she turned into a streak of jade light that merged into his body. Superior luck trait activated. Ding! Massive fluctuation in luck detected. Recalculating fusion success rate. If you fuse Diamond mid-grade, Starlight Holy Sword with Diamond low-grade, Gloom Severed Blade, you have a 0.001 chance to receive a slightly stronger Diamond mid-grade weapon, a 0.1 chance to evolve it into Diamond high-grade gear, and a 99.899 chance to evolve it into Diamond pinnacle gear. Proceed with fusion? Su Chen's eyes went wide. Had expected a big leap from the superior luck trait, but these odds still made him gasp. Was practically guaranteed a Diamond pinnacle weapon. Fuse them right now. He confirmed without hesitation. A radiant blade and a dark blade were wrapped in the prismatic glow of the fusion stone and crumbled into dust. Starlight and shadow churned in molten heat, colliding fiercely. Normally their properties would repel each other, yet under the surge of luck they devoured and embraced one another, finally condensing into an origin essence neither black nor white. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations. You've obtained new equipment Diamond Pinnacle, Chaos Sacred Sword. Across the blade, a strand of origin law, neither black nor white, writhed like a living thing, radiating an aura that made his heart skip a beat. Diamond Pinnacle, Chaos Sacred Sword. 1. Physical attack 299. 2. Strength 199. 3. Adds 444, 1444 chaos damage on hit. Chaos damage ignores defense and has a chance to deal even greater damage. 4. Level requirement 10. 5. Skill 1 Curse of Chaos. Inflicts chaos on the target for 8 seconds, preventing any skills and causing indiscriminate attacks. 6. Skill 2 Chaotic Absorption. Killing a light or dark attribute enemy absorbs its origin power. When the meter reaches full 010, 0000, the weapon will evolve in an unimaginable way. This sword is insane. Su Chen's eyes gleamed. In a raid with twin bosses, he could drop Curse of Chaos, watch them destroy each other, and collect the loot in peace. As a Diamond Pinnacle weapon, the Chaos Sacred Sword also gave an outrageous stat boost. Massive physical attack, massive strength, plus terrifying chaos damage. A single piece of gear pumped his damage by 1 or 2,000 points. Elise DPS was about to skyrocket. But right now, the most pressing task was uncovering the real secret buried beneath the Blood Bodhi tree. Su Chen gripped the Chaos Sacred Sword and kept digging into the blackened earth. The sword's light plowed through the soil like a blazing furrow, splitting the darkness layer by layer. 10 minutes passed, yet nothing lay beneath his feet. He didn't pause. In the space of half an hour he had carved a crater tens of meters wide and just as deep, its walls towering like jet-black pillars, but still no treasure appeared. An inexplicable intuition flared hotter with every stroke. The answer to his destiny had to be buried below. Su Chen's eyes hardened. Even if I have to dig to the planet's core, I'll uncover whatever's hidden down there. Resolute, he drove the Chaos Sacred Sword downward again. Each arc of the blade boomed as it ripped through the air. Another hour slipped by before the oppressive dark finally split open. A blinding golden beam shot up from the depths, flooding the pit with divine light. Su Chen's eyes blazed. He swung again, cleaving the soil aside. Ding! Through your relentless excavation, you have unearthed a mythic-grade treasure, the supreme Elven God Bloodline Serum. The vial gleamed with dazzling gold, its surface etched with ancient Elven runes. Supreme Elven God Bloodline Serum. For the Elven King alone. Upon consumption, you gain the potential of a divine bloodline. No wonder I felt it calling the Elven King blood in me was resonating. Su Chen's palm burned with excitement, his pulse hammering against the vial. The Elven King bloodline was powerful, but it was still merely royal. If he could ascend to the supreme Elven God bloodline, he would qualify to challenge the realm of gods. Beneath the gods, all are ants. The carnage of 3 years ago had taught him that lesson well. No matter how strong you are, if you haven't become a god, a single divine thought can erase you, shatter cities, split mountains, crush stars. Such is the power of the divine. In his previous life he had endured countless trials, finally securing the supreme godbone for his pet, the 36-winged world-destroying black dragon, only to be betrayed by the 10 great super guilds. He died with bitter regret, his efforts undone at the final moment. This time, I'll make my pet surpass the gods and I'll stand above them myself. Battle intent raged in Su Chen's eyes as he swore the oath. He tilted back his head, pulled the stopper, and drank the golden liquid in one long swallow. Congratulations. You have consumed the supreme Elven God Bloodline Serum. Your Elven King bloodline has been transformed into the supreme Elven God bloodline, granting immense evolutionary potential. Ding. Strength 500. Ding. Constitution 500. Ding. Agility 500. Ding. Intelligence 500. Ding. Fire damage taken reduced by 2,000 thanks to the supreme Elven God bloodline. Ding. Ice damage taken reduced by 2,000 thanks to the supreme Elven God bloodline. Ding. You have mastered a supreme Elven God ability, Ancestral Godblood. Ancestral Godblood awakens a trace of divine Elven power, increasing physical attack, spell attack, defense, attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 100. The skill will continue to evolve as you level up. As your level rises, even more powers of the supreme Elven God bloodline will awaken. As Su Chen absorbed the divine Elven bloodline, his already striking features took on a commanding, godlike aura. Pale golden ripples flickered deep within his obsidian eyes, resembling stars that brightened and dimmed in the night sky, making him look nothing short of extraordinary. If the supreme Elven God bloodline were ever fully awakened, a single glance from him could crush opponents under an invisible pressure and force them to kneel. Power raged through his body, every breath sending a satisfying tremor along his limbs. The attribute boosts and new skills he had gained were merely an appetizer limited by his current level. He could wield less than a tenth of this potential. As his level rose in the future, the supreme Elven God bloodline would unlock even more terrifying abilities. This haul is more than enough, Su Chen decided, and he prepared to leave the undead realm. System prompt. You have crushed a fixed-point teleport scroll. You will be recalled from the undead realm to Novice Village in 3 seconds. Light burst around him. After a moment of spinning vertigo, his vision cleared, and he found himself standing at the center of Novice Village's square. My God, look at that face. If I could spend even a single night with him, it would be worth it. If my boyfriend were half that handsome, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams every day. Su Chen's features were now sharper, his tall frame more imposing, and faint starlight shimmered in the depths of his eyes. The instant he set foot in the square, shrieks and exclamations rippled across the crowd. Countless female players stared at him, ready to throw themselves at the slightest gesture. Yet Su Chen didn't spare them. A glance. True power was what mattered. Once he was truly strong, any woman he wanted would be within reach, so why waste energy on such ordinary temptations? Lowering his head in thought, he reasoned that his divine bloodline must be closely tied to the elves. Surely the elven race held the key to further awakening it. With that in mind, he turned and headed for the tailor shop to visit Princess Suaxia. He pushed open the door. Warm lamplight filled the room, bolts of cloth and spools of thread arranged neatly on every shelf. Princess Suaxia and a pair of twin elf sisters were sewing equipment for the shopkeeper. 3 slender figures working side by side in rare harmony, something that took Su Chen by surprise. At the sound of footsteps, Suaxia looked back. Her emerald eyes widened, pupils contracting sharply as an overwhelming bloodline resonance washed over her, the higher, pinnacle blood of a supreme elf. She froze, speechless with shock. By the spirits, your bloodline is astonishingly pure. No, it's beyond an ordinary elf's, it's a higher power altogether. Suaxia gasped. All the male elves in the elven forest had long since perished. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined Su Chen might be a lost male elf. For their people, his existence meant everything. We must inform Her Majesty the Elven Queen at once. Yes, without male elves, no new children have been born in years. Cheno, Emperor Chen. Suaxia stepped forward, eyes misting over. Please, come back to the Elven forest with us. If you don't want to watch the Elven race fade away, then let us bear your children together." The twin elf sisters set down their needles, identical eyes burning with the same fervent plea. Chen froze, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. "What's that supposed to mean? You want me to be some sort of stud?" Elf Princess Soxia and several elders stood before him, earnest and solemn. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, and a light breeze carried the scent of blossoms, yet none of it soothed Chen's mood. Legend held that every elf woman was stunning, and these were no exception, their gazes alone enough to steal a man's soul. But he knew the truth. Even if the elves were dwindling, they still counted tens of thousands of females. Expecting him to rebuild their bloodline by himself? Not even the hardest-working stallion would sign up for that. Save the entire elven race at the cost of my sanity? Chen shook his head. "Sorry, I'm no martyr." Soxia stepped forward, long ears quivering. "Brother Chen, this is the only way our people can survive. If you refuse, our numbers will keep falling until we're wiped out." She steadied her voice. Deep in the elven forest lies a sanctuary left by an ancient elf god. Every 1,000 years, only one person may enter. Each trial inside grants lavish rewards. The higher the floor, the greater the prize. Clear the last level, and the elf god's secret arts become yours. If you'll come to the forest, they'll beg my mother, the elf queen, to give that ancient millennium slot to you. An ancient sanctuary and a final inheritance? Chen's brows rose. Any race lucky enough to possess such a legacy guarded it like a priceless relic. Entering with the supreme elf god's blood in his veins might unlock opportunities beyond imagination. He considered, if the elves try to keep him as full-time breeding stock, he could always vanish. With Void Step, no one could hold him. After a pause, he nodded. "All right, let me wrap up a few things in the starter village. Then I'll head with you to the elven forest." Joy lit Soxia's eyes, and she threw herself against him. "Wonderful. I'll inform Mother right away and secure that slot for you." Ding. You have triggered a hidden quest, the elves' last hope. Quest objective. Accompany Princess Soxia to the elven forest, meet the elf queen, and help the elves bear new offspring. Quest reward, unknown. With the quest accepted, Chen took his leave, activated Void Step, and blurred toward the place where Saintess Morningstar awaited. Beside the Saintess stood a tall blonde man in imperial armor. Muscles bulged beneath the metal, and a massive dragon-shaped greatsword rested on his shoulder, the blade occasionally rumbling like a slumbering drake. This was Carlo, son of the coastal city lord and the empire's foremost knight. Shanghai town fell under coastal city's jurisdiction, so Chen knew him by reputation. Saintess Morningstar dipped a graceful bow and smiled. "Young Lord Carlo, we're grateful for your long journey. How many troops did you bring?" Carlo rested a hand on his sword hilt, pride gleaming in his eyes. "For a few stragglers of the dark faction, an army is unnecessary. I alone will suffice." The young Lord Carlo wore a look of smug self-assurance, yet his eyes roamed brazenly over the Saintess of the Morning Star, desire written all over his face. The Saintess frowned, disappointment flickering across her features. She hadn't expected the heir of Binhai City to be so crude. The Holy Temple was pouring every last resource into holding back the far stronger Dark Legion and had no experts to spare for the rescue of the novice village. Shed thought outside, help had finally arrived, only to find herself faced with another problem. At that tense moment, Chen strode in, brushed right past Caro, and addressed the Saintess. "I've finished the task you sent me to the Necromancer's domain to handle." With a casual wave, he flipped open his pack, and a heap of loot clattered to the ground, each piece gleaming with an eerie chill. Left ear of the Enchantress Yifulin 1. Left ear of a Vampire Guard 16. Left ear of the Vampire Guard Captain Boss 1. Soul Core of the Graveyard Wraith 20. Soul Core of the Crimson-clad Wraith Boss 1. Whoa, this many kills. Don't tell me you leveled the Necrolord's entire lair. The Saintess' eyes went wide with shock. Chen shrugged. "There's a woman in the necropolis called the Demon Consort, ridiculously strong. I couldn't beat her, so I pulled back." "You actually met the Demon Consort and escaped alive?" The Saintess was even more astonished. Ding. You have completed the Saintess of the Morning Star's hidden quest Vengeance against the Undead. Rewards: 5,000 EXP, 5,000 pet EXP stones, 5,000 copper coins, top-tier pet aptitude stone 1. Kill count exceeded expectations. Bonus reward: mythic grade item pet fusion stone 2. Brilliant white light burst around Chen. "Congratulations. You've reached level 19 and gained 2 strength, 2 constitution, 2 agility, and 2 intelligence." Chen's eyes sparkled. Level 19, just one step from the pivotal level 20. Once he broke through, he could learn stronger summoner skills and unlock the 3rd supreme gift pack in his backpack. The first 2 had given him a powerful pet and a hidden class, so the 3rd promised even greater treasures. The future looked bright, but first he had to turn these rewards into real power. Xiaoqing was only a sliver of experience away from leveling. Spending the 5,000 pet EXP stones on her was the smartest move. "Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 16 and gained 15 free attribute points. all automatically assigned to intelligence. Next, Su Chen produced the top-tier aptitude stone. He had already poured plenty of resources into Xiaoqing, even giving her a top-tier luck aptitude, so this time it was only fair to reward Ali. Ding. Are you sure you want to use the top-tier aptitude stone on your pet, the six-tailed mystic fox Ali? Upon use, Ali will randomly gain one top-tier aptitude. Confirm. Expectation gleamed in Su Chen's eyes. Ding. Congratulations, your pet, the six-tailed mystic fox Ali, has awakened a new trait, Supreme Frost Affinity. The system chime had barely faded when an attribute panel unfolded before Su Chen. Line after line of text glimmered. Every one of Ali's attacks now deals an extra 2,000 ice damage and carries a 30% chance to freeze the target for 2.5 seconds. 2,000 points of instant ice damage plus a 2.5-second lockdown. It might not be as outrageous as Supreme Luck, but it fit the fox's combat style perfectly. Su Chen ran the numbers. Chaining Frost Triple Strike pushed the cumulative trigger rate to 90%. Add the fox's innate terrifying bind and the opponent would be rooted for 5 seconds. Phantom Blink continuously refreshed cooldowns, stretching the control loop to near infinity. High damage and hard crowd control. This trait was a boss-killing trump card. He closed the panel and peered into the depths of his backpack. 2 faintly golden gems lay quietly inside. Pet Fusion Stone. Rarity, Peerless. Effect, fuse a designated weapon, piece of equipment, material, consumable, or any other lifeless object including a corpse into a pet. The fusion triggers an unpredictable metamorphosis and may even cause the pet to evolve. Priceless if used wisely, disastrous if handled recklessly. Su Chen drew a deep breath and refused to act on impulse. A lifeless object including a corpse. A bold idea flashed through his mind. What if he found the corpse of a fallen deity and fused it with Xiaoqing? Even after 1,000 years, residual divinity would be immeasurable. If it worked, Xiaoqing would be reborn. The question was where to find a god's remains. He recalled the long-sealed Elven secret realm, rumored to house the bones of an ancient Elven god. If he could sneak in, fire sparked in Su Chen's eyes. He didn't have to spin both stones at once. If a perfect material surfaced sooner, he could always use one and save the other. While thoughts churned, a stabbing hostility suddenly locked onto him. Su Chen looked up. The Sauersaya young man with a frigid gaze was Karo, Deputy Lord of Binhai City. Your sin value is sky-high. You must have killed plenty of people. As Deputy Lord of Binhai City, I have the right to throw you in prison. Karo growled, jealousy twisting his lips. I'm just here to hand in a quest. How did this even start? Su Chen cursed inwardly. Karo wasn't a righteous defender. He felt threatened by Su Chen's looks and feared losing his chance with the Morningstar Saintess, so he needed an excuse to eliminate the competition. Karo raised the Dragon Roar greatsword and swung. Blinding sword light ripped through the air, murderous intent blazing. Su Chen knew the attack was a pretext, yet he couldn't be careless. He shifted his footing, lifted his hand, and shaped the glow of Scout's spell into a lens-like sigil that locked onto Karo's stats. Without hesitation, Su Chen cast the scouting spell and sent it flying. Binhai City's young lord, Carlo. Rank, unknown. Health, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Another opponent whose stats refused to show up. Common sense said that kind of secrecy meant he was at least level 30. The boy's swagger could not hide the dangerous pressure simmering inside him, and even Su Chen, long accustomed to powerful foes, felt a prickle of caution. He raised his hand, ready to summon Xiaoqing for a quick spar, when a brilliant shell of starlight silently wrapped around him, blazing like dawn splitting the night. The saintess of the morning star alighted between the two men, her frosty eyes locking onto Carlo. Carlo, I hope you're not here to cause trouble. Emperor Chen is my friend. You can't drag him off just because you feel like it. In an instant, divine authority and imperial power pulled the air taut like a drawn bowstring. Behind the saintess stood the Morning Star Temple and its hierarchy. Behind Carlo stood Binhai City and the Empire's First Night Order. He's a murderer, a criminal of Binhai City. Carlo barked, jealousy flaring in his eyes. He must be punished. If you insist on opposing Emperor Chen, you are not welcome here, the saintess replied coolly. Return to Binhai. We will purge the dark faction ourselves. You'd turn on me for a wanted man? Carlo's chest heaved. He gave a bitter laugh and spun as if to leave. Hold on. Su Chen stepped forward with an easy smile, tapping the unopened contract scroll in his hand. Young lord, what is personal resentment compared with the greater good? Help the saintess deal with the dark faction first, and I'll surrender myself and accompany you to Binhai prison. How does that sound? Carlo froze, brow arching at the unexpected offer. Su Chen added, you have my word. Humph, I'll trust you for now, Carlo muttered, more interested in staying near the saintess than in Su Chen's promise. We have one day before the Bloodborne which descends on the novice village, Su Chen said, driving the point home. We must unite. Young lord, I have a few matters to handle. Meet me here in 24 hours. With that, he clapped Carlo lightly on the shoulder and vanished from the square like a gust of wind. Carlo stood there, faintly uneasy. Something felt wrong. His inner energy suddenly felt hollow. his strength slipping away without warning. You have stolen Carlo's top-tier defense aptitude. You may bestow the top-tier defense aptitude on any pet. Top-tier pet defense aptitude reduces all incoming damage by 1,000 points. Out of sight, Su Chen's grin stretched ear to ear. Success. He had kept Carlo around precisely to steal that talent, and it turned out to be top-tier and absolute windfall. And he still had an even bigger trap waiting for the young lord. If Carlo ever learned what Su Chen was really thinking, he would probably faint from rage. But Su Chen's attention had already shifted to his next priority, finding a powerful artifact that matched his pet's attributes perfectly, enough to trigger its evolution. Xiaoqing already possessed a high-grade defense aptitude, while Alice was only mid-grade. Without hesitation, Su Chen replaced Alice with the freshly obtained supreme defense aptitude. Ding! Because you granted your pet, the six-tailed mystic fox Ollie, a supreme defense aptitude, Alice damage reduction has risen from 250 to 1,000. To evolve Ollie, the best path was via an ice element treasure. Su Chen immediately thought of the Frost Mountain Range's troll chieftain, had once slipped into the creature's lair and made off with a few trinkets. Surely even greater secrets lay hidden inside, along with a chance at a top-tier ice artifact. With that thought, he unfurled his wings and shot off as a streak of violet lightning, straight toward the troll den. He knew the terrain by heart. In under 5 minutes he had reached the perimeter. Two tall, blue-skinned frost trolls lounged at the entrance, drinking hard liquor. This stuff smells fantastic. Who would have thought humans could brew something this good? Once we've stolen enough, we'll roast them and wash the meat down with more of fishahi. The pair chatted away, unaware that death was already upon them. Suspended in midair, Su Chen lifted a hand. A crackling orb of lightning shrank to the size of a needle's eye before it dropped. 2,846. The looming number flashed above the first troll. He didn't even have time to scream before the thunderbolt turned him to ash. Congratulations. Your pet purple thunder python king, Xiaoqing, has slain a level 20 frost troll sentry while overleveled. You and Xiaoqing gain 120 base experience and 24 bonus experience. Plunder activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 3 points of intelligence. Xiaoqing gains an additional 2 evolution points. Enemy attack. A human, the remaining sentry, blanched and tried to dash back into the cave. Lightning wings flared, and a furious surge of current overtook him. Boom burst into a scarlet mist. Congratulations. Your pet purple thunder python king, Xiaoqing, has slain a level 20 frost troll sentry while overleveled. You and Xiaoqing gain 120 base experience and 24 bonus experience. Plunder activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 3 points of constitution. Xiaoqing gains an additional 2 evolution points. The brief screams had already alerted the trolls deeper inside. Thunderous footsteps grew nearer as more frost troll warriors stormed out, battle axes glinting with icy light. Rip that cursed human to shreds and boil him into stew. Avenged often hurts. Their eyes blazed with bloodlust far more savage than the sentries outside. These were true beasts bred for war. Rampaging troll warrior. Grade, Diamond, Intermediate. Level, 25. HP, 6,400. Physical attack, 1,729. Racial trait Berserk. Born cruel and bloodthirsty. These trolls gain a 50 increase in attack speed and movement speed, but they also take 25 more damage. Skills. Iron Axe Throw, Fearless Charge, Frost Roar, Death-defying resolve as expected. These Berserk troll warriors are much fiercer than the ordinary trolls on the outskirts, true elite soldiers of their kind. Su Chen beat his thunder wings, each sweep unleashing a thick arc of lightning that crashed onto the charging Berserk troll warriors. 4,329. 4,329. 4,329. Damage numbers burst above their heads. Even with solid defenses, the trolls could barely survive a single direct hit. After every 2 bolts, one was reduced to charcoal and dropped dead. Congratulations. Your pet purple thunder python king Xiaoqing has killed a LV.25 Berserk troll warrior above its level. You and Xiaoqing gain 200 base XP and an extra 120 bonus XP for the overlevel kill. Plunder activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 3 agility. Xiaoqing gains an additional 2 evolution points. But the enemy numbers were overwhelming. With the Berserk trait stacked, the trolls moved like afterimages. Within seconds, a large group had slipped past the lightning barrage, axes whistling through the air as they closed in on Su Chen. Pathetic human, not even wings can save you now. Red eyes flashed in the stormlight as countless axes hacked downward. 274. 279. 271. Even while merged with Xiaoqing, boasting high defense and damage reduction, Su Chen's health melted under nearly 2,000 attack power and frightening attack speed. Lightning reflected in his eyes as they iced over. Shield of the Thunder God. The core defensive skill Xiaoqing learned after reaching diamond rank flared to life. A heavy lightning shield formed instantly, capable of blocking more than 10,000 damage while chaining bolts within several meters. burning nearby foes for over 3,000 lightning damage per second. Under the shield, the pressure on Su Chun eased at once. With thunder wings and the shield of the thunder god overlapping, arcs of electricity raged in every direction. The berserk troll warriors who had just reached him were shredded by violet blue lightning before they could swing again, their terrified expressions frozen forever. Congratulations. Your pet purple thunder python king Xiaoqing has killed 25 LV.25 berserk troll warriors above its level. You and Xiaoqing gain 5,000 base XP and an extra 3,000 bonus XP for the overlevel kills. Plunder activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 33 intelligence, 21 constitution, 12 agility, and 9 strength. Xiaoqing gains an additional 50 evolution points. A brilliant pillar of light shot up from Xiaoqing as her health and mana were instantly restored. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has reached level 17 and gained 15 free attribute points, automatically allocated to intelligence. Su Chen glanced at his experience bar. 6, 62, 97, 500. Less than 1,000 XP to hit level 20. What kind of treasure will the level 20 Supreme Pack contain? Su Chen felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping to find a treasure that, with the help of a pet fusion stone, would let Ali complete her evolution. He drew a deep breath, bent down, and swept the shimmering loot into his pack. Ding. You have obtained 25 gear enhancement stones. Ding. You have obtained 2 silver coins and 2,946 copper coins. Ding. You have obtained Diamond Tier Intermediate Frost Berserker Greaves. Ding. You have obtained Diamond Tier Intermediate Frost Berserker Belt. Ding. You have obtained Platinum Tier Flame Demon Necklace. Ding. You have obtained Gold Tier Endless Slaughter Katana. Before their deaths, the Berserk Troll warriors had pillaged and plundered. In death they dropped 4 or 5 dozen pieces of gold and platinum gear, scattered across the cavern in a dazzling array. If this cash hit the market, it would cause a sensation, but to Su Chen, gold and platinum no longer held much appeal. Only the 2 diamond tier pieces truly caught his eye. Diamond Tier Intermediate Frost Berserker Greaves. Physical defense, 425. Cast speed, 30. Attack speed, 30. Movement speed, 16. Ice damage reduction, 240. Required level, 15. Skill Frenzy of Ice, when activated, increases attack speed, movement speed, and cast speed by 50 for 10 seconds. Diamond Tier Intermediate Frost Berserker Belt. Spell power, 360. Physical defense, 429. Magic defense, 372. HP, 1,024. Basic attacks deal an extra 120 ice damage. Required level, 15. Skill Frost Summoning. Summons 10 level 25 Diamond Tier Berserk Troll warriors to fight for 120 seconds. The pair matched Xiaoqing's roll perfectly. Su Chen immediately had Xiaoqing remove her Gold Tier Frost Chill boots and Gold Tier Death's Instinct belt, replacing them with the new boots and belt. With that, her lowest slot was now Platinum, and she sported 5 diamond items in total her combat power sword. Casually, Su Chen opened the Shanghai Town Equipment leaderboard. Mo Zanshan's lone diamond item still clung to 5th place, while every other spot was now occupied by Su Chen. The Dark Demon Necklace Mo Zhantian wore not only boasted formidable stats, but also unlocked a critical hidden quest for the forces of darkness. Su Chen had to have it might well tip the balance between light and dark. While he pondered, heavy footsteps rumbled from the depths of the lair. 4 troll centurions, muscles bulging and skin etched with frost patterns, charged out, their fury almost tangible. You dare slaughter so many of our kin. Today you'll pay in blood. Before the words had faded, a wave of bone-chilling cold surged towards Su Chen as the towering figures lunged. Troll Centurion. Rarity, Diamond Tier Advanced. Level, 28. HP, 16,600. Physical attack, 3,920. Trait Troll War Soul. Awakens the power of ancient troll blood, granting a 100 boost to all attributes while causing the bearer to take 50 more damage. Skills Unyielding Might, Frost Dimensional Slash, Ice Blade, Blood Soul Summon. Even the Troll Centurions are high diamond rank. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. His scout skill could only identify enemies up to 10 levels above him, and level 28 was already the limit. Boom, boom, boom. From deep within the lair came the furious, heavy footsteps of the troll chieftain, shaking the stone walls until they cracked and showered dust. If Su Chen failed to finish these centurions before the chieftain arrived, he would be in serious trouble. That boss had to be at least level 30, far stronger than anything he had faced before. With no time to lose, he activated his strongest ultimate, determined to end the fight in one burst. Thunder Prison Calamity. Lightning erupted from his body in blinding torrents. The flashes bleached his skin, his jet black hair whipped about, and his dark gold eyes blazed. Behind him, wings of pure electricity unfurled, drawing the power of every thundercloud nearby. With a deafening crash, the wings beat downward like a giant rock, and a raging current slammed into the 4 troll centurions. 3,269. 3,269. 3,269. The lightning dealt continuous damage and coiled into chains, binding all 4 centurions in place. At that moment a snow-white figure appeared, six-tailed mystic fox, Ali. She flashed forward like an icy blade in the night, striking the weak spot at a centurion's throat. 4,029. Weak point. 5,327. Weak point. 6,679. Weak point. The monstrous damage claimed the creature's life in an instant. Congratulations. Your pet's six-tailed mystic fox, Ali, has slain an elite monster 3 levels higher. LV-28 Troll Centurion. You and Xiaoqing gain 1000 base EXP and an extra 900 overlevel EXP. The system chimes sounded, and brilliant light spiraled around Su Chun. Congratulations. You have reached level 20. 2 strength, 2 intelligence, 2 constitution, 2 agility. Plunder activated. Ali gains 10 evolution points. Ali has additionally plundered the aptitude Advanced Berserk. Advanced Berserk. When activated, Ali gains a 100 boost to all attributes, but takes 50 more damage. A level up and a new aptitude double blessings that pushed Ali's burst potential even higher and boosted Su Chen's confidence against the chieftain. He couldn't help wondering what treasure might lie in his third supreme pack. Then an icy, domineering roar cut through his thoughts. This farce ends now. I'll send you to your grave myself. The chilling voice sounded directly behind him. Su Chen spun around to see the giant troll chieftain, battle-axe in hand, charging straight at him. Each thunderous step sent shards of stone flying, and the freezing air it carried made the ground tremble even from dozens of meters away. Troll chieftain. Rank, Diamond Peak Boss. Level, 29. Health, 27,900. Physical attack, 4,920. Boss trait Rallying Cry. For every troll centurion nearby, all of the chieftain's base attributes rise by 50. Skills, Glacial Mountain Smash, Frost Burst, Ice King's Aegis, King's Dominion. That trait meant only one thing. The centurions had to die first, or the chieftain's stats would snowball out of control. Twin Serpent Shadow, activate. At Su Chen's command, lightning erupted from within Xiaoqing, and his own form blurred. 6 arcs of electricity shot out of him and solidified into 6 identical lightning clones, each bearing wings of crackling energy. Concentrate fire, take down the troll centurions. He ordered. Understood. The 6 clones replied as one. Su Chun and his copies soared skyward together. 7 pairs of thunder wings beat at once, filling the sky with blinding light, as though 7 thunder gods had descended. Bolts of lightning rained down on the 4 troll centurions. 4,427. 4,427. 4,427. Damage numbers cascaded like a storm. The fight flipped from onion 4 to 7 on 4, and in a single barrage 3 centurions were blasted to dust, leaving the last one trembling in rage and fear. Congratulations. Your pet Violet Thunder Python King, Xiaoqing, has defeated 3 elite monsters, LV, 28 Troll Centurion, across a level gap. You and Xiaoqing gain 3,000 base experience and 2,400 bonus experience. A brilliant glow enveloped Su Chun. Congratulations. Your pet Violet Thunder Python King, Xiaoqing, has reached level 18 and gained 15 free attribute points. Following your preset, all 15 points have been allocated to intelligence. Plunder activated. Xiaoqing gains 30 evolution points. Xiaoqing has additionally plundered the trait Advanced Spell Lifesteal for the first time. Advanced Spell Lifesteal. All damage dealt by Xiaoqing restores 40 of that amount as health. Xiaoqing has additionally plundered Advanced Spell Lifesteal a second time. Xiaoqing has additionally plundered Advanced Spell Lifesteal a third time. 3 centurions down, and Xiaoqing somehow stole Advanced Spell Lifesteal 3 times in a row. While Su Chun was still marveling, another alert chimed. Ding. Because Xiaoqing obtained Advanced Spell Lifesteal 3 times, the trait has evolved. Congratulations. You have obtained Supreme Spell Lifesteal. Supreme Spell Lifesteal. All damage dealt by Xiaoqing restores 50 of that amount as health. It had evolved all the way to the Supreme tier. Su Chen's eyes lit up. No. Half of every point of damage Xiaoqing dealt would bounce right back as healing. In other words, as long as Xiaoqing's damage stays high, she can keep healing herself and become practically immortal. What a rush. The 4 troll centurions crashed to the ground, scattering glittering loot across the ice, but Su Chun had no time to reach for it. An even fiercer pressure swept over him as the enraged troll chieftain shattered the frozen surface and charged straight at them. Ari, you're up. Su Chun commanded. In the blink of an eye, Ari flashed through the darkness like a shooting star, teleporting behind the chieftain. Her claws so sharp they caught the glint of the frost drove deep into its blue-black armor. 4,029. Weak point hit. 5,327. Weak point hit. 6,679. Weak point hit. You dare ambush your king? Die. Roaring in pain, the chieftain unleashed a blast of freezing air. A surge of frost hurled Ari more than 10 meters, slamming her into a stone wall and splattering blood across the corner. 2,989. If not for her high defense and vitality, that strike would have been fatal. Gasping, she forced herself upright, eyes still defiant against a foe that outleveled and outranked her. Icebound warlord armor. Instantly, thick frost formed a gleaming suit of plate around the chieftain, and a shield worth 20,000 points appeared above its head. The air grew so cold it seemed to freeze solid. Ari blurred into an afterimage. Phantom Shift triggered every cooldown refreshed. Advanced Berserkin. A pillar of crimson light erupted, flooding the room with killing intent. Triple Frost Slash. 8,058. Weak point hit. 10,654. Weak point hit. 13,398. Weak point hit. The sudden cascade of numbers left the chieftain stunned. How could the petty thief he dismissed days ago have become this strong? The entire shield shattered in an instant, and the creature's flesh followed. With Advanced Berserk active, Ari's damage had doubled. The 3 slashes dealt more than 30,000 points, and her advanced lifesteal kicked in at once. 2,419. 3,158. 3,957. A 40% lifesteal at that damage level was grotesque. Every wound vanished almost as fast as it formed. Now it's your turn to feel pain, you wretches. The troll chieftain roared, pulverizing the ice beneath its feet. King's Dominion. The temperature plummeted, the wind itself turning to invisible blades. Inside the domain, Su Chun and Ari lost 3,000 health per second, their movement slowed by 55%. A few seconds here meant certain death. Void Sprint. Su Chun slipped into nothingness, reappearing an instant later. Death Blow. 23,799. The exit damage from Void Sprint stacked with Death Blow's double multiplier, then merged with the Berserk bonus. The number crashed down like a meteor, and the troll chieftain's massive body exploded into shards. I refuse to accept this. The mighty Lord of Demons will avenge me. The troll chieftain was torn apart mid-roar, its massive body blasted to pieces by violet lightning that sprayed rocks and blood mist across the valley. Congratulations. Your pet purple thunder python king Xiaoqing has defeated the diamond peak level boss LV-29 troll chieftain above its level. You and Xiaoqing gained 4,000 base EXP and an extra 3,600 overlevel EXP. A dazzling pillar of light enveloped Su Chun and Ari. Congratulations. You have reached level 21. Strength 2, Intelligence 2, Constitution 2, Agility 2. Congratulations. Your pet's six-tailed mystic fox Ari has reached level 14 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preset, 15 points have been assigned to strength. Congratulations. Your pet's six-tailed mystic fox Ari has reached level 15 and gained 15 free attribute points. As per your preset, 15 points have been assigned to strength. The flood of experience raised Su Chun by 1 level and vaulted Ari by 2, granting her a total of 30 strength. Plunder activated. Ari gains 20 evolution points. Ari has additionally plundered a top-tier shield trait. Top-tier shield trait. When activated, Ari gains a shield that absorbs up to 10,000 damage of any type for 10 seconds. Even though the shield's 10,000 durability cannot be restored through lifesteal and is time-limited, it can still decide a life-or-death battle, making it far more valuable than a simple HP bonus. 4 high-tier diamond bosses plus a diamond peak boss. Just imagine the loot. Su Chun bent down, barely able to contain his excitement as he began sorting through the spoils strewn across the ground. Ping. You picked up Diamond Peak Grade Weapon, Heart of Ice Cleaver. Ping. You picked up Diamond Peak Grade Accessory, Frost Dominator Earring. Ping. You picked up Diamond High Grade Ring, Frostbite Ring. Ping. You picked up Diamond High Grade Boots, Frost Command Boots. Ping. You picked up an Equipment Fusion Stone. Ping. You picked up 4 silver coins and 2,391 copper coins. Ping. You picked up. Among the 2 Diamond Peak items, Su Chun examined the Heart of Ice Cleaver first. Diamond Peak Grade Heart of Ice Cleaver. 287 physical attack. 201 constitution. Attacks deal an additional 398, 1549 ice damage and have a chance to freeze the target. Level requirement, 10. Skill 1 Frost Impact. Unleashes a massive wave of icy energy forward, dealing 4,100 attack as ice damage and freezing targets for 1.5 seconds. Skill 2 Frost Barrier. Summons a ring of frost that deals 2,100 attack ice damage per second to all nearby enemies and slows them. Moreover, while inside the frost barrier, your movement speed and attack speed are increased by an additional 35. The massive axe was the very weapon the troll chieftain had been swinging moments ago, its edge still gleaming with a frigid light. Su Chun gripped it tightly, feeling the chill radiating from the haft even as excitement surged within him. A pet fusion stone meant for Ari lay quietly in his backpack. If a peak diamond ice weapon could merge with her, what kind of power spike would that create? Anticipation burned in his eyes. Suddenly, he remembered the equipment fusion stone the monster had dropped. Let's fuse the Chaos Holy Sword with the Frostmelt Heart Axe first. With a stronger weapon, Ari's combat strength would rise right along with it. With that in mind, Chen pulled out the Peak Diamond Chaos Holy Sword and the Peak Diamond Frostmelt Heart Axe, then opened the fusion interface. Ding! You have used an equipment fusion stone. Please select 2 items of the same type as fusion targets. Peak Diamond Chaos Holy Sword and Peak Diamond Frostmelt Heart Axe. Chen confirmed without hesitation. Ding! Both weapons are Peak Diamond quality. If fused, there is a 50 chance of producing a slightly stronger Peak Diamond weapon, a 49.9 chance of evolving into a Stargrade I weapon, and a 0.1 chance of evolving into a Stargrade 2 weapon. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Chen immediately activated Xiaoqing's top-tier luck talent. Both advanced luck buffs flared to life. Ding! A significant fluctuation in your luck has been detected. Recalculating fusion success rates. If you fuse the Peak Diamond Chaos Holy Sword with the Peak Diamond Frostmelt Heart Axe, there is a 0.001 chance of producing a slightly stronger Peak Diamond weapon, a 0.1 chance of evolving into a Stargrade I weapon, and a 99.89 chance of evolving into a Stargrade 2 weapon. Top-tier luck really is overpowered. Chen smiled and hit confirm. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a new item, Stargrade 2 Chaos Absolute Ice Sword. Stargrade 2 Chaos Absolute Ice Sword. Physical attack 499. Strength 399. Constitution 399. Attacks deal an additional 2,000,000 ice damage with a chance to freeze the target. Requirement: level 10 or higher. Weapon skill 1. Frost Impact unleashes a massive frost wave straight ahead, dealing 6,200 attack ice damage to all enemies hit and freezing them for 2.5 seconds. Weapon skill 2. Frost Domain summons a glacial barrier that deals 3,200 attack ice damage per second to nearby enemies and slows them. While inside the domain, your movement and attack speed are increased by 55. Chen ran his fingers over the icy blue blade, satisfied yet not content. He remembered the 25 enhancement stones that had dropped when he killed the Berserk Troll Warrior. With a weapon this good, he might as well max it out in one go. Ding! You have used an enhancement stone. Stargrade 2 Chaos Absolute Ice Sword has been upgraded by 1, gaining 10 physical attack, 10 strength, and 10 constitution. Ding! You used an enhancement stone. The Chaotic Frostblade, Intermediate Starlight tier, has been upgraded to 2, granting 10 physical attack, 10 strength, and 10 constitution. Ding! You used an enhancement stone. The Chaotic Frostblade, Intermediate Starlight tier, has been upgraded to 25, granting 10 physical attack, 10 strength, and 10 constitution. Chimes rang out one after another. After 25 rounds of enhancement, the Chaotic Frostblade gained an extra 250 physical attack, 250 strength, and 250 constitution. Chen gripped the sword, its edge gleaming with icy light, his heart burning with excitement. If Ari absorbed this weapon, the benefits would be enormous. Ding! Chaotic Frostblade 25 detected as material for the pet fusion stone. Please select the pet to fuse. Six-tailed Mystic Fox Ari. Chen answered without hesitation. Ding! Fusion formula. Six-tailed Mystic Fox Ari Chaotic Frostblade 25. This fusion costs 10 silver coins. Higher grade results require greater fees. Confirm fusion. A pillar of silver blue light burst from the fusion stone. The Chaotic Frostblade dissolved, turning into pure glacial energy that surged into Ari's body. Frost particles spiraled in the air. Her 6 tails lengthened and thinned under the freezing mist. Then a brand new flame flickered at the tip of a 7th tail. Her fur grew even more lustrous, every subtle movement exuding a seductive charm. The allure in her eyes seemed able to steal a soul with a single glance. Congratulations! Fusion successful. You have obtained a new mythic grade pet, 7-tailed Ice Spirit Fox, Ari Diamond. Intermediate. System notifications streamed across the panel. Ari's strength increased by 600. Ari's constitution increased by 600. Ari's agility increased by 600. Ari's intelligence increased by 600. Ari has learned a new skill, Mind Control. Mind Control LV.1. Ari manipulates a target's limbs with her mind, forcing compliance for a short time. Duration scales with the target's power and mental resilience. Ari has learned a new skill, Blizzard Blades. Blizzard Blades. Ari spins and dances, unleashing an Arctic tempest. Countless ice blades sweep through the storm, dealing 10,100% of physical attack as ice damage to all nearby enemies. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Ari's previous emerald grade jumped straight to diamond, intermediate. Chen's pupils contracted. Such explosive growth was terrifying. One fusion had granted 2 new skills and skyrocketed every base stat. 7-tailed Ice Spirit Fox, Ari Mythic. Level, 15. Grade, diamond. Intermediate 1, 24,500. Primary stats I. Attack 2,266. Defense 2,651. health 13,247, mana 10,295. Primary stats 2, strength 1,824, constitution 1,024, agility 1,408, intelligence 965. Talents: Supreme Shield Talent, Advanced Strength Talent, Advanced Attack Speed Talent, Advanced Health Talent, Advanced Lifesteal Talent, Medium Regeneration Talent, Advanced Defense Talent, Basic Venom Imbue Talent. Skills: Intimidation LV.2, Frost Force LV.2, Phantom Blink LV.1, Triple Frost / LV.3, Void Rush LV.1, Lethal Strike LV.1, Mind Control, and Frostblade Storm. Master: Emperor Chen. Her gear, in order: Enchantress Blood Crown Diamond, Basic, Blood Soul Bracelet Diamond, Basic, Leg Guards of Strength's Source Diamond, Basic, Necklace of Agility's Spirit Emerald, Robe of Vitality's Spirit Emerald, Frost Troll Belt Emerald, Frost Troll Pauldron's Emerald, Bloodbane Earring Gold, Venom Ring Gold, and Hero's Fearless Iron Boots Gold. Each piece gleams with an icy luster, and the light makes Alice's 7 snow-white tails sway gently in the air, both graceful and mesmerizing. This evolution has boosted Ollie tremendously. The most striking gain is soul control. Almost every high-tier boss has an ultimate, sometimes even a self-sacrifice skill. Yet if Ollie seizes the brief control window, she can shut that move down, throw the enemy into chaos, and open a lethal gap for Su Chen. Even more alarming, the skill works on NPCs and players alike. In the wrong hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Frostblade Storm is just as fearsome. It bursts for over 10,000 points of area damage in an instant, enough to one-shot most normal monsters and tear huge chunks from a boss health bar. Stacked with Lethal Strike and a high Berserk rating, its damage multiplies several times over. Su Chen glanced at the 7 tails behind Ollie and wondered silently. When she reaches 9 tails and earns the right to take human form, what power and beauty will she unveil? He then produced 3 brand new diamond items and inspected their stats one by one. 1. Diamond Pinnacle Frost Dominator Earring. Physical Attack 249. Spell Attack 249. Agility 150. Physical Crit Rate 15. Movement Speed 20. Requirement: Level 10. Skill Frost Dominion. Summons an Ice Element boss to fight for the wearer. The elemental possesses high diamond strength, matches the player's level, and lasts 120 seconds. 2. High Diamond Frost Assault Ring. Physical Attack 175. Spell Attack 175. Constitution 120. Physical Crit Damage 20. Attack Speed 30. Requirement: Level 10. Skill Frost Encroachment. Fires frost shards that reduce the target's movement, attack, and casting speed by 75 for 3 seconds. 3. High Diamond Frost Dominion Boots. Physical Defense 450. Spell Defense 420. Strength 170. Dodge Rate 12. Cast Speed 40. Requirement: Level 10. Skill Frost Dominion. Grants nearby allies an icy shield that provides 3,000 shield points and 120 physical defense. The 3 gold grade items shot to diamond grade in an instant. Icy energy exploded through Ari's meridians, her stats soaring as the numbers on the interface danced like they might burst from the screen. The Shanghai Town Equipment leaderboard refreshed. Of the top 10 slots, 8 now read holder Su Chen. Only Mo Zanshan's Dark Demon Necklace still sat at 4th, and a new outsider appeared in 7th. Mo Qinjian's Peerless Demon Dagger. Mo Qingyun, Vice President of the Glory Alliance Guild, ranked directly below Mo Zhantian. As his most trusted lieutenant, he was the pillar that kept half the guild standing. Su Chen also realized that forging Ari's new gear had consumed even the Chaos Holy Sword, leaving her weaponless. A gap like that had to be filled. With a bright smile, he decided to pay Mo Qingyun a visit and borrow the Peerless Demon Dagger. Before heading out, he remembered the last Supreme pack in his inventory. He flipped his hand, and the 3rd pack floated in a violet gold glow. Ding! Open Supreme Pack Level 20. After opening, you will receive 1 random top-tier reward. Open. Light burst forth and a line of text appeared. Congratulations! You have obtained Perfect Foundation Manual for Pets. Perfect Foundation Manual for Pets. Grade: Extraordinary. Description: divided into body tempering, flesh refinement, bone forging, blood refinement, and vein tempering. Each step triggers a profound metamorphosis in a pet's foundation, granting massive attribute boosts and potential. Every step requires rare treasures as catalysts, making completion extremely difficult. Note: a pet can cultivate this manual only while at Diamond tier. Once it advances to Starlight tier, further progress becomes impossible. An extraordinary grade cultivation art. Su Chen's heart pounded. In his previous life, the pseudo-god pet owned by Ari's clan had rivaled real god-rank beasts thanks to this very manual. He was sure that pet completed no more than 2 steps. Otherwise, it would have surpassed the gods entirely. Diamond tier is only the beginning for a pet, yet it is the most critical phase. If he could forge a perfect foundation for all his pets, their strength would skyrocket and their future growth would become limitless. He'll give every one of my pets a perfect foundation, he vowed, eyes blazing. Then they can climb to godhood, and when that day comes, every so-called deity will be beneath my feet. Chen clenched his fists, determination flashing in his gaze. Body forging, one hide from a purple blood dire bear, used to reinforce a pet's skin. Chen rolled up the scroll, a route appearing instantly in his mind. The bear's territory lay not far from the Jishua Mountains. Only a few hundred li east stood Raging Bear Gorge. First I get the hide, then both pets finish their tempering. He fused with little Qing, lightning wings unfurling from his shoulders, arcs dancing as he streaked east in a bolt of blue-violet light. Roar, roar, ruhar. 10 li from the gorge, deafening howls ripped through the icy wind. A fierce fight was clearly underway. Players already here? Chen suppressed his aura and scanned below. At the mouth of the gorge, rubble lay scattered. A three-turtle savage dire bear, muscles knotted and bulging, thundered after more than a dozen fleeing players. Ha ha ha, we got the cub easy merit. Boss Mozanshin will have to reward us big time. Brothers, everyone shares in this haul. Leading them was a burly middle-aged man with a short braid. Mo Qingyun. Clutched tightly in his arms was a brown bear cub, his face flushed with excitement. Chen caught the scene from above and smiled faintly. Well, if it isn't Mo Qingyun, just the man I was looking for. The dire bear's rage shook the valley, but its speed had always been lacking. No matter how furious, it couldn't close the gap on the swift players. Chen beat his lightning wings, descended in silence, and flicked his wrist. The seven-tailed ice spirit fox, Ollie, stepped out of the void, frost swirling from the tips of her tails. Ollie, it's your show? Ollie crouched low, phase dash activated, her body turning mist-like as she skimmed along the ground, slipping to Mo Qingyun's side in a blink. Mind control. An icy blue gleam flashed from the fox's pupils and bored into Mo Qingyun's mind. Ding. You have taken control of Mo Qingyun's body. Duration, 15 seconds. Mo Qingyun froze, eyes vacant, yet shouted, brothers, stop running. Turn around and kill that savage dire bear. The sudden order stunned the group. Kill it. Vice leader, you crazy? That thing's a high-tier diamond boss. With just us? We'll get flattened. A strange excitement flickered in Mo Qingyun's eyes. I know its biggest weakness. Follow my lead, and we'll bring it down. Everyone gets major credit. Even as he spoke, he quit fleeing, summoned his twin-headed wolf, drew his long blade, and faced the charging bear. Vice leader Qingyun really has a plan? Fortune favors the bold, count me in. Do as he says. Let's drop that savage dire bear. The Glory Alliance players gritted their teeth, stopped running, and moved back to Mo Qingyun's side to confront the towering, rampaging dire bear. The guild's rules were notoriously harsh. Mo Qingyun was their superior, and his orders had to be obeyed even if they meant certain death. Fleeing mid-battle would cost them their entire salary and a penalty large enough to bankrupt them. Their only option was to gamble that Mo Qingyun really could take the bear down. If his snap decision got them killed, they could dump the blame on him and apply for guild death compensation. Seeing its prey turn around and charge, the bear's crimson eyes burned with fury. Paws the size of millstones tore through the air, hurling a storm of savage wind toward the players. Hold the line. Mo Qingyun barked. 2 tank pets lunged first, followed by elemental and agility pets that unleashed a cascade of skills, screen-filling effects exploding against the bear's thick hide. In the next instant, Mo Qingyun quietly slipped to the rear, raised a hand, and summoned a flaming 2-headed wolf. The blazing firelight lit the sinister angle of his face as the wolf suddenly pounced on his own teammates, critical hit numbers bursting overhead. Being ambushed. It's the vice leader's flaming 2-headed wolf stabbing us in the back. We've been set up. Mo Qingyun must be a spy from another guild. Shouts of shock and rage overlapped. The rampaging dire bear roared and swiped from the front, while Mo Qingyun's pet tore at them from behind. Caught in the pincer attack, their health bars plummeted like mercury draining from a thermometer. In the blink of an eye, they hit the ground, dying bitter and furious. Traitor, we've saved the combat footage. Wait till the guild master deals with you. That's right. We'll file a joint report. Just you wait. A dozen bodies sprawled on the ground. Crimson system alerts flooding the chat. Mo Qingyun's eyes suddenly cleared, as though waking from a nightmare. Hearing his teammates' dying curses, his mind went blank. What happened? It was like I was possessed. I lost control completely. The confusion lasted less than a second. 3,279. A paw as wide as a millstone smashed into his face, the impact wiping his thoughts clean. A snow-white arc then sliced through the air, swift as a sickle through wheat, freezing Mo Qingyun's life at that moment. Plunder successful. Congratulations. You have plundered player Mo Qingyun's grade talent, Flame Mastery. Flame Mastery reduces fire damage taken by 50 and increases fire damage dealt by pets by 60. Due to being plundered, Mo Qingyun's grade talent Flame Mastery has been downgraded to the grade talent Flame Manipulation. The extra fire damage meant little to Su Chen, but a 50 fire damage reduction was a rare prize crucial for future fire-based raids and for facing the flame-wielding gods that waited in the late game. Nice work, Ari, Su Chen said, smiling as he watched it all unfold. On his command, Ari had used a mind control skill to hijack Mo Qingjian's thoughts. The only regret was that Mo Qingyuan had recalled the flaming two-headed wolf just before he died. Otherwise, Su Chen would have walked away with another high-grade pet as well. This time, Mo Qingyuan was royally screwed. If word reached Mo Zhantian that man's temperament and methods guaranteed Mo Qingyuan a miserable fate. Imagining the bloodbath about to erupt inside the Glory Alliance Guild, Su Chen could almost taste the schadenfreude right now. He was more interested in one thing: looting the battlefield. He pointed forward, and the seven-tailed frost spirit fox, Ollie, burst into a streak of silver-blue lightning, pouncing on the still-roaring, wild rampage bear. Her razor-edged claws raked down its neck. Frost triple slash. 3,172. 5,439. 7,705. After evolving, Alice's damage output had skyrocketed. 3 bone-deep gashes split the bear's chest, drawing a deafening roar. It managed to raise one massive arm, but a fourth claw strike flashed across. Fatal blow. 10,873. Critical hit. Frost-rimmed claws shredded flesh, and the huge body crashed to the ground in a cloud of dust. Congratulations. Your pet's seven-tailed frost spirit fox, Ollie, has overleveled and slain the diamond high-tier boss LV-27 Wild Rampage Bear. You and Ollie gained 3,000 base experience and an additional 1,800 overlevel bonus experience. Loot successful. Ollie gains 15 extra evolution points. Ollie has acquired a high-grade Earth Affinity. High-grade Earth Affinity. Ollie takes 50 less Earth damage and deals an extra 1,000 Earth damage per attack. Collect Earth, Soil, Fire, Wind, Light, Dark, and Thunder affinities to unlock unimaginable power. A flood of notifications filled his view, and Su Chen's eyes lit up. Even without the set bonus, the mix of damage reduction and bonus damage made the high-grade Earth Affinity priceless. As for gathering all 7 affinities, that could wait. His priority was pushing both pets through the 5 stages of the perfect foundation technique, then breaking into the stellar tier. Only then could they crush their peers and tap limitless potential. Snapping back to reality, he bent down to gather the drops. Golden light from the wild rampage bear mingled with the equipment and coins spilled from Mo Qingjian's party. Ding. You picked up diamond high-tier rampaging earthplate leg guards. Ding. You picked up diamond low-tier inextinguishable flame crown. Ding. You picked up diamond low-tier peerless demon fang dagger. Ding. You picked up skill evolution stones 3. Ding. You picked up 8 silver coins and 2,396 copper coins. Ding. You picked up, aside from a few diamond items, most of the loot was platinum or emerald grade. Without a second glance, Su Chen swept everything into his bag. Next, he opened his status panel to inspect the newly acquired leg guards. Diamond high-tier rampaging earthplate leg guards. Defense 426. HP 1024. Constitution 299. Earth damage reduction 450. Level requirement 10. Equipment skill Earth domain. While equipped, all enemies within 100 meters suffer a 30 reduction in attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Not bought a portable slowing field. He nodded, satisfied. The instant an enemy got close, they'd be crippled on the spot. Even stealth wouldn't save them. Diamond tier crown of the Eternal Flame. Increases intelligence by 236, spell power by 217, and spell critical rate by 18. Successful casts deal an additional 350 fire damage in an area. Requires level 10 or above. Skill, Eternal Flame. Every hit adds a stack of the same buff to the target. The first stack deals 100 extra fire damage, the second 200, the third 300, and so on with no cap. The passive is almost brutal if your attack speed is high enough. Damage against a boss grows exponentially. After reading the stats, Su Chen immediately swapped Xiao Qing's platinum Endless Frost Greaves for diamond grade Wild Earthen Trousers, then replaced her platinum Dark Sky diadem with the diamond crown of the Eternal Flame. Over half of Xiao Qing's gear was now diamond quality, and her listed damage soared before his eyes. Next, he picked up another drop the diamond tier unmatched Demon Fang dagger. Stats: 329 physical attack, 179 strength, 15 physical critical rate, and 50 movement speed when out of combat. Requires level 10 or above. Skill, Lone Predator. When only one enemy remains, damage increases by 30. The dagger fit perfectly in Ali's empty weapon slot, and Su Chen equipped it without hesitation. Even more eye-catching than the gear were 3 faintly golden skill evolution stones. Su Chen immediately pumped them into Xiao Qing's signature ability. Ding. You have consumed 3 pet evolution stones. Twin Serpent Shadows has been upgraded to level 7. Number of clones 1. Level 7 Twin Serpent Shadows. Summons 7 serpentine phantoms that share the caster's attributes and skills. Cooldown, 120 seconds. The extra clone would once again raise Xiaoqing's burst ceiling. After finishing the upgrades, Su Chun ventured deeper into Berserk Bear Gorge. The vegetation was untamed, charred cliffs were riddled with fissures, and the air reeked of hot sulfur. Deeper in, beneath the hulking corpse of the Berserk Bear, he unexpectedly found a tiny cub curled into a Balam miniature version of its mother. This cub had been born moments before the Berserk Bear's death. In his previous life, Mo Qingyun had painstakingly raised it, using the beast to make his name and eventually join the elite of the Glory League. But this life had turned out very differently. Su Chun had already snatched the Earth Bear from Mo Qingyun, and a recording of Mo scheming against his teammates had almost ruined his reputation. Once that footage reached Mo Zhantian, his path to the League's upper echelon would be sealed. To Mo Qingyun, the cub was a lifeline. To Su Chun, it still wasn't quite enough. Su Chun stroked the cub's tiny head, then shook his own and said, although his third pet slot was still empty and a cub was right in front of him, Su Chun had no intention of making it his next companion. The pet he wanted had to possess even greater potential. He already had a plan. Hidden in the Dawnstar Sanctuary's vault was a top-tier mysterious egg, every bit as rare as a Li and Xiaoqing, and it was his first choice for a third pet. He glanced at the fierce bear cub by his feet and put it into his backpack anyway. He could sell it later or raise it as a core seed for his own forces. During the next 3 years, an endless monster horde would assault Blue Star. He needed to boost his personal strength and build an army of his own. Only by advancing on both fronts could humanity's fate be reversed. A sudden, earth-shaking roar rumbled from deep within the canyon, echoing across the cliffs for miles. A purple-blooded power bear, Su Chun muttered, his heart tightening as he recognized the savage cry. He masked his aura and slipped toward the sound. Withered leaves carpeted the ground, and an eerie chill hung in the air. Even more horrifying were the giant bear corpses scattered about, their flesh gnawed clean so that only bleached bones remained. A cold, deathly miasma unique to the undead lingered above them, proof that necromancers had been here. Pushing through twisted vines, he found the creature's lair. Inside, the purple-blooded power bear was crouched over a fellow bear's corpse, devouring it. When it lifted its head, dark violet soul flames flickered in its eyes, and necrotic energy coiled around its massive frame, making the already hulking beast even more terrifying. The undead infusion had multiplied its power. Su Chun waved a hand and cast Identify. Undead-infused purple-blooded power bear. Rarity, Starlight, early stage. Level, 30. Health, 49,640. Physical attack, 5,420. Trait, Undead Rebirth revives at full health once after death, 30-second cooldown. Skills, Undead Charge, Earthquake, Purple Blood Frenzy, Furious Smash. Nearly 50,000 HP with a full health revive meant a 2-life boss worth 100,000 health. Coupled with over 5,000 attack power, it could swat away a swath of players in a beginner village with a single blow. The bear was clearly starving. The undead infusion had boosted its strength, but also multiplied its appetite, forcing it to prey on its own kind. One glance at the carpet of bones told Su Chun everything he needed to know. The undead sovereign could even control a monster like this. What was he planning? Questions could wait. Right now, Su Chun had to neutralize this undead boss. It was the first step to ensuring Xiaoqing and elite could build a flawless foundation. Roar. Food. Food. I need more food. The purple blood behemoth bear, wreathed in ghostly flames, eyes gleaming with bloodlust, bared its fangs and let out a sky-splitting shriek as it charged straight at Su Chun. Su Chun frowned slightly, his voice calm and steady. Ollie merge. At his command, Ollie dissolved into a searing beam of soul light that shot into his chest. Their powers fused at once. Blue-white radiance burst from Su Chun's body, frost spread beneath his feet, and silent snowflakes spun around him as if he stood at the heart of a blizzard. The bear's massive shadow closed in, the air screaming with its momentum. In the next instant, Su Chun vanished, reappearing behind the beast in a flicker. Frostblade Storm, Lethal Strike. He spun at lightning speed, and the swirling snow froze into razor-sharp blades. Hundreds of icy shards ripped free and blasted toward the bear's back. 24,976. The numbers erupted across its hide. Purple blood splattered as half its health disappeared, and its roar shook the valley. Reeling, the purple blood behemoth bear hammered the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Each titanic fist cracked the earth, shattered cliffs, and sent shockwaves hurling rock and bone in every direction, turning the forest to rubble. Only now did it see Su Chun as prey that had to be torn apart. Yet Su Chun stood firm, a faint smile on his lips. Top-tier shield trait, activate. White energy burst outward. A cerulean barrier formed instantly, able to absorb 10,000 points of damage. Boom. 9,327. The brutal impact spiderwebbed the shield with cracks, but it held, leaving Su Chun unharmed. Now my turn. He clenched the Demon Fang dagger and streaked toward the bear's throat. Triple Frost Strike. Advanced Berserk Trait, activate. 6,272. Damage doubled. 10,839. Damage doubled. 15,405. The dagger flashed with icy light, carving deep into fur and flesh. The three savage strikes stacked into one devastating burst. With its life bar drained, the purple blood behemoth bear collapsed in a lifeless heap. A cross-shaped gravestone suddenly materialized on the purple-blooded dire bear's hide, faint violet light coursing through its lines. A muted wisp of necrotic energy seeped into the creature, and the gaping wound across its torso sealed at a pace visible to the naked eye. In a heartbeat, its health bar was full again, and the hulking beast heaved itself upright. Resurrection? So what? They'll kill you again. Frost flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he raised his hand. A streak of emerald light split the air. Shao Qing had joined the fray. Twin serpent shadows. 7 snake-like phantoms lined up at Su Chen's sides, fangs bared. Thunder prison calamity. 8 sapphire pillars of lightning crashed down, slamming into the dire bear's spine. 4,397. 4,397. 4,397. In less than a heartbeat, almost 35,000 health points vanished. The bear's enraged roar had barely begun when a frigid voice sounded behind it. Phantom Shift. Void Rush. Fatal Strike. Goodbye. Time to send you off. 16,492. Critical hit. 1/ emptied the last drop of its life. Congratulations. Your pet's 7-tailed ice spirit Fox Ali has defeated a Starbringer rank, Tier 1 boss LV30 purple-blooded dire bear. You and Ali gain 5,000 base experience and an additional 1,800 overlevel bonus experience. A surge of experience swept in, wrapping Su Chen and Ali in white light. Congratulations. You have reached level 22. Stats gained. 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, 2 constitution. Congratulations. Your pet, Ali, has reached level 16. 15 free attribute points obtained. Per your settings, all 15 have been assigned to strength. Congratulations. Your pet, Ali, has reached level 17. 15 free attribute points obtained. Per your settings, all 15 have been assigned to strength. A single boss kill had pushed Ali up 2 levels, proof of how generous overlevel experience could be. Loot secured. Ali gains 25 additional evolution points. Ali has acquired high-grade Dark Affinity. High-grade Dark Affinity. Ali takes 50 less dark damage and inflicts an extra 1,000 dark damage per attack. Collect Earth, Water, Fire, Wind, Light, Dark, and Thunder affinities to unlock an unimaginable power surge. Current progress. 27 affinities acquired Dark and Earth. Half damage from Dark, an extra 1,000 dark damage on every strike, and best of all, the promise of a future transformation. Su Chen's heart burned with anticipation. He stepped forward and gathered every piece of loot the purple-blooded dire bear had dropped. Ding. You picked up a stellar grade beginner robe of the Undying Sacrifice. For more system prompts exploded in the air. Ding. You picked up a diamond pinnacle grade purple blood necklace. Ding. You picked up the ultra rare material purple blood power bear hide. Ding. You picked up 4 silver coins and 4,987 copper coins. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Stellar grade gear had dropped. He immediately opened the item panel. Stellar beginner robe of the Undying Sacrifice. Strength 329. HP 2000. Physical defense 1099. Magic defense 1299. HP regen 100. Level requirement 10. Equipment skill Undying Sacrifice. Sacrifice a monster's corpse to permanently raise 1 random attribute, up to 3 times. This passive is interesting. Su Chen grinned and had Ali swap out her emerald grade robe of vitality for the new garment that glimmered with a dim, ghostly light. A gray icon Undying Sacrifice immediately appeared in her skill bar. Ding. Sacrifice the undead purple blood power bear corpse. Confirm. Su Chen clicked without hesitation. Dark violet light coiled around the corpse, and an unseen force dragged it into another dimension. Congratulations. Sacrifice successful. A mysterious power has reclaimed the undead purple blood power bear. Ali gains 20 luck. The luck 20 notification made Su Chen's eyes light up. Luck was far rarer than raw strength or constitution. Higher crit rates, better skills, top-tier aptitudes. Just the thought was exciting. With 2 sacrifices left, he could save them for future boss corpses and expect even greater surprises. With the robe handled, he turned to the next drop. Diamond Pinnacle Purple Blood Necklace. Physical damage 299. Strength 199. Agility 109. Constitution 109. Passive. Each time you deal damage, restore 1000 HP. Level requirement 10. Equipment skill Purple Blood Erosion. Lock onto a target to drain 5 of its max HP per second for 5 seconds and reduce its physical and magic defense by 50. The stats were equally impressive. Without hesitation, He replaced Ali's emerald-grade necklace of agility with the dark purple chain. Gear swap done. Chen finally focused on the real prize, the purple blood power bear hide. Step 1 of Pet Foundation Training, Skin Tempering. He hit confirm. Ding. Use the purple blood power bear hide to let your pets, Xiaoqing and Ali, practice the first layer skin tempering off the perfect pet foundation technique. Confirm. Blinding platinum light erupted from both pets. Ali's silvery fur grew thicker and sleeker, gaining a metallic sheen, while Xiaoqing's black scales overlapped like cold iron, reflecting a chilling gleam. An even more intense radiance burst from them. Ali's pelt became denser and smoother, and Xiaoqing's scales turned unimaginably tough. Congratulations. Your pet Ali has gained 1,000 constitution, 1,000 physical defense, and 1,000 magic defense. All incoming damage is further reduced by 800. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing has gained 1,000 constitution, 1,000 physical defense, and 1,000 magic defense. All incoming damage is further reduced by 800. So the skin refining phase really does emphasize defense, Chen reflected. The perfect foundation method still had 4 stages left: flesh tempering, bone forging, blood refining, and meridian tempering. Each time he completed one, both pets would undergo a qualitative leap in a different area. Once all 5 stages were done, Ali and Xiaoqing's full potential would erupt. A second system prompt appeared. Hint: to complete flesh tempering, you must kill 100 light-aligned or dark-aligned monsters. 100 light or dark monsters. Chen compared the requirement with tomorrow's impending event. The undead lord would send a massive horde against the novice village, and the Morningstar saintess was sure to intervene. In that chaotic battle, he could harvest the required kills and reap the rewards. For now, he would pay a visit to the Lich Archmage. Smiling, Chen summoned his thunder wings and sped toward the dragon graveyard. Traveling from Bear Gorge to the dragon graveyard on foot took at least 4 hours, but with level 10 thunder wings, Chen covered the distance in just 15 minutes. As soon as he landed, a stifling aura of death washed over him, as if a storm were about to break. Sure enough, the Lich Archmage Meng En materialized, his icy gaze pinning Chen in place. Why didn't you follow my orders? I told you to scout the Morningstar Knights, not scare them off by slaughtering the lot. Now the Morningstar Temple is on alert, and you've jeopardized the undead lord's plans. Give me one reason not to shatter your bones and turn you into undead slime. Chen met the accusation with a calm shrug and a faint smile. Doing things your way offered me nothing. My reasons don't concern you. I'm here to see you off. As the words left his mouth, Ali and Xiaoqing materialized beside him. Before Meng En could react, a storm of skills slammed into him. Intimidate. Triple Frost Slash. Explosive Thunder Orb. Heaven-crushing lightning. The attacks flowed seamlessly together, all converging on the Lich Archmage. 3,145. 5,391. 7,637. 8,986. Elemental counter damage doubled. 12,879. Elemental counter damage doubled. Xiaoqing's lightning abilities were naturally devastating against undead, adding 50% counter damage and making her their worst nightmare. It's only been a few days, and you've grown from a worthless ant into someone who can threaten my life. Who are you? Shock flashed in the eyes of the master necromancer Moan. He swept his bone staff through the air, which caved inward, forming a gray-white arc. A foul, twisted giant face was dragged into reality, its gaping maw snapping at Xiaoqing. Crack! The razor fangs scraped the purple Thunder Serpent King's scales, producing nothing but a screech of shattering enamel. The rebound left every tooth in the monster's mouth throbbing. Don't assume him easy prey just because I'm small. Cold light flared in Xiaoqing's round serpent eyes. She unfolded wings of lightning, flicked her tail, and a blue-violet arc of electricity trailed behind her. Before the phantom face could lunge, Xiaoqing beat her wings hard. Smack! 5,379. Elemental counter. The creature roared in pain and tried to strike back, but a second slap landed at once. Smack! 5,379. Elemental counter. Invisible chains of paralysis bound the monster as the lightning surged. It had no time to struggle before blue-violet bolts shredded it again and again. 5,379. Elemental counter. 5,379. Elemental counter. 5,379. Elemental counter. In the blink of an eye, the grotesque face was whipped into a ball of ionized plasma. With a final shriek, it disintegrated, body and soul. Congratulations. Your pet purple Thunder Serpent King Xiaoqing has slain a peak diamond tier monster LV-30 tortured wraith face far above its rank. You and Xiaoqing gained 3,000 base XP and 600 bonus XP. Pillage activated. You and Xiaoqing each gained 30 intelligence. Xiaoqing also gains 20 evolution points. The shattered phantom face was sucked into an invisible vortex, splitting into 2 streams of pure energy that poured into Chen and Xiaoqing. Chen felt his heart quicken. Xiaoqing is about to evolve. He casually cast Identify, and a line of data appeared. Necromancer Archmage Moan. Tier, Stellar Mid. Level, 30. HP, 79,900. Magic Attack, 7,120. Physical Defense, 3,760. Magic Defense, 1,240. Innate Trait. Undead Resurrection can convert any corpse into an undead creature under absolute control. Skills. Corpse Manipulation, Bloodright Summoning, Swarm of Wraiths, Spirit Rebirth. Moan watched his summon crumble before Su Chen's pet could even break a sweat, and his expression darkened. O mighty Lord of the Dead, grant your most loyal servant the power of undeath, that I may awaken the slumbering. Innate Arcana, Undead Resurrection. He slammed the bone staff down again, and the earth roared. The graveyard seemed to be struck by a colossal hammer. Stones exploded outward as coffins etched with eerie green runes shot up from the soil. A pallid miasma of death billowed forth, reeking of decay. The first coffin shuddered violently. A black panther clawed its way out, only to be engulfed by the necrotic fog. Amid a piercing wail, it transformed into an undead shadow panther. Reborn, its muscles bulged with power, stronger than in life. But its mind was now a mere puppet. And that was only the beginning. The second coffin shuddered, and a lion wreathed in flames burst forth, morphing into a hellfire demon lion. Next, a spotted hyena reeking of blood became a blood-fiend hound, while a rhino that glimmered like molten silver turned into an undead doom rhino amid swirling black mist. Roars tore through the air as 7 or 8 uniquely shaped undead summons poured out, fangs bared and malice boiling over, all of them fixing their gaze on Su Chen. Minions of death, tear this damned traitor apart. Grand Necromancer Meng N's clouded pupils flared crimson with rage. Mass summoning was his proudest trick. At his command, the undead beasts lunged at Su Chen like an uncontrolled gale. Trying to gang up on me. Dream on. With a thought, Su Chen sent arcs of violet lightning dancing over Shaoqing. Twin serpent shadows. 7 identical replicas sprang up beside the python, their crisscrossing silhouettes flickering so fast the undead brutes couldn't tell which one was real. But Su Chen's true trump card was elemental dominance. Though the converted undead boasted inflated stats, they had a fatal weakness. Lightning paralyzed them and boosted all damage they took by 50%. Lightning Cataclysm. Boom. Thick pillars of electricity crashed down from the sky. 6,927. Elemental Weakness. 6,927. Elemental Weakness. 6,927. Elemental Weakness. Area-wide damage poured down, instantly turning the fight into an even 8-8. Yet under the relentless barrage of lightning, the undead beasts that had banked on sheer numbers began to crumble. The raging bolts engulfed every undead in the arena, Meng N included. System messages popped up one after another. Congratulations. Your pet Violet Thunder Python King Shaoqing has slain a level 30 Diamond Peak monster undead Shadow Panther. You and Shaoqing receive 3,000 base experience and 600 bonus experience. Congratulations. Your pet Violet Thunder Python King Shaoqing has slain a level 30 Diamond Peak monster Hellfire Demon Lion. You and Shaoqing receive 3,000 base experience and 600 bonus experience. As thunderous bursts echoed, a dazzling beam of light rose beneath Su Chen and Shaoqing. Congratulations. You have reached level 23. 2 strength, 2 intelligence, 2 constitution, 2 agility. Congratulations. Shaoqing has reached level 19, earning 15 free attribute points. All 15 have been automatically assigned to intelligence. Looting activated. You and Shaoqing each gain 60 intelligence, 120 constitution, 30 agility, plus an extra 30 intelligence. Shaoqing also gains 160 evolution points. The summoned undead beasts had turned into walking experience banks. Normally, undead drop nothing, but Su Chen's SS strength talent, Infinite Plunder, still let him harvest their stats. With every kill, he could feel both his and Shaoqing's numbers climbing. Su Chen glanced at Shaoqing's evolution gauge, a flash of delight in his eyes. Xiaqing's evolution meter now stood at 337 out of 360. One more kill the undead Archmage Meng and the bar would be full, triggering Xiaqing's immediate evolution. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the enemy spellcaster, eyes burning with anticipation. Maybe this evolution would come with an unexpected bonus. Then a chill climbed up his spine, as if some colossal being were descending from the void. Meeting Meng N's gaze again, Su Chen's heart sank. Backed into a corner, the Archmage's emerald eyes blazed with desperate madness. Great and exalted master of the dead, I offer you my blood. Grant me your protection. Meng N raised his bone staff, rasping out a guttural incantation. A surge of deathly energy, 1,000 times fiercer than before, tore the air apart. A pitch-black rift yawned wide enough to swallow a man. From that fissure crawled a hideous ghost general. It clutched an enormous crescent blade, was clad in jet-black armor, and floated without legs. The pall of necrotic energy it exuded pressed on everything like a rising tide. Su Chen instantly cast Identify. Ghost General. Rank. Level. Attributes. A screenful of question marks told him this creature dwarfed the Archmage in power. Human, prepare to die. The Ghost General's voice was icy enough to freeze bone, and it vanished the moment the words left its mouth. A surge of mortal danger slammed into Su Chen. Acting on instinct, he roared, Beast Fusion Ali. Activate top-tier shield talent. Ali dissolved into a streak of light that merged with him, and a milky white barrier formed in an instant. Almost simultaneously, the crescent blade wreathed in black flame cleaved out of the void. 14,790. Shield shattered. The barrier exploded under the blow, and the remaining force smashed Su Chen through the air. If not for the 10,000 point shield absorbing the hit, he would have died on the spot. Even so, the backlash of 4,790 damage left him hanging by a thread, one step from the respawn point. The Ghost General looked surprised that Su Chen had survived the first strike, then sneered. You withstood one blow, so what? If one won't kill you, we'll simply use a second. It raised the 2-meter blade high, necrotic energy howling with the screams of countless souls. This swing would be fatal. A master of spatial manipulation, the Ghost General vanished the instant it lifted the weapon and reappeared directly above Su Chen. Yet Su Chen remained perfectly calm, a composure forged through countless brushes with death in his previous life. Amid the frigid black mist, his steady gaze swept over the armored Ghost General charging toward him, blade raised. He weighed the odds in silence. If even I can't handle you, the undead Grand Mage won't be able to either. The thought tugged a bright smile onto his lips. A heartbeat later, Su Chen unleashed the skill Ali had just mastered, mind control. Dark violet light exploded in his pupils, lancing into the Ghost General's body like a deadly spike. Ding. You have used mind control and seized the Ghost General's body. Control duration, 5 seconds. The system prompt sounded as the Ghost General's halberd froze mid-swing, its lethal edge hovering inches from Su Chen's brow. The undead Grand Mage's eyes went blank. What's happening? Lord General, why have you stopped? One more step, and he's dead. He shouted, disbelief cracking his voice. No reply came. 5 seconds of domination, more than enough to reverse the fight. In a blur, the Ghost General flashed behind the undead Grand Mage. Another severing slash. The Ghost General's low, icy voice cut through the gloom. Death energy compressed along the halberd's blade into a pitch-black point, then burst into a blinding arc that tore through the mist and cleaved straight into the mage's back. 99,999. Instant kill. Blood mist sprayed, and a severed head spiraled skyward. The undead Grand Mage's eyes bulged, frozen in shock. Lord General, how could you? Even in 2 pieces, he clung to a sliver of soul, trying to escape. With the corpse possession art, any body would let him rise again. But above, the Violet Thunder Serpent King, Shaoqing, dove. Purple lightning gathered between its jaws, fusing into a brilliant sphere. Exploding thunder orb. The sphere slammed into the fleeing soul. 10,999. Elemental counter. Lightning bane of spirits obliterated the undead Grand Mage's last hope, reducing his soul to ash. Congratulations. Your pet Violet Thunder Serpent King, Shaoqing, has defeated the Star Glory mid-tier boss LV32 Undead Grand Mage, Meng in across 4 levels. You and Shaoqing gain 7,000 base experience and an extra 6,300 overlevel bonus experience. A column of white light descended, lightning flaring brighter around Shaoqing. Congratulations. Shaoqing has reached level 20 and gained 15 free attribute points. As usual, they've been automatically assigned to intelligence. Plunder succeeded. Shaoqing gains 40 evolution points. Shaoqing has additionally plundered the boss Meng N's top-grade Ghost Physique. Top-grade Ghost Physique. After the host's death, their soul remains intact. As long as the soul is not destroyed, a soul-infused elixir can restore them to life. Resurrection, huh? Su Chen's eyes lit up with delight. This ability was far too valuable to pass up. With her ghostly constitution, all Shaoqing needs is a handful of resurrection elixirs. Each time she is struck down, the medicine can rebuild her body. So as long as Su Chen remains safe and the elixirs keep flowing, she is practically immortal. Right now, however, they have no such drugs, so her talent merely lets her linger in spirit form with 0 combat power. Su Chen calculated quickly. He had to start stockpiling revival elixirs at once, and perhaps his pet possession skill could even let him share Xiaqing's top-tier ghost resurrection trait. Auror. Not far away, the undead Ghost General let out a piercing howl. The pain of being forcibly suppressed by mental power made him thrash wildly, and he was seconds from reclaiming his body. Bad timing. The Ghost General is about to break free. Su Chen's heart tightened. This creature's mental resistance dwarfed that of Mo Qingyun, making it impossible to hold him down for long. The good news was that, in just a few seconds, Su Chen had already seized the chance to kill the undead Archmage Meng Yin. The Ghost General himself, though, was still out of reach, leaving Su Chen no choice but to retreat. Before turning away, he bent down and swept the loot that had burst from Meng En's corpse into his arms. Ding. You picked up a Stellar Tier primary bracelet, Undead Shelter. Ding. You picked up a Stellar Tier primary ring, Undead Soul Rend. Ding. You picked up a special item, Mysterious Key. Ding. You picked up 10 silver coins and 7,392 copper coins. 2 pieces of stellar gear, exactly what Xiaoqing needed. Su Chen's spirits lifted, and he immediately opened the status panel to inspect them. Stellar Tier primary Undead Shelter Bracelet. Constitution 599. Agility 599. Evasion rate 18. Max HP 1000. Max MP 1000. Level requirement 10. Equip skill Undead Shelter. Each time you kill an enemy, gain a shield equal to 50 of that enemy's HP, stacking up to 100,000. After 1 minute out of combat, the shield gradually decays. Stellar Tier primary Undead Soul Rend Ring. Intelligence 566. Strength 566. Spell crit rate 18. Physical crit rate 18. Movement speed 35. Level requirement 10. Equip skill Undead Soul Burst. Enemies you kill explode, dealing 5,100 of your spell power as dark damage to all foes within a 100-meter radius. One item boosted survivability, the other farming speed tailor-made for Xiaoqing. Su Chen acted at once, replacing her Emerald Tier Flood of Blood bracelet with the Stellar Undead Shelter bracelet, and swapping her Emerald Tier Blood Roar ring for the Stellar Undead Soul Rend ring. Except for her necklace, every slot on Xiaoqing was now outfitted with diamond level or better gear. Finally, Su Chen's gaze settled on the mysterious key in his palm. Mysterious key. Description: a key of unknown purpose. It may prove to be extremely important. Could this be the key to the Necropolis treasury? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The ancient-looking key before him glimmered with a cold, eerie light and matched the legend almost perfectly, yet he still couldn't be completely certain. Since he couldn't be sure, he decided to test it once they reached the palace, and the thought filled his eyes with anticipation. The next second, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Xiaoqing, who was nestled against his chest. Su Chen froze in surprise, and before he could probe further, the Emerald Serpent's body burst into a rainbow of light like a volcanic eruption. Brilliant beams punched through the cavern roof as Xiaoqing's aura climbed madly, as though she were being reborn. Congratulations! Xiaoqing has evolved into a mid-diamond pet, the Rainbow Python Empress. Strength increased by 360. Constitution increased by 360. Agility increased by 360. Intelligence increased by 360. Xiaoqing has learned a new skill. Mystic Art Heavenly Thunderburst. Heavenly Thunderburst, Level 1. Summons a thundercloud covering a 1,000 meter radius, unleashing raging lightning for 10 seconds. Each strike deals 10,125 of spell power as lightning damage to affected targets. Because of her top-tier aptitude, Xiaoqing has triggered a miraculous secondary evolution. As the prompt faded, an even more terrifying force exploded from within her. Her thick serpentine body tightened and stretched, shaping itself into something human. Flame-colored hair cascaded over flawless features. Her jade-white neck and delicate hands were as smooth as polished jade. Her upper body was lithe and alluring, while her lower half remained a long, graceful tail, making her look like an exotic princess straight out of myth. Su Chen held his breath, his gaze sliding down her newly formed curves, his heart pounding. Congratulations! Xiaoqing has evolved into a high-diamond pet queen Medusa. Strength increased by 480. Constitution increased by 480. Agility increased by 480. Intelligence increased by 480. Xiaoqing has learned a new skill, Petrifying Gaze. Petrifying Gaze, Level 1. Uses terrifying ocular power to petrify all targets who meet her eyes, dealing 15,140 of spell power as psychic damage. Those who avoid eye contact are still slowed by 75 and suffer half damage for 3.5 seconds. Her chilly tail swayed as the now humanoid Xiaoqing, unable to contain her excitement, threw herself into Su Chen's arms. Her voice was clear and melodious. Master, I've waited for this day for so long. The skin in his arms was smooth, yet carried the faint coolness unique to snakekin, stirring more than a few thoughts in his heart. He coughed lightly and reminded her, ahem, clothes first. Only then did Xiaoqing look down and realize she was completely naked. It hadn't mattered when she was fully serpentine, but now, with a perfect human torso, she had to follow human customs. Her eyes turned icy as her tail tip swept across the floor. In a sweet yet murderous tone, she declared, only my master may look upon my body. If anyone else dares, I'll kill them. Although Xiaoqing carried an air of razor-sharp resolve, she was still a woman at heart. An almost undetectable flush crept onto her cheeks. The pet gear Su Chen had given her earlier was strictly for stats and never showed on the outside. Now, she slid the blood rewind robe from her shoulders and draped it on again. In an instant, a living sheet of crimson fused to her slender frame, its hue echoing the waterfall of sunlit hair that poured down her back. Lethal ferocity and fatal allure erupted in tandem, creating a breathtaking contrast. After 2 evolutions in one go, how far had she come? Brimming with anticipation, Su Chen called up her status window. Medusa Queen mutated Xiaoqing. Level 20. Rank High Diamond 17640. Primary stats: Magic Attack 2929, Defense 2339, HP 19824, Mana 35482. Secondary stats: Intelligence 2376, Constitution 1741, Agility 1659, Strength 1279. Skills: Thunder Arrow LV.2, Twin Serpent Shadows LV.6, Explosive Thunder Orb LV.1, Wings of Thunder LV.10, Heavenly Tribulation, Thunder Prison LV.1, Thunder God's Shield LV.1, Arcane Art, Thunderstorm LV.1, Petrifying Gaze LV.1. Master: Chen D. Aptitudes: Top Tier Luck, Top Tier Spectre, Top Tier Berserk. High Magic Crit Damage, High Vitality, High Defense. High Intelligence, Mid Movement Speed. Equipment: Crimson Bloodmage Pauldrons High Diamond, Blood Sacrifice Staff Mid Diamond, Blood Rewind Robe Low Diamond, Blood Fury Necklace Emerald, Undead Sanctuary Bracelet Low Stellar, Wild Earth Trousers High Diamond, Inextinguishable Flame Crown Low Diamond, Frost Berserker Boots Mid Diamond, Soul-Rending Undead Ring Low Stellar, Frost Berserker Belt Mid Diamond. Description: A Medusa Queen infused with pure dragon blood and limitless potential. With careful nurturing, she might evolve into a terrifying being beyond imagination. Scanning the numbers, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Nearly 3,000 magic attack, close to 20,000 health, plus a suite of top and high-grade aptitude. Xiaoqing could crush any pet at her level and might even hold her own against stronger foes. Once he completed the second phase of the Pet Foundation method, her power, along with Alice, would undergo a qualitative leap. Su Chen glanced at the progress bar for the flesh refining step. Ding. To finish flesh refining, you must slay 100 light or dark element monsters. Current kills: 10100. At that moment, a frigid, furious voice exploded overhead. Mortal, how dare you try to enslave me? Die? You'll have your head today. The undead warlord surged forward, glaive raised, a wave of deathly aura trailing behind, intent on cleaving Su Chen in two. Touch my master, and you'll answer to me first. The clear yet ice-cold voice cracked like thunder. It was Xiaoqing, now a Medusa Queen, stepping in to meet the attack. At some point, Xiaoqing had silently stepped in front of Su Chen. Humph, a mere serpent woman dares oppose me? Courting death. The undead general sneered. His icy gaze cut through the air as his crescent blades swept out, the deadly arc heavier than before, clearly meant to cleave down both of them in one stroke. A gale howled. Xiaoqing's crimson hair whipped like flame, and a terrifying aura erupted from within her. Her eyes turned frigid, brimming with murderous intent. From the moment she hatched, she had seen only Su Chen. From that day on, he was her one and only family, and no one would be allowed to harm him. The words had barely fallen when kaleidoscopic light flared deep in her pupils, spinning like a prism. The undead general met that gaze, his savagery collapsing in an instant. His eyes glazed over, his spirit seemingly sucked from his body. Gaze petrify. 27,849. Petrification applied. The general froze in place. His skin grayed and cracked as he turned into a stone statue, every breath locked in solid rock. Unlike Alice Intimidatia, low-tier iron skill that deals no damage and shortens against stronger foes, Xiaoqing's Petrify is a high diamond rank control. It hits hard and cannot be shortened, cleansed, or dispelled. For the next full 3.5 seconds, the victim can do nothing but stand as a statue. Arcane Art Heavenly Thunderstorm. With a flick of her wrist, thunderclouds coalesced overhead. The sky roared, and with the undead general the only enemy present, every bolt of lightning poured down on the stone figure. 14,966. 14,966. 14,966. Thick pillars of lightning slammed down one after another, the petrified shell cracking and sizzling, turning black and charred. The general outleveled Su Chen by more than 10 levels, so Su Chen couldn't even see his health bar, yet the Medusa Queen's power was overwhelming, hoisting the general up and pounding him with sheer firepower. In just 3.5 seconds, Heavenly Thunderstorm ripped away 60,000 health points. The statue shattered, and the general finally broke free. Lowly human, you have enraged me completely. Even if I die today, I'm dragging you with me. Crack. Black hair bristled across his body and dark flames surged around him, the very air warping and melting wherever the crescent blade passed. He hacked down, channeling boundless fury into a single monstrous strike. Yet Xiaoqing stood firm before Su Chen, her clear eyes fearless. Her slender, graceful figure hovered proudly in midair, scarlet hair swirling behind her like a peerless Valkyrie on the battlefield. Twin serpent shadows. Xiaoqing's soft voice slipped out as she raised her blood-red scepter, drawing a surge of power. A bolt of lightning ripped through the gloomy sky above the graveyard, spinning into thick arcs that cracked like electric whips. 7 flawless reflections of herself, each a Medusa queen as stunning as the original, took shape beside her, their snake wings unfurled. In the blink of an eye, 8 identical Medusa queens hovered in midair, lightning coiling around them as their icy gazes locked onto the charging undead warlord. Shield of Thunder. Xiaoqing barked the command. All 7 avatars thrust their hands forward, and a barrier of seething lightning exploded outward, layering itself in front of them like overlapping walls of storm-touched glass. Across the field, the undead warlord's eyes burned scarlet. He swung his crescent blade, whipping up a vortex of pitch-black wind. Wind-rend extermination slash. The howl of his strike forged a colossal dark blade that slammed into the lightning barrier. Steel met storm with a shriek of sparks, shockwaves shredding the silence. Tombstones were blasted from the earth, and cracks spidered across the ground. A crimson number 92316 flashed above the battlefield as one Medusa avatar disintegrated into ash. Though she lost a clone, Xiaoqing herself remained untouched, the warlord's furious blow completely negated. To thunder I call, shatter the darkness and cleanse your sins. Die. Great wings of storm burst open behind her, narrowing into a radiant blade of lightning that cleaved straight down on the warlord. 31699, Elemental Advantage. Spell critical. A deep gouge split his chest, arcs of electricity racing along the wound, and, for the first time, terror flickered in his eyes. Since evolving into a Medusa queen, Xiaoqing's spell power had soared past 3,000, and with both critical and elemental bonus combined, the strike was devastating. It was only the beginning. The remaining 6 avatars swooped in, lightning-tipped wings striking one after another. 15724, Elemental Advantage. 15724, Elemental Advantage. 15724, Elemental Advantage. The rapid-fire blows tore another massive chunk from the warlord's health, well over 100,000 gone in a heartbeat. Watching coldly from the side, Su Chun raised a hand and summoned a Li. 7 snowy foxtails flicked behind her as she appeared, her alluring eyes glinting with lethal frost. Ali flashed behind the warlord, claws dripping icy mist as she unleashed frost triple slash. 7236, 12479. Each swipe carved a wider tear in his battered form. Finally, Ali gathered her strength, tails flaring. Fatal strike. 34917, double damage. Her claws ripped apart the last chains of unlife, and the undead warlord's body was torn to shreds. Odd darkness will swallow the light. The undead will rule all. The great master of the undead will never spare you. The Wraith General's final, blood-curdling scream echoed across the battlefield, and his pitch-black body crumbled into nothing. A heartbeat later, a string of system alerts flashed in midair, their silver words glaring against the gloom. Congratulations. Your pet 7-tailed ice spirit fox, Ali, has defeated a level 35 Wraith General, a high Starlight boss. You and Ali gain 8,000 base EXP and an extra 8,800 over-level EXP. No wonder that monster was so tough, high Starlight, huh? Su Chun tightened his grip on his sword, adrenaline still buzzing in his veins. Nearly 200,000 HP, plus damage to match an elite of its Tyrif, Xiaoqing hadn't evolved in time. He'd have had to run for his life. A torrent of EXP crashed into him, and Ali. Twin pillars of pure white light burst skyward, bleaching the ruined stone columns around them like fresh snow. Congratulations. You have reached level 24. 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, 2 constitution. Congratulations. Your pet, Ali, has reached level 18. 15 free attribute points. Your preset has allocated all 15 to strength. Congratulations. Your pet, Ali, has reached level 19. 15 free attribute points. Your preset has allocated all 15 to strength. Ice blue foxfire crackled along Ali's 7 tails, surging with her new tier. Su Chun checked the stat window, a satisfied smile forming only for a golden chime to thunder in his ears. Plunder successful. Ali gains 50 bonus evolution points. Ali has obtained a top-tier wind affinity. Top-tier wind affinity. Wind damage taken reduced by 60. Attacks deal an extra 2,000 wind damage. Collect affinities for earth, water, fire, wind, light, dark, and lightning to unlock a mysterious power. Current progress, 37 dark, earth, wind acquired. 50 evolution points and a top-tier wind affinity. Su Chun drew a sharp breath. Had hoped for a darkness or undead trait, yet wind filled a glaring hole in his lineup. One step closer to all 7 affinities. What happens when you gather them all? The thought flashed bright, but he pushed it aside. The Wraith General and the undead Archmage were down. Their master would know immediately. Priority 1. Slip into the undead domain and loot the Lord's palace before he arrives. Hopefully, That dark violet key from the Archmage was the vault key. Hope the elf princess and Xiao Yun's mother are still safe, he muttered, but he didn't pause. With ash still twisting in the air, Su Chun strode to the center of the field, scooping up every last drop of loot. Ping. You picked up High Starlight Windshade Soul Belt. Ping. You picked up Pet Skill Evolution Stones 5. Ping. You picked up 11 silver coins, 2,697 copper coins. Stellar Grade Wind Spirit Dark Soul Belt. His HP instantly jumped by 1,400 points. Physical attack rose by 450, attack and casting speed both skyrocketed by 40, and even movement speed gained an extra 20. The belt still required level 20 or higher to equip. It came with the skill Dark Soul, which summons a wraith that clings to the target and drains life up to 5% per second for 10 seconds. Su Chen knew the move did little against players. Everyone carried a couple of health potions, and half a bar of HP could be topped off in a heartbeat. Against a high-level boss, however, stripping away half its health in 10 seconds was nothing short of godly. Without hesitation, he swapped Ari's Emerald Frost Troll Belt for the new Stellar Grade Wind Spirit Dark Soul Belt. When he finished, he glanced at his inventory. 5 pet skill evolution stones were still sitting there quietly. He didn't even bother to think slam the stone straight into Shao Qing's signature ability, Twin Serpent Shadows. He was already addicted to the rush that skill delivered. Once you used it, you craved it again. No inner struggle required. Ding. You spent 3 pet evolution stones and upgraded Shao Qing's Twin Serpent Shadows to level 8. 1 additional clone obtained. At level 8, Twin Serpent Shadows could summon 8 serpent clones at once, each sharing the same stats and skills as the original, with a 120-second cooldown. 1 more clone meant the pet's overall combat power effectively doubled. The benefit was direct and brutal. 2 stones remained in his pack. Tomorrow the great war between the Undead Legion and the Dawnstar Sanctuary would begin. If he wanted to make a fortune on that battlefield, his power needed to be maxed out beforehand. Which ability should he boost with the last 2 stones? Su Chen pondered for a moment. At last his eyes settled on Thunder Wings. It was his go-to mobility and damage tool. If he could push it all the way to level 20, it might branch out into something as crazy as Shadow Dash had. Ding. You used 2 pet skill evolution stones and raised Medusa Queen Shao Qing's Thunder Wings to level 12. While Thunder Wings is active, flight speed is increased by 20%, and damage dealt by Thunder Wing strikes is increased by 30%. The skill panel updated in real time. Thunder Wings, level 12. A pair of wings woven from pure lightning formed behind Shao Qing. Each beat dealing 300 plus 280% of her magic attack as lightning damage while granting her aerial movement. With the level boost, flight speed now soared to 320%. Offense and defense, both upgraded in one stroke. With the loot sorted, the haul was downright bountiful. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and was about to summon Thunder Wings and leave when a subtle change caught his eye. The undead wraith general he had blasted to bits was silently reforming in the corner, gathering the lingering soul mists into a new body. If his senses hadn't been razor sharp, the creature would have fully revived in another moment. Once it came back, it would surely report his actions to the undead lord, and once that gaze was fixed on him, running scams inside the dark faction would be next to impossible. At that thought, Su Chen's eyes turned cold and his wrist flicked. Explosive Thunder Orb. Su Chen let Shao Qing merge with his body and swung the blood sacrifice staff. A blinding bolt of lightning split the air and crashed into the slowly reforming corpse of the undead wraith general. 8,329. Spell critical hit. The crimson damage number burst in midair as the searing lightning tore the remnants apart, crushing the eerie green soul flames. No, you actually found me how infuriating. The wraith general left one last resentful wail before dissolving into drifting soul mist. System message. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen Shao Qing has overleveled and slain the special monster LV.1 remnant of the undead wraith general. You and Shao Qing receive 1,000 base experience points. For good measure, Su Chen fired several more lightning arrow spells. Arcs of electricity swirled until every wisp of soul mist was gone. Then he finally lowered his staff. Wait, loot. A dim glow flashed on the ground, and a jet black bone fragment rolled to his feet, runes flowing across its surface. Su Chen bent down and picked it up. Ding. You have obtained an ultra-rare item. Refined Bone of the Undead Wraith General. Item description. Refined bone of the undead wraith general on ultra-rare material condensed from the essence of a wraith general's entire body. Fusing it into a weapon produces unimaginable changes. The refined bone? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The perfect pet foundation art had 5 stages, and the third bone forging required exactly this. Rather than waste it on a weapon he might replace, he'd use it to advance his pets. System prompt. Use the refined bone of the undead wraith general to perform the bone forging stage of the perfect pet foundation art for Shao Qing and Ali. Confirm. Su Chen answered without hesitation. At once, both pets were engulfed in platinum pillars of light. Dull cracks echoed as their skeletons shattered and reformed. Glowing runes surfaced and faded. Outwardly, they changed little, but their frames felt denser and power surged within them. Ding. Bone forging successful. Congratulations. Your pet Ali. Strength 1000. Physical attack 1000. Attack speed 100. Physical crit damage 50. And your own physical damage 500. Congratulations. Your pet Xiaoqing. Strength 1000. Physical attack 1000. Attack speed 100. Physical crit damage 50. And your own physical damage 500. Ali was already a melee specialist. Doubling her stats sent her damage through the roof. Xiaoqing relied more on spell power, so the boost was smaller. Completing the next stage, blood tempering, would unlock her true explosive potential. 2 of the 5 foundation stages were now complete. Remembering the elf princess and the mother-daughter pair Xiao Yun still in the starter village, Su Chun decided to visit them before entering the necro realm. With that thought, a pair of lightning wings reformed behind him, broader than before and crackling with energy. Su Chun vaulted into the air, beat his wings, and shot skyward in a streak of thunder. Less than 3 minutes later, he touched down inside the starter village. Ah Chen, you're finally back. The moment Su Chen stepped into the tailor's shop, the proprietress, Su Kaching, hurried over, her eyes shining with delight. This village has been eerily quiet lately, she said, straightening the awnings while giving her shapely waist a nervous twist. She lowered her voice. Those demon-tainted beasts that used to attack in packs have vanished overnight. The more I think about it, the more I feel something terrible is coming. Su Chen's gaze swept across the cramped room, lingering on the half-finished battle robes that hung on the wall. His reply was grave. It will strike tomorrow, most likely. Darkness is devouring the light, and this land is on the brink of a bloodstorm. No race will be spared. His thoughts raced. The trap he had laid had shifted the coming calamity away from the novice village and onto the Glory Alliance Guild. Yet the sudden deaths of the undead archmage and the ghost general would not go unanswered. The undead overlord, ruthlessly vengeful, would pin the blame on Morningstar Sanctuary. The archmage had already reported the sanctuary's hidden agents. The overlord was surely aware of them by now. If the overlord struck back, it wouldn't stop at a single village. Shanghai town itself would drown in war. We don't crave riches, Kaching said, lifting her eyes, dark as autumn water, tinged with sorrow. My daughter and I only wish to stay by your side. For a woman with no way to defend herself, attaching herself to a strong man was the safest path. She knew she was still attractive, and her daughter was blossoming. This was all she could offer Su Chun in return. Su Chen gently patted her soft shoulder. As long as I'm here, the 2 of you will be safe. Once tomorrow's battle is over, he'll personally take you away from this place. He turned, intending to visit the Elven princess, Soja, in the back room. But Kaching caught his sleeve and dragged him toward the rear quarters. The door shut, the lamps went out, and her warm, eager body pushed him onto the bed. An hour later, Su Chun braced himself against the wall as he left, legs unsteady, a rueful smile on his face. Had he known the proprietress was this formidable, he would have prepared some way to defend his dignity. Remembering how she had towered over him in the darkness like a queen, he swore to himself. If he couldn't even overpower her, how could he dream of reclaiming his peak and sweeping aside the gods? Pushing those thoughts away, he summoned wings of thunder. Silver-blue arcs of lightning coiled around the feathers and lifted him into the night sky, carrying him straight to a hidden Morningstar Sanctuary outpost. In the moonlit forest, the saintess stood waiting, her holy emblem gleaming. Tomorrow, the forces of darkness will launch a full assault on the village, Su Chun said as he landed, his voice low and urgent. I'm heading back to the undead realm to strike the undead palace. If we hit them there, we can pull the overlord's attention away from here. Su Chun talked the Morningstar Saintess into giving him yet another scroll that could teleport him to the necropolis. The moment the scroll turned to dust, arcane energy wrapped around him, and the world before his eyes shifted. Desolation, gloom, and death stretched in every direction. The pitch-black necropolis lay like a slumbering behemoth, waiting for fresh blood. To complete the flesh refinement stage for both of his pets, he still had to cut down 90 dark-type monsters, or NPCs. This time he chose to storm the city Hedon, paving the way for his pets with bones and thunder. His black robe snapped in the wind as he strode toward the gate. Clatter! Dozens of skeletal guards leveled bone spears and closed ranks around him, crimson hatred glinting in their hollow sockets. Their captain, astride a black-scaled lizard, aimed a massive guandao at Su Chun, its blade wreathed in shadowy soulfire. Identify yourself. Trespassers in the necropolis are slain on sight. I'm the one who came here to kill you. With a sweep of his sleeve, twin pillars of blue and white light shot skyward. At his command, Xiaoqing soared high, and black clouds gathered in an instant. Secret art heavenly thunderstorm. Boom. Thunder rent the sky as blue-white lightning writhed across the clouds. Terror of the lightning was etched into the very souls of the skeletons. Before they could even scream, the bolts shattered them to dust. 23,172. Elemental counter. 23,172. Elemental counter. 23,172. Elemental counter. 15 skeletal guards were wiped out in a heartbeat. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen Xiaoqing has slain 15 diamond rank elite monsters LV.30 skeletal guard, earning you and Xiaoqing 15,000 base XP plus 7,500 bonus over level XP. The guards didn't grant much individually, but the sheer number made up for it. A flood of experience surged into Su Chun and Xiaoqing, and a pure white glow of leveling enveloped them. Congratulations. You have reached level 25 and gained 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, and 2 constitution. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen Xiaoqing has reached level 21 and gained 15 free attribute points, auto-allocated to intelligence. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen Xiaoqing has reached level 22 and gained 15 free attribute points, auto-allocated to intelligence. Plunder effect triggered. You and Xiaoqing each gained 15 intelligence, 25 strength, 30 constitution, and 5 agility. Xiaoqing has gained an additional 45 evolution points. Su Chun felt a rush of satisfaction. Sweet. Yet the instant the guards fell, fresh killing intent surged toward him. The Headless Horseman captain's eyes blazed crimson, murderous aura coalescing into black mist. You dared butcher my men? He'll twist off your head to appease the heavens. Hiya. The black-scaled lizard thundered forward, and the enormous blade, wrapped in dark flame, cleaved down at Su Chun. Almost simultaneously, the city's bone cataclysm bell began to shriek its piercing alarm. We're under attack. It must be those damned followers of light. Brothers, charge out of the gates and cut down those arrogant zealots. The gates had yet to swing open, but Su Chun could already hear the thunderous battle cries outside. Whenever the undead NPCs mentioned the followers of light, hatred surged like a tide, each roar carrying a low, dangerous growl. Amid the clamor, a powerful figure slowly emerged from the black mist. Headless Horseman, Hecarim. Rank, High Stellar. Level, 37. HP, 100,000. Physical attack, 10,216. Skills, Undead Charge, Black Flame Burst, Frenzied Dark Cleave, Ninefold Blade Slash. An attack power over 10,000 brutal. Su Chun glanced at the stats, then at the massive Black Flame Greatsword. A slow, lumbering boss like this was perfect for his agile pet, Ari. He'll finish you first. If the rest of the city swarms out, things will get messy. He was confident, but never reckless. With his current strength, he couldn't take on the entire domain of the dead, let alone a top expert like the Demon Empress. His true goal was to kill 100 dark monsters, or NPCs quickly, and complete the flesh-tempering phase of his pet's perfect foundation. The Black Flame Greatsword came crashing down, dark fire blazing much faster than most could react. Pet Fusion, target Ari. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as his aura merged with Ari's. Phantom Flash. The blade split the stones where he had stood, but Su Chun vanished like a mirage. The Headless Horseman froze for a beat. The next instant, an icy dagger slashed down from above, sinking deep into the gap at his shoulder. 4,967. It was only a basic, skillless strike, yet it told Su Chun the severed neck wasn't a weak point. Is that all you've got? You'll die here long before the city's elites arrive. The grotesque mouth on the horseman's torso twisted into a sneer, and black flames exploded outward. Black Flame Burst. A scorching wave of dark energy ripped through the air. Void Sprint. Su Chen's body turned semi-transparent. The fiery torrent passed through him harmlessly. The void form granted both invisibility and complete damage immunity. He tightened his grip on the dagger, eyes locking onto the horseman's chest. If the neck isn't weak, how about the chest? Ice-laced triple slash. Cold light flared. 18,908. Weak point. Break stealth strike. 23,842. Weak point. Before fear could spread across the horseman's mind, Su Chun unleashed his true finishing blow. Fatal strike. 67,551. Weak point. The strongest third hit of ice-laced triple slash stacked with fatal strike, erasing the entire 100,000 point health bar in an instant. The towering figure crashed to the ground with a metallic thud and moved no more. The kill was clean, precise, and utterly decisive. Congratulations. Your pet, the seven-tailed ice spirit Fox Ali, has taken down a Star Sheen grade boss LV. 37 Headless Horseman Hecarimfer above its level. You and Ali gain 9,000 base XP and an extra 9,900 overlevel bonus XP. System notices boom in rapid succession. Congratulations. You've reached level 26 and gained 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, and 2 constitution. Congratulations. Your pet seven-tailed ice spirit Fox Ali has reached level 20 and received 15 free attribute points. Following your usual preference, all 15 points have been assigned to strength. Congratulations. Your pet seven-tailed ice spirit Fox Ali has reached level 21 and received 15 free attribute points. Following your usual preference, all 15 points have been assigned to strength. Level numbers shot up, and Su Chen grinned. The experience from an overlevel kill was insane. One boss was worth 100 mobs. Ali had jumped 2 levels, and her combat power soared again. New prompts appeared. Plunder successful. Ali has gained 55 evolution points. Ali has acquired a top-tier fire affinity. Top-tier fire affinity. Fire damage taken 60. Basic attacks deal an extra 2,000 fire damage. Collect earth, water, fire, wind, light, dark, and thunder affinities to unlock unimaginable higher power. Current Force 7. Dark, earth, fire, wind. For down only water, light, and thunder left. Su Chen clenched his fist, excitement flashing in his eyes. Once all 7 are gathered, Ali will take another huge leap forward. Within the city, undead elites had already heard the ruckus and were closing in. Su Chen didn't dare linger. He swept up the loot at once. Ding. You picked up a Starshine Grade Darklight Slaughter Spalder. Ding. You picked up 100 random attribute stones. Ding. You picked up 13 silver coins and 9,712 copper coins. Starshine Grade Darklight Slaughter Spalder. Physical attack 620. Health 1000. Strength 470. Agility 470. Passive. Movement speed 100 while stealthed or phased. Level requirement 20. Skill Slaughter Collection. Damage dealt accumulates slaughter value. At 100,000 points, triggers Slaughter Stance. Slaughter Stance. Attack speed 300, lifesteal 100, final damage 80. Lasts until the battle ends. 100,000 damage is nothing for Ali. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This shoulder piece was tailor-made. He yanked off Ali's Emerald Frost Troll Spalder and equipped the Darklight Slaughter Spalder. Her blue-white fur against the jet-black armor made her look even more fearsome. His inventory was still crammed with 100 random attribute stones, but by now a wave of undead elites had already surrounded them. Su Chen prided himself on never overplaying his hand. Most of the undead powerhouses in the city eclipsed the Headless Horseman, so a frontal assault would be suicide. The sensible approach was to bide his time and come back when he was strong enough to harvest them at will. Void Dash was still on cooldown, yet he showed no sign of panic. Phantom Shift. A flicker of light flared as the thought formed, instantly refreshing every other skill. With his cooldowns wiped clean, Su Chen recast Void Dash without hesitation. The tall figure in the black cloak vanished. The undead elites who had lunged at him clawed at empty air, exchanging bewildered looks. Invisibility. He must have gone invisible. Someone yelled. The moment the cry rang out, every undead expert activated Eye of Insight. The hide-ear detection spell should have stripped any concealment. But no matter how they swept the corridors, towers, and rooftops, Su Chen remained undetectable. What kind of trick is that bastard using? Even Eye of Insight can't find him. Lightbringer scum, your days are numbered. Furious shouts echoed through the palace courtyard. Watching these level 40+ undead fume because they couldn't locate him, Su Chen allowed himself a faint smile. Now nothing more than a wisp of shadow, he streaked toward the undead palace while pulling out the 100 random attribute stones that had dropped from the Headless Horseman. Let's give them to Ali. He felt a twinge of guilt. Had been favoring Xiaoqing lately. Ding. Apply 100 random attribute stones to Seven-Tailed Ice Spirit Fox, Ali. Confirm, he replied without a second thought. The stones disintegrated, releasing pure essence that poured into Ali. Congratulations. Ali's strength increased by 39. Congratulations. Ali's intelligence increased by 21. Congratulations. Ali's vitality increased by 16. Congratulations. Ali's agility increased by 23. Congratulations. Ali's luck increased by 1. Random attribute stones were always a gamble, and that single point of luck was a welcome bonus. Luck was an intangible stat, impossible to gauge directly, yet worth 10 times any ordinary attribute. High luck brought windfalls, low luck invited disaster. Powered by Void Dash, Su Chen hit blistering speed. Skimming low along the streets, he left only a chill gust in his wake. Passers-by felt an icy prickle at the back of their necks, but saw nothing. 5 minutes later, he slipped into the undead palace as though he belonged there. He still didn't know exactly where the undead sovereign's vault lay, but he remembered the demon consort's words. Once you get the vault key from the undead archmage, come to the palace. He'll guide you to the treasure hidden here. With that promise in mind, he steadied his breathing and ventured deeper. Even under Void Dash, he ran into plenty of king-grade undead, and a few that ranked even higher. Even those legendary masters, let alone the undead sovereign himself, might fail to trace Su Chen's whereabouts. Moving through the shadows, Su Chen wondered where the demon consort was being held. Knowing the sovereign's habit of hoarding his spoils, he figured the stunning beauty would be hidden in the most secret, heavily guarded corner of the inner palace. The necropolis harem sprawled to an almost absurd scale. When Su Chen stepped inside, tier after tier of pavilions, hundreds in all, filled his view. No two buildings were alike. Obsidian gleamed from the eaves, dark gold filigree traced the walls, and a faint pulse of necromantic energy hung in the air. As he slipped deeper, he glimpsed the captives held in each pavilion. Catfolk maidens with blade-sharp ears and weightless grace. Petite, powerfully built dwarf women. A human princess born to privilege. A demon enchantress with a dangerous aura. A porcelain-skinned vampire whose fangs peeked from her lips. It looked like an exotic exhibition. Su Chen curled his lip and muttered, "That old corpse has twisted tastes." He knew none of these women were here by choice. They had all been stolen by the undead sovereign. Rescue would come. Latour couldn't carry hundreds of prisoners in his pack, nor could he level the palace right now. For the moment, he mapped their locations in his mind and pressed on. The treasure was the priority. He crept to the innermost sector, where a lavish hall suddenly appeared. Night glow pearls studded its domed ceiling, and demon gold panels lined the walls. By far the grandest chamber yet. Curiosity flaring, Su Chen phased through the wall like a ghost and landed inside. The instant he touched down, his pupils shrank. Beside a steaming wooden tub, a woman was bathing with her back to him. Her snow-white shoulders and flawless spine shimmered in the mist, long legs stirring ripples across the water. Even without seeing her face, he recognized the silhouette, the demon consort herself. "Big sister, it's time to honor your promise," Su Chen said with a smile, breaking the silence. The water stilled. She started but swiftly regained composure. Centuries of poise served her well. Casting him a sideways glance, she chuckled. "So fast. Seems I chose wisely. I knew you'd impress me." With a casual wave of her hand, the tub's water vanished into vapor, and her perfect skin dried in an instant. At her cultivation level, dirt never clung. Bathing was merely a pastime. Draping herself in an ornate purple robe that shimmered with flowing light, she lifted her chin. "Come, they'll show you the treasure." She didn't ask how Su Chen had slipped. Any strength only increased her own odds of escape. They approached the bed. She bent, pressed a nearly invisible switch, and a soft click sounded. A dark glow rippled across the floor, revealing a secret door cut from a single slab of obsidian, its depths black as the abyss. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. The undead sovereign had hidden his vault inside the demon consort's chamber. She had stumbled on it by chance, yet the sovereign never feared theft. The key lay elsewhere, and as a prisoner she couldn't leave. What he had never foreseen was the wildcard named Su Chen. The key. Mo Fei shot Su Chen a quick glance as she spoke. Without hesitation, Su Chen tossed her the key that had dropped from the Archlick's corpse. Mo Fei snagged it out of the air, slid it into a hidden slot beside the bed, and with a sharp click the shadowy barrier blanketing the bedroom shattered and faded. She pushed open a secret door and started down the steps first. "Follow me." Su Chen hurried after her. The basement was small, yet thick stone walls divided it into several vaults. Leading the way, Mo Fei added offhandedly, "This is only one of the Lord of the Undead's many treasuries. I stumbled on it by chance. You'll have to track down the rest yourself." The words made Su Chen's heart sink. He had hoped to clean out the Undead Lord's entire fortune. Now, he realized this was just the tip of the iceberg. Still, knowing how sly their enemy was, he could understand the wisdom of stashing loot in more than one place. Working side by side, they rifled through every chest and shelf until the vault lay bare. 1. 2 pieces of stellar apex gear. 2. 10 pieces of standard stellar gear. 3. Well over 1,000 pieces of diamond grade gear. 4. A little more than 1,000 gold coins. 5. 1 vial of transcendent grade aptitude elixir. 6. 1 unidentified, cloth-wrapped staff. The staff, swaddled in black cloth, glowed faintly white. Gear that required appraisal was always top tier, at least royal grade. That thought sparked an even bolder plan in Su Chen's mind. If he could locate the rest of the Undead Lord's hordes, the payoff would be beyond measure. He pulled out the first piece of Stellar Apex equipment. Stellar Apex grade Shadow Bloodblade of the Undying Slayer. Physical attack 792. Strength 699. Physical crit rate 20. Physical crit damage 50. Requirement, level 20. Skill Demon's Lair. Each basic attack adds 100 attack speed, 30 movement speed, 10 crit rate, and 10 crit damage, stacking up to 3 times. 3 quick swings granted triple attack speed and a frightening suite of buffs. Su Chen immediately replaced Elise's old diamond basic Peerless Demon Stinger dagger with it. Next came the second Stellar Apex piece. Stellar Apex grade Crimson Crown of Kings. Health 3,700. Mana 5,000. Constitution 800. Agility 800. Requirement, level 20. Skill Blood Domain. Summons a crimson barrier that fears all nearby enemies for 2.5 seconds and reduces their physical and magical defenses by 75 for 30 seconds. While feared, enemies cannot attack or cast, and can only flee in panic. With a control and debuff effect this brutal, Su Chen equipped it on Ali as well, swapping out her diamond basic Enchantress Blood Crown. Once the main gear was sorted, Su Chen packed the remaining loot into crates, labeling everything by level and quality. Among the extra stellar and diamond pieces were items for level 20, level 30, and even level 40 and above. Su Chen swapped out every piece of gear that Xiao Qing and Ollie could use, then outfitted himself with a full set of stellar-grade equipment. Gold gleaming armor, rings, and a cloak layered over him in lavish splendor. Yet the two pets looked even more extravagant. Gem-studded collars and meticulously crafted guards turned them into walking treasure chests. Any passing player would probably burst into tears of envy. What really set Su Chen's heart racing was an extraordinary grade aptitude elixir. Extraordinary stood a tier above top. Without hesitation, he uncorked it and poured the contents down Alice's throat. If he was going to invest, he might as well go all the way. Congratulations. Your pet Ollie has awakened an extraordinary venom affinity. Extraordinary venom affinity. Normal attacks and skills now apply venom, dealing 3,000 poison damage per second for 10 seconds. This effect stacks with other toxins. Ollie had only possessed a basic venom affinity before, inflicting a mere 50 damage per second. Now it was 3,000 times higher. One hit would put the target into a 10-second poison state, shredding 30,000 health. The more Su Chen thought about it, the wider his smile grew. After stowing the loot, he smacked his forehead and glanced at the demon consort. When the undead sovereign comes back and finds his vault emptied, what will you do? She arched a brow and smiled. Let him. He might be furious, but he won't kill me. With these items you've got a better chance to grow stronger. When you can finally beat the undead sovereign, remember to rescue your big sister. Su Chen wasn't ungrateful. She had helped him twice already, and he couldn't just leave her to fend for herself. He started to speak, but she waved him off. Enough, get going. Unless you'd rather let Big Sis keep you for the night? She gave him a teasing, sultry look. Had the kid actually nodded, she might not have refused. After thousands of years, most restraints had long since faded. Su Chen's face flushed. An image of boss lady Ku Qing's domineering, lights-out persona flashed through his mind. With the demon consort's temperament, she was probably even more overwhelming. Clearly, boosting his own manly prowess needed to move higher up the agenda. Maybe the dragons had a secret technique. Shaking off the stray thoughts, he left her bedchamber decisively. Before exiting the undead palace, he made sure to use his once-a-day active plunder. In void sprint, he strolled down the corridors as though on a casual walk, then abruptly locked onto a Targeta top-tier ice wielder. You'll do, he muttered, triggering the skill. Ding. Active plunder successful. You have plundered the Frost Lich King's top-tier pet ice affinity. You may bestow the top-tier ice affinity on any pet. Top-tier ice affinity. Ollie takes 60% less ice damage, and each of her attacks carries an extra 2,000 points of ice damage. It's said that anyone who gathers all 7 affinities earth, ice, fire, wind, light, darkness, and lightning will unlock power beyond imagination. The status window read collected, 57. Only light and lightning were still missing. Su Chen's eyes gleamed at the sight, and an involuntary smile tugged at his lips. He raised a hand and cast Identify, yet the Frost Lich King's stats were still nothing but rows of question marks. The gulf between them was far too wide. A heated fight would be suicide. Sorry to intrude, he muttered. His figure blurred and vanished like mist, slipping out of the undead domain. The Frost Lich King frowned. He could sense that more than half of his strength had been drained, yet he couldn't pinpoint the cause. Meanwhile, other undead elites were still scouring the city for any trace of Su Chen. The undead lord's plot and the calamity about to strike the beginner village left the air taut with tension. Keeping low, Su Chen sprinted toward the village at full speed. Night fell, and Shanghai town was swallowed by an endless black fog. The haze thickened until it felt as if a giant hand were clamping over the town, squeezing the air from everyone's lungs. Divine Pets was a fully immersive game with no forced logouts. Most players stayed jacked in year-round, and Su Chen was no exception. More hours online meant faster growth. He knew how terrifying the slaughter would be when the gods descended and monsters overran the cities 3 years from now. Today's breakthrough was encouraging, but before a true deity, he was still an ant. A casual flick of their finger could crush him. Thankfully, he still had time to grow and prepare. The black fog kept thickening. Townsfolk gasped for breath, their throats burning as though scorched. Ah, it hurts. I don't want to live. I want to kill. Hysterical screams rose one after another. The elderly fell first, bloodshot eyes, clawing at their own throats, faces warped in agony. Women and children followed, clutching their heads and sobbing. The sturdier men lasted a bit longer, but soon their eyes, too, turned crimson, breath ragged, sanity shattered. Before long, every brainwave flatlined. The townspeople became ravenous zombies, lurching through the bloody mist in search of living flesh. Inside a small courtyard, the innkeeper Su Keqing and her daughter Xiaoyan were also under assault from the black fog. Both trembled violently, their faces deathly pale. Mom, will Brother Chen come save us? Xiaoyan's little face scrunched up, her voice thick with tears. He'll come, I promise. Su Keqing wrapped her daughter in a tight embrace, doing her best to console her. But it hurts so much. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Tears streamed down Xiaoyan's face as she spoke through sobs. Before her words faded, a tall figure dropped out of nowhere in front of mother and daughter. Su Keqing and Xiaoyan looked up at once, a flash of post-disaster joy in their eyes. Had Chen come back? The hope lasted only a heartbeat before it shattered. Sorry to disappoint you, a cool voice said. The brother you're waiting for hasn't shown up to rescue you. Standing before them was the Elven princess, Saxia, tall and slender. Her flawless beauty now looked like the face of death to the two women. Their spirits plunged from the cliff top to the abyss, and the tiny spark of hope they had reignited was snuffed out. Ever since Su Chun had brought Saxia here, an undercurrent had flowed between humans and elves. Su Keqing and her daughter regarded the princess as a rival, and Saxia, for her part, barely acknowledged their existence. Now Su Keqing was almost certain the elf would be happy to see them gone, leaving no ties behind. Things have come to this. There's nothing left to say, Su Keqing whispered, hugging the trembling Xiaoyan close. Her throat was raw, but her tone remained steady. When I first met Chen, all I wanted was a man who could protect my child and me, but the longer we stayed together, the deeper I fell. Saxia, I kept my distance because you're so talented, so beautiful. I was afraid you'd take him from me one day. She lifted a hand and stroked Xiaoyan's waterfall of hair. Her fingertips were icy with failing blood. All I ask now is that, after we're gone, you treat Chen well. I believe he will become the brightest hero of all. As she spoke, gray-black death spread along their limbs. Patches mottled their skin, their gums darkened, and their body temperature plummeted, no different from the people of Shanghai town who were turning into zombies. Despair's chill wrapped the mother and daughter. At that moment, a curtain of emerald light blossomed out of thin air and enfolded them like a spring breeze. A torrent of natural power poured into their bodies, banishing the deathly aura. Withered flesh filled with life again. What? Su Keqing gasped, looking down to see color returning to her fingertips. When she lifted her head, she met Saxia's green eyes. Don't read too much into it. Saxia snorted, tilting her proud chin. Chen cares about you too. I just don't want him to be sad. She knew perfectly well that if the mother and daughter died, Su Chun might lose all hope, follow her back to the Elven forest, and devote himself to siring heirs for the tribe. Yet she wasn't cold-blooded. She couldn't stand by and watch everything he cherished be destroyed. Meanwhile, Shanghai town outside the village had already turned into a living hell. Hordes of villagers had become zombies, their flesh twisted as they howled and swarmed at the scattered players trying to fight back. Talons rent the air, rancid blood splashed across the dirt, and the players staggered in retreat, the entire scene descending into chaos. What is going on? Someone shouted, raising a sword with a trembling voice. Excuse me, is this the end of the world? An archer screamed as a former farm wife, now a zombie, raked deep grooves across his armor. Wasn't this supposed to be a pet taming game? How did it turn into doomsday mode? It's a hidden storyline. Someone must have triggered it. That's why the disaster spawned. These zombies just got several times stronger. Can we even hold out? Screams and shouts rose and fell, and every player in the starter village plunged into utter panic. Meanwhile, on Su Keqing's side of the house, Su Keqing had never expected the proud elven princess Suaxia to stoop down and heal her and her daughter. She lifted her eyes and shot Suaxia a grateful look. Draped in robes as white as snow, Suaxia remained icy and aloof, her back straight like a distant, elegant swan. She had offered help solely for Su Chen's sake, not out of affection. Bam! A dull, chest-rattling boom shook the door. Su Keqing flinched and instinctively looked toward the entrance. Food. Haha, I'm going to eat you. You look delicious. The door splintered, and more than a dozen red-eyed zombies stumbled inside. Mad shrieks tore from their throats, and the stench of decay flooded the room. Finding vines. Suaxia flicked her jade-white hand, and emerald power streaked toward the floor like a meteor. Moist earth bulged, and a thick gate of vines erupted, coiling tightly around the charging undead. Ah, food'll eat you all. Bones cracked as the zombies strained against the bonds, clawing and tearing at the vines with bloody talons. Sweat beaded between Suaxia's brows. Though a princess of the elves, gifted in both bloodline and talent, she excelled at control and healing, not direct combat. Otherwise, the frost trolls would never have captured her so easily. The twin elf sisters who had accompanied her had planned to return to the elven forest with her, but the explosive news of a male elf bloodline was too urgent, so they had rushed ahead to report to the elf queen. Suaxia had stayed behind, waiting for Su Chun to finish his mundane affairs so she could escort him to the forest. Even the strongest restraining spell has a time limit. Cracks spread across the vines, and the zombies ripped themselves free, lunging for Su Keqing and her child. Suaxia clutched the elven forest teleport scroll in her palm. If she crushed it, she could escape in an instant, but the scroll could carry only one person. If she left alone, the helpless mother and daughter would be shredded and devoured. The young woman clenched her teeth, stuffed the scroll back into her belt, and her eyes hardened. Brother Chun, if you don't come back soon, you can collect all three of our bodies together. The next instant the horde crashed over her like a broken dam. Suaxia summoned a thick vine, its handle cutting into her palm, yet she charged into the swarm without hesitation. If she were a second late, and the creatures burst into the room, Su Kuching and her daughter would be not alive. Suaxiao, a long-range support mage by nature, now wielded the vine like a whip, like an iron staff, forcing herself to become a frontline fighter. Cackling filled the air. The zombies formed a half circle, crimson eyes gleaming with hunger, fangs and claws slashing toward her collarbone and waist. Suaxiao cracked the whip through the air, the vine lashing like a swift serpent at undead skulls, grinding tough flesh to pulp. Yet every time she felled one, another pushed in to fill the gap, layers of corpses tightening around her. Rot black and blood splattered, mottling her silver hair. Her breathing grew ragged, but she kept swinging the vine, ripping the monsters in front of her inch by inch. The tide of dead was bottomless, impossible to kill to the last. Each swipe from the zombies carved fresh, savage gashes across Princess Suaxia's pale skin. Shattered flagstones shifted under her feet while shrieks and the grating crack of bones filled her ears. Every surge of pain made her trigger nature's heel at once. Soft green light flickered over her wounds, and her health bar leapt upward, yet the ripping agony never truly left. Tears brimmed, but she clenched her teeth, burying the tremor in her chest. Her whip lashed like a rainstorm, keeping the swarming dead at bay. Suddenly the ground shook. A zombie many times taller than the rest crashed through the courtyard wall. Its shoulder blades jutted outward, fangs protruded, and cunning glimmered in eyes far too clever for its bulk. The zombie king lifted its head, and, in a rasp threaded with human mockery, jeered, "Hey, pretty one, how long can you last? When your mana's gone, you'll be our feast." The words cut deep. Suaxia glanced at her dwindling mana less than 20%. If she couldn't hold out, was this really where she would die? Her arms quivered with pain, but her mind drifted to a memory. The tall, handsome figure who had once silently shielded her. "Brother Chen, even if I fall here, I'll die protecting them. I won't shame you. Please keep your promise, save my people in the Elven forest." The thought brought a fragile smile to her lips. She remembered the moment Su Chun carried her out of the troll nest. Shed actually regained consciousness, but feigned sleep to dodge the awkwardness. Lying in his arms, Shed stolen a glance at his resolute face, her heart pounding like a frightened deer followed by a wave of sorrow. As an Elven princess, marriage outside the tribe was forbidden by royal decree. Any mixed blood would be branded a lasting disgrace. Then Shed learned that Su Chun, too, bore Elven blood. Joy had nearly brought her to tears. Yet as the only male of their lineage, he was destined to be the tribe's final salvation, shared by all her sisters. If she could claim even a corner of his heart, she would be content. Now that wish seemed out of reach, but still she prayed. Even if I'm gone, please save the elves from extinction. Reality showed no mercy. Mana had dropped below 10%. The zombie king's blows slammed down, and her healing might fail at any moment. She stole a glance toward the corner of the yard. Su Kuching and her daughter huddled behind a splintered crate, powerless, trembling. Suaxia stood in the doorway, buying them a few precious seconds, but if she fell, they would be torn apart. The zombie king lunged, foul breath rushing over her. Her mana bar flashed almost empty. At that knife edge of life and death, a firm male voice seemed to fall from the heavens. And back, the elf princess heard it, and the dam of her tears finally broke. The elven princess lifted her head and saw a tall, familiar silhouette. Su Chun hovered in midair, his broad shoulders framed by wings of crackling violet lightning. Arcs of electricity coiled around him like raging serpents, and the sheer force of his presence made the very air tremble. Looked every inch the god of thunder descended to earth. "Leave the rest to me," he said with a confident smile. The tension in the prince's chest vanished at once. A tremor of relief touched her lips, but exhaustion overwhelmed her. Darkness swam before her eyes, and she collapsed. In a flash of light, Su Chun dived and caught her slender form, cradling her gently against his chest. Not far away, a pack of zombies closed in, their cracked voices thick with hunger. "Food. Give us our food back, or we'll tear you apart." Dozens of undead glared, razor-sharp, claws gleaming. Su Chen's gaze turned frigid, like a deity passing judgment. "If you dare lay a hand on her, be ready to die." Secret art, heavenly thunder burst. His words split the sky. Purple light surged as thunderclouds exploded above, and bolts of lightning speared downward, striking the zombies with pinpoint precision. 26,149. Attribute restraint. 26,149. Attribute restraint. 26,149. Attribute restraint. Lightning is the bane of darkness. The electrocuted undead didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to ashes. Congratulations. Your pet Violet Thunder Python King, Xiaoqing, has overleveled and slain 30 diamond rank LV28 undead zombies. You and Xiaoqing gained 9,000 base experience and an additional 1,800 bonus experience. Radiant upgrade lights swirled around Su Chun and Xiaoqing, their stats rising in tandem. Congratulations. You have reached level 27 and gained 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, and 2 constitution. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen, Xiaoqing, has reached level 23 and received 15 free attribute points. Following your preset, all 15 have been allocated to intelligence. Loot ability activated. You and Xiaoqing each gain 36 intelligence, 33 agility, 15 constitution, and 6 strength. Xiaoqing gains an additional 60 evolution points. The violet arcs faded, leaving the ground scorched black. Su Chen landed with the princess in his arms, folding his thunder wings behind him, his eyes still cold and merciless. In the distance, Su Keqing and her daughter stared, speechless. Brother Chen is incredible. Those giant purple lightning wings are so cool. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled like stars, her heart racing so fast she hardly dared blink. Tears glittered on Su Keqing's cheeks, tears of joy and awe. With growth like this, she thought, Ah Chun is destined to stand above the rest and become a hero admired by all. Su Chen cradled the elf princess' delicate body, his gaze ice-cold as it locked onto the zombie king. The courtyard still smoldered from the earlier thunderstorm blast, burnt limbs and charred corpses littered the ground. All the ordinary zombies were dead, leaving only the zombie king drifting in midair as a wisp of pitch-black mist that seemed to devour light. Undead zombie king. Rank, Starshine tier boss early. Level, 30. HP, 60,000. Physical, ATK, 4,700. Magic, ATK, 5,200. Trait, turns into black mist when hit, becoming immune to all damage, 10-second cooldown. Skills, Frenzied 100 Claws, Black Mist Plague, Toxin Activation, Corpse Explosion. Description, Vanguard of the Undead Sovereign's Assault on the Novice Village. Excels at turning large areas of life into zombies cruel, blood-soaked, and merciless. Even a mere Vanguard boss is starshinier. Su Chen clicked his tongue. This was only the first wave, yet nearly every NPC in Shanghai town lay dead, now shambling corpses under the zombie king's command. He could already picture the next, more terrifying wave plunging the town into a mountain of bodies and a sea of blood. In his previous life, the monster invasion had been far milder. Clearly, killing the undead ghost general and undead archmage had enraged the undead sovereign, triggering this stronger, annihilating offensive. Still, Su Chen felt no fear. When soldiers come, we greet them with soldiers. When floods come, we block them with earth. The more violently the undead rampaged, the less likely the Morningstar Sanctuary could sit idly by. An earth-shaking battle was inevitable. And the greater the chaos, the more profit he could harvest. At that thought, a confident smile curved his lips. A harsh, savage laugh rose from the mist. Lightning brat, I know you counter me, but in mist form I'm immune to all damage. What can you do? Once the undead sovereign's elites arrive, you'll still die. The zombie king had no intention of showing himself, clearly cowed by Su Chen's thunderous power. Su Chen lifted a brow. So you're a Turtle's Hell boss? Think hiding means I can't touch you? Light flared at his fingertips, and a summoning circle rose. Snow white and graceful, Ari stepped onto the glow, 7 enormous fox tails swaying behind her. A chilling gleam shot from her eyes like blades stabbing into the black mist. Mind control. The zombie king felt a razor-sharp will pierce his mind. His thoughts exploded in static, his consciousness wiped blank. Ding. You have seized control of the undead zombie king. Control duration, 10 seconds. In the next instant, full command of the zombie king's body flowed into Su Chen, and even he was briefly stunned by the power now at his fingertips. Su Chen spotted the data floating above the undead zombie king. Zombies currently under control, 106. So many still alive. These creatures were once villagers twisted by the black mist plague, yet not every victim completed the transformation. First they slipped into a half-zombie frenzy, mindlessly slaughtering one another. Only those who butchered at least 10 of their own kind evolved into true diamond-rank undead. Every zombie, then, carried a minimum of 10 lives on its conscience. Wait, a skill called corpse detonation. Seizing the 10-second window in which he controlled the zombie king's body, Su Chen skimmed the ability list, and his eyes lit up. The description was simple. Force all undead under the zombie king's command to self-destruct, dealing area damage. Let's try it. One mental nudge, and the zombie king unleashed corpse detonation. In the next heartbeat, 106 zombies screamed in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Flesh erupted across the village like cruel, blood-red fireworks. A crimson mist rose, scattering limbs in every direction. If these monsters had lingered, they would have claimed more innocent lives. Death was their only release. System prompts cascaded in. Congratulations. Your pet, 7-tailed ice spirit fox, Ollie, has overleveled and slain 10 diamond rank monsters. LV, 27 undead zombies. You and Ollie gain 3,000 base experience and 300 bonus overlevel experience. Congratulations. Your pet, 7-tailed ice spirit fox, Ollie, has overleveled and slain 10 diamond rank monsters. LV, 27 undead zombies. You and Ollie gain 3,000 base experience and 300 bonus overlevel experience. Congratulations. Su Chen blinked. Kills from corpse detonation still counted for Ollie. Experience flooded the pair like a tidal wave. The fall of 106 zombies awarded each of them 34,980 experience points. Without Alice's mind control skill, he could never have pocketed such a haul so quickly. Pure bliss. Brilliant white light burst around Chen again and again. Congratulations. You've reached level 28, gaining 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, and 2 constitution. Congratulations. You've reached level 29, gaining 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, and 2 constitution. In mere seconds, he had climbed 3 levels to 29. One more level, and had hit 30, unlocking his 4th Supreme Gift Pack. The first 3 had never disappointed him, and his hopes soared for this one. At the same time, congratulations. Your pet, 7-tailed ice spirit fox, Ollie, has reached level 22 and gained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Your pet, the 7-tailed ice spirit fox Ollie, has reached level 23 and earned 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Your pet, the 7-tailed ice spirit fox Ali, has reached level 24 and earned 15 free attribute points. In a single breath, Ali shot up 3 levels, banking 45 free attribute points at once. Chen dumped every one of them into strength without hesitation. Plunder activated. You and Ali each gain 183 strength, 39 intelligence, 75 agility, and 21 constitution. Ali gains an additional 212 evolution points. The near 100-point spike in strength and the surge of 212 evolution points made Chen's pulse race. A glance at the panel showed Ali sitting at 429500, just 71 points short of the next evolution. After 9 tails, she could take human form. What sort of foxtribe maiden would that be? Anticipation flashed in his eyes. Snapping back to the fight, Chen fixed on the zombie king wrapped in black fog. While his mind control still held, he barked a command. Disperse the mist. The haze collapsed, exposing a towering, blood-red body. Fog shift had a 10-second cooldown, and 10 seconds were all Chen needed. Thunder wings flared open behind him, blue-white arcs crackling into razor-edged lightning that slashed the zombie king again and again. 18,921. Elemental restraint. 18,921. Elemental restraint. 18,921. Elemental restraint. The barrage left the zombie king hanging by a thread. He broke free of the control at last, but his strength was spent. You could command my body? Who are you? He cried, wheeling around to flee. A boss had more sense than a common zombie when outmatched. Run. Run? Dream on. Chen sneered, thunder wings beating as he shot into the sky and looked down on the blood-red giant. You've slaughtered countless humans. You die here. Explosive thunder orb. With a wing beat, a rolling sphere of lightning crashed down. 13,869. Elemental restraint. Arf. The zombie king's shriek split the air as the blast blew him apart. Chen gave no quarter. Thunder arrows followed, erasing the scattered flesh until nothing remained. Watching from a distance, Su Kuching and Xiao Yun stood stunned, their faces lit with awe and unwavering admiration for Chen. The zombie king is really dead? Xiao Yun stood rooted to the spot, lips parted, fingertips trembling. The stench of blood and gunpowder still hung in the air, yet her eyes clung to the boy in the distant Chen. Her heart hammered, a pink flush crept across her cheeks, and pure adoration shimmered in her gaze. Su Kuching also watched him. Lowering her bow, she brushed damp strands from her forehead. Her clear eyes rippled like spring water under lantern light, holding a quiet admiration and a feeling she could not quite name. Into the silence, the familiar system chime burst beside Chen's ear. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen Xiaoqing has killed the Starshinier LV-30 boss Undead Zombie King across a class gap. You and Xiaoqing receive 5,000 base experience plus 500 bonus experience for the overrank kill. Congratulations. Your pet Medusa Queen Xiaoqing has reached level 24 and gained 15 free attribute points. Following your usual allocation, all 15 points have been assigned to intelligence. Plunder activated. Xiaoqing gains 40 evolution points. Xiaoqing has additionally plundered the boss's Supreme Mist Body aptitude. Supreme Mist Body aptitude. Xiaoqing can dissolve into black mist, becoming immune to all damage and all control effects, but remains vulnerable to mental attacks. Streams of data flooded in. Chen sorted them quickly. Mist Body is near invincible, but fears psychic damage, a flaw that can be covered by treasure. Dragons excel in mind arts, and the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace is packed with psychic defenses. If Xiaoqing is to evolve into an Eastern Divine Dragon, that expedition is unavoidable. He searched his past life memories. The pressure around the Dragon Palace is crushing. Modern submarines can't reach it. There are only 2 ways down. Bond with a deep-sea pet and possess its body to dive, or acquire a relic such as the Ocean Commanding Pearl, which lets one swim freely in the abyss. Those are concerns for later. Right now, he must end the starter village crisis. Chen looked at the ruined gate, face grim. What of the other villages? If the undead sovereign has launched a full assault, this isn't the only target. Every starter village in Shanghai town is in the crosshairs. Worse, the zombie king was merely the vanguard. Stronger undead will follow. This village has Su Chun to rely on. The others may not be so lucky. Faced with a star-shinier boss at the outset, how can they possibly survive? At that moment, the elf princess in his arms let out a soft moan, her long lashes trembling. She slowly opened her eyes, snow-white arms tightening around his waist as she nestled closer and whispered, "The moment I see you return, a strange calm fills my heart." She looked up at him, eyes bright and steady. "With you here, I'm certain we can overcome whatever danger awaits." Su Chun felt a surge of gratitude. She could have left on her own, yet she chose to stay and protect Su Kuching and her daughter, stepping willingly into mortal danger for their sake. Such pure devotion touched his heart. "Don't overthink it. I'm only repaying your life-saving favor." The elven princess turned aside, her silver hair swaying. She refused to meet Su Chen's eyes, but the pink creeping across her cheeks betrayed her feelings. Reborn with keener insight, Su Chen easily saw through her pretense, yet he played along with a teasing smile. "Of course. You're a noble elven princess. Why would you ever fancy a mere human like me? Once I've handled the troubles here, I'll escort you back to the elven forest." He had barely finished when the princess grew flustered, even the tips of her ears turning crimson. "Brother Chen, that's not it at all. I don't look down on you. Even if you had no elven blood, I would still." Halfway through, she caught herself and clapped both hands over her mouth, swallowing the words. She froze as though someone had pressed pause. So embarrassed, she seemed ready to melt. She reminded herself she could care for Su Chun, but she must never let him return the feeling. Countless sisters in the elven forest awaited his rescue. Their whole race depended on it. If she tethered him to herself alone, she would become a traitor to her people. Steeling her resolve, she vowed, "I can't let Brother Chen fall for me. Loving him in secret will have to do." Although she turned her face away, she kept stealing glances at Su Chun, mind racing with careful calculations. The battle now over, Su Chen crouched and swept every drop from the undead zombie king into his pack. Ding. You picked up a Stardon grade necklace. Wrath of the Undead. Ding. You picked up 5 pet skill evolution stones. Ding. You picked up 12 silver coins and 2,397 copper coins. The haul was small, just 1 piece of gear and 5 stones, but a start-on item was reward enough. This was only the first wave of the undead invasion. Greater dangers and greater rewards lay ahead. Su Chun weighed his options and opened the item's stats. Start-on grade necklace, undead enslavement. Magic attack 699. Physical attack 699. Intelligence 550. Strength 55. Movement speed 18. Requirement level 20. Skill undead enslavement. When casting a skill, there is a 20 chance to summon an additional start-on grade undead creature of the same level as the caster to fight alongside you. Despite belonging to the undead set, its attributes were excellent. Little Qing needed a high-tier necklace, so he replaced her emerald grade blood frenzy necklace with this one. As for the 5 pet skill evolution stones, the best use was to upgrade Little Qing's clone skill. Su Chen laid out his plans in silence. With that in mind, Su Chun decisively pulled out 3 pet skill evolution stones and infused them into Xiao Qing's twin serpent shadows. Ding. You have consumed 3 pet evolution stones. Xiao Qing's twin serpent shadows has been upgraded to level 9. Additional clone 1. Level 9 twin serpent shadows. Effect. Instantly summons 9 serpent shadow clones. Clone attributes. Identical to the original body, including all skills at the same level. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Note. Twin serpent shadows is a special class skill. Level 9 is the maximum. To evolve it to a higher tier, an additional 20 pet skill evolution stones are required. Su Chen froze for a moment. Level 9 was the cap? He had imagined Xiao Qing churning out hundreds or even thousands of clones, but the system had clearly shut down that possibility. Still, summoning 9 full power doubles at once was effectively a tenfold burst of damage, already outrageous. 20 stones, Su Chen clicked his tongue. The price was daylight robbery. While the skill's future potential was obvious, his current supply of stones was limited, so he decided to max out other abilities first. With 2 stones left, he didn't hesitate to invest them in Thunder Wings, a skill unmatched for mobility and burst. Ding. You have used 2 pet skill evolution stones. Medusa Queen Xiao Qing's Thunder Wings has been upgraded to level 14. Flight speed increased by an additional 20%, and Thunder Wings strike damage increased by an additional 30%. Level 14 Thunder Wings. Effect. Lightning wings erupt from Xiao Qing's back, propelling her skyward in an instant. Damage. 310% spell power as lightning damage. Mobility. Base flight speed increased by 340%. Note. If elemental advantage is triggered, damage is further increased by 50%. A single flap of Thunder Wings now produced damage numbers well into 5 figures, and with elemental advantage the output would soar even higher. Staring at the stats, Su Chun could only wonder what unimaginable form the skill would take once it hit its limit and evolved. Suddenly remembering how many undead monsters he had slain, he opened the quest log with a thought. Ding! To complete the flesh refinement step, you must kill 100 light or dark attribute monsters. Current kills, 142-100. The current task is complete. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim it. Su Chin answered without hesitation. Congratulations, flesh tempering complete. System congratulations. Your pet, the seven-tailed ice spirit Fox Ali, gains intelligence 1000, spell power 1000, casting speed 100, spell critical damage 50, and all of your spell damage is increased by 500. System congratulations. Your pet, the Gorgon Queen Xiao Qing, gains intelligence 1000, spell power 1000, casting speed 100, spell critical damage 50, and all of your spell damage is increased by 500. Ding. Current progress, 35. The blood tempering and meridian tempering stages are still required to complete your pet's perfect foundation. Su Chen looked up, joy flickering in his eyes. Flesh tempering focused on spell output, offering only modest help to Ali, yet it transformed Xiao Qing, who already excelled at magic. Together with the defense and physical and magical attack boosts from the first 3 stages, both pets were now completely reborn. What kind of transformation would blood tempering and meridian tempering bring? The thought left him eager to find out. A cold system prompt followed. Tip. To begin step 4, blood tempering, you must slay 1 dark attribute monarch class boss or NPC, and 1 light attribute monarch class boss or NPC. Monarch class own of each faction. Su Chen's pupils contracted. No wonder no one in his previous life had ever perfected a pet's foundation. The requirement was outrageous. For him, though, it was a simple task. Both the light and dark factions were already his enemies, and he intended to settle the score sooner or later. He was determined not only to squeeze every benefit out of them, but to erase their bosses and NPCs as well. The undead invasion must have started by now. With that thought, Su Chun entered possession mode. The wings of thunder spread wide, blue-violet lightning dancing along their feathers. Just as he was about to take off, the Elven princess Suaxiao blushed and whispered, I want to go with you. Sure. Su Chun slipped an arm around her slender waist. With a crack of thunder, the wings blasted the 2 of them skyward, heading straight for the Glory Alliance's starter village. At the Glory Alliance stronghold, the starter village was buzzing. Word is the Undead Legion is about to attack. Perfect. This is our chance to make the Glory Alliance famous. Don't underestimate them. Several starter villages have already fallen. Their NPCs turned into zombie undead, and players are barely holding on. Please. Those villages are a loose rabble-nothing compared to us. How bad can a starter zone siege be? Even a diamond-class monster is just a big boss. Honestly, this invasion is just a leveling playground. If those rookie villages can't handle it, the Glory Alliance will clean up the mess for them. In no time, the players of the Glory Alliance guild broke into wild laughter, already counting the rewards of the undead invasion as theirs. High above the clouds, Su Chun beat a pair of colossal wings forged from lightning, arcs of electricity crackling along their span. Cradled against him, the Elven princess Suaxiao wore gleaming silver armor. Her golden hair streamed in the wind as she nestled with serene trust. Together they gazed down at the land, watching the members of Glory Alliance bask in their own arrogance. They don't seem to realize how serious this is, do they? Suaxia tilted her head, amusement flickering in her emerald eyes. Let them be, Su Chun replied with a faint smile. If the undead army cleanses Glory Alliance, it saves me the trouble. So they're all your enemies, she nodded earnestly. I was wondering whether I should help them, but if that's the case, they deserve whatever fate awaits. The Elven princess never asked for explanations. To her, anyone who stood against Su Chun was irredeemable. Sinister laughter crackled through the churning black mist encircling Glory Alliance's novice village, the seething fog soon swallowing the entire perimeter. Children of the undead, a rasping voice proclaimed, you are the Dark Lord's most loyal servants. We have hidden for millennia under his protection, and now is the time to reveal our strength. Take this village, slaughter every human inside, and turn them into rations. At the command, the mist surged like a tide, and a thunderous chorus of roars and war cries erupted. Hundreds of undead blood bats burst forth, their crimson wings blotting out the sun while a frigid wind swept across the plain. At the village gate, the eyes of the Glory Alliance players blazed with excitement. Perfect timing. Glory Alliance is about to make its name. Guild leader Emo Gentian roared, snapping orders. Frontline tank pets to the gate, form a wall, and soak up the damage. Second line mage pets ready your area spells. Once the monsters enter range, unleash everything. Third line support pets stay close. Keep the heals flowing and the buffs nonstop. Usually a rowdy crowd, the guild now moved with uncanny discipline. Massive shields locked together outside the gate, forming a wall of steel. Behind them, mage pets lined up as mana flared around them. while support pets spread waves of healing light. The dark swarm had barely closed in when hundreds of fire arrows, ice orbs, wind blades, and earth spikes erupted from the formation. Flames and frost intertwined, blades of air sliced the sky, and rows of stone lances burst from the ground. Higher tier spells thunderstorm, meteor shower, absolute zero detonated in succession, turning the air into a kaleidoscope of blazing color. The barrage crashed into the clustered bloodbaths, stripping away thousands of hit points in a single volley. After unleashing an entire volley of skills, the Glory Alliance players were stunned to see that, although the undead bloodbaths had lost a significant amount of health, not a single one had been killed, and the swarm still came surging toward them. In mere seconds, the air itself was saturated with the sickly sweet scent of blood. The tank pets on the front line refused to take any chances. Shields were raised and protective barriers unfurled. Pale blue membranes shimmered over their bodies, scales hardened into iron-gray armor, and damage mitigation fields rippled outward like concentric waves. A dense lattice of defenses stacked up at the head of the formation. Seeing the line hold, Mozantian allowed himself a small breath of relief. As long as the vanguard could endure, even if the battle dragged on until nightfall, the undead bats would eventually bleed out. But when the black cloud of bats finally crashed down on them, the battlefield spiraled out of control. Gaping maws shredded shields, razor fangs tore straight through barriers, and hooked claws left metal scored in ragged lines. The once formidable tank pets were fed into a grinder, screams rising in a gruesome chorus. Even creatures built purely for defense could not withstand such outrageous damage, and within moments the front ranks were decimated. Hold the line. Everyone hold. Mozantian shouted, terror flickering in his eyes. Healers, pour it on. Defensive buffs now? Yet with more than half the vanguard already fallen, he knew that if they broke again, the undead bats would flood straight into the village, and the frail caster and support pets in the rear would be slaughtered. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He would never have imagined his painstakingly assembled wall of tanks could be blown apart in a single clash. A short distance away, Chen watched in silence, a chill glint in his eyes. Better to let these Glory Alliance scum die by my hand than at the fangs of monsters. With his SS steer talent, Infinite Plunder, the more he killed, the greater the rewards. This was the perfect chance to launch a massacre one that would avenge his past life and accelerate his growth and power all at once. Come on, let's pay them a visit. A playful smile curled his lips as he activated his masquerade mask, transforming himself into a lean, short-haired youth, and even changing his ID to Empty City. To erase any trace of his real identity, he dismissed the pair of dazzling thunder wings that had become his trademark. Those wings had appeared on too many battlefields drenched in Glory Alliance blood. Unfurling them now would announce who he was. Landing quietly on the outskirts of the village, Chen released Shaoqing's possession and merged instead with Ari. Icy power from the seven-tailed frost spirit fox surged through his veins. The Elven princess noticed his disguise at once and, quick-witted as ever, guessed his intent. A sweet smile bloomed across her face. With a graceful flick of her jade-white hand, she summoned a stream of emerald mana, rich with the essence of nature, and poured it into Chen's body. Ding! You have received the gift of nature buff. Damage 100, attack speed 100, movement speed 100, max HP 100. Duration, 120 seconds. A torrent of strength burst through Chen's body, his pupils blazing like lit torches. Elves were born to be supreme supports, and this time an elven princess had acted personally. Emerald halos whirled around him, a cool yet savage energy surging into his limbs and bones, making every move slice through the air. He activated Void Dash, melding into the darkness as he slipped toward the Glory Alliance's starter village. Above, flocks of undead bloodbats swept across the settlement. Glory Alliance players fought to the death, but against an army of stellar-rank monsters their attacks were mere scratches, and the defense line shattered instantly. If these Glory Alliance trash die before I'm done, how am I supposed to use them to power level? Chen chuckled in the shadows, his icy gaze locking onto a bloodbat. A blade flashed through the night. The next instant he was behind a creature. Flash. 46,972. Stealth crit. Blood exploded, and the undead bloodbat vanished in a crimson mist before it could scream. The entire battlefield froze. Glory Alliance players stared, eyes wide. Who is that? His damage is insane, shotting a stellar monster. Savage. Since when did we have someone like him? So strong. Maybe our guild is saved. Damn, that was glorious 1/per bat. I want to bow to him. The shouts kept coming, but Chen was sneering inside. He would wipe out the monsters first, then deal with them. He called Glory Alliance members trash, not only because Guildmaster Mozantian had framed him in his previous life. Like Master, like minions, Mozantian was arrogant and domineering, and his followers learned well meek before the strong, ruthless toward newcomers. They stole bosses, scammed gear, murdered for loot, and even kidnapped women. The Glory Alliance had become a haven for villains, gathering schemers who spent their days figuring out how to exploit rookies and squeeze every possible benefit from them. Many of these players even had faintly red IDs, proof that they had earned their infamy by slaughtering countless helpless newcomers. Su Chen glanced at the list of crimson names without the slightest ripple. Hitmen who farm red tags off rookies were perfect walking bundles of talent points to him. Still, he decided to deal with the noisy creatures overhead first. Congratulations. Your pet seven-tailed frost spirit fox, Ali, has slain a Starlight Tier level 32 undead bloodbat. You and Ali gain 1000 base experience and 300 bonus experience for the overlevel kill. Kill loot triggered. You and Ali each receive 5 strength. Ali gains 3 evolution points. Sweet. Su Chen smirked, then blurred back into the fray. He raised his hand and unleashed his full-screen AoE Ultimate Frostblade Storm. In an instant, the sky became a maelstrom of blades. Hundreds of ghostly blue ice shards, laced with bitter frost, cascaded like an avalanche, sending shockwaves rippling outward. A heartbeat later, the ice blades crashed into the hovering undead bloodbats like cleavers from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. 52,182. 52,182. 52,182. With the Elf Princess Nature's Gift buff still active, every summoned blade dealt double damage. The interlacing shards swept through the swarm like a reaper's scythe, and bat corpses rained from the sky. Congratulations. Your pet seven-tailed frost spirit fox, Ali, has slain 10 Starlight Tier level 32 undead bloodbats. You and Ali gain 10,000 base experience and 3,000 bonus experience for the overlevel kills. Congratulations. Your pet seven-tailed frost spirit fox, Ali, has slain 10 Starlight Tier level 32 undead bloodbats. You and Ali gain 10,000 base experience and 3,000 bonus experience for the overlevel kills. Congratulations. Experience poured into Su Chen like a torrent, the rapid surge leaving him almost giddy. As each undead bloodbat turned to ash, brilliant level-up light repeatedly flashed around him. Congratulations. You've reached level 30 and gained 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, and 2 constitution. Level 30. Delight flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Mass farming really was the fastest way to level up. Jumped from 20 to 30 in no time. Another supreme pack was about to unlock, and if the first 3 were any indication, the 4th would be even better. At the same time, white light flared around Ali, bumping her up 2 levels in one go. Congratulations. Your pet, seven-tailed frost spirit fox, Ali, has reached level 25 and gained 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Your pet, seven-tailed frost spirit fox, Ali, has reached level 26 and gained 15 free attribute points. Kill and loot successful. You and Ari each gained 265 strength, 240 agility, 215 constitution, and 195 intelligence. Ari receives an additional 549 evolution points. The sudden system alert left Su Chen frozen in place. One wave of undead bloodbats had granted enough evolution points for Ari to evolve. She needed only 500 points to advance from 7 tails to 8 tails, and now she had 49 to spare. A cold system voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Your pet, the seven-tailed ice spirit fox Ari, has reached full evolution points and is evolving. Before the message finished, brilliant violet light burst from Ari's body. Razor-sharp ice blades whirled around her as a wave of frigid air spread outward. Within the radiance, her slender fox tails quietly increased to 8, while powerful life energy surged beneath her snow-white fur. She slowly opened her eyes. Those amethyst gold pupils could bewitch all beings, radiating innate nobility. Su Chen's heart trembled. If Ari ever became a 9-tailed fox and took human form, the transformation would be unimaginable. Congratulations. Evolution successful. You have obtained a new mythic grade pet. 8-tailed violet sky fox Ari, diamond high rank. Ari's strength increases by 480. Ari's constitution increases by 480. Ari's agility increases by 480. Ari's intelligence increases by 480. Ari has learned a new skill, Frost Reversal. Frost Reversal LV.1. Ari summons frost infused with life energy over a 300-meter radius. Enemies take 10,200 of attack as ice damage per second, while allies regain 10,200 of healing power per second, up to 5 seconds. Area damage paired with group healing. Su Chen's eyes lit up. One cast could shred enemy health bars while sending his own team's HP soaring. Perfect. He immediately opened the pet interface. 8-tailed violet sky fox Ari mythic. Level 26. Rank Diamond high tier 244-1000. Primary stats: Attack 5,961. Defense 4,729. Health 39,247. Mana 38,295. Secondary stats: Strength 4,431. Constitution 3,324. Agility 3,708. Intelligence 2,965. Aptitudes: Transcendent Venom, Top Tier Shield, Top Tier Fire, Top Tier Wind, High Tier Dark, High Tier Earth, High Tier Strength, High Tier Attack Speed, High Tier Vitality, High Tier Lifesteal, Mid Tier Regen, High Tier Defense. Skills: Intimidate LV.2, Frost Force LV.2, Phantom Shift LV.1, Triple Frost / LV.3, Void Dash LV.1, Lethal Strike LV.1, Mind Control LV.1, Frostblade Storm LV.1. Owner: Emperor Chen. His gear included the Monarch's Blood-Red Crown, Stellar Peak class, the Undying Executioner's Shadow Bloodblade, Stellar Peak, a Blood Soul Bracelet, Early Diamond, Source of Strength Greaves, Early Diamond, the Purple Blood Necklace, Diamond Peak, the Undead's Eternal Sacrifice Robe, Early Stellar, the Windshade Dark Soul Belt, High Stellar, Shadowlight Slaughter Pauldrons, High Stellar, Frost Dominator Earrings, Diamond Peak, a Frostbite Ring, High Diamond, and Frost Dominion Boots, High Diamond. The evolution alone had sent his stats skyrocketing, and the attributes stolen from more than 100 undead bloodbats made the boost downright terrifying. Even in his Eight Tails form, Su Chen's physical attack was nudging 6,000, and any casual skill could deal tens of thousands of damage. If he broke through to 9 tails, how horrific would his power be? The thought set his eyes ablaze with anticipation. Elsewhere, Glory Alliance's guild master, Emo Jiantian, was too stunned to speak. The swarm of undead bloodbats that had driven his entire guild to despair was carved down one by this short-haired youth, who moved with a frightening, effortless dominance. Emo Jiantian prided himself on recognizing every top player, yet this face was completely unfamiliar. If Shanghai Town really had such a powerhouse, the leaderboards would never have missed him. The only explanation was that the man had come from a far-off region. He must have traveled all this way to lend a Hans clearly here to join Glory Alliance. The notion sent a rush of joy through Emo Jiantian. If he could recruit a few monster-level players like this, Emperor Chen would be nothing. While excitement still surged through him, the youth turned, and the name over his head read Empty City. Emo Jiantian had no idea this was actually Su Chen in disguise. Brother Empty City, thank you for the life-saving help. Emo Jiantian hurried forward. Our guild isn't short on money, only on your firepower. Join us, and I'll sign a 100 million credit contract right now. At those words, everyone in Glory Alliance gasped. 100 million a year. He's worth it. He one-shot a stellar-grade monster. That damage is insane. If the world AI didn't manage our pets, I'd swear he was hacking. Whispers rippled through the players as they took in the youth's absurd stats and output, still reeling from the shock. The same question scrolled through their team chat once more. We all rely on pets in battle. So how can he charge into a monster horde alone and hit harder than any pet? For a brief moment, every member of the Glory Alliance guild stood frozen, caught between confusion and shock. What baffled them was how this player named Su Chen could unleash such overwhelming power without a pet, while what stunned them was the single slash that had instantly annihilated the undead bloodbat. The flash of steel and the blooming blood mist still replayed in their minds. Despite Emo Jiantian's enthusiastic offer, Su Chen did not spare him so much as a glance. Being ignored in front of his subordinates made Emo Jiantian's face harden. Anger and embarrassment surged in his chest. He narrowed his eyes and studied Su Chen, another fool who refuses a toast and will be forced to drink in the end. The Glory Guild had already burned its bridges with Chen Di, and this new expert simply had to be recruited. Bring him in first. Once he's caged, dealing with him will be easy. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Emo Jiantian's eyes. Su Chen treated them as if they were air. He understood perfectly. In front of him, Emo Jiantian and his crew were nothing but lambs waiting for the knife. If the Glory Guild weren't so useful for luring a steady stream of undead troops allowing him to harvest reward, she would have erased them and their entire guild right then and there. Since they made such convenient bait, he would let them live a little longer. Once the boss dropped its loot, he would settle the score. With that thought, Su Chen swept his gaze across the crowd, the curve of his lips chillingly cold. Black mist billowed, and a colossal figure burst forth far larger than any undead bloodbat that had appeared so far. Undead Bloodbat King. Tier, Stellar Peak. Health, 97,200. Physical attack, 9,725. Magic attack, 4,915. Defense, 3,719. Innate trait, Blood-Charged Body. Movement speed 100. Each attack inflicts paralyzing lightning, rooting the target for 2.5 seconds. Skills, Blood Fury Screech, Crimson Lightning, Blood-Charged Tornado, Blood Fiend Reversion. Haha. My children, how goes the harvest? Human flesh is delicious top-grade nourishment. Had I been any later, you might have devoured it all. With a deep, icy laugh, the Bloodbat King unfurled its crimson wings and dove toward the village. Yet the moment it crossed the gate, it saw a scene that drove it into a towering rage. The ground was littered with the bisected corpses of its kin, black blood pooling everywhere. Who? Who dares butcher the Bloodbat clan? Its furious bellow came laced with scorching sound waves and crackling red lightning. They'll tear you all to pieces and make you die with them. The earth-shaking roar swept out, scarlet arcs of electricity exploding in its wake. In an instant, the health bars of Su Chun and every Glory Alliance player nosedived. The scariest part is that the sonic attack is still dealing damage over time. By the time it ends, every player will be wiped out instantly. Su Chun hovered in midair, swept his gaze over the Glory Alliance players writhing in pain, and snorted inwardly, "Trash like you can't die to the boss. Or how am I supposed to farm rewards off you? He'll let you live for now." With that thought, he flicked his wrist. Ice blue primordial frost cascaded from the sky like a torrential rain, pounding the Bloodbat King while drifting over the Glory Alliance players below. 12,391. 12,391. 12,391. Clusters of damage numbers burst above the Bloodbat King's head, and nearly 100,000 health vanished in an instant. At the same moment, Su Chun marked every Glory Alliance player as an ally. The falling frost transformed into a surge of life-giving snow. 15,961. HP restored. 15,961. HP restored. 15,961. HP restored. Players who had been on the brink of death stared wide-eyed as their health bars rocketed to full, then gasped in shock and delight. Holy, this heal is insane. So good. I thought we were done for. It's that guy who shredded the Bloodbats' ice spell is nuts. Even Imo Gentian was stunned. As guild leader, he understood better than anyone the value of group healing. Their best support pet could only heal a single target, and for barely half this amount. If he could bring this man into the guild, Glory Alliance wouldn't just gain a powerhouse. Their entire team's survivability would skyrocket. Making up his mind, Imo Gentian shouted, "Brother, join Glory Alliance and name your price. 100 million not enough? How about 200? He stared at Su Chen's back without blinking. Money makes the world go round. If the offer didn't move him, it simply wasn't high enough. 300 million. He'll pay 300 million. Imo Gentian gritted his teeth and tossed out another olive branch. Just nod, and I'll wire the cash to your account right now. That was his absolute limit, and he was certain no other guild could top it. At last, Su Chen slowly turned around. Imo Gentian's heart leapt, and he blurted, "You've agreed? The doors of Glory Alliance are always open to you." What greeted him, however, was a smile as cold and abyssal as a demon's. "No, you're overthinking it," Su Chun said flatly. "Even 10 times that amount wouldn't sway me. I saved you only so I can kill you myself." So arrogant, unbelievably arrogant. Imo Gentian stood frozen, and every member of the Glory Alliance around him stared in shock. Su Chen's voice carried no warmth. It sounded like a verdict, as if neither Imo Gentian nor the entire Glory Alliance meant anything to him. He even declared that the only reason he had bothered to save them was so he could finish them off himself. "He doesn't care about our Glory Alliance at all." Fury erupted in the crowd. Glaring eyes pinned Su Chun in place, yet their anger had nowhere to land. Su Chun ignored the hostile stares and kept his focus locked on the Bloodbat King. The boss came first. The trash could wait. Wretched human. Feel the wrath of the Bloodbat King. Blood lightning tornado. With a chilling glare, the Bloodbat King snapped its wings, whipping up a crimson storm laced with crackling bolts of lightning. A roaring tornado streaked towards Su Chun, wind shear ripping the air and arcs of electricity exploding in its wake, its speed and power terrifyingly compounded. Taking that heat in is suicide. Su Chen's pupils narrowed. He triggered Phantom Blink, his image shattering into afterimages before reappearing above the Bloodbat King. Frost triple slash. Ice burst from his blade as the first strike cleaved downward. Bat blood sprayed. 16,839. Weak point hit. Before the droplets could fall, the second slash cut a deeper, diagonal gash. 28,647. Weak point hit. The twin blows crushed the boss health to a sliver, and the true killing stroke was still to come. Su Chun raised his blade high, frost gathering until the air seemed to freeze. As the edge descended, the Bloodbat King shrieked, crimson markings surging across its body, its ancient bloodline flaring in a last-ditch surge of power. Invisible pressure erupted outward, its strength spiking dramatically. Su Chen's heart tightened, yet he knew that once his third slash landed, the boss was finished. Without hesitation, he followed through with the final strike. 26,471. Weak point hit. When Su Chun saw the damage from his final strike, he was completely stunned. The slash was his long-prepared finishing move and should have dealt more than 40,000 burst damage. Yet the combat log showed an even lower figure than his second blow, practically negligible. An odd sensation washed over him. Looking up, he saw a blood-red electric shield suddenly bloom over the Crimson Bat King's hide. The barrier, thick as molten lightning, clung to the dark membrane with a crackling hiss. Pale golden arcs danced across it, effortlessly devouring most of his damage. What was even more terrifying was the creature's own transformation. In barely a heartbeat, its once 3-meter frame swelled to a towering 15 meters. Its wings unfurled with a crash, casting 10 times the coverage like 2 crimson canopies. Its scarlet-slit pupils deepened into icy abysses, as if a nether demon were gazing down on the mortal plane, cold, murderous intent leaking from their depths. With every breath of its expanded body, a shockwave seemed to punch the air. Su Chun immediately cast Appraisal, and a holographic panel popped up. Ancient Crimson Bat King. Rank, King, Early Stage. Level, 35. HP, 207,200. Physical Attack, 14,725. Magic Attack, 12,915. Defense, 11,719. Trait, Blood Lightning Body. Gains 300 bonus movement speed. Basic attacks inflict lightning paralysis, rooting the target for 5.5 seconds. Skills: Enhanced Blood Rage Screech, Enhanced Crimson Lightning, Enhanced Blood Lightning Cyclone, Enhanced Blood Lightning Shield. The enormous Bat King was now completely sheathed in sanguine plasma. Thick bolts of electricity racing across its body, both an impregnable shield and an unpredictable energy source. It actually evolved straight to King rank. A glint of battle lust flashed in Su Chen's eyes. To complete the 4th stage of the perfect familiar foundation method, Blood Refining had to slay 1 Dark Element King rank boss and 1 Light Element King rank boss. The Dark boss was right in front of him. This was practically a gift from heaven. The numbers spoke for themselves. Its health had more than doubled, and every other stat had skyrocketed. Su Chen nodded silently. King rank really was a monumental threshold. But so what if you've reached King rank? Void Dash. Before the cold words had even faded, his entire form blurred into a gray streak and vanished into the void, leaving not even an afterimage. All that remained were the members of the Glory Guild, staring at one another in confusion, while Demon/Heaven fumed. Having to deal with Emperor Chen, who commanded lightning, was headache enough. Now this enigmatic player named Empty City had appeared as well. For Glory Alliance, it was insult added to injury. Who on earth was this player called Empty City? Why is he so determined to go up against the Glory Alliance Guild? Mo Zanshin's eyes were filled with doubt and alarm. By rights, although the Alliance's members had always been arrogant, Mo Zhantian had reined them in after the painful lesson from Emperor Chen. Guild members were now only allowed to bully average solo players. Whenever they met someone truly strong, even a promising prospect demanded they win that player over. Pick on the weak, fear the strong was the mantra. Squeeze money and perks from weaker players, then pour the gains into befriending stronger ones. Yet this unfamiliar player was bent on a fight to the death with the Glory Alliance. Why? Before the thought faded, a crimson blade sliced out of nowhere. Gripping the blood-red edge, Su Chen stepped as though splitting the air itself, cleaving down on the mutated ancient Bloodbat King. The strike combined the base damage of void-piercing ambush, then doubled with critical hit. As the crimson gash burst open, the damage numbers exploded. 45,972. Weak point strike. Ambush breaker. Critical hit. With all 3 modifiers stacked, nearly 1/4 of the Bat King's health vanished. The ancient Bloodbat King screeched. Electric arcs jumped across its wings as it activated crimson lightning. In a flash it became a scarlet bolt too fast for the eye, one claw smashing into Su Chen's back. 36,972. The hit all but one shot him, and the Bat King's built-in paralysis effect triggered 5.5 seconds of complete immobility. Another claw whistled down. The next blow would finish him for sure. Phantom blink. Su Chen growled. His figure vanished like erased ink. The skill not only cleared control effects, but also reset every cooldown. An instant later he reappeared behind the Bat King, frost exploding outward and spinning into countless ice blades. What kind of broken skill is that? Mo Zhantian and every Glory Alliance member stood dumbstruck as Su Chen ignored them, locking onto the boss. At his command, the frost solidified into blades, thousands of butcher's knives that swarmed the ancient Bloodbat King. Blizzard blades. 18,392. 18,392. 18,392. Damage numbers flooded the screen. The Bat King's health bar emptied in a heartbeat. A Monarch-level boss erased in seconds across a level gap left every Glory Alliance player swallowing hard. Congratulations. Your pet 8-tailed Violet Sky Fox Ali has over-level killed the Monarch tier level 35 boss Ancient Bloodbat King. You and Ali gained 10,000 base experience plus 5,000 bonus over-level experience. A surge of familiar white light descended upon Su Chen and Ari. The thrill of cutting down a boss well above his level hit at the same time as a torrent of experience points. His XP bar filled instantly, and Su Chen leveled up on the spot. Congratulations. You've reached level 31, gaining 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, and 2 constitution. Level 31 exactly high enough to open the supreme level 30 gift pack had been saving. He pulled up his inventory, tapped confirm, and decided to crack it open while the loot was still raining down. Anticipation flashed in his eyes as the light on the screen shimmered. Meanwhile, The same white radiance poured over Ari, and the numbers on the pet panel rocketed forward like a sped-up progress bar. Congratulations! Your pet, the 8-tailed violet celestial fox Ari, has reached level 27 and earned 15 free attribute points. Following your preset, all 15 points have been assigned to strength. Congratulations! Your pet, the 8-tailed violet celestial fox Ari, has reached level 28 and earned 15 free attribute points. Following your preset, all 15 points have been assigned to strength. A burst of Crimson System text followed, bringing an unexpected bonus. Loot successful. Ari has gained 100 evolution points. Ari has additionally acquired a top-tier lightning affinity. Top-tier lightning affinity reduces lightning damage taken by 60 and adds 2,000 lightning damage to every attack. Collect earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, and lightning affinities to unlock an extraordinary power. Current progress, 67. Missing affinity, light. The scarlet bolt inside the ancient Bloodbat King instantly explained the new affinity's source. Earth, water, fire, wind, darkness, lightning, everything but light. To complete the sevenfold fusion, Ari still lacked the final light affinity. But undead creatures never drop light attributes. Su-chan ran the facts through his mind. From the undead he could steal lightning, fire, ice, and other mixed elements, but never light. Creatures of light were rare to begin with, making the hunt even tougher. That left a single option: target an NPC from the light faction. The young lord of Seaside City, Carlo, was the perfect candidate. Su-chan felt zero guilt. 3 years from now, when the game world invades reality, the light faction's slaughter of humanity will be every bit as brutal as the darkness factions. They'll even use divine revelations to brainwash countless people into mindless puppets. Masses of Western believers will flock to them willingly, eager to become lapdogs of the so-called Goda, mere projection of the light deity in the real world. Just as he made up his mind, another prompt chimed. Ding! You have slain a darkness faction sovereign class boss. Quest progress, 12. Defeat one more sovereign class NPC or boss from the light faction to complete your pet's blood refinement stage. To gather all 7 elemental aptitudes, Ollie has to hunt down a light-type boss and seize its light affinity. At the same time, if his 2 contracted beasts want to reach phase 4 blood refining off the perfect foundation art, they must likewise sacrifice a light-type boss of king rank or higher. Prince Kaluo's fate had apparently been etched onto that hit list from the very beginning. Su-chan sighed softly, a hint of regret in his voice. The ancient Bloodbat King crashed to the ground, its massive corpse dissolving into motes of light, while a mountain of loot tumbled out. Among the drops were dazzling, top-tier items whose brilliance instantly set them apart from ordinary gear. As a king-class boss, the ancient Bloodbat King was never going to be stingy. Several pieces shone so brightly that even the veterans of Glory Alliance had never seen anything like them. Yet they all knew these treasures were worth a fortune. Searing gazes crossed in the air, and the members of Glory Alliance were almost ignited by their own greed. Mo Zanshin's expression was especially frosty. No one could guess what he was scheming. Su-chan ignored their covetous stress. No matter how badly they wanted the loot, they still needed the guts to reach for it. His eyes were calm, as if the pile of gear at his feet were no more than common pebbles. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in Mo Zanshin's eyes, and he barked, Kongcheng, since you refused to join Glory Alliance, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Brothers, charge. Whoever grabs the next piece of loot gets a cash reward of 1 million. 1 million. Like a hammer smashing a still lake, the desire of countless Glory Alliance players erupted at once. Everyone knew how terrifying Su-chan was, but great reward breeds brave men. If they managed to snatch a single top-tier item, they would become rich overnight. For the average player, the lure of 1 million in cash far outweighed the loss of experience and stats upon death. When profit outweighs risk, most people choose to gamble everything. As Mo Zanshin's order rang out, a tide of figures surged forward, yet their eyes were fixed on the gear at Su-chan's feet rather than on Su-chan himself. A cold smile curled across Su-chan's lips. The moment he unleashed his killing intent, a pair of massive thunder wings burst open behind him, arcs of lightning crackling as their pressure swept outward. In such a hurry to die? Then let me oblige you. The instant the wings unfurled, many players felt a strange sense of déjà vu. When they finally got a clear look at that striking face, a tidal wave of shock crashed through their hearts. Emperor Chen? My god, he's Emperor Chen. Besides lightning skills, how does he have that other bizarre set? He waved once and one-shot a king-class boss. I get it. Emperor Chen must have a way to fuse with his pets. I saw him control a terrifying Thunder Serpent before, and that skill is almost identical. The other set must come from his second pet. Voices rose one after another, yet no one dared step forward again. A single player with 2 pets was far more frightening than any one pet alone. In an instant, every Glory Alliance member charging at Su-chan froze, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed up at him hovering in midair, as though beholding a god. Emo Jiantian also stopped dead, his pupils quivering. The player known as Empty City was actually the infamous Emperor Chen. After only a few days apart, the man's power had grown to a terrifying level he could hardly fathom. Memories of their agreed duel flashed through his mind, and his heart plummeted like a stone. On Shanghai Town's gear leaderboard, Su Chun dominated almost every slot 9 of the top 10 items, bore his name. Only one diamond-grade weapon, clutched in Mo Zanshan's hands, still clung stubbornly to first place. Were it not for that piece, the list would have been Su Chen's entirely. With a dark look, Mo Jiantian lowered his voice and barked orders to the hundreds of guildmates behind him. Listen up. My offer still stands. Grab even one piece of the Emperor's gear, and he'll pay 1,000,000. Take his head, and he'll pay 100,000,000. A collective hiss swept the crowd. 100,000,000? That was life-changing money. Most knew the odds were abysmal, yet the prize fanned the flames of greed, especially with so many Glory Alliance members, some bound to have a hidden trump card. From the crowd stepped a young man with violet hair, his gaze locking onto Su Chun like a chain. His ID, Zixuan. His talent, Lifelink. Lifelink, a brank ability, binds the user's HP to a target's whatever percentage he loses, the target loses as well. In other words, if he locks on and empties his own health bar, the enemy dies with him. Zixuan had always kept this terrifying skill secret, revealing it only to Mo Jiantian. Seeing Zixuan appear, Mo Zanshan's eyes narrowed with delight. Emperor Chen, even you can't defy the game's rules. Zixuan's talent was made for you. He'll drag you into the abyss, reputation be damned. He had promised Su Chen a fair duel, but after witnessing the man's true strength, he abandoned any pretense of honor. If crushing Su Chen meant breaking his word, so be it. Zixuan strolled forward with an easy smile, his voice calm, yet echoing in every ear. Emperor, I've heard you're unbeatable. Let me give you some advice, don't get too cocky. There's always someone who can bring you down. Still smiling, he continued towards Su Chen, confidence written all over his face. 100 paces left. 50. 30. Zixuan closed in on Su Chen step by step, his heavy boots thudding against the bluestone floor of the arena. Su Chen, still wearing that faint, elusive smile, watched him with a detached calm, as if looking down on someone insignificant. Think I'm beneath you, huh? Zixuan sneered inwardly, but his pace never slowed. Then he'll show you what it costs to underestimate me in front of the whole tournament. He knew the exact limit of his life, linked precisely 30 paces. Ding. A system prompt exploded in his ear, target locked. Life link has been successfully established. A crimson line, reeking of blood, surfaced over Zixuan's heart. The other end coiled tightly around Su Chen's. Certain the link was complete, Zixuan allowed himself a triumphant grin. He drew a dagger from his cloak, its edge glinting with a cold, blue sheen. Without hesitation, he slashed across his own forearm. Blood sprayed. Searing pain ripped through him, forcing his brows together and nearly choking off his breath. Yet he bit down hard and stifled the cry. With that single stroke, his health dropped by 10%. His gaze flicked to Su Chen. His opponent's health fell by the exact same margin. Around the arena, members of the Glory Alliance sucked in a collective breath. Never knew someone in our guild had a talent that scary. With that move, Emperor Chen is finished. The 100,000,000 prize is as good as Zixuan's. Envy and greed fixed on Zixuan. 100,000,000 credits, who wouldn't crave it? Zixuan's heart surged with elation. The fight was over, the money his. But when he saw the faint smile still lingering on Su Chen's lips, mere victory no longer felt sufficient. Su Chen had to taste true despair and agony. Only then would that 100,000,000 feel well-earned. A chilling light flashed in Zixuan's eyes. He raised the dagger again, this time aiming at his own groin. SHHK? The blade came down hard. A mist of blood burst forth, an agony so intense it nearly blacked him out, flooded his nerves. His knees buckled, yet sheer will kept him upright. Silence swept the arena. Even Mo Jiantian, who had seen his share of carnage, cursed under his breath. Damn, that's ruthless. With life link in place, every shred of damage and pain Zixuan suffered should have echoed in Su Chen. Mo Jiantian pictured Su Chen writhing on the ground in agony. Instead, Su Chen stood tall, expression unruffled, his breathing perfectly steady. Something's off, Mo Jiantian muttered. He glanced at the blood-soaked red linite still held fast, so the link was intact. A quick check of the status panel showed both men's health now at 60%. Numbers didn't lie. If the damage synced, then the only explanation was that Su Chen was toughing it out. Heh, playing tough, are we? Let's see how long you last. Zixuan poured on. When Demon Slayer Tian gave the order, Zixuan's face twisted with pain, yet the promise of 100,000,000 kept his hand steady. This time, he didn't hesitate. He aimed the dagger at his own carotid artery, the quickest way out. The agony tearing through him was unbearable. Death was the only escape, and the only way to claim the reward. 100,000,000 is mine. Zixuan howled, ramming the icy blade into his throat. Blood sprayed across the ground, his HP hit 0, and he toppled with a look of ferocity and relief. Almost simultaneously, everyone in the arena including Demon Slayer Tian turned to Su Chen, eager to witness the Emperor's fall. Zixian's suicide notification had barely appeared when Su Chen's health bar also dropped to 0, and the winged titan crashed to the floor. Yet his expression never changed. His eyes remained calm, as if death were just a brief intermission. The Glory Alliance erupted. Huh, the Emperor is finally dead. No matter how arrogant he was, someone shut him up. Zixian's talent was our hidden ace. After this, who in the server would dare cross us? Solo killing the Emperor will shake the whole game. Su Chen might have been strong, but look at him now, stone cold dead. Their laughter rose and fell as they pictured Zixian's name dominating the rankings. Is it really over? Demon Slayer Tian stared at Su Chen's body, feeling both exhilarated and uneasy. Then, you actually thought I was dead? A voice like ice brushed the back of his neck. Demon Slayer Tian's hair stood on end. He spun around to find Su Chen standing there, and scathed the corpse on the ground no more than a prop. You're alive? How? He stammered, dread washing over him. This is bad, really bad. Try as he might, he couldn't fathom how Su Chen, whose HP had hit 0, was standing there untouched. Su Chen's smile hinted that everything had gone exactly as planned. Reborn once already, he knew every card Demon Slayer Tian would play. The instant Zixian appeared, Head recognized him, substituted an identical clone with Shao Qing's doppelganger skill, and shifted his real body into the void with Ari's possession. Demon Slayer Tian's face drained of color. Despair surged as he glared at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes, still unwilling to yield. So you saw through Zixian's talent from the very start. You've been toying with me all along. You dare cross me? Aren't you afraid I'll use my real-world contacts to uncover your identity? Do you realize the corporate giant penguin group is backing me? If you could really trace my identity, you would have done it already, so stop wasting my time. In the oppressive gloom of the bone forest, Imo Zanshin's threat hovered like a blade of ice. Yet Su Chen didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow. No matter how many resources the penguin group threw at it, they could never crack the Divine Pets server, whose database was guarded by the highest tiers of the Global Federation. The core Aeon alloy of Earth's finest technology and alien starship engineering had never shown a single flaw or bug. The thought drew a faint smile across Su Chen's lips. The so-called threat felt weightless, hardly deserving the name. Do you actually know the secrets of the Divine Pets AI? Imo Zanshin's voice spiked, rare fear flickering in his eyes. All he had ever heard were rumors. The core intelligence was under lock and key by a federation of 197 nations and might hold the key to humanity's future to a cataclysm that could erase civilization. But Su Chen's calm certainty planted a terrible suspicion in Imo Zanshin's mind. The young man seemed to have seen through everything. Emperor Chen, what are you? Imo Zanshin fixed his gaze on Su Chen, every muscle tensing. Su Chen stepped forward, each measured pace striking like a hammer on Imo Zanshin's heart. So the penguin group stands behind you, what of it? In this game, you're still an ant. And one day, they'll overturn the entire penguin group as easily as I squash you. The words had barely fallen when violet thunder wings erupted from his back, torrents of lightning gathering like an army of celestial blades. A chill stabbed through Imo Zanshin. The youth before him looked like a phantom hand risen from the abyss, ready to drag him into endless darkness. Su Chen said nothing more. The thunder wings flashed, and a radiant bolt of lightning sharp enough to fell a godshot straight for Imo Zanshin's throat. 34,978. Critical weak point hit. Blood and lightning exploded together. Imo Zanshin's eyes went wide, terror and hatred frozen in their depths. Before he could mount a single defense, the lightning blade sliced him clean in two. His body hit the ground, spraying a mist of red. The guild master's down. My god, Emperor Chen one-shotted him. What do we do now? We're finished. The players of the Glory Alliance saw their leader severed and scattered like headless sheep, panic flooding the chat. System message. Plunder successful. You have stolen Imo Zanshin's Class A talent. Demonic Starburst. Talent acquired Demonic Starburst. Consume 50 of your current mana to deal damage equal to 10 times that amount to all enemies within a 500-meter radius. Imo Zanshin's talent has been stolen, dropping it to Brank. Su Chen's lips curled into a smile. This was exactly how things had played out in his previous life. Imo Zanshin still carried that notorious god-tier area effect talent. Unfortunately, Su Chen already knew every trick. In this game world, mana was almost useless. Aside from summoning pets, it was little more than a decoration. Yet Imo Zanshin's talent could convert mana into catastrophic damage, consuming half of his mana to deal true damage equal to 10 times that amount to every enemy within a 500-meter radius. Su Chen currently had around 36,000 mana points. If he siphoned off 18,000 of them, he could unleash a terrifying 180,000 damage Imo Zanshin's hidden ace. But before that ace could be revealed, Su Chen erased him with a single thunderblade. A streak of silver lightning tore through the air. Imo Zanshin vanished without even a scream, his character screen fading to gray. The moment he died, players from Glory Alliance surged forward like ants. More than 1,000 of them formed a fan-shaped assault, charging from the ridge, the ruins, and the woods. Fear flickered in their eyes, but no one dared betray the guild. In the end, a death in-game only meant losing a level. Let me send you off with your master's own skill. Chen raised both hands, his voice as cold as ice. Mega Mana burst. A violent surge of magic erupted from within him. The ground beneath his feet cracked like a spiderweb, stones shot skyward, and the air compressed to the brink of collapse. All that remained was a rapidly shrinking orb of eerie violet-black energy. Chen's mana bar plummeted in plain sight, the system chiming frantically as the skill's power multiplied. The orb detonated. Waves of annihilation rolled out like a tangible tide. 183,972. 184,978. 184,781. Damage numbers burst across the screen like fireworks. It was as if an invisible hammer had flattened the entire battlefield. Glory Alliance players had no time to raise shields or trigger skills. The purple-black shockwave mowed them down, their avatars shattering into motes of white light like helpless ants crushed underfoot. System messages flooded in. Ding. You have killed player Mo Feng Quang Jian and stolen his crank talent pet defense boost. Ding. You have killed player Mo Tian Wu Qing and stolen his crank talent aquatic affinity. Ding. You have killed player Mo Shi Quang Ho and stolen his brank talent pet vitality surge. Hundreds of prompts echoed nonstop. In one breath, Chen plundered the talents of several hundred players' attack, defense, speed, and assorted special effects. The system neatly sorted them into his talent list. His character panel now boasted over 100 new entries. Whenever a talent stacked 3 times, it automatically evolved, and this single massacre pushed dozens of crank talents up to brank. He gained more than a dozen fresh brank abilities at once, an astonishing haul. Chen's stunning performance thundered through the hearts of Glory Alliance's members. Many had never even seen Mo Zhantian unleash his signature talent, yet they had watched Chen wipe them out with that very same move. Terror rooted them in place. Some members of the Glory Alliance Guild even managed to record a video in their final moments. The footage shook, crimson filling the frame. Chen slipped alone into the starter village controlled by the Glory Alliance. In a flash of steel, he cut down waves of undead bloodbats. The bloodbat king shrieked and tried to dive, but Chen split it in two with a single slash. The camera then swung to the guild's base. Nearly 1,000 Glory Alliance players swarmed him, only to collapse one after another under his blade, and even guild master Mo Zhantian fell. Every second of the massacre was captured without a break. The village wipe video was posted on the official forum to brand Chen a villain. It hit 1 million views in under 10 minutes and ignited a firestorm. Look at this. What kind of monster does that? He's worse than a demon. Glory Alliance members sobbed in the comments. The rest of the community, however, cheered. Never thought I'd see Glory Alliance get bullied. Brilliant. Bullied? More like uprooted. Almost 1,000 players flattened by a lone wanderer. Talk about humiliation. One user exposed them. Glory Alliance steals newbie resources all the time. Utter trash. Another scoffed. Backed by Penguin Group? No wonder their money grabbing is so dirty. A diehard fan shouted, Emperor Chen, take me as your apprentice. A female player declared, Emperor Chen, meet me offline any way you like. Public opinion flipped entirely in Chen's favor. His solo demolition of a 1,000-strong guild became legend and earned him a massive following. Inside the Glory Alliance base, Mo Zhantian's roar echoed. He pitched his heavy VR helmet to the floor, the visor shattered in a spray of sparks. Idiots. Every last one of you. His bloodshot gaze swept the room. Who gave you permission to upload that video without my say-so? Gritting his teeth, he snarled. You just handed Emperor Chen free fame and trashed our name. 1,000 of us taken down by one Mando. You find that glorious? He barked. Whoever posted it is fired. Well, collect every cent of their penalty fee. Still fuming, he hissed, Emperor Chen, you crossed Menno, you'll pay. I don't care how strong you are, they'll bring you down. He yanked out his phone and jabbed at the call button. Hello? President Chen of Ali Group? I need a favor. We're prepared to pay 5 billion. Mo Zhantian's first words made the old man on the other end of the line pause, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. 5 billion, Mo Zhantian said, enunciating each syllable. The number carried enough weight to lure any top-tier guild, even the president of Yama Palace, the guild backing the Ali Group. The old man frowned, but didn't agree at once. His voice was low and steady. What's the job? A fee that high still depends on the task. This was the Ali Group's gaming spearhead, in-game ID, Qin Guangwang. While the Tencent Group had sent only a token few hundred players into Divine Pets, the Ali Group had fielded tens of thousands from start. In the previous timeline, the Honor Alliance didn't rise until much later. In funding and numbers they couldn't compare with Yama Palace. Yama Palace's 10 strongest were dubbed the 10 Kings of Hell, each with at least an ranked talent and rare, top-tier pets. Qin Guangwang, though past 60, was an online gaming legend. 50 years ago, had broken out in major esports tournaments as a teenager, Decades of conquering countless MMOs had given him unrivaled experience. His hair was white now, but his reflexes and game sense were razor sharp. More astonishing still, Head rolled an ultra-rare strength talent in Divine Pets, earning him command of Yama Palace. Mo Zhantian lowered his voice. I want the player named Chen Di killed back to level 0. 5 billion in cash, paid in full. Qin Guangwang's expression barely shifted, though surprise danced in his eyes. He thought a moment, and then said, I've heard about your feud with Emperor Chen. He's a lone wolf, but frighteningly strong, no simple target. So, Mo Zhantian pressed. Add more, the old man replied, voice calm and deep. Mo Zhantian's face darkened. After a long bout of haggling, they settled on 8 billion. Su Chun had to be driven back to level 0. When he hung up, Mo Zhantian's eyes were icy. Emperor Chun, you dared cross Menno, you'll pay. What he didn't know was that Su Chen's kill list already included more than the Honor Alliance. Yama Palace, one of the 10 super guilds that had ambushed him in his previous life, was firmly on that list. Today's events merely moved the timetable forward. The vast starter village was deserted. Su Chen stood alone. In Divine Pets, choosing to respawn at the revival point took a full hour. With no one to disturb him, he swept the empty plaza with a blazing gaze. The ground was thick with gear and treasure. The haul came from the dead members of the Honor Alliance, mixed with drops from the Bloodbat King and countless undead bloodbats. Jackpot, Su Chun muttered, clenching his fists as his eyes skimmed the glittering piles like a hunter surveying prey across an entire mountain. His eyes burned with fervor. Ding. You picked up a champion-grade item, the ancient Bloodfiend bracelet. Ding. You picked up a stellar peak item, the Bloodfiend's Sorrow Greaves. Ding. You obtained 1,000 random attribute stones. Ding. You obtained 10 skill evolution stones. Ding. The barrage of system chimes rang so loudly, it made Su Chen's eardrums throb. He bent down and tossed each piece of loot into his backpack. Yet the more he stored, the tighter his brow knit. Beyond the top-tier drops from the Bloodbat King, nearly 1,000 Honor Alliance players had been wiped out, turning the ground into a glittering carpet of equipment, several thousand items in all. Killing almost 1,000 people in one strike, and still running out of space, Su Chen's gaze drifted across the forest of glowing beams as he weighed his options. Destroying the gear would be quick, but the sheer number of platinum and emerald pieces represented a fortune he couldn't bear to waste. Suddenly inspiration struck, and his eyes flashed. Got it. Pet Possession Fusion, Shaoqing. At his command, Shaoqing dissolved into azure light and merged with him. Twin Serpent Shadow activated, and 10 identical Su Chens fanned out at once. Each clone carried the same stats, gear, skills and, crucially, backpack capacity. The only catch, when a clone vanished, anything it held disappeared with it. For that reason, Su Chen rarely risked this spell. Clones, grab everything. The 9 duplicates blurred into motion, darting among the light columns. Metal clanged and gemstones clinked in a constant chorus, and within 2 minutes every item was swept into 10 backpacks. The clearing was spotless. Seeing ample space still left in the clones' packs, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, then a new ambition stirred. I have to get that artifact someday. He pictured a hidden forbidden dungeon ruled by a boss even stronger than Championeer. Deep in its lair rested a legendary artifact, the Plunder King's Demon Ring. With it, any player he killed would drop their entire loadout at a 100% rate. Once that ring was his, no one could stand in his way. Not far off, the Elven Princess Sasha had witnessed the entire fight. Awe and admiration shone in her violet eyes. My judgment was right, slaughtering 1,000 with a flip of his hand. With courage like that, hell help the elves reclaim their glory, she whispered, heart pounding. Let's head back. After scooping up the last of the loot, Su Chen summoned Thunderwings. 9 clones drifted around him as he wrapped an arm around Sasha. They shot upward in a streak of blue-white lightning, racing toward the novice village where Xiao Yun and her mother waited. High above, the wind howled. Su Chen looked down on the entirety of Shanghai town. The 2 starter villages he had cleared were calm, but fires and screams still raged in the others. For now, only those 2 villages enjoyed peace. The rest remained mired in catastrophe. To end the disaster at its source, he had to eliminate the real mastermind behind the undead horde, the vampire witch, the ultimate boss. And it was time for her to show herself. Suspending himself in midair, Su Chen gazed down at the dozen novice villages already ravaged by war. These ordinary monsters were mere small fry. Only by killing the vampire witch could he reap the true rewards. Besides, he was still keeping his guardian deity of humanity class under wraps. If he could weaken both the light and dark factions at once, the payoff would be beyond imagination. 5 minutes later, he landed in the small courtyard where Su Kaching and her daughter were lodging, the elf princess Suaxia cradled in his arms. The gate creaked open. Su Kaching looked up to see the princess leaning against Su Chen's chest. A flicker of jealousy rose in her heart but quickly faded. Without the elf's help, she and her daughter would likely be dead. She exhaled quietly in relief. Before his clones vanished, they dumped their spatial backpacks in unison, spilling every last trophy across the courtyard. Armor, swords, staves, necklaces, thousands of items clanged onto the ground, catching the sunlight until the entire yard glittered like a sea of steel and jewels. Su Kiking's eyes widened. Did you rob someone? How did you get so much equipment? Suashia giggled behind her hand. Something like that. Brother Chen slaughtered hundreds of monsters and wiped out a few hundred scumbags in those villages too. All of this is loot. To her, anyone who opposed Su Chun was automatically a bad guy. Taking a steadying breath, Su Kuching turned to Su Chun. What are you going to do with all this gear? Open a shop in the main city, Su Chun said with a small smile. You and Xiaoyan can run it as proprietors. How about it? Business is my forte, and Zioyan's quick-witted, of course we can handle it. Su Kuching replied, then felt a rush of heat in her cheeks. Help run the shop? Since when were they the proprietors? Images flooded her mind, and she quickly ducked her head. Su Chun let it pass and swept his gaze over the shining equipment. I can't carry all of this. Keep it safe for me. Once the novice village situation is settled, I'll take you both away. A quick inventory showed more than 2,000 pieces of gear, nearly 1,000 of them platinum grade or higher. At this stage of the game, that was an unfathomable fortune. The more he sold, the more he would earn, and the more devastating the loss for the Glory Alliance. Losing so many high-level items at once would be a deep, painful cut, even for a guild as wealthy as Glory Alliance. Right now, equipment supply lagged far behind demand. The gear those Glory Alliance players had lost would be almost impossible to replace, leaving the entire guild reeling. The reason Su Chun asked Kuching and her daughter to handle the sales was simple. His time was too valuable to spend minding a shop, a task better left to full-time merchants. Rather than hire strangers and risk them skimming off the top, he preferred to entrust the store to two women he truly trusted. He would be looting plenty of top-tier gear he didn't need, and letting them sell it was clearly the most efficient and cost-effective approach, made both friends and money, a deal with no downside. Although Su Kuching was already a mother, she still had a stunning figure. Her long, shapely legs stretched well over a meter, and every movement carried a mature, irresistible charm. Su Chun didn't consider himself a philanderer, yet he had tasted that ripe, honey-sweet fruit before. If it could be summed up in one word, it would be supple, marvelously so. The memory made him vow to reclaim his masculine pride. He couldn't keep letting her have the upper hand. Forcing his eyes away from Kuching, Su Chun turned his attention to the new pieces of top-tier gear in his backpack. 1. Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet, King Grade, Entry Level. Physical Attack 1099. Magic Attack 1099. Strength 550. Intelligence 550. HP 3000. Required Level 20. Skill Power of the Blood Demon. Every point of damage you deal adds 1 charge to the bracelet. After 500,000 charges, the Ancient Blood Demon's strength awakens, granting an incredible power boost. Definitely King Grade. One piece added more than 1,000 points of damage, and its skill required a colossal 500,000 points of damage to trigger clearly. The payoff would be extraordinary. Without hesitation, Su Chun replaced Alice's old diamond grade source of strength Greaves with the King Grade Ancient Blood Demon Bracelet. 2. Blood Demon's Lament Greaves Stellar Pinnacle Grade. Physical Defense 1136. Magic Defense 1479. Constitution 699. HP 2000. MP 2000. Required Level 20. Skill Blood Demon's Lament. After the wearer takes a total of 100,000 points of damage, they can summon 3 Blood Demon Servants. Each servant is a stellar pinnacle monster matching the wearer's level and remains for up to 1,200 seconds. Su Chun studied the stats, a grin spreading across his face. Summon 3 stellar pinnacle monsters at once. Not bad at all. Su Chun was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Greaves to be this powerful. Even among Starsheen grade gear, they were top tier. Before the glow had faded, he was already calculating. Both pieces had dropped from the Bloodbat King, and their value far exceeded his expectations. This haul was pure profit. That thought reminded him of another drop from Demon Blade Tian. He opened his inventory and scrolled until a familiar name appeared. Starshine Great Eye, Dark Moon Fiend Necklace. Attributes. Physical Attack 799. Strength 689. Agility 650. Attack Speed 45. Level Requirement 20. Skill Blessing of the Moon Fiend Queen. Summons the Queen's remnant soul to assist. The soul is a powerful support unit, though some abilities are sealed by the item's grade. Description. Evolved from the Dark Fiend Necklace. With the right materials, it can continue to transform. Su Chen's eyes lit up. The last time he'd seen this necklace on the rankings, it was only Diamond Grade Eye. Demon Blade Tian had clearly spent a fortune pushing it to Starshine Grade Eye. With enough top-tier materials, it could break into King Grade or higher. In his previous life, Demon Blade Tian had stalled at King Grade for lack of the proper components. But Su Chen knew exactly where to find every one of them and was confident he could push it further. Decision made. He replaced Alice Diamond Peak Purple Blood Necklace with the Starshine Dark Moon Fiend Necklace, and the clear chime of an equipment notification rang out. He still had 1,000 random attribute stones left. After a moment's thought, he split them evenly between his two pets, 500 for Ollie and 500 for Xiaoqing. The prompts came one after another. Ding. Your pet, 8-tailed violet celestial fox Ollie, consumed 500 random attribute stones and gained Strength 124, Constitution 116, Agility 142, Intelligence 118. Ding. Your pet, Medusa Queen Xiaoqing, consumed 500 random attribute stones and gained Intelligence 239, Constitution 127, Agility 71, Strength 63. Alice's gains were well balanced, but Xiaoqing drew a huge boost to intelligence, clearly benefiting from her elite luck trait. Chen made a mental note. Whenever chance-based items were involved, Xiaoqing would get first pick. Near the bottom of his pack lay 10 pet skill evolution stones. Without hesitation, he focused on Xiaoqing's Wings of Thunder, the core of her burst damage and mobility. Ding. You used 6 pet skill evolution stones. Medusa Queen Xiaoqing's Wings of Thunder has been raised to level 20. Flight speed is increased by 60, and damage from Wings of Thunder strikes is increased by an additional 90. The sound effect had barely faded when a new prompt appeared. Ding. Xiaoqing's Wings of Thunder has reached max level and is undergoing a mutation evolution. Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Thunder Wings had just evolved. System alert. Congratulations. Xiaoqing's Thunder Wings have transformed into a brand new skill Violet Tempest Wings. In an instant, a massive pair of wings forged from heavenly violet lightning unfurled behind Xiaoqing, crackling arcs tearing through the air. Violet Tempest Wings. 1. Deals 5,400 magic power as lightning damage to enemies. 2. Each strike has a chance to trigger thunderstorm, delivering an additional hit of equal damage for up to triple output. 3. Grants the user flight and underwater mobility. Flight speed is 3 times that of the original Thunder Wings. Higher damage, insane speed, and it even works underwater. Chen clenched his fist, barely containing his excitement. He opened his inventory. 4 pet skill evolution stones remained. Let's see if I can push Violet Tempest Wings up another tier. The system replied coldly, insufficient stones. Evolving Violet Tempest Wings requires 5 pet skill evolution stones. Chen paused, then glanced at Ollie. Her core burst skill, Frost Triple Slash, was his real trump card for taking down tougher bosses, where instantaneous damage mattered most. He made the decision and fed the stones into the skill. Ding. 1 evolution stone consumed. Alice Frost Triple Slash is now level 4. Each strike damage 20. Ding. Level 5. Ding. Level 6. Ding. Level 7. With the 4th chime, the skill panel refreshed. Level 7 Frost Triple Slash. First slash, 220 attack power. Second slash, 320 attack power. Third slash, 420 attack power. Combined burst, a staggering 960 physical damage, nearly a 10-fold strike. After upgrading the skill and counting what loot remained, Chen suddenly remembered he had yet to open the level 30 Supreme Pack. With the Vampiric Witch closing in, he needed every edge he could get. Producing the violet gold chest from his bag, he tapped open without hesitation. System prompt. Open Supreme Pack level 30. A random top-tier reward will be granted. Open. Chen confirmed. A blinding pillar of light shot skyward. Congratulations. You have received Servant Contract Scroll 1, with 2 charges. Item info. Special treasure, mythic grade, current uses 22. Effect. The Servant Contract can be used on any player, NPC, or boss. Once the bond is formed, the target becomes your servant, forever eternally loyal, incapable of betrayal, and willing to do anything for you, from offering their body to laying down their life. After the signing, you can even read every thought in the servant's mind. The contract can be triggered in 2 ways. Either the target accepts willingly, or you brand them after beating them to within 3% of their remaining health. A Servant Contract Scroll. Chen's fingertips trembled and his chest felt as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer, only for wild elation to explode behind his eyes. This is worth every bit as much as a pet space expansion scroll, he judged silently. Bosses, players, and peak status meant nothing. Once the scroll unfurled and the pact was sealed, any of them could become a servant who would never betray him. That went far beyond a simple boost in combat strength. It could completely reshape the balance of the entire world. With that realization, Chen grew even more certain that the Divine Pet Core had no intention of making a mere blockbuster game. An earth-shaking conspiracy was brewing behind this title. The lives and deaths of real-world players could be manipulated at will. Anyone bound by this scroll would obey inside the game and lose their freedom outside it as well, reduced to a puppet. It doesn't raise raw power directly, yet the potential gain is unrivaled. Chen's heartbeat quickened. If he bound a breathtaking beauty, she would serve him for life. If he bound the leader of a mega guild, both the guild's assets and its real-world resources would fall into his hands. Binding a man? Not interested. Binding a pretty face with no strength? Equally dull. The ideal choice was a stunning woman who possessed both influence and power. One figure flashed through Su Chen's Minda, peerless beauty with a body like a willow, a heart like a viper, unrivaled in looks and authority, seemingly gentle yet cold within, harboring ambitions to plunge the world into chaos. If I could bring her under my banner, the experience would be unique, and lay the foundation for my ascent to godhood. The thought drew a meaningful smile across his lips. But the immediate situation was pressing. The Bloodborne which was about to appear, the Morningstar saintess lurked in the shadows, and a cataclysmic battle could erupt at any moment. Whether for the perfect pet foundation technique or Alice 7-element integration, he had to slay a king-tier light element in Pecan. This confrontation offered the best chance. With that in mind, Su Chen swiftly rearranged the gear in his pack and said a brief farewell to Su Kuching and her daughter. A moment later, he summoned the enormous violet thunder Shintian wings, leapt into the air, and streaked toward the sky. Su Chen left Elf Princess Su Xia in the courtyard for the moment to look after Su Kuching and her little girl. Spreading his wings, he shot into the sky, violet lightning crackling along the celestial thunder wings as he streaked across the night like a comet. From above, he saw a mountain sea town and every surrounding starter village drown in a sea of black mist, the calamity devouring players and NPCs alike. Darkest of all was the main street at the town center. The air itself seemed torn apart, and a massive spatial rift yawned wide, vomiting a tide of necrotic blood-red energy. That's the Placino, no doubt about it. Certain of his target, he angled his wings and dove. Halfway down he reconsidered. Rushing in Hedon would be idiotic, better to melt into the shadows. If the enemy can be seen while he cannot, the odds tilt in his favor. 5 minutes later, he landed soundlessly behind a ruined house 300 meters from the rift. Xiaoqing was back in the pet space, and Ollie had finished syncing with him. Void Sprint, activate. At once his form went half-transparent, blending with the air. Even a vampire witcher, the Lord of the Undead himself, would struggle to spot him now. Becoming the ultimate prone stalker gave him the best shot at victory. Fully concealed, Su Chen crept along the ground toward the rift. The wound in space quivered, scarlet power surging. Then a long, shapely leg and crimson heel stepped through, followed by an elegant figure. Hee. Finally, I can stretch my wings. It's been ages since I tasted fresh human blood, and I'll drink my fill. With that chilling laugh, the vampire witch Diane Lee emerged. Her blood-red robe traced lethal curves, razor-sharp crimson nails flashed, and the blood fog around her fingertips warped the air. A death-pale, yet exquisite face framed demonic scarlet eyes, equal parts peril and allure. Hidden nearby, Su Chen raised a hand and cast Probe. Vampire Witch Diane Lee. Grade, level, stats, skills. Nothing but question marks. She outclassed him by at least 10 levels. Su Chen stayed patient. The Morningstar Sanctuary would show up. Better to let them clash and pick up the spoils after. Sure enough, the witch's eerie laugh had barely faded when a brilliant holy aura blasted the black mist apart. A blonde woman stepped from the light, the Morningstar saintess, Alice. Witch, I've waited long enough. I knew you'd surface here sooner or later. Prepare to face Morningstar's judgment. Her gaze was ice, her voice a blade. The wounds that once covered her were long healed, thanks to the holy healing herbs Su Chen had gathered for her. Alice, I'm here to protect you. As long as I'm around, that witch won't lay a finger on you. A towering man in dazzling silver armor, a kind that borders on flamboyant, charged through the flames, a greatsword wreathed in sacred fire gripped in his hand. Su Chen recognized him instantly. It was Caro, young lord of Seaside City. Caro's gaze clung to the saintess of the Morning Star, Alice, smoldering with passion and possession. Su Chen had already seen through him. The man worshipped the saintess, every movement the picture of a fawning admirer. Driven by this twisted desire, Caro couldn't tolerate anyone near Alice, and had even plotted to kill Su Chen after Su Chen so much as spoke with her. You brought backup? Then I'll summon mine. The vampire witch's lips curved into a sinister smile. She raised a long, pale hand and snapped her fingers. With a resounding crack, a rift split the air, spewing a torrent of blood-tinged energy. Something colossal surged through, its aura of malice flooding the battlefield. It was a hound, yet 3 snarling heads crowned its shoulders, and each paw left trails of hellfire hot enough to melt stone. A hellhound of 3 heads had arrived. Su Chen's pupils contracted. Cloaked in shadow, he quietly cast Scout. Hellhound, 3-headed. Rank, King Tier, mid-level boss. Level, 38. HP, 180,000, 180,000, 180,000 total, 540,000. Physical attack, 14,972. Physical defense, 8,792. Magic defense, 12,791. Trait Body of Flame, 65 fire damage taken, 55 fire damage dealt. Skills, Frenzied Bloodlust, Inferno, Flaming Charge, Hellfire Bloodburst. Description, a monstrous hound from the abyss, vicious and deranged. Approach at your own peril. The witch summons a monster at King Tier just like that, Su Chen muttered from the shadows, alarm tightening his chest. Go, Hellhound. Let's see a dog fight. The witch cackled. At her command, the beast lunged at Karo. Did you just call me a dog? Karo roared, swinging the flaming greatsword at the charging brute. A lapdog's still a dog. Win, and you're king of the mutts. Lose, and you don't even measure up. The vampire witch jeered, her eyes flicking to Alice. One look told her Karo was the hopelessly devoted type. The words hit their mark. Karo's face went livid. No matter the outcome, the label of dog would stick. So be it. If being her hound means protecting Alice, he'll gladly wear the collar. Gritting his teeth, Karo unleashed a torrent of blazing battle aura, bringing the greatsword down in a scorching arc. The Hellhound answered in kind. One of its heads lunged forward and sank its fangs into Karo's backside. Although Karo was clearly stronger than the Hellhound, the beast's body was born of flame and could shrug off 65% of fire damage. Karo's fire-infused aura crashed down like a raging tide, but most of it broke against that innate resistance. The remnants flickered between black fangs only to be absorbed by the creature's burning hide, leaving its coat almost untouched. Man and hound rolled and slammed into each other, fire and claws colliding in a stalemate neither could break. On the far side of the square, the witch only wore a mocking smile as she glanced at the Morningstar saintess, her voice both sultry and icy. Old crone of the Morningstar Temple, stand in my way and I'll teach you the meaning of death. The saintess' eyes were as cold as distant starlight. She raised her snow-white staff, and a silver spear of starlight solidified in the air, giving the witch no time to react. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts. Face the judgment of the Morningstar. Lance of Holy Verdict. The silver light burst forth like a meteor, driving straight for Diana's chest. Her expression flickered, her fingers flashed through a rapid series of seals, and roiling blood energy formed a dark crimson shield. Damn it, you struck first. Boom. Spear and shield collided with a deafening crash that rattled the trees and sent roof tiles flying. The blood-red barrier shattered into sparks, and the Lance of Verdict disintegrated in the same instant, draining the saintess' holy power and leaving their first exchange a draw. The proud saintess refused to relent. She lifted her staff and unleashed another burst of radiance, flooding Diana with Morningstar light. What was meant to heal became searing agony to a creature of darkness. 129,447. The enormous damage indicator floated above the witch's head as she screamed, her delicate features twisting, crimson hair whipping wildly. Enough, they'll tear you apart. Fury blazed in her eyes. Flesh split around her fingertips and blood-red bone spurs erupted, blood mist swirling like smoke between her claws. She blurred forward, the air ripping behind her, lunging straight at the saintess. Compared with the clash of those two powerhouses, the scrap between Karo and the Hellhound looked almost comical. Relying on its 65% fire resistance, the beast closed in for a brawl, its three maws snapping relentlessly while blistering breath melted the paving stones. Karo dared not meet the assault heat-in. He darted left and right, forced into a headlong retreat through the narrow streets. Sparks flew, walls were gouged by the hound's claws, and the townsfolk had long since fled, leaving only his harried silhouette and the roaring monster tangled amid the ruin. For all that Karo's raw power matched the Hellhound's, the pampered son of a city lord had never fought for his life before, and the creature's savage assault left him utterly bedraggled. Su-chun lay hidden in the shadows, watching the clash that would decide the fate of tens of thousands of townsfolk and players in Shanghai town. Above him, the bloodborne witch, Dianli, and the Morningstar saintess collided in midair, holy light and blood-red mist coiling around each other with no clear victor. Su-chun quickly read the battlefield. The two women were evenly matched, so rather than wait for the outcome, he might as well kill Kaluo first and use the power surge to his advantage. The moment the thought struck, a faint smile curled across his lips. While Kaluo was being forced back by the infernal Cerberus, Su-chun silently circled behind him. Breaking stealth into a deadly strike, his razor-edged blood dagger flashed and swept toward Kaluo's throat. 59,712. Weak point break. The poison blade carved through flesh and unleashed a wave of searing pain. Kaluo jolted, too stunned to fend off the Cerberus' snapping jaws. He spun around and froze when he recognized the figure behind him. Su-chun. I knew it. You really are a spy for the dark faction. Kaluo roared, veins bulging. Traitor. They'll tear you limb from limb. Su-chun met the rage with icy indifference. Whether I'm light or dark means nothing to you. When you reach the 9 hells, we can settle any score you like. With that, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage. Kaluo's furious howl echoed, his face twisting with helpless rage. Overhead, the two women paused long enough to look down. Dianli flashed a smug grin, batted aside a spear of holy light, and taunted, see? My ally has arrived. Kaluo can't hold out soon. It'll be 3 against 1. Once he's dead, you're next, you arrogant saintess. The Morningstar saintess face hardened, a chill prickling her heart. She had never imagined Su-chun would betray her. Emperor Chun, I trusted you, she said coldly. Return to the light while there's still time, or the Morningstar Sanctuary will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Chen shrugged. I don't serve factions, I serve profit. Kaluo's bragged about killing me often enough. I'm just cutting the line. He reappeared above Kaluo, phantom shift refreshing every cooldown. An icy triple slash, wrapped in frost blue light, came crashing down. 28,798. Breaking stealth strike second slash. The frozen blade made Kaluo's scalp prickle and his spine go cold. Before he could even lock on his Chen, a third frozen flash descended. 34,918. The pair of devastating hits left his mind reeling. Chen flickered like a phantom, impossible to track. His low voice sounded in Kaluo's ear, as final as a verdict. One last strike. Time to go. Final strike time to send you off. Critical hit. 90,217. Critical hit. The frost triple slash, now refined to 7, erupted with unprecedented chill. The third slash, a blue-white blade aura like a cascading icefall, slammed into Kaluo's chest. In a heartbeat, his silver-heavy armor crumbled to frost dust, his health dropped to 0, and the young lord of Seaside City toppled before he could even scream. System prompt. Congratulations. Your pet seven-tailed ice spirit fox, Ollie, has killed the high-tier king-level boss LV39 Seaside City young lord, Kaluo across levels. You and Ollie gained 20,000 base experience and 16,000 bonus cross-level experience. 36,000 experience points flooded in, and Chen's eyes lit. Upit was enough to level. The next second, familiar white light rained down. Congratulations. You have reached level 32 and gained 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, and 2 constitution. The radiance didn't stop. Ollie was bathed in 2 pillars of light. Congratulations. Your pet 8-tailed violet sky fox, Ollie, has reached level 29 and gained 15 free attribute points, automatically assigned to strength. Congratulations. Your pet 8-tailed violet sky fox, Ollie, has reached level 30 and gained 15 free attribute points, automatically assigned to strength. A streak of loot and evolution notices scrolled across the screen. Loot successful. Ollie gains 120 evolution points. Ollie has additionally obtained a top-tier defense aptitude. Top-tier defense aptitude. All damage you take is reduced by 5,000. Only a defense aptitude? Chen muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. He had hoped for a top-tier light aptitude. With that, Ollie would have completed earth, water, fire, wind, light, dark, and thunder, triggering an immediate evolution. Then he remembered Kaluo's fire alignment and defensive specialty, so looting a defense aptitude made sense. Besides, a flat 5,000 damage reduction was huge for Alice's survivability, and Chen quickly let it go. A new system prompt chimed in. Ding. Current kills. Dark faction king level bosses 11. Light faction king level bosses 11. Congratulations. You have completed the blood refining trial. Do you want to perform bone tempering on your 2 current pets? Confirm. Chen answered without hesitation, had been preparing for this moment for a long time. A torrent of energy surged into Ollie and Xiaoqing. Chen could feel their blood boiling through their meridians, constantly refined by the system's power. The thunderous beat of ancestral resonance echoed within them as they advanced toward higher forms. Ding. Blood refining successful. Congratulations. Xiaoqing's supreme luck, ghost, berserk, mist form, advanced spell burst, advanced vitality, advanced defense, advanced intelligence, and medium movement speed aptitudes are all boosted by another 50%. Congratulations. Elise Transcendent Poison Forge aptitude, Supreme Shield aptitude, Supreme Fire aptitude, Supreme Wind aptitude, Advanced Darkness aptitude, Advanced Earth aptitude, Advanced Strength aptitude, Advanced Attack Speed aptitude, Advanced Vitality aptitude, Advanced Lifesteal aptitude, Medium Regeneration aptitude, and Supreme Defense aptitude are each enhanced by 50%. Blood churned above the refining pool while notification chimes rang one after another. Finishing blood refinement had raised every aptitude by half at a stroke. Delight flashed in Chen's eyes. A supreme defense aptitude that used to cut 5,000 damage now shaved off 7,500. An advanced strength aptitude that merely doubled power now stacked on another 50%, handing Ellie 2,500 extra raw damage for free. Every attribute made a qualitative leap: offense, defense, speed, regeneration skyrocketing across the board. In an instant, both pets evolved. Ding. You have triggered the final step of the perfect foundation technique: vein tempering. Vein tempering trial. Obtain 1 elemental energy core. Elemental energy core? Chen hesitated. He had never heard of such a thing. For now, he still had to settle the battle in the novice village. Inside the combat ring, the Morningstar Saintess and the Bloodborne Sorceress were still locked in a stalemate, light and darkness weaving into a violent maelstrom. Well done. The Sorceress Dai only curled her lips in a sly smile. Little brother, I've seen your sincerity toward darkness. Help me finish the Saintess, and I'll report your feats to the undead sovereign. You'll be handsomely rewarded. Chen's face darkened. Empty promises? I'm not buying it. If the payoff isn't enough, don't blame me for switching to the light. Never mind whether Die only would really speak for him. He had emptied the undead sovereign's treasury once already. If that lord saw him again, sparing his life would be a favor, let alone rewarding him. Decision made in a heartbeat, Chen wheeled around and charged the Hellhound, delivering a clear threat without proper compensation. He could flip the battlefield at any moment. Frost Edge Storm, he shouted. Ice blue energy detonated around him, swirling into a vortex. Blades of solid frost formed and whipped toward the Hellhound. The three-headed beast Frosian ally a moment ago, now turning his weapons on it. Hellfire! It roared. All three heads spat explosive fireballs at Chen. Flames and ice collided heat-in, shockwaves gouging trenches in the ground. As a level 38 mid-tier boss, the Hellhound had chased Karo into a rout. Its power was unquestionable, and its hellfire was terrifying. Yet the next instant its pupils shrank. Riding his newly swollen stats, Chen tore through the fiery barrier. Hundreds of frost blades rode the storm, striking from every blind spot. The Hellhound's massive body was sliced open, wounds cleaving to the bone as blood and ice shards sprayed. Off to the side, both Dionli and the Morningstar Saintess stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Razor-sharp shards of ice cut through the hellfire and crashed into the infernal Cerberus. 49,714. Elemental Restraint. 49,714. Elemental Restraint. 49,714. Elemental Restraint. Explosive crits burst inside the scorching flames. Blood spattered, and the stench of charred flesh filled the air as the first savage head was severed and tumbled into a crack of molten rock. The monster howled in agony. Only 2 stumps remained on its thick neck, spraying gore across the obsidian floor. Diamla's chest tightened. She had raised this creature for 3 long years, even feeding it her own flesh and blood to forge its fearsome reputation. Seeing her prized pet decapitated left her pale with grief. You dare ruin my beloved beast. She hissed at Chen. One day I'll cage you as my captive, break you in, and make you its replacement. Her threat burned with a strange, feverish intensity. Chen ignored her. In a blink he flashed onto the monster's back, his blade gleaming with frost as it carved off the second head. Ice triple slash. 27,798. 38,918. The wounds stacked. He immediately triggered his ultimate skill. Fatal Strike. 109,179. Critical hit. The 3-stage burst roared like a landslide, tearing the second head clean away. The lone remaining head trembled, its eyes pleading for mercy, all trace of arrogance gone. From a distance, the Morningstar Saintess, AI Lizzie, clapped and laughed. Bravo, Emperor Chen. Renounce your wicked ways, and I'll reward you handsomely. Unlike her gritting rival Dionli, AI Lizzie looked perfectly at ease. The death of young Lord Kaluo meant nothing to her, had been just another pawn. As they say, keep simping and you'll end up with nothing. Chen sheathed his blade and smiled sideways. And what exactly can you offer me? Any extra profit from the Saintess was welcome. AI Lizzie's eyes sparkled. She slipped a hand into her robe and produced a fist-sized dark gold gem, tossing it to him. Ding. The Morningstar Saintess, AI Lizzie, has given you a high-grade power stone. High-grade power stone. Consumed to permanently gain 50,500 random strength points. Chen's eyes lit up. Her man's stats were always good. Without hesitation, he handed the gem to the 8-tailed Zetian fox, Ali. Ding. Your pet, the 8-tailed Zetian fox, Ali, consumed a high-grade power stone and gained 257 strength. 257 points. Decent, he mused. If Qing had used it, her top-tier luck would have pushed at least 350. He was certain AI Lizzie carried far better treasures than this trinket. He needed to keep digging until he stripped her vault clean. Killing her outright might not make everything drop. Saintess, you're not planning to fob me off with just that, are you? One measly power stone isn't enough to buy my silence. Chen's casual smile was pure, undisguised extortion. Greedy wretch. Morningstar Saintess Alice frowned, raised her pale hand, and tossed over another glowing treasure. Ding. Morningstar Saintess Alice has given you a high-grade intelligence stone. High-grade intelligence stone. Permanently increases intelligence by 50,150 points at random. Chen's eyes lit up exactly as had hoped. A high-grade stone could be worth 3 ordinary ones if luck smiled on you. And with his pet Medusa Queen Xiaoqing's top-tier luck, fortune was practically guaranteed. Xiaoqing, activate top-tier luck. He slapped the intelligence stone onto her forehead without hesitation. Ding. Your pet Medusa Queen Xiaoqing consumed a high-grade intelligence stone and gained 150 intelligence. A perfect roll, 150 points. Chen's pupils shrank in excitement. Draws, evolutions, crits, a very bit of RNG was magnified by luck. Invaluable. He made a note to get the same luck boost for Ali. Pay up, problem solved. His gaze shifted to the shivering hellhound Cerberus. The Saintess surely had better loot, but no need to squeeze her all at once. He triggered Phantom Blink, wiping his cooldowns, then unleashed Frost Triple Slash into Fatal Strike. Blades of ice flashed. The three-headed hound exploded into shards of frost and blood mist. Congratulations. Your pet's seven-tailed ice spirit Fox Ali has overleveled the mid-tier king-class boss LV-38 Hellhound Cerberus. You and Ali gain 15,000 base EXP and 9,000 bonus EXP. 20 plus 1,000 experience poured in. Su Chen's level stayed put, but Ali shattered a bottleneck. White light burst from her body. Congratulations. Your pet eight-tailed violet sky fox Ali reached level 31 and gained 15 free points. Auto-assigned to strength. Plunder successful. Ali gained 120 evolution points. Ali additionally obtained top-tier darkness aptitude. Top-tier darkness aptitude. 1. Incoming darkness damage reduced by 60. 2. Attacks deal an extra 2,000 darkness damage. 3. Collect earth, water, fire, wind, light, darkness, and thunder aptitudes to unlock an unknown higher power. Progress, 67 light missing. Su Chen could hardly contain his joy. Darkness aptitude upgraded straight to top tier and doubled the bonus damage. From a distance, which Diane Lei watched Su Chen ally himself with the saintess and felt a surge of unwilling resentment. I can barely hold my own against the Morningstar saintess, and if that kid joins her, I'm finished. Not only would Lord Necrolord's plan fall apart, but I'd probably never escape either. Which Dai only weighed her options in a heartbeat, a ruthless glint flashing in her crimson eyes beneath long lashes. She had to break up the boy's alliance with the saintess. If the saintess could lure him with promises, she could be even more generous. Stifling her resentment, she curved her lips into a confident smile and fixed her gaze on Su Chen in the distance. Black boots clicked against the white tiles with a crisp, resolute rhythm, declaring her certainty of victory. She halted in front of him, her voice silky and irresistible. Little brother, why not team up with your big sister instead? The Morningstar Saintess is so stingy, she can't offer you anything worthwhile. Come let me show you what real sincerity looks like. With that, she reached into her bodice. Her fingertips slid past silken lining and produced a crystal vial, its surface traced with silver runes that shimmered with blue light. A flick of her wrist sent the bottle landing neatly before Su Chen. Ding! Which Dai only has gifted you an extraordinary aptitude potion. The system prompt flashed across Su Chen's retina. Extraordinary aptitude potion. When your pet consumes this, it randomly gains one attribute. The concise note was enough to set any player's pulse racing. An extraordinary aptitude potion. Su Chen's eyes practically sparkled. He mused to himself. Women really do love to compete, and when two of them lock horns, the man in the middle gets the windfall. He never expected Dai only to part with such a rare treasure. An extraordinary aptitude potion was worth at least 10 times more than a top-tier one. Thanks to his talent skim, Su Chen could re-roll aptitudes endlessly, but everyone else, players and NPCs alike, relied solely on potions, and the higher the grade, the scarcer they were. If this vial hit the auction house, the price would be insane. It was likely the first of its kind to land in a player's hands. Conservatively, it would fetch the price of a luxury penthouse in Thompson Riviera. More critically, in 3 years, every bit of in-game power would materialize in the real world, and humanity would face an unprecedented catastrophe. By then, people would pay any price to strengthen their pets, and this potion's value would skyrocket beyond imagination. Selling it was out of the question. The looming disaster made strength far more valuable than money. Now he had to decide who would drink it. His eyes shifted between Ali and Xiaoqing. A random potion always hinged on luck, and Xiaoqing boasted a top-tier luck aptitude, giving him a far better chance of landing a useful stat. After a brief contemplation, Su Chen chose the optimal path. Feed Xiaoqing first, and save the next treasure for Ali. Decision made. He popped the stopper and poured the faintly glowing blue liquid into Xiaoqing's beak. The pet tilted its head obediently, swallowing it in a single gulp. Ding! Xiaoqing has consumed the extraordinary aptitude potion and gained extraordinary grade intelligence aptitude. Another prompt appeared. Extraordinary grade intelligence aptitude. Intelligence is increased by 150. The numbers leapt out at him. Compared to Xiaoqing's previous 80 boost, that was a 70% surge, nearly a doubling. Data streams morphed into visible blue light, spreading along Xiaoqing's tail feathers. Pale golden runes enveloped the small body, and in an instant the intelligence bar on the panel skyrocketed. Xiaoqing's intelligence shot up by almost 3,000 points. The damage has taken a whole new turn. This is a genuine breakthrough. Excellent. Looks like my enemies will have to rethink their strategy. A brilliant smile spread across Su Chen's face as he spoke. He raised his staff, releasing a surge of magic that ripped the air apart, opening a dazzling rift. Light poured from the fracture like a waterfall, and a graceful, half-human, half-serpent figure stepped through. Master, what are your orders? It was Xiaoqing. She flicked her serpentine tail, her slender waist supple enough to coil at will. Crimson lips curved upward, phoenix-shaped eyes sparkled with fire. The Morningstar Saintess and the vampire witch Dai only exchanged a glance. Both privately startled. Xiaoqing's breathtaking allure eclipsed them at a glance. With a human face and a snake's body, her features were exquisitely bewitching, a single vermilion mole at the corner of her mouth adding an intoxicating charm. Her long tail was sheathed in fine, jade-green scales that gleamed like polished stone, each swing carrying an innate seduction. Men and women alike found themselves stunned by her distinctive beauty. Any serpent spirit capable of taking human form already promised astonishing potential, and Xiao Qing's aura hinted at an ancient, pure bloodline buried deep within her. The Morningstar Saintess frowned. Such a noble creature willingly serving as his slave? If Su Chen chose darkness, this battle would become 3 against 1. The Morningstar Sanctuary would fall, and she herself might die. Determination hardened her voice as she gripped her scepter. Emperor Chen, help me kill this witch and awaken the snake girl's bloodline, letting her evolve to an even higher tier. Xiao Qing can evolve. Su Chen's eyes lit up. You have something that can awaken dragon blood? If her dragon blood awakened, Xiao Qing's power would soar, perhaps surpassing her ancestors and reaching an even greater form. Show me the item first, and I'll act, he demanded, fixing the saintess with a heated gaze. She shook her head. The item won't leave my hands until Dai Onli is dead. I swear by the god of light. Help me slay her, and the treasure is yours at once. If I break this oath, my soul will perish and never know rebirth. A strand of mystical radiance sank into her body, the god of light binding her very life to the vow. The treasure was worth far more than everything Su Chen had extorted from Dai Onli. Convinced the oath was unbreakable, he hesitated no longer. The vampire which had to die. Xiao Qing, attack. Su Chen's command rang out like a death sentence to Dai Onli. At once, master. Split. At Su Chen's command, Xiao Qing's lithe, seductive form fractured into 10 identical copies. In an instant, the battlefield overflowed with snake tails whipping through the air, each clone indistinguishable from the original. Nearby, Chen Saintess was locked in a fierce duel with the witch Dai Onli, but Xiao Qing's mind held only one thought: carry out her master's order. Her serpent tail lashed, and her dark hair streamed back as lightning surged in her palms. A fist-sized sphere of crackling energy took shape with a sharp snap, hurtling straight at Dai Onli. Exploding thunder orb. The other 9 clones moved in flawless unison, their palms flashing with the same violet light. In the span of a heartbeat, 10 orbs fired like a barrage of bullets, showering the sky in purple arcs that rained down on their target. You fair-weather traitor. Dai Onli cursed under her breath. The oncoming glow painted her face as she felt the orb's crushing force from afar. Even a bloodborne body could not withstand 10 at once. So the assault on Shanghai town failed after all. Her expression darkened, yet she did not hesitate. In the next moment, she blurred into a streak of crimson and bolted toward a nearby spatial rift. Live to fight another day. When my undead legion returns, you'll beg for death. Her voice trailed off inside the blood-red shadow. Watching her attempt to flee, Chen Saintess secretly relaxed. If the witch ran, the mission was technically complete and she could keep the costly treasure promised only for Dai Onli's corpse. No kill, no payment, a perfect loophole. Su Chen had no intention of letting that happen. The item was critical for Xiao Qing to awaken her dragon blood and evolve. He would not allow it to slip away. Mind control. Borrowing Alice's power, icy lightning flashed in his eyes as a razor-thin spike of psychic energy pierced the air, stabbing straight into Dai Onli's mind. The witch's body convulsed. The crimson blur froze mid-flight. Ding. You have seized control of Bloodborne, which Dai Onli for 8 seconds. 8 seconds short, but enough. With a single thought, Su Chen forced her to whirl around, murderous intent radiating as she lunged at Chen Saintess. Blood ignition sacrifice, blood demon slash. Raging blood essence tore itself from her veins, thickening until it seemed solid. Her face went ghost white as the compressed blood condensed into a vicious scarlet blade that screamed through the air toward Chen Saintess. It was, without question, a strike that gambled life against life. It was Su Chen who was forcing her to act this way. Are you insane? Do you have a death wish? The Morningstar Saintess went sheet white. She was a notch stronger than the witch Dai Onli, yet the latter had begun sacrificing her own life, fighting with a ferocity that sent ice through the saintess' veins. Su Chen, help me hold her off. Hurry. Don't you want the relic that can turn a serpent into a human? She screamed while dodging frantically. Su Chen stood a short distance away, tall and composed, his face unreadable. At her frantic plea he merely smiled. Don't think I haven't seen through your little plan. You swore before the god of light that once Dai Onli is dead, you'll hand the relic to me. Whether she injures you or not hat's beyond my control. You the saintess shot him a furious glare but couldn't spare the focus. She had to meet Dai Onli's suicidal onslaught. Every strike burned the witch's lifeblood, crimson energy surging with killer-be-killed intent. Within moments the self-preserving saintess was on the back foot. After a brief stalemate, something felt wrong. Moments ago Dai Onli had been fighting to survive. Why was she suddenly ready to die? A chilling thought flashed across the saintess' mind. Was Dai Onli being controlled? She flicked her gaze to Su Chen, dread knotting in her chest. You're controlling her? What else? Chen replied, hands clasped behind him, a faint smile on his lips. A tremor ran through her. Just how terrifying was this young man? He was using Dai only to drain her strength, hoping they'd destroy each other. If that was true, she was finished. Blood witches excel at sacrificial magic, and Chen was wringing every drop of value from it. Each time Dai only burned her life, her reserves plummeted, yet she still tore holes in the saintess defenses. But Alice's mental domination lasted only 8 seconds. As the control was about to break and Dai only would regain herself, Chen gave a single, cold command self-destruct. Blood burial, self-detonation. Dai Anla's eyes filled with helpless fury as her body swelled under invisible force, crimson veins crawling across her skin. Boom, her blood essence erupted into a raging storm, hurtling toward the Morningstar Saintess with annihilating power. The Saintess shrieked and frantically raised the Morningstar shield, but the bloodstorm was unstoppable. The barrier shattered instantly. The blast slammed into her, flinging her dozens of meters through the air. She crashed through houses, snapped trees, and finally smashed against the iron gate of the city wall. Pale and trembling, the Morningstar Saintess stared ahead in horror and shock, her former lofty pride wiped clean away. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-tailed ice spirit Fox Ali, has slain the level 40 Overlord-class boss Blood Witch Dianli. You and Ali each receive 30,000 base experience points plus 24,000 bonus points for the overlevel kill. 54,000 experience in total, instantly credited. A burst of white light erupted around Chen. Congratulations. You've reached level 33 and gained 2 strength, 2 agility, 2 intelligence, and 2 constitution. Power surged through his veins. When Chen clenched his fists, he could hear his bones crack softly. This pace felt outrageously good. Moments later, beams of upgrade light flashed over Ali in rapid succession. Because pets need less experience, her glow looked even more intense. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-tailed amethyst sky fox Ali, has reached level 32 and received 15 free attribute points. Per your usual setup, all 15 have been assigned to strength. Congratulations. Your pet, the 8-tailed amethyst sky fox Ali, has reached level 33 and received another 15 free attribute points, again auto-allocated to strength. A dark red energy suddenly boiled up from Dianla's corpse, and Ali swallowed it in one gulp. Loot successful. Ali has gained 200 evolution points. Ali has also obtained Supreme Vitality Aptitude. Supreme Vitality Aptitude grants an additional 200 to the pet's maximum health. Her aptitude jumped from high to supreme, instantly boosting Ali's health bar by nearly 20,000 points. A wildlife force seemed ready to burst from her fur. With the step from 32 to 33 and her health doubled, her durability soared. Ali's evolution points now sat at 839,1000. One more boss of Dianla's caliber, and she could evolve again. With that in mind, Chen looked toward the Dawn Saintess, a woman whose saintly exterior masked a duplicitous heart. Past tragedies had taught him that strength came first. Misplaced mercy only led to ruin. Ali still lacked the light attribute to complete all 7 aptitudes. Sparing the Saintess would only slow the fox's growth. Chen strode to Dianla's corpse and quickly scooped up the spoils. Ding. You picked up the Emperor-grade Blood Queen's crown. Ding. You picked up the Emperor-grade Blood Burst belt. Ding. You picked up a pet evolution elixir worth 1,000 points. Ding. You picked up 29 silver coins and 9,781 copper coins. With 2 Emperor-grade items in hand, a fiery gleam sparked in Chen's eyes. He immediately opened his stats window. Emperor-grade Blood Queen's crown. Health 5,400. Mana 5,400. Constitution 1,000. Agility 1,000. Level requirement 20. Skill, Blood Summoning. This formidable crown seals the soul of the vampire, which Dianla. Activating the skill summons her to fight for you. The summoned witch retains all the power she wielded in life and gains additional boosts from your own talents. She remains on the battlefield for up to 120 seconds. This crown can actually bring the vampire witch back. Chen drew in a sharp breath. That was a top-tier king-level boss. With the pile of talents he had stolen, Dianla's strength would skyrocket, giving him invaluable support. Ali already wore a pinnacle starlight crimson crown of the monarch, while Xiaqing's helmet slot was still stuck at early diamond tier. Without hesitation, Chen replaced Xiaqing's diamond eye eternal flame crown with the king tier Blood Empress crown. He then turned his gaze to the second piece that had dropped from the witch, a king tier Blood Burst belt. King tier Blood Burst belt. Magic attack 1499. Physical attack 1499. Intelligence 640. Strength 640. HP 5000. Level requirement 20. Skill, Blood Burst. Consumes 30 of the wearer's current HP to deal dark damage equal to 20 times the HP spent to all nearby enemies. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Xiaqing currently had nearly 30,000 HP. If the skill triggered, 30 was around 9,000 HP, translating into almost 200,000 points of area damage. As her health grew, that number would only climb. Su Chen immediately moved the King Tier Bloodburst belt to Ollie, replacing her mid-diamond Frenzied Ice Demon belt. His eyes finally settled on a pet evolution elixir worth 1,000 points. A full 1,000 evolution points. One dose and Ollie could evolve on the spot. The thought made his eyes burn with anticipation. With this elixir, Ollie would be reborn as a true nine-tailed fox. Her power would soar, and she would gain the ability to assume human form. Ding. Do you want to use the pet evolution elixir 1,000 points to fill Alice evolution gauge? Current status. Gauge will reach its maximum and evolution will begin immediately. Confirm. Su Chen chose without hesitation. Ding. Your pet, the 8-tailed violet celestial fox Ollie, has met the evolution requirements and is now evolving. A moment later, a blinding violet light erupted from within Ollie, like a purple star hurled into the night sky, dazzling to the point of pain. Within the radiance, a ninth snowy tail slowly unfurled, her figure growing taller and more graceful. She was no longer merely a beautiful fox. She was stepping decisively toward a humanoid form. The brilliant violet light cocooned her, hiding her new appearance from view, yet an aura of peerless elegance already flooded the air around her. Congratulations! Your pet Ari has successfully evolved. You have acquired a new mythic grade pet, Nine-tailed Fox Ari, Diamond Pinnacle Tier. Ari's strength increased by 600. Ari's constitution increased by 600. Ari's agility increased by 600. Ari's intelligence increased by 600. Ari has learned a new skill, Glacial Shadow Array. Skill details flashed before his eyes. Glacial Shadow Array. Ari lays down a frostbound magic circle that covers the entire battlefield, then flits through it like a phantom. Every swipe of her claws or sweep of her tails deals 20,100 of her physical attack as ice damage to all enemies inside. The array lasts up to 10 seconds. The fewer foes remain, the more strikes each of them suffers. After ascending to 9 tails, this is Ari's most powerful technique. Its might alone can chill the bravest heart. Yet the first thing to arrest Su Chen's gaze wasn't the terrifying numbers, but Ari's stunning new form. When the silvery light faded, her snowy fox body reshaped into that of a woman. Skin like porcelain, a long, elegant neck, legs straight and supple, each breath carrying a faint, icy fragrance. Behind her, 9 white tails drifted like clouds, their gentle sway both lively and enchanting. She combined the graceful curves of a human with the exotic allure of a beastkin, an irresistible temptation that could freeze any man's gaze and make him bow without a word. The 9 tails fanned out like blooming petals. With light steps she approached, stopped before Su Chen, and bowed. Master, please command Ari as you wish. Even before this, she possessed keen intellect. Now, fully transformed, her mind was sharper than ever, yet her loyalty to Su Chen remained unshaken. Her ethereal voice, clear as celestial music, sounded especially beautiful in the silent air. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, amazed by the changes her evolution had wrought. Instead of replying, he opened her status panel. Nine-tailed Fox Ari Mythic. Level, 33. Rank, Diamond Pinnacle 8, 39 2000. Primary stats. Attack, 7,369. Defense, 5,929. Health, 60,247. Mana, 49,295. Secondary stats. Strength, 6,237. Constitution, 5,124. Agility, 4,708. Intelligence, 4,365. Aptitudes. Extraordinary Poison. Top-tier Shield. Top-tier Lightning. Top-tier Darkness. Top-tier Ice. Top-tier Fire. Top-tier Wind. High-grade Earth. High-grade Strength. High-grade Attack Speed. High-grade Life. High-grade Life Steal. Mid-grade Regeneration. Ultimate Defense. Skills. Intimidate LV2. Frost Power LV2. Phantom Blink LV1. Triple Frost / LV7. Void Dash LV1. Fatal Strike LV1. Mind Control LV1. Frostblade Storm LV1. Frost Rewind LV1. Glacial Shadow Array LV1. Owner, Chen D. The Crimson Crown of Kings, Starflare Pinnacle Tier. The Shadow Bloodblade of the Undying Butcher, Starflare Pinnacle. The Bloodfiend's Calamity Greaves, Starflare Pinnacle. The Ancient Bloodfiend Bracelet, Monarch Great Initial. The Dark Moonfiend Necklace, Starflare Entry. The Undead's Eternal Sacrifice Robe, Starflare Entry. The Windshade Spirit Belt, Starflare Advanced. The Dusklight Slayer Pauldrons, Starflare Advanced. The Frost Dominator Earrings, Diamond Pinnacle. The Frostbite Ring, Diamond High. And the Frost Dominion Boots, Diamond High. Excellent. With every piece equipped, Su Chen's physical attack power skyrocketed by several thousand points in an instant. After evolving, Ari's 9 tails glimmered with a soft radiance, her figure even more seductive, her aura surging wildly. Watching the string of rising numbers on his status panel, Chen nodded in satisfaction. After clearing up the immediate matters, he lifted his gaze to the Morningstar saintess, who lay collapsed nearby. Her gown was soaked in blood, yet she still held her head high, fixing Chen with an icy, unwavering stare. Emperor Chen, she rasped, her voice hoarse but laced with undeniable authority. I am the personal saintess of the Morningstar Cathedral. Harm me, and the Archbishop will be furious. No matter where you flee, the cathedral will hunt you down at any cost. Once captured, you will suffer the harshest tortures and die in endless agony. Her threat landed like an iron hammer, and the air grew taut. Chen's expression betrayed no fear. A faint, frigid smile curled on his lips. I have never taken kindly to threats. If the Morningstar Cathedral dares to come after me no matter how many, I will kill them all. Light or darkness, it makes no difference. In my eyes, they are all enemies. One day, I will wipe both factions off the map. As for you, you can go on ahead. The saintess' pupils contracted, stormy waves churning in her heart. So his ambition went beyond seizing treasure. He meant to slaughter the world's two greatest powers. Madman, you're utterly insane. She shrieked. The forces of light and darkness are beyond anything you can imagine. You're nothing but an upstart insect daring to spew such lunacy. Try it, and you'll only hasten your death. Even grievously wounded, she couldn't resist sneering. As the Morningstar Saintess, she knew the cathedral's depths. Her position came from talent and a pure vessel, yet the sanctuary was home to countless terrifying super-ranked powerhouses. To her, Chen's strength was mediocre at best. He had merely taken advantage of the mutual destruction between her and the witch, Diane Lee. The clash of light and darkness was like two titanic beasts tearing at each other, and Chen was a lone ant beside them, ready to be crushed at any moment. Shake the Morningstar Cathedral with your power? Delusional. Give you 3 more years, and you still wouldn't be worthy to carry their shoes, she scoffed. Chen listened in silence, the blood blade in his hand gleaming with a chilling light, his tone eerily calm. Oh, is that so? Then this so-called ant will personally butcher the two towering beasts. Chen's expression remained indifferent. Yet the saintess of the Morning Star saw unshakable confidence blazing in his eyes. The saintess gave a chilly snort, murderous intent flashing in her azure gaze. Do you really think victory is yours? The one who dies in the end might be you. Before her words faded, blinding gold light burst from her blue pupils. In an instant her entire being, robes, skin, even hair, was shrouded in a pale halo. O God of the Morning Star, your most devoted handmaid stands at the brink of life and death. I offer my life as a sacrifice. Grant me 100 millionth of your divine power, that I may slay the enemy before me. Her plea rang like a sacred vow. The deity seemed to respond. In a heartbeat her flawless face withered, fine wrinkles spread, dark spots bloomed along her neck, as though some vast otherworldly force was draining her vitality. Yet her depleted strength surged back, aura swelling like a raging flood. Frog in a well, you dare threaten the light? Let me show you true terror with a mere fraction of a god's power. Dragging you to the grave will be no lonely end. Her voice rasped, burning with fanatic zeal. The golden radiance swallowed her whole. Sacred robes fused into close-fitting gold armor, and the staff in her hand refracted into a stellar spear. She streaked skyward, point aimed at Chen. Divine judgment spear of exorcism. The golden spear shot forth like a ballista bolt. Air detonated, space cracked like a spiderweb. A cold smile curved her lips only. She knew the strike's true horror. Even the witch Diane Lee would be doomed. This was the ultimate blow forged from her very years of life. The witch's sacrifice merely burned potential to awaken bloodline power. The saintess had offered soul and life to her god, trading for a sliver of supreme might. A god's casual wave can topple mountains and raise cities. 100 millionth of that power had pushed her strength to a terrifying peak. She could fight 3 Dianeless without defeat. Her right eclipsed the witch's by countless degrees. Now Chen faced the saintess bathed in starlight. Golden brilliance and divine might rushed toward him, yet his eyes blazed with fearless resolve, battle spirit surging in his chest. Allah spirit merge. Joy lit Ali's beautiful face. Her lithe form bounded like a cunning hare, turning to pure spirit and diving into Chen. Phantom blink. The next instant, Chen became a black afterimage and vanished where he had stood. The golden spear slammed into empty earth. Boom. The strike gouged a crater dozens of meters deep, snapping the nearby trees and toppling houses, a chilling display of its terrifying power. Now it's my turn. Frost triple slash. Cold as a blade, the chill solidified in an instant. Chen flashed through the raging wind, circled silently behind the Morningstar Saintess, and brought his blood edge down in a blinding arc. 23,592. Shards of ice burst from the golden holy armor, which still managed to block most of the damage. Yet Ari's evolved power had doubled the hurt. This was only the first strike. The second slash followed hard on its heels, an even fiercer wave of frozen force crashing into the armor. The plating didn't shatter, but the backlash jarred the saintess violently. 35,749. Her expression hardened. With grim resolve, she whirled and drove her golden spear at Su Chen, willing to die if she could drag him with her. Boom. 49,571. The spear tore open Su Chen's chest, ripping flesh and leaving a gaping hole. Agonizing pain seared through him, but he stifled the scream and triggered Phantom Dash, his body blurring into a fading afterimage. At that same instant, the third slash of Frost triple slash plunged from above, now stacked with Phantom Dash's lethal strike. Thud. 127,999. The three blows stripped nearly 200,000 hit points from the Morningstar Saintess. Even under divine protection, her face went ashen. She could hardly believe the golden armor hadn't nullified most of the damage. Blood poured from Su Chen's torn chest. Frost rewind. He roared, and countless ice crystals rained from the sky, knitting themselves into his wound. 28,766. 28,766. 28,766. His health bar surged back to full. At the same time, the frost burst over the saintess armor in a white cloud. 28,766. 28,766. 28,766. Her life plummeted at the same relentless pace, dropping to the brink in a blink. "I'll take you with me," the Morningstar Saintess shouted, pouring every shred of remaining divine power into her golden spear. If the last thrust had wounded Su Chen, this one was meant to kill. The spear had screamed through the air, so close to Su Chen's face that every avenue of escape vanished in an instant. "Die, Su Chen. If I drag you to the grave, I won't be lonely." Su Chen stayed silent, his expression indifferent. There was no point trading words with someone who was already dead. Besides, this was a perfect chance to try out Elise new skills, ending her opponent off for good. Glacial Shadow Array. At the bone-chilling shout, his aura detonated and his speed surged past the limits of the naked eye. In the same instant, the Morningstar Saintess' golden spear came slicing down. His figure blurred into an icy blue afterimage and vanished. The strike contained every ounce of divine power AI Lizzie had wrung from her life force, yet it hit nothing but air. How is this possible? Her eyes widened in horror. That ultimate blow had missed completely, and the last trace of power inside her was gone. She couldn't fathom how Su Chen was so strong that even her last-ditch attack failed to touch the hem of his robe. Inside the array, Su Chen's silhouette flickered like a cold blade, darting through every corner of the Glacial Shadow Array. Each pass carved a ghastly wound across the saintess' body. 31,247. 31,247. 31,247. The numbers flashed in rapid succession. Her golden armor shattered, her flesh and blood were shredded by the freezing air, and a crimson mist filled the array. The formation's power was terrifying. It tore her apart until not even a complete corpse remained. Strictly speaking, AI Lizzie would have died anyway once her life burned out, but Su Chen would never let that happen unattended. There was too much experience on the line, and his Devour talent was thirsty for her abilities. System notification. Congratulations. Your pet nine-tailed fox, Ali, has overleveled and slain the Monarch tier boss LV42 Morningstar Saintess AI Lizzie. You and Ali gained 32,000 base experience and an extra 28,800 overlevel bonus experience. More than 60,000 experience poured in at once, and Su Chen's bar rocketed upward. Two bright level-up flashes followed. Congratulations. You've reached level 34, Strength 2, Agility 2, Intelligence 2, Constitution 2. Congratulations. You've reached level 35, Strength 2, Agility 2, Intelligence 2, Constitution 2. One Monarch level kill had yielded more experience than ordinary players could farm from hundreds of mobs. Only Su Chen enjoyed progress this outrageous. Before he could savor it, a chain of light erupted over Ali as well. Pets needed less experience to level, and since Su Chen trained two at once, they often caught up quickly. Now Ali had closed the gap. Congratulations. Your pet nine-tailed fox, Ali, has reached level 33 and gained 15 free attribute points. All have been allocated to Strength 15. Your pet, the nine-tailed fox Ali, has reached level 34 and gained 15 free attribute points. As usual, all 15 points have automatically been assigned to Strength. Congratulations. Your pet, the nine-tailed fox Ali, has reached level 35 and gained 15 free attribute points. As usual, all 15 points have automatically been assigned to Strength. Stat values kept flashing in Su Chen's vision. He himself had risen 2 levels during the fight, while Ali had jumped 3, sending her combat panel soaring. Before the last shockwaves had even faded, the mysterious aptitude that escaped the dying Morningstar Saintess was quietly devoured by Ali. Plunder successful. Ali has gained 220 evolution points. Ali has also obtained a top-tier light affinity. Top-tier light affinity. Ollie takes 60 less damage from light attacks and deals an extra 2,000 dark damage with every strike. If she gathers all 7 affinities earth, stone, fire, wind, light, dark, and thunder, she may unlock an unfathomably higher power. As the light affinity melded into her body, Alice's elegant form was wrapped in a prismatic glow. 7 elemental lights: light, dark, thunder, earth, gale, flame, and frost flared one after another, weaving into a blinding pillar that pierced the sky. A burst of radiance was followed by the system's emotionless voice in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations! Your pet, the 9-tailed fox Ollie, has gathered the 7 affinities and received a permanent blessing from an unknown power. Alice's strength has increased by 800. Alice's constitution has increased by 800. Alice's agility has increased by 800. Alice's intelligence has increased by 800. Alice's ailment resistance has increased by 5,000. The numbers skyrocketed. Alice's power hit a new peak. Her evolution gauge now showing 1,0592,000 less than 1,000 points from the next breakthrough. What truly pressed on Su Chen's mind, though, was the last step in the perfect foundation technique: vein tempering. It was the key to a solid groundwork and could only be achieved at the diamond tier. Once Ollie reached the stellar tier, the chance would be gone forever. Resolve flashed in his eyes. Vein tempering had to be completed before her next evolution. He pulled up the trial interface. Vein tempering trial. Obtain 1 elemental energy core. Where on earth is that core? Su Chen mused. In his previous life, he had roamed the game for 3 years and uncovered nearly every secret. Yet this treasure had remained hidden. Just then, the system chimed again. Ding! The Lord of Seaside City once obtained an elemental energy core on the Divine Demon battlefield. You may be able to acquire it from him. Su Chen's heart clenched. The elemental energy core was in the Seaside City Lord's hands, and he had just killed the man's son. If the Benhai City Lord laid eyes on him now, he would sooner kill him than hand over an elemental core. Su Chen was almost certain the Lord had already learned of his only son's death and was mobilizing the entire city to hunt him down. Moments earlier, he had seen the Morningstar Saintess secretly send a message, so both the Morningstar Sanctuary and the City Lord must know everything that had happened here. The place had become a den of dragons and tigers. If he lingered, an inescapable net would close around him. He had to gather the spoils and disappear. That was the only thought in his mind. Where should he go? He already had a plan. The safest place would serve as the best refuge. He had intended to travel to the Elven forest with the Elven princess, but first he needed the elemental core to complete the perfect foundation technique. Only with a flawless foundation could he set out without worries. Su Chen stepped over broken flagstones, halted before the corpse of the Morningstar Saintess, and swept every treasure from the ground into his arms. Ding! You have picked up King Grade High Tier, Brilliant Star Staff. Ding! You have picked up King Grade High Tier, Soul of the Stars Belt. Ding! You have picked up 10 Pet Skill Evolution Stones. Ding! You have picked up Peerless Evolvable Artifact, Dragon Essence. Ding! You have picked up 27 silver coins and 9,724 copper coins. He opened his palm and inspected each item. King Grade High Tier, Brilliant Star Staff. Spell attack 899. Intelligence 800. Health 20,000. Mana 30,000. Casting speed 40. Requirement: level 20 or above. Skill Star Aegis. Summons radiant golden armor, reducing incoming damage by 5,000 per hit and restoring 3,000 health per second for 100 seconds. A King Grade High Tier item truly lived up to its name. The golden armor the saintess had used had come from this very staff. Heat flared in Su Chen's eyes. The weapon was perfect for Xiaoqing. Without hesitation, he replaced her diamond mid-tier blood sacrifice staff with the Brilliant Star Staff. Next, he turned to the second piece of loot. King Grade High Tier, Soul of the Stars Belt. Spell damage 980. Physical defense 1,429. Magic defense 1,372. Health 20,024. Passive: normal attacks deal an additional 2,000 ice damage. Requirement: level 20 or above. Skill Starfall calls a meteor from the heavens, dealing 20,100 spell damage to the target and stunning it for 2.5 seconds. And when the meteor crashes to Earth, it morphs into a colossal star titan that fights at your side, its king tier strength matching that of its summoner. Another top tier, king level item. A single belt adds nearly 3,000 damage to Xiaoqing and comes with the terrifying Starfall effect damage, crowd control, and summoning all in one. Without hesitation, Su Chen replaced her mid-diamond Frost Berserker belt with the new High King belt of Stellar Soul. With the gear sorted, he eyed the 10 remaining pet skill evolution stones in his inventory. After a moment's thought, he decided to put them all into Ari's Frost Triple / her most powerful single-target burst and by far the best return on investment. System chimes rang out in rapid succession. Ding! You used a pet skill evolution stone. Ari's Frost Triple / has been upgraded to level 8. Damage of all 3 strikes increased by 20. Ding! Upgraded to level 9. Damage of all 3 strikes increased by 20. Ding. Upgraded to level 10. Damage of all 3 strikes increased by 20. Ding. Upgraded to level 17. Damage of all 3 strikes increased by 20. After 10 consecutive evolutions, Frost triple slash soared to level 17, pushing its already brutal burst even higher. Level 17 Frost triple slash. Ari blinks behind the target and unleashes 3 lightning-fast slashes. First hit, 420 of attack. Second hit, 520 of attack. Third hit, 620 of attack. Together they deal a staggering 1,560 physical damage, more than 15 times base attack, practically impossible to survive. Chen couldn't help wondering what ultimate form the skill might take at level 20. The last peerless evolution item in his pack, the Dragon Essence, was what truly held his attention. Mysterious item Dragon Essence. Grade, Peerless. Effect, when swallowed by a creature with dragon blood, it can trigger an unimaginable transformation and evolution. If Xiao Qing ingested it, her power would skyrocket. Chen had trusted the Saintess of Morningstar because she had sworn on her soul that she held a treasure capable of awakening dragon blood, and here it was. Xiao Qing, come here. I've got something for you. He tossed the Dragon Essence to her. The gem-like core traced a graceful arc before landing in her palm, its soft glow illuminating her face. My goodness, this is the Dragon Essence. May I really take it? If I swallow it, not only my strength, but even my bloodline could be reborn. Anticipation lit up Xiao Qing's exquisite features. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.